girlfriend and the leader's son in the wedding room war. But you are in the side of the joy of taking pictures to commemorate. Not you have any special bad habits. But, in the last life, you took a knife barrel the leader's son. But the results were sentenced to 20 years in prison. Since the rebirth of that absolutely cannot repeat the same mistake. Chapter 1, Release from Prison. Rebirth Jiangbei Province. I in the first detention center. The closed iron door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a face full of vicissitudes walked out. The dazzling and bright sunlight outside made his eyes squint. 20 years. 20 whole years. How many 20 years are there in a person's life? Li Hai adapted for a moment, then took a step toward the outside. Not far away, parked a dilapidated wooling van. A man is leaning against the side of the car to smoke. Seeing Li Hai's figure, he hurriedly pinched out his cigarette, jogged all the way over, and took a small package from Li Hai's hands. The package was so light that it didn't have more than a few tails in it. So obviously, there was nothing in it at all. Hi, get in the car. I'll take you to take a shower first, then we'll have a nice meal. Dude, thanks. Li Hai was a little touched that he was released from prison today, and the only one who came to pick himself up was He Fei. His former brother, his own parents, long ago, became a pile of yellow earth. The only person left in the world is himself. A loner. He got into the van and sat on the passenger seat, seemingly resting his eyes. In fact, Li Hai's heart was monstrous hatred, and the figure of that pair of dogs and men surfaced again in his mind. 20 years in prison, all thanks to that pair of dogs. Li Hai slowly inquired. He Fei, do you have any news about Lu Lily and Zhao Liang yet? He Fei gently sighed and persuaded. Brother Hai, forget it, everything is in the past. From now on everything starts from the beginning. Get down to earth and live your life. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to tell Li Hai, but the opponent was just too powerful. Zhao's father and son are now in the Qinglin city almost a handful of days. Zhao's father in the Qinglin city did a term of the standing committee vice mayor, retired from the position of the director of the National People's Congress. The influence is still very large. Zhao Liang is a large company boss. Forget it, that really all there is to it. Li Hai smiled miserably. 20 years of imprisonment, and the death of his parents because of that pair of dogs. Can this be forgotten? Li Hai originally had a bright and ambitious future. In 2000, the National Jiangchun University graduated, which is a brand name key universities, and the city's first written examination. Interviews with the second score into the Qinglin city. Beima County office work. The future is bright. At that time, both parents were alive and both were in good health. What makes people envious beyond measure is that Li Hai has also found a beautiful girlfriend. Lu Lily, just no one knows. Lu Lily can look at the rural origin of Li Hai. In addition to Li Hai's sunny and handsome, proper big handsome one, she is more optimistic about Li Hai's future. In 2000, the two met and dated. To 2002, the whole 2 years of talk has reached the level of marriage. Zhao Liang's appearance. Everything has changed. Zhao Liang is the son of the governor of Zhao. Lu Lily soon secretly hooked up with Zhao Gongzi, with Mr. Zhao after the good. She more and more feel that Li Hai cannot work for 2 years, not to mention the same place. The down payment of the wedding house have to be put together. She felt simply shameful. At first, the two also sneak, and then more and more bold. Li Hai around a lot of co-workers know Lu Lily split. Only Li Hai do not know once. Li Hai went back to the new house at noon. Usually he does not go back at noon. Eat lunch in the county party cafeteria, then work. This one was an exception. And upon opening the door, it was nothing short of astonishing, seeing that on the sofa in the living room, two naked figures were having a big battle. Lu Lily was even more super loud with her waves. Seeing this scene, Li Hai, hot blood, rushed into the kitchen with a fruit knife and stabbed Zhao Liang, but also wanted to stab a second knife. Was Lu Lily dead? Block. For this stabbing, Li Hai was sentenced to 20 years, and Zhao Liang just laid inside the hospital for a week and got out. He Fei drove silently, noticing Li Hai's expression, and sighed softly. He knew Li Hai too well, belonging to the type of character that had an axe to grind, and it was almost impossible to persuade him to give up. So, he told Li Hai about Zhao Liang's father and son, as well as Lu Lily's situation, hoping that Li Hai would know what to do. As expected, Li Hai was not deterred and his eyes became more determined. Seeing this, He Fei also no longer persuade. First pulled Li Hai went to the Red Romance, a good bath, and called a 1,888 yuan number 38 technician. Toward the end of the night, the two went to a big stall, asked for a case of beer, and had a big drink and a big jerk. Neither Li Hai nor He Fei knew inside a certain luxury villa, Zhao Liang was making a phone call and instructed, Scar, send reliable brothers, don't leave any traces. Young Zhao, I'll do the job. Don't worry, I promise to do it beautifully. It's not the first time we've done this kind of thing. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Liang's face surfaced a few moments of grimness, thinking in his heart, Li Hai, can't imagine, just out to hang up. In his arms, Lazily lying was none other than Lu Lily. Lu Lily is now one of Zhao Liang's women. Zhao Xiao. You and I thought of the same thing. If you don't make a move, I'm going to ask someone to do Li Hai. This kind of trash living in the world is a waste of food. It was after 11 o'clock at night when the case of beer was finished. Li Haidao. Man. Thanks for today, He Fei said. Go to my house. The two staggered, both a little drunk, got up and left the stall, walking down the street toward He Fei's house. When he came to an intersection, the crosswalk was just halfway across when a dump truck with its blinding high beams on blasted the gas pedal and came crashing through at speed. Li Hai was knocked off before he had time to react, flying high and then falling heavily onto the road, blood spraying out from inside his mouth and nose like it was no money. Li Hai felt his consciousness fly away from his body, flying higher and higher, and then he knew nothing until a voice rang in his ear. Li Hai, why did you fall asleep? Hearing this voice, Li Hai opened his eyes in a daze and was confused. Wasn't he hit by a dump truck? What is going on? Here is obviously when he joined the work of the Whitehorse County Committee office. Look at it. All the faces of colleagues back then. Murphy, I was reborn. Taking out my cell phone. It was a black and white Nokia straight, the kind that could smash open a walnut, and it read Wednesday, May 29th, 2002, 11:52 a.m. Seeing this date, Li Hai's gaze froze. It was at noon today that Lu Lily and Zhao Liang had their first big fight in their new room, and then there were a few more big fights, one of which they caught themselves in the act. Why does the date remember so clearly? That is Lu Lily, in order to anger Li Hai, deliberately said, see his girlfriend and others in their hard work to decorate the new room wore where to stand. Li Hai from the kitchen to bring a fruit knife stabbed Zhao Liang. The result was sentenced to 20 years in prison. It was soon to be 12 noon, and by this time the pair of dogs should have been in their new room, probably starting to undress. Since he was reborn, he certainly couldn't repeat his mistakes, but there was no letting the pair off the hook, and in this lifetime, there had to be some serious payback soon. Li Hai had an idea. Brother Zhang, let me borrow the camera in our office. The county office has a Nikon camera that has been in the custody of Zhang Luan. Zhang Luan said, Li Hai, what are you suddenly borrowing a camera for? I'm just going to take a few pictures at noon, and I'll give them back to you as soon as I use them. Because of the same big office colleague, Zhang Lin did not think much about it, opened the cabinet and gave the camera to Li Hai, and also gave some instructions. Taking the camera, Li Hai went out the door. Chapter 2, catching the scene on the way there. I also bought a new film to put in it, checked that there was nothing wrong with it, and walked quickly into the neighborhood where I had bought my new house. This neighborhood is very close to the county office. When it was considered convenient to go to work before buying a house in this neighborhood. 2 rooms and 2 halls, more than 80 square meters of the house. The down payment consumed all of their parents' savings, but also to find relatives and friends borrowed more than 20,000 to get the decoration. Walking to the door of 506, Li Hai took out the key and gently opened the door, then walked in with the camera. On the sofa in the living room, a pair of men and women were forgetting the great battle, very devoted, did not even notice that Li Hai walked in, holding a camera next to him, was clicking pictures from multiple angles. After having been photographed for more than a dozen times, Lu Lily first reacted, screamed, pushed away Zhao Liang who was pressing on her body, and hurriedly looked for something to try to cover the key parts. Only there was nothing, so she could only cover it with her hands. Zhao Liang also finally reacted, first panicked and also covered his bottom with his hand. Seeing that it was Li Hai, he simply didn't panic and didn't cover it either. He actually turned against the guest and said with a stern look on his face, Li Hai, you damn quick give me the camera. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Cut. Li Hai burst into contempt. Where did he get the courage? Responding to Zhao Liang was clicking 2 photos and Ima. You still shoot? Zhao Liang was furious and reached over to grab the camera, only, he is less than 1 meter 7 tall, and was emptied by alcohol. Where is the opponent of Li Hai who was 1 meter 8 tall, was pushed and fell to the ground, and was also kicked by Li Hai climbing up from the ground. Zhao Liang furiously shouted, Li Hai, give me the camera or I'll really get you killed. Li Hai calmly said, I advise you to keep your voice down. The door hasn't been closed yet. It's not good for you to yell and scream and call your left and right neighbors here. The gate really wasn't closed tightly. It was just flimsy. Zhao Liang then didn't dare to shout. His voice was much lower. Li Hai, give me the camera and everything will be fine. Li Haidao, what if I don't give it? Believe it or not. He was so angry that he wanted to say, believe it or not, I'll find someone to get you killed. But he was afraid of drawing other people in to arrest the scene, and he couldn't fight, so he could only threaten. Okay, you've got the guts. I'll go right now, and as long as even one of these photos gets out, I'll really get you killed. Finding his clothes, he haphazardly threw them on and grimaced. He bet that Li Hai wouldn't dare to easily circulate these photos because his father was the governor. Li Hai looked at Lu Lily and went up with 2 mouths. MMPs, cuckolding my old man. Those are 2 great slaps in the face. Lu Lily was stunned. Li Hai actually dared to hit her all alone. Li Hai had been her licking dog. The kind that didn't dare to speak loudly, Lu Lily screamed. Li Hai, if it wasn't for your incompetence and lack of talent, could I have rolled with Mr. Zhao? This punch had at least 100 years of power, fairies can't be wrong. And if they are, it's because the men are doing it wrong. Responding to her were 2 more slaps. Li Hai said loudly, get out. Get the hell out. From today onwards, we're broken up. You're dumped by me. Lu Lily gave Li Hai a vicious look and haphazardly put her clothes on before preparing to leave. Just 2 steps out he was stopped by Li Hai. Stop. Leave the key and get the hell out of here. If I don't put the key away, I might not be able to do anything else with Lu Lily. Not only will the keys be confiscated, but the locks will be changed. After driving away Lu Lily, Li Hai knew that his revenge had just begun. It was easy to clean up Lu Lily. It was difficult to clean up Zhao Liang. Zhao Hongwei is the governor of White Horse County, the local faction. Even the county party secretary has to let him 3 times. He wants to clean up his own. It is simply too simple. However, with these photos, at least it is a handle in hand. The other party should have some scruples. More or less took the film out and stashed it in a reliable place for a weekend trip to Greenwood to get the photos developed. The IT definitely won't work in White Horse County, and as long as it dares to be taken out and flushed, it will soon fall into Zhao Liang's hands. Go to work in the afternoon and return the camera to Zhang Luan. Brother Zhang. Thanks. How about having dinner together after work? This was the object that Li Hai needed to befriend after he was reborn. This Zhang Lin's background was not simple. It was just that no one in the entire office knew it yet. Zhang Lin's future development is also very good. When he was in prison, Li Hai read the newspaper almost every day, and knew that there were many major events in the next 20 years, and also knew that Zhang Lin had used 20 years to achieve the vice-provincial level. Li Hai, we are all colleagues in the same office. What's the point of being polite with me? Saying that, he took the camera from Li Hai's hand. The 2 men's fingers touched. Li Hai was surprised to find that a line of green characters appeared above Zhang Lin's head. Favorability, 40. Upon closer inspection, there was no mistaking that it wasn't an illusion either. It was indeed a couple of large green letters. Goodwill, 40 ********. I also have Goldfinger. With this, there is more confidence in revenge. Li Hai and Zhang Lin politely said a few words, and then chatted with a few colleagues next to him for a while. The purpose of the chat was of course to shake hands with them or take the opportunity to gently pat each other's shoulders. As soon as there is contact, the other person's header will show the favorability data towards them. It was also further clarified that the font displayed between 0 and 30 favorability is white, above 31 it is green. Higher there should be other colors, but the highest is Zhang Luan, shown in green font. Below 0 it is in gray font, and someone shows a gray goodness font. Li Hai also has a little emotion, worthy of the officialdom. There are some people on the surface and you have a good relationship, but in fact, it is not at all the same thing, such as Lu Zaijiang, usually polite with Li Hai, a mouthful of a brother Hai called affectionately. Good sense is actually -20. This is a little outrageous. The whole afternoon was uneventful, which is the normal state of the county office. In the course of an afternoon, Li Hai also thought a lot and made a lot of plans for his future. First, revenge. Second, making money. Thirdly, a good career move. Revenge things cannot be rushed. Slowly, after all, the opponent is very powerful. Take the career path can only be one step at a time, but there are the next 20 years of foresight, and there is a golden finger accompanied by the body. Surely you can go to a very high position. The first order of business, that is to make money. How to make money? First of all, it is certainly not speculation in stocks, nor is it buying lottery tickets. I have never speculated in stocks. In this regard is a small white. The lottery is often buy, but after 20 years who still remember those numbers? Anyway, now I do not remember. The only thing that sticks out the most is the 2002 World Cup. This is also the first time that the Chinese men's soccer team has reached the World Cup finals. And to celebrate this event, the National Lottery Center has launched a special World Cup soccer lottery. Back then, Li Hai is a fan. Hot-headed. From the start of the World Cup, until the end of the final. Basically all the games to buy, or by win or lose, or by the score. Lost a lot. Seems to have lost a total of several $1,000s, because of the many losses and how badly they were lost. The memory of each game became so vivid that after 20 years, I can now actually recall most of the games and remember most of the scores. When young and ignorant, full of enthusiasm, every game to buy men's soccer win. The results of people lost 3 games in a row. A ball did not score. The light of the 3 games let Li Hai lost more than 2,000, equivalent to 2 months of wages. I regretted it later. If I had bought the men's soccer team to lose every game, I think I would have made a fortune. Now that I'm reborn and the opportunity to make money has come and gone. Chapter 3, Befriending Zhang Luan. 5 o'clock off the clock. Li Hai took the initiative to invite Brother Zhang. There's a newly opened restaurant that's good. How about we go there for a meal? Since we want to take revenge, We definitely need to unite a group of people. The best way is to lean on the back of a big tree, looking for a super big brother to cover himself. But that takes opportunity. At least now there is no such opportunity. Then first slowly unite a group of people. First, Zhanlin has a good background, and his future development potential is even greater. So he is an object that can be united. Leaders usually have all kinds of entertainment in the evening. Like Zhang Luan, this kind of deputy director of the section is not the real power leadership. A week is rare. A few times Zhanlin had a good impression of Li Hai and readily agreed. Sure, let's go have a drink together then. Two people shoulder to shoulder out of the door. Zhang Lin did not drive. The two together on foot. It is not far. 10 minutes to a newly opened. Decoration is not bad restaurant. Finding a seat by the window, Li Hai pushed the menu over. Brother Zhang, you order. I don't have any taboos. I'll eat anything. Zhang Luan said. You order it. I don't have any taboos. I'll eat anything. Li Hai politely said. Brother Zhang, it's better for you to come. The two pushed each other around a bit and ended up ordering 2 dishes each. Old man, would you like some wine? That's a must. How about Qinghe Daku? Li Hai Dao. Clear River Daiquiri is fine. Just drink Clear River Daiquiri. Qinghe Daku is a local wine. Pure grain wine produced by Qinghe Town Distillery, which has a notable reputation in the whole Qinglin city. But of course, out of Qinglin city, it is unknown. Not at this time there is not so much technology and hard work. After 20 years, pure grain wine has been very little. A lot of them are blended wine. Blended. A little bit of 10 years old wine is 10 years old wine. Fake. Very much after the wine and food came up, Li Hai took the initiative to pour 2 full glasses of wine, raised his glass and said, Brother Zhang, brother, I thank you for taking care of these days. In the future, if I do anything wrong, Brother Zhang help me point it out. No need to give me face. Older brother, you're welcome. We help each other in our work and make progress together. The two of them were drinking and eating while chatting in a nice atmosphere. After chatting for a while, Zhang Luan turned his words around and said with a bit of doubt, Older brother, where's the younger sibling? Why don't you ask her to come along? Li Hai smiled bitterly and did not hide it. This is something I did not want to say. Shame on you. We have broken up today. Thinking that Zhang Luan's favorability towards him wasn't low, Li Hai didn't hide it and roughly told him what happened. Just not the photo. What? Lily Lu and Zhao Liang got together and cuckolded you on the sofa in the new house. Older brother, I'm sorry for your loss. Such a woman is not worth your anger. Forget about her and find one 100 times better than her in the future. And be angry with her. Zhang Lin said. Well, I won't have anything to do with her from now on. Things have turned over. Li Hai Dao. A meal. Eat 1, 2 hours. The more the two talked more and more. A bottle of wine. Qinghe Daku also drank a fine. At least half a caddy of wine down. Zhang Lin has a few points of drunkenness. Li Hai surprised to find that he is half drunk. Sober. Feeling that drinking is not wine, but water, like remembering that he didn't have such a large capacity for alcohol at all. What was going on here? Could it be that this was a perk of being reborn and having a larger capacity for alcohol? It should be. That's the only way to explain it.in officialdom. Being able to drink, that is also a skill. Li Hai was instantly quite happy after eating and drinking for nearly 2 hours. It was almost time for Li Hai to take the initiative to settle the bill, and then went out of this restaurant with Zhang Luan. Li Hai, I'll treat you next time. Brother Zhang is polite. The two men shook hands and then parted. As it was out of their way, when he shook hands, the line of green characters appeared again. And Li Hai was surprised to find that Zhang Lin's favorability had reached 50, and it had increased by 10 points in 1 meal. It seemed that as long as he interacted with Zhang Luan more, it wouldn't be difficult to get his favorability to 55, or 60. Previously has been to live in the county party committee dormitory. The new house renovated has not been willing to move in. From today onwards, Li Hai decided to live in this set of houses, newly renovated. The conditions in the dormitory is too good. There were very few cameras in Whitehorse County in 2002. Even the streetlights were relatively few, and many roads were dimly lit, leaving few people visible at night. As Li Hai walked, he thought in his mind that he would take the time to go to a lottery store tomorrow morning, take out all the money, and buy all the World Cup soccer tickets. After walking for about 10 minutes, Li Hai felt that something was a bit off. Behind them actually followed 4 people, looked back and felt that all of them were not good people, either with dyed hair or tattoos. The other party saw that they had been exposed and didn't hide anymore, speeding up their pace to stop Li Hai's path. The leading tattooed man was arrogant to the extreme. Kid, get the film out and let you live. Li Hai instantly realized that these people must have been sent by Zhao Liang to threaten himself and try to take the film. There were 4 people on the other side, and they were not to be messed with at first glance. But Li Hai is not afraid. After 20 years in prison, he has met all kinds of people and learned many strange things, including fighting, although it is not said to be a fighting master, but against 3 or 5 people confidently without half a problem. Not to mention that now young, the body is at its peak. Li Hai is very calm, not at all panicked. Zhao Liang sent you guys, right? Go back and tell him that if he wants the film, there's no door, and if you make me unhappy, I'll spread all the photos. Paralyzed, brothers on, first beat a half dead. His idea is very simple. First we'll beat a half dead. Let Li Hai taste bitter. Naturally we'll hand over the film, only, his math was wrong. A little brother was obedient, and at the order of his big brother, he was the first to rush up. Only, what greeted him was a fist. Boom! With a muffled sound, Li Hai's fist struck his face heavily, the nose bone was smashed, the face was deformed, and the whole person flew out several meters backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Not moving, quiet. Quiet. The tattooed man was stunned. He didn't expect Li Hai to be so powerful. One punch sent one of his juniors flying, and now he didn't know if he was alive or dead. Li Hai was also stunned. Did not think that his strength was so great and his reaction speed was amazing. Could it be that this was another benefit after being reborn? The physical quality was greatly improved, several times that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, again, there was a little bit of explanation that did not make sense. Copy that, everyone. The tattooed man drew a machete from his body. The other two minions also drew their weapons. The three of them shouted and rushed towards Li Hai. Chapter 4 2002 World Cup. Seeing the other party take out a weapon, Li Hai's eyes stared and he was also careful. A banging sound, a few screams, at most 1 or 2 minutes, including the tattooed man, all lying on the ground, one by one. The injury is not light. Li Hai walked over and kicked the knife on the ground away, then stomped on the tattooed man's head and warned, "Go back and tell Zhao Liang that I'll clean him up sooner or later. Anyway, it's already immortal, so there's nothing to hide. Either I get you killed or you get me killed." Spitting a mouthful of spit towards the tattooed man, Li Hai swaggered away, leaving them with only a back. It was a long time before the tattooed man and the others struggled to get up and stumbled away. Inside a certain villa, Zhao Liang slammed the cup in his hand on the ground. Furious. Wastes. All fucking wastes. 4 against 1 can't even win. In front of Zhao Liang, the 4 tattooed men had their noses bruised and swollen, their heads lowered, and they didn't dare to take a breath. Vicious temper. Zhao Liang's face gloomy, terrible. The heart thought, Li Hai, since the black cannot come, then I will come to the white. You are just a small shrimp of the county party committee office only. See how I pack you inside the new house. Li Hai comfortably took a hot bath and lay down on the bed to sleep for the whole night. Day 2. Took some time out in the morning and went to the bank first to withdraw all his money, which amounted to over 3,200. Went to a nearby lottery store and started by looking at the odds for the first game of the World Cup. On May 31st, France plays Senegal. There are win/loss odds as well as score odds, and Li Hai saw that the 0-1 odds were actually as high as 7.2. And his heart was a little bit energized. I guess no one could have imagined that the mighty French team would lose the opening game of this World Cup except for themselves. Boss, by France versus Senegal, 0-1, 4-3, 0-0-0 box, 3, 0-0-0 is not a small amount. Many people's salaries are not more than 1,000, such as Li Hai in the county party office has been working for 2 years. The monthly salary is only a little more than 1,000. The lottery store owner froze. Boy, are you sure you're buying Senegal to win by 1 goal? Yes, by Senegal to win by 1 goal, Li Hai said with great certainty. The boss, who should be a kind-hearted person, persuaded. Young man, you are looking at the high odds, right? Let me tell you, you can't just look at the odds, you still have to look at the strength of the two sides, and I advise you to buy the winners and losers, and just buy France to win, so it's very stable. Li Hai smiled and said, the odds of buying France to win are too low. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, just in case I get lucky. Seeing Li Hai's insistence, the owner of the lottery store shook his head, and finally had no choice but to print the tickets for Li Hai. After the lottery ticket was bought, Li Hai's entire family belongings were only left with more than $200, and in his heart, he said, the trajectory of history must not be changed because of my rebirth. Put the ticket away carefully, the fortune is on you, and if it is true that Senegal won the game 1-0, you will have more than $10,000 for yourself, and you will be able to verify that the historical trajectory has not changed, and you can punt the game below. If you don't take advantage of the World Cup to make a few $1,000,000. It's all a shame that you've been reborn this time. Quietly return to the office and sit down. I can always hear some of my coworkers talking about this World Cup in my ear, and apparently, some of them have bought lottery tickets. For example, Lu Zaijiang, he bought $500 France to win 1 goal, and is talking about it with a big smile on his face. Looking at him, it seems to be 9 out of 10. County clerk's office, Wei Yuan Wang, the director of the county party office, is reporting. Secretary Tang, the driver, Xiao Lu, has been arranged temporarily in the small car class dedicated to your service. The driver was brought here by Tang Lihui and belonged to him. There are 2 most important people around the leader. One of them is the secretary and the other is the driver. The driver is Tang Li Hui's person. He does not have a secretary for the time being. Before he took office as the secretary of the County Party Committee of Baima County, Tang Li Hui put his secretary already in place. The main level leaders originally cannot be equipped with secretaries. But there are policies from above. There are measures from below. The secretary of the County Party secretary called the correspondent. In fact, is a full-time secretary. Wei Yuanwang carefully said. Secretary, is your secretary selected from the County Party office? Or do you already have a suitable candidate? Tang Li Hui waved his hand and said, you guys draw up a list. I'll take a look at it first. Okay, I'll draw up the list right away. After a report, Wei Yuanwan left the secretary's office. Tang Li Hui didn't move, looking like he was sitting in the boss chair with his eyes closed, but actually thinking about many things in his mind. He was transferred from the next county over. Went in the next county to do the governor's time and Zhao Hongwei no. And I heard that Zhao Hongwei is very strong. In the White Horse County is almost a handful of days. At first there was no feeling. After taking office as secretary of the County Party Committee, Tang Li Hui felt more and more Zhao Hongwei's strength, as well as his influence in Baima County. Take the Standing Committee, a total of 11 members of the Standing Committee. At least 4 are Zhao Hongliang's hardcore, plus Zhao Hongliang himself has 5 votes. The other several members of the Standing Committee are centrists. The real and Zhao Hongliang do not deal with only the deputy secretary of the County Party Committee. Zhou Yuhua. Zhou Yuhua is a lesbian. 35. 6 years old. Doing things in a thunderous manner. The character of Spicy, belonging to the kind of eyes inside the sand, cannot enter the person. Over the years, Zhao Hongwei and Zhou Yuhua have had quite a few open and secret fights, but Zhou Yuhua has always been the underdog. Almost suppressed by Zhao Hongwei, Tang Li Hui has been appointed secretary of the County Party Committee for 10 days, but a standing committee has not yet been held. A lot of personnel adjustments are temporarily pressed, because of the fear that in the standing committee simply cannot win Zhao Hongwei. What worries Tang Li Hui the most is that Wei Yuanwang, the director of the County Party office, is said to be Zhao Hongwei's person. If this is true, it's more fucked up. As the county clerk, it is important to have firm control of the county office, and the director of the county office must be one of your own. In addition, the director of the county office is a member of the county commission and is a very important vote. Through these days of observation and temptation, Tang Li Hui is more and more puzzled. Wei Yuanwang is really Zhao Hongwei's people. It looks a little bit unlike odd. If he really is Zhao Hongwei's person, then it can only be said that this Wei Yuanwang is also hiding too deeply. Sitting on top of the sofa chair, Tang Li Hui closed his eyes and rested his mind, thinking in his head, if Wei Yuanwang is really Zhao Hongliang's person, then it must be taken out. After taking out Wei Yuanwang, it is necessary to let their own people to sit in this position. But who is the most suitable? The mind flashed through the faces of those several deputy directors. The hookups at the top hadn't reached Lehigh here for the time being. It's basically all about this World Cup in the back of my mind. And yesterday, May 31st, blew the first major upset of the tournament, with France losing 0-1 to Senegal. Lihigh's 3,000 became more than $20,000. After 20% personal income tax, there are still nearly $20,000. There are several matches today, such as Uruguay versus Denmark, Ireland versus Cameroon, and Germany versus Saudi Arabia. The specific scores of the first 2 games Lehigh does not remember very clearly, but Germany against Saudi Arabia this one remember very clearly, because the birth of the current World Cup's largest score. Germany swept the Saudi Arabia team with 8:0. Chapter 5, the hero saves the day after the few matters at hand were dealt with. Lehigh went out the door, rode a bicycle, went to the first lottery spot, bought $5,000, and then went to the second lottery spot. Several of the county's lotteries were patronized, buying as little as $3,000 or as much as $5,000 separately and not centralized in one lottery. Almost all of the money in hand pokies. The lottery ticket will be put away. Lehigh riding a bicycle ready to go back to the office, in case the leadership to find their own business, and they are not in the post. It is not good for the entire White Horse County. Lehigh would walk with his eyes closed, too familiar to be familiar, and in order to hurry up he took a shortcut, going straight through from a relatively remote street. Just after coming in from this small street, Lehigh stopped and saw that there were a few people ahead, led by Zhao Liang, who were blocking a young girl. When Lehigh's eyes stopped on the young girl, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful girl!" After living 2 lives, he swore that he had never seen such a beautiful girl, with a visual height of about 1.72 m, long flowing hair, a white casual t-shirt on top, a pair of jeans underneath, a school bag on his back, and a drawing board. He looked like a college student. Next to her was another girl, that was much more ordinary, about 5 feet 6 inches tall, slightly chubby, with short hair. The slightly chubby girl had already cried in fear. The pretty girl was fearless and was reprimanding Zhao Liang's gang, "If you guys keep this up, I'm calling the police. Zhao Liang's 2 eyes were glowing, like a wildcat that had been starving for 3 days seeing a delicious dried fish. Little beauty, don't be afraid. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to make a friend with you, Zhao Liang's follower said. Don't be ungrateful. Do you know who this is? Our Governor Zhao's son. If you follow our son Zhao, you'll be guaranteed to eat and drink from now on, and you'll have whatever you want in this 1 acre of land in White Horse County, Zhao Liang said with a smug look on his face. Beauty, know who I am. How about accompanying me to have a cup of tea first? It's not far. The tea house is right over there. While saying that, he came over to take the pretty girl's hand. The pretty girl was also scared in her heart, but on the surface she still looked calm and warned again. I don't want to be friends with you. You guys get out of the way. One of the followers was obviously impatient. Zhao Xiao, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Just drag her away and stuff her in the car and be done with it. How dare you be so reckless in broad daylight? Li Hai looked furious, not to mention Zhao Liang. If anyone else molested a girl on the street and moved their hands, Li Hai would also roar at the side of the road, parking his bike on the side of the road. Li Hai walked over. By this time, 2 of the gangsters had taken control of the slightly chubby girl and were ready to drag her towards a nearby van. The pretty girl finally blushed a little bit and was really a little bit scared, taking out her phone and preparing to call the police, but it was slapped away by Zhao Liang and fell to the ground. Apparently, he was losing his patience and was ready to take the girls back and play with them as much as he wanted when he got inside that villa of his. Just when the pretty girl was in despair, Li Hai came over and yelled, "You're too lawless. Is there any king's law?" Seeing that it was Li Hai, Zhao Liang's anger came up and he arrogantly said, "In White Horse County, the old man is the king's law. Give me a fight and clean him up first." Last time, the tattooed man sent a total of 4 people. Originally wanted to Li Hai to beat Li Hai half to death, and then take the film back. Where do you think that the people sent to the contrary was Li Hai beat up? Seeing Li Hai out of the head, Zhao Liang is ready to settle new scores and old scores together. This time he brought 7 or 8 people. Li Hai can fight again. It is impossible to fight 7 or 8 people alone, with Zhao Liang shouting. A total of 7 punks rushed over and surrounded Li Hai. The Great War broke out. Li Hai is indeed very powerful. Facing 7 people is not afraid. Pick up a slate and rushed over to the punk who rushed at the front as a slate. Boom! There was a muffled sound. This brick slapped solidly. The gangster rolled his eyes for a moment, and fell straight to the ground, as if to say, Nima, do not talk about martial virtue, directly take a brick to shoot me. A slap over the gangster. Next to a gangster swung up. A chair has smashed over. Li Hai had to dodge, body twist, avoid this bench, and then a sweeping leg. The gangster swept over on the ground. Point 1 to beat 7. Undaunted and quickly gaining the upper hand. As another punk was fucked over on the ground. The opposing party's numbers were reduced, and Li Hai's pressure was much lower. Ah! The pretty girl shrieked in fear as one of the gangsters came at her with an arm-thick wooden stick. If she was hit, her bones would be broken. Li Hai was too late to save, and in a hurry, he took 2 steps forward and directly blocked the stick with his back. Boo! This stick smashed hard on Li Hai's back. A dull sound occurred. Li Hai felt a fiery pain, although it was not fatal, but it was definitely red and swollen. Damn. If you can't win a fight, you go after other girls. Li Hai was furious. His battle power skyrocketed, and he turned around and slashed the gangster's wrist with a hand slash, and the wooden stick fell to the ground. Taking this wooden stick, Li Hai made a great effort. Like a wolf pack. A scream rang out. At most 1 or 2 minutes, all 7 people from the other side were lying on the ground, never able to get up again. Zhao Liang was shocked. Originally thought that it was a sure thing and could ruthlessly clean up Li Hai, but it turned out to be cleaned up by the other party instead, and Li Hai was walking over with a blood-stained wooden stick. You, don't come over. My dad is Zhao Hongwei. Zhao Liang was so scared that his face turned a little white, and he stuttered his words. No matter who the father is, the king of heaven can't do it. Li Hai also really moved with anger, took the wooden stick and smacked it over, smacking Zhao Liang 2 or 3 meters away. Screaming miserably and falling to the ground. Surprisingly, Zhao Liang actually rolled and crawled, climbing up and running as fast as he could. MMPs, count on you to run fast. Throwing the wooden stick in his hand, Li Hai walked towards the pretty girl. It's alright. You guys hurry up and leave. They're the Earth Emperors here, not to be messed with. The pretty girl said several thank yous in a row and then said with concern, what about you? What about when they want to get back at you? This one, not really sure what to do, but Zhao Liang had lost so much face. He shouldn't have called the police or anything like that. It would have made him feel even more humiliated. 7 people, plus a total of 8 of him, actually didn't beat anyone else. The short-haired girl finally stopped crying and took out her phone. I'm going to tell my dad and call now. Li Hai had a little curiosity. By the looks of it, the identity of the short-haired girl's father should not be simple. Dad, I was bullied in White Horse County, and if it wasn't for a little brother who saved me, you might not have seen me. Adding more fuel to the fire, The short-haired girl confidently said. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to you. You are? Li Hai inquired with a bit of curiosity. Chapter 6, Tang Li Hui, Secretary of the County Party Committee. The short-haired girl introduced herself. My name is Wang Huili, and my father is the vice mayor of Qinglin City, Wang Jian. So it's Mayor Wang's daughter Zhao Liang is probably out of luck this time. The pretty girl took the initiative to extend her hand. My name is Yishir. I'm from the 99th grade art department of Jiangcheng University. I really thank you just now. Li Hai shook hands with the other party. The small hand was delicate and soft, and good sense appeared a green font. Good sense 45. The first time they met, the good sense is so high? It should be because he saw the righteousness and saved them. Nice to meet you. My name is Li Hai. I also graduated from Jiangcheng University. Yishir happily said. So it's senior ah. Which class are you in? Senior, so young? Should have just graduated not long ago. Come on. Let's walk and talk. Li Hai Dao, this really wasn't the place to talk. There were still 7 punks lying on the ground, grunting away. I'm from the Chinese department of the class of 96. It's been 2 years since I graduated, and I'm now working at the county office of Beima County. The two were almost shoulder to shoulder, chatting away. Wang Huili walked behind, looking at Li Hai and then at Yishir, having the illusion that these two hadn't known each other for a long time. But she knew that the two had just met. Should I go up there and all three go together? But would that look like a light bulb? In my impression, in nearly 4 years of college, Yishir had never gotten so close to any boy, never talked so happily with any boy. Well, Li Hai is really handsome. This height is 1.8 m or so. Too handsome. Wang Huili followed behind, thinking a lot inside her small head through conversation. Yishir and Li Hai also deepened their understanding of each other. It turned out that Yishir and Wang Huili both are art department. This time is to come to the White Horse County sketching. I heard that this side of the scenery is good. Wang Huili is the guide. It's just that this guide was obviously unreliable and had the worst luck of running into Zhao Liang's group, and not far ahead was the county government of Beima County. Yishir suddenly said, Li Hai, wait for me. After saying that, she pulled Wang Huili to a pharmacy not far away and soon came out with a bottle of safflower oil. Li Hai, it shouldn't be light for you to receive this blow on your back. Take this safflower oil and rub it well. Li Hai would like to make a joke. Back on my back cannot rub but thought of the two people have just met. Although the chat is very opportune, it is not appropriate to open such a joke. So he said, it's fine. It'll heal in a couple days. But thanks for the safflower oil. I'll be sure to rub it in. Yishir said, Li Hai, let's add a phone number. My cell phone number is 137. Li Hai quickly took out his cell phone and dialed by this number. Yishir's cell phone immediately rang. Just now by Zhao Liang slapped on the ground. This Nokia cell phone is sturdy. Actually nothing. Wang Huili also took the initiative. Li Hai, my number is 136. Li Hai hurriedly dialed this number again. Wang Huili saved Li Hai's number and joked. Li Hai, take the initiative to call our Yishir. Yishir's face brushed red. You're dying. Don't talk nonsense. Well, keep in touch. Li Hai Dao. I'll go to work first. I'll treat you two to lunch at noon. No, it should be the two of us treating you to dinner. The shyness on Yixia's face hadn't completely faded, and she was delicate. Quietly, he slipped into the office, took a seat in his place, and began to put in his work. County clerk's office. Wei Yuanwang knocked on the door and came in, reporting softly, Secretary, I heard that just a moment ago. Vice Mayor Wang called Prefect Zhao and stunk on him, and was very angry. These days, Wei Yuanwang had been on tenterhooks. He already knew that certain people with ulterior motives were deliberately circulating rumors that he was a follower of Governor Zhao. But he himself knew that he and Governor Zhao were not on the same path. The previous county party secretary was sidelined after only a few months and transferred in ashes. Wei Yuanwang has been unsettled. It is a default rule in the system that the county commissioner's office director is the county clerk's man. And the county clerk has a lot of say in the appointment and dismissal of the county commissioner's office director. He was worried that someone spreading such rumors would make the newly appointed Secretary Tang suspicious. And in case Secretary Tang also thought that he was one of Governor Zhao's men, then his position would be more dangerous. Because of this concern, these days Wei Yuanwang is careful. As soon as there is any news is also the first time to report to Tang Li Hui. Oh, there's actually such a yes. Tang Li Hui was a little surprised. Wang Construction is the deputy mayor, but not into the standing committee. Generally will not directly call a governor split a scolding, unless something big happened. After understanding this in his heart, Tang Li Hui waved his hand and said, Old Wei, immediately and quietly go and find out what exactly is going on. Okay, I'll understand right away. Before leaving, Wei Yuanwang placed a list on Tang Li Hui's large desk. Secretary, this is the list you wanted. Well, you go ahead. Tang Li Hui waved his hand once, then sat on top of the sofa chair, picking up this list and reading it. To be precise, it was a rather detailed profile. several pages long, with the name, title, and specific biography and introduction of each individual. Among other things, the County Party Committee office has a total of 3 people. Lu Zaijiang, Xia Kong, Li Hai. Both are young people, but also have 2 or 3 years of work experience, of which Li Hai and Xia Kong are section members. Lu Zaijiang is a clerk. There are 2 other young men, one from the Department of Education and one from the Department of Labor. Both very good or they wouldn't be on top of this profile. Tang Lihui looked seriously and carefully. After reading this information on the upper right corner of the desk, and did not immediately determine the secretarial staff wait a little longer. Be a little more discreet. After all, this is your own full-time secretary. This person is too important to you to be sloppy about 20 minutes or so. Wei Yuanwang also knocked on the door and came in, reporting, Secretary, I've already inquired clearly. Just a short time ago, Zhao Governor's son, Zhao Liang, molested 2 girls on the street, and one of the girls was Vice Mayor Wang's daughter-in-law. After listening to the report, an easy smile appeared at the corner of Tang Lihui's mouth. Although this matter couldn't form a fatal consequence to Zhao Hongwei, there would always be some impact, which was a good thing for himself. That son of Zhao Hongwei's he has heard about many times, completely a second-generation ancestor, rampaging in White Horse County, bullying men and women. Even in his mind many times thought, when he completely controlled the standing committee, he must take this Zhao Liang, but it's just a thought. It's not easy to control the standing committee. It's too difficult. The local faction led by Zhao Hongwei is too powerful, has been firmly in control of the standing committee. Tang Lihui inquired, is Vice Mayor Wang's daughter-in-law alright? It's fine. Just scared. It's Governor Zhao's turn to have a headache. He now has to think about how to eliminate the impact and how to obtain Vice Mayor Wang's forgiveness. Tang Lihui gently nodded once and inquired, how is Li Hai's usual performance? This young man is good. To see justice and courage. Rare. If he did not make a move, the consequences are unimaginable. If something big really happened, Zhao Hongwei first to eat hanging fall, but as a hand of the White Horse County, Tang Lihui is also hard to blame. Fortunately did not form serious consequences. Chapter 7 Yisher's treat. At this moment, Tang Lihui's profile of Li Hai surfaced in his mind. I was very meticulous when I read those profiles just now, and basically all the profiles of a total of 5 young men were memorized in my mind. Li Hai, 25 years old, graduated from the Chinese Department of Jiangcheng University, participated in the work of 2 years. The County Party Committee Office section member. This lad seems nice, Tang Lihui said in his mind, but it was just that he thought it was okay. After all, a few of the others were also very good, and he wasn't ready to just shoot for a secretary. To look again, to wait a little longer, to be cautious and prudent. Wei Yuanwang said, Li Hai is fine. I just saw is organizing information in his own position. 1 fight 7 and nothing happens to him at all. This young man is not a normal fighter. Zhao Hongwei was on fire and was stinking up. Zhao Liang, you are a pig brain. In the street will dare to molest people. Girls, I usually how when you say, do a certain something can, but must first ensure their own safety in the case. You look on people. Girls, you cannot do it in the street. Find in no one's place. How do you want to play can be? After splitting his head and stinking, Zhao Hongwei said, do you know, one of the girls that you molested is the daughter of Vice Mayor Wang's daughter, and now Wang Construction is very light and angry. And it's not known what the consequences will be. Zhao Liang has a little unconvinced. Wang Jian is just a deputy mayor who has not joined the standing committee. Dad, behind you is Mayor Lu. Just give Wang Jian a step down. I don't think he dares to go too far. What are you talking about? Behind me is Mayor Lu and what's wrong with it? People Wang Construction is after all the deputy mayor. The face that should be given or to give. In the system, do not offend as much as possible not to offend people. More than one ally is far better than more than one enemy. Forget it. You can't listen to you even if I say this to you. Zhao Hongliang impatiently said, I'll go to the city now and personally apologize to Wang Jian. You give me a lower profile these days. Dad, my men were beaten so badly by Li Hai. They are all still lying inside the hospital. Should we just let it go? Zhao Liang was a little bit unconvinced. What he wanted to do now was to ruthlessly clean up Li Hai and get rid of this vicious anger in his heart. Instead of eating fish this time, he got into trouble. Zhao Liang put everything on Li Hai and hated to break Li Hai into pieces. Zhao Hongwei did not think so. Once again warned. You give me a low profile. These days first clamped his tail to be a man. Do not give me trouble. To pack Li Hai is not simple. There are plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no hurry in these days of time. Fine. Zhao Liang reluctantly agreed. When Zhao Hongwei had just left with his front foot, Zhao Liang picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Lily's number. The heart ruthlessly thought, Li Hai, I can't fuck you now. Can't I still fuck your girlfriend? Today I'm going to take out all the bad anger in my heart on your girlfriend. Lu Lily was in a bad mood in the past 2 days, and was not only caught by Li Hai in the scene to take a lot of photos, let her have a little panic is. Zhao Gongzi these 2 days also do not look for her. A phone call or not. It is not easy to climb this tree. Is not surnamed Zhao lifted his pants on the disowning. Also want to kick her not. Luckily, Zhao Liang's call came through. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Lily's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, okay, I'll come over right away. Near noon. Li Hai received a text message from Yishur. It's almost time to get off work. Right. Huili and I have made a reservation at the Jiangshui people's house and are waiting for you to come over. You're really inviting yourself to dinner. Jiangshui people he knows. A good restaurant. From the window you can see the river outside. The distance is not far. Walk over 10 minutes. If you ride a bike it will be even less than a few minutes. A girl is a girl with a heart of gold. And booking this spot was obviously weighed over and over again. Both in terms of class and not being too far away. Li Hai thought in his heart. Inviting me to eat at the Jiangshui family? It looks like Yishur is not an ordinary family. At least the family economy is very good. The corners of his mouth emerged into a silky smile. Li Hai returned a text message. Come over right away. Riding a bicycle. A few minutes to the river. Water people. First in the lobby to look around. And then realized that people booked a private room. A small box on the second floor with a window pushed open to see the river outside. Jiangshui people's main focus is river food. Especially the river fish here is very special. Yishur said. Li Hai, you order the food. We don't know this restaurant very well. She had the good sense to know that since she was inviting someone to dinner, she must have let the guest order the food instead of just taking it upon herself to order it all, since he was indeed familiar with this store. Li Hai took the menu and inquired, do you have any contraindications? If not, I suggest trying the boiled fish from this store. It's very good. Yishur said, we don't have any contraindications. In fact, in her heart, she was still tempted to say, how do you know that my favorite thing is boiled fish? Especially big head carp over 12 pounds. The whole head of the fish boiled to a milky white color. The fresh fragrance. It is really too delicious. Of course Li Hai didn't know that Yishur liked boiled fish. It's just that this restaurant's boiled fish was really well done and was a signature dish. Waving his hand to signal the waiter to come over, Li Hai ordered a boiled fish. And after consulting the 2 girls, he ordered a braised creek grouper and a seasonal green vegetable for 3 people. These 3 dishes are enough for a generous portion. After ordering, Li Hai introduced, the boiled fish here is worth trying. Usually using more than 15 pounds of fathead fish. Very fresh. This stream grouper is also a speciality. The meat of this fish is very tender. And the largest of each fish is only the size of a fingertip. And it only grows in the clear streams of the mountain streams. In the time it took to introduce these 2 dishes, the waiter brought over the first course. A very large pot of boiled fish head. Namely the head, which could be smelled from a distance. Wang Huili said with delight. Wow. It's huge. A 10-pound fat head. You call it big. Li Hai thoughtfully took a spoon and first gave Yishur a bowl of milky white, fresh and delicious fish soup. Yishur, try it. Yishur took a small spoon and gently drank a small mouthful. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed into a slit. It was too good to drink. Too enjoyable. Li Hai, thank you. You're welcome with me. Seeing Wang Huili's grudging eyes next to her, Li Hai smiled and also gave her a bowl. Wang Huili, you also taste it. It tastes really good. Thank you, Senior Li Hai. Wang Huili then cheered up. Soon the second course came up. Chapter 8, Gray and Black. Good feelings. Yishur guessed that he had been staying in the provincial city and basically hadn't eaten creek water grouper. Chucked a strip and chewed it slowly. It's flavorful and really good too. The 3 are young people. The topic is more. The atmosphere is also very relaxed. Talking and laughing. From the Whitehorse County to Jiangcheng University. And from Jiangcheng University to this World Cup. The World Cup topic was brought up by Wang Huili on her own initiative. Li Hai, you boys all like soccer. Did you watch this World Cup? Watched every game and didn't miss a single one. This is not bragging at all. Because this world is held in Japan and South Korea. Do not have to stay up all night. You can usually see the live broadcast. That is, you cannot see the live broadcast. You can watch the reruns after you get home from work. Talking about the World Cup, Wang Huili became interested. Li Hai, then you bought the soccer lottery? No, Li Hai said with a little surprise. Do you also buy footballs? Buy. Why not? I bought $200 for the first France v Senegal game, but unfortunately it went down the drain. Yishur exploded. Huili, it's more than just these $200. Oh, I remember you buy every single game. There's no one that you buy right. Alas, it's too difficult. I don't know when I can buy a winner. I originally wanted to earn pocket money, but it turns out that I've already lost several hundred. Wang Huili sighed. Li Hai smiled without saying anything. Wang Huili said, Li Hai, you also buy the World Cup. The first game of France against Senegal, did you buy? Bought it. I'll take 041, but unfortunately only for $100. Wow. You're awesome. You can even win this. Wang Huili was almost adoring. Li Hai, the one that starts at 2:30 p.m., Germany versus Saudi Arabia. How much did you buy and who did you buy to win? Li Hai Dao. I usually do not buy the winners and losers, directly by the score. I bought 500 pieces of Germany to win more than 5 goals. I think Germany should be able to sweep Saudi Arabia. Wang Huili's mouth was wide open. Did Germany win by more than 5 goals? How is that possible? Why Isher usually doesn't watch much soccer. But she also knows that winning more than 5 goals is a bit too exaggerated. And reminded, Li Hai, can this lottery ticket be returned? Hurry up and return it. Winning more than 5 goals is impossible, right? Wang Huili's reaction was even greater. Senior, you're crazy. You can't be like this even if you're taking money down the drain. $500 isn't that little. $500 is indeed not a small amount. Equivalent to half a month's salary for many people. Li Hai this time actually bought 30,000, not 500. If said to buy 30,000 to win more than 5 balls, still do not know what kind of big reaction they. Germany to win by more than 5 goals is the biggest odds offered in this soccer lottery. I guess no one would have thought that Germany could sweep their opponents by 8 goals. It's okay, it's all about participation. In case I'm right. Yi Shi and Wang Huili both shook their heads. If this could be bought right, Sao's would be all over it. Why? You guys don't believe me. Of course I don't believe it. How is that possible? How about this then? If I get it right, how about you two buy me another meal? Yeah, that's no problem. The two said almost in unison. Then Yi Shi felt that there was something wrong. If she bought the right result of the match and Li Hai won the money, shouldn't Li Hai treat her to dinner? How did it become a treat for the two of them? But it was just a thought. The money for a meal was small to Wang Huili, and even smaller to her. The three of them talked and laughed, and after a meal that lasted an hour or so, Li Hai got up and said, "You guys take your time. I'll go to work first." "Okay," Yi Shi said, "but we might have to go back to Qinglin City later." After what happened today, the two of them didn't dare to stay on in Whitehorse County. It was much safer to go to Qinglin City. After all, Wang Huili's father was the deputy mayor of Qinglin City. Good. Keep in touch. I might go to Qinglin City in a few days as well. Li Hai Dao, saying goodbye to the two women, Li Hai went to his unit, and shortly after sitting down in the middle of his office, he heard some news. Lu Zijiang took the initiative to come over and said, "Brother Hai, to tell you a good news. Secretary Tang is going to choose a secretary. Director Wei recommended a few people. Among them are you and me." Tang's secretary to choose a secretary. This thing he heard, but did not put too much on the heart, because they want a background no background, to relationship no relationship, and even think that most likely will not appear in the list of recommended candidates. It didn't occur to me that I was actually on the list. It's kind of a surprise, the heart thought, since he appeared in the list of recommendations. Should we go to a quiet activity? Do not run, do not send, stay put. This is the truest portrayal of the officialdom, but soon the idea will be waved away from the mind. The secretary of the county party committee secretary, basically is the secretary of the Tang Hammer thing. Unless you can handle the secretary of the Tang, and then run and then send are useless. Li Hai deliberately showed a look of surprise on his face. "Jay Jiang, what you said is true. You and I both made it into the list of recommendations." "Of course it's true," Lu Zijiang said. "In addition to you and me, there's Xia Kong, as well as the Education Bureau and the Labor Bureau all have one finalist each." "Brother Hai, if you become Secretary Tang's secretary, be sure to take care of my little brother more." "Zijiang, where would I have any chance? Your possibilities are much greater than mine," Li Hai said modestly and gently patted Lu Zijiang's shoulder. A line of gray and black characters floated above Lu Zijiang's head. Goodwill-40. The font for Goodwill -1 to -30 was gray, and below -30 was gray-black. And this was the first person Li Hai had encountered with Goodwill to gray-black. Li Hai's face did not show half a bit, still enthusiastic and modest, but his heart has already cursed. "Nima, if it is not the good sense is placed here. I really thought that you and the relationship is very good usually." Lu Zijiang, a mouthful of Brother Hai, called very cordial. Li Hai also in the work of his more guidance and help. Now it seems to be the day of the dog. This dog coin is really not a thing. Good sense actually to -40. It seems that a certain number of things have happened again that they do not know. Not just himself and him at the same time to compete for the secretary of the county party committee. So simple. Lu Zijiang is the second generation of officials in Beima County. His father is the head of the first section of cadres in the organization department of Beima County. The local cadres, on the surface, has always been neutral, but has long been invested in the Zhao Hongliang camp. This morning Li Hai violently beat Zhao Liang to a meal. Zhao Liang ate a dumb loss, and was warned by Zhao Hongwei, temporarily tolerated this period of things to lay low. Zhao Liang on the surface agreed, but the heart of the mouth of the bad gas held is really difficult just now. Zhao Liang called Lu Zijiang's cell phone, asking him to have dinner in the evening. and asked Lu Zaijiang in the middle of the phone to shade Li Hai when he had the opportunity. Especially in the matter of the secretary of the county party secretary election, Lu Zaijiang's favorability towards Li Hai naturally fell wildly. From the previous -20 to the current -40. With a modest and polite face, Li Hai chatted with Lu Zaijiang for a few moments before he began to devote himself to his work. And there was a material that was more urgent and had to be handed over to Wei Yuanwang before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 9. Lu Zaijiang did not succeed as a senior student of the Chinese Department of Jiangqing University. Li Hai's level of writing materials is still very high, and Wei Yuanwang is well aware of this, and handed over this important material to Li Hai. A few ideas on the future economic development of Whitehorse County. Li Hai typed out the name of the material on the computer, then quieted his mind and began to write this material in earnest. There is also a letterhead on the table, with a few lines written in a dragon's flight, which is an outline written by Wei Yuanwang, asking Li Hai to write out this material according to this outline. In addition to this letterhead, there is a thick stack of information on economic development in Whitehorse County over the past few years that is available for review. After entering the state, Li Hai temporarily put the World Cup aside, even though the match between Germany and Saudi Arabia was about to start, but he already knew the result in advance, so there was no need to quietly watch the live broadcast. Strive to write this material well, so that the leadership is satisfied. Rich social and life experience, tells Li Hai. This is a good opportunity. As long as this material is written excellently, attracting the attention of the leadership, leaving a good impression in the mind of Wei Yuanwang, and even Tang Li Huwei, then their own chances will be 1 point greater. In order to take revenge, no one wanted to move up the ladder more than Li Hai, and the higher the position climbed, the greater the hope of revenge. Other people can spell father, spell background, they can only spell ability. All afternoon, Li Hai was writing this information carefully. A total of more than 2,000 words, combined with their own experience of more than 20 years in the future, the foresight of economic development, and then combined with the actual situation of the Whitehorse County, wrote this material. As for Wei Yuanwang's copy of the outline, only for reference. After writing, Li Hai closed his eyes, in his mind thinking about what other aspects need to be perfected and revised. Tonight I guess I have to work an extra shift to do so. Li Hai, so involved. I see you've been busy all afternoon. Zhang Lin came over and took the initiative to enthusiastically say so. Li Hai smiled. Brother Zhang, the leader personally explained the task. There's no way, Zhang Lin said. Work has to be done, and meals have to be eaten before it's done. Come on, let's go and have a drink together. It's still the same place as last time. That's fine. Then we'll go over there now. The two of them went out of the big office of the county party committee office together, and Lu Zaijiang looked at the back of the two of them, pondering when everyone's off-duty had gone, and he was the only one left in the large office. He first went to the door and looked around to make sure there was no one in the corridor outside, and then quietly sat down on Li Hai's seat and opened this computer. It's only 2002, but everyone in the county office has a computer. Basically the big-ass monitor kind of computer. After starting this computer, the display screen appeared to enter the password. Lu Zaijiang thought for a little while, then began to enter the password. The password is incorrect. He thought about it again, and entered the password again, and it still wasn't right. And after trying several times in a row, he was so angry that he almost wanted to drop this computer on the floor. I clearly remembered that it was the same password. I even tried it a few days ago. How come it's not right? Could it be that Pussy Li Hai has changed to a new password, not having gotten his way? Yu Khan left the office in a depressed manner. He always remembered Zhao Liang's advice to shade Li Hai when he had the chance. He knew that Li Hai was writing a very important material. Director Wei personally accounted for. Tomorrow morning before 10 o'clock must be completed. Also saw Li Hai an afternooner sitting in front of the computer to write this material. Lu Zaijiang has been thinking, waiting for Li Hai after work. He quietly deleted this material. Tomorrow Li Hai cannot deliver. Then there will be a good show. Just did not think Li Hai actually set a new computer password. As a born-again person with rich social and life experience, Li Hai certainly knows the truth that you can't be on guard. And he changed his computer password yesterday so that no one knows about it except himself. Fortunately changed the password. Otherwise, an afternoon of hard work down the drain. Not to mention that tomorrow morning before 10 o'clock certainly cannot complete this material. Meet not only the wrath of the Secretary General of Wei, but also will greatly reduce the impression in the minds of the leaders. How can it be that the leader looks at you and gives you this important material, only to have you tell the leader that you screwed up? Li Hai did not think that his rich life and social experience still worked to protect the fruits of his labor. In the middle of the restaurant, Li Hai and Zhang Luan chose a table by the window, sat down, and ordered a few dishes. Li Hai, want to drink some? Li Hai said with an apology. Brother Zhang, next time I'll accompany you to have a few good drinks. I'm afraid I can't do it this time. I haven't finished that material yet, and I'll have to go back to work overtime later. Zhang Lin understood. That work is important. I heard that's the material that Secretary Tang is going to use. You must write it well and at a good level. A few dishes were quickly served, and without alcohol, the pair switched to drinks. Lehigh, I've heard that you've made it to the Secretary's recommendation list this time. This is an opportunity. Make sure you take advantage of it. Zhang Quan, than Lehigh, a few years older than the work has been 5-6 years, is now a deputy director of the section. The level is also higher than the Lehigh mentioned the director of the section, or as a real leading cadres is sooner or later. As the oldest brother, he spoke without reservation about some of his experiences and insights, and concluded with a reminder. Lehigh, you see that you and Lu Zijiang are very close. You must be wary. Lu Zijiang, this person is not as innocent as it seems on the surface. Thank you, brother Zhang. I've sensed this as well. Lehigh Dao, the two chatted about some things at work while they ate their meals and dishes. The Lu family. Lu Lily came back from Zhao Liang's place. The whole afternoon she almost stayed at Zhao Liang's place. Not even going to the unit. Lu mother has already made dinner. Saw Wan Lily enter the door. Far away. Quickly go wash your hands. Wait for dinner. Then give your father a call. Ask how long it will take for them to come back. No need to call. I'm already back. Lu Lily entered the door with her front foot, and Lu's father followed with his back foot. The three sat down to eat and talked about life and work as they ate. Mother Lu inquired. Daughter, you and that guy Lehigh have already split up, right? Well, it's been split. Lu Lily said. Lu's mother got complacent. Splitting up is good. I've long looked at Lehigh with disdain. A pauper, and actually wants to marry my daughter. Lu's father said. I have long been against you being together. Finally broke up. Next time you must polish your eyes and find a good condition. Lu Lily said. Dad. Mom. I was just about to tell you that I'm currently with Governor Zhao's son. What? Lu's father and mother froze for a moment and reacted with ecstasy. Lu's mother even said. My daughter has made a name for herself. Governor Zhao's son is more than 100 times stronger than that Lehigh. I can finally raise my eyebrows in front of a bunch of sisters. At first, Lu Lily and Lehigh together. Lu mother also in front of the gang of sisters to show off a bit. Said that his future son-in-law in the county party office work, and is a brand-name university graduates. The future of the future is unlimited, is certainly to do the county leadership just. Lehigh has been in place, mixed for 2 years as just an ordinary clerk, which is too big a difference with Lu's mother's expectations. So, gradually look at Lehigh is not good, and then a variety of taunts, pricks and so on. Lu Lily and Zhao Liang were together, and Mother Lu hated it enough to publicize it in front of those sisters of hers right now. Lu's father was about the same. His future son-in-law would be the son of the governor of Zhao. It was simply a matter of raising his eyebrows. He took a bottle of good wine out. You mother and son will accompany me to drink a couple of cups. Mother Lu readily agreed. For such a big happy event, you really should drink a little. Lu Lily said. Dad, I'll pour you a drink. Chapter 10. Nice GUI. Lehigh and Zhanlin ate and drank, as if there was an endless conversation between the two of them. Becoming more and more opportunistic and getting closer and closer. It was completely dark outside before the two of them had enough to eat and drink, and Zhang Luan grabbed the bill. Older brother. This time it was agreed that I would treat you. You can't steal the bill from me. Lehigh Dao. Brother Zhang. It's better if I do it. Next time you invite me. No. We'll talk about the next time. This time it has to be me who pays the bill. Zhang Luan insisted on paying the bill. The two walked out of the restaurant, shook hands and said goodbye. Lehigh was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhang Lin's favorability towards himself had risen again, from 50 points to 55 points. And looking at this, it was not a matter of time before it rose to 60 or even 70 points. After saying goodbye to Zhang Lin, Lehigh returned to his unit to work overtime, sat in front of his computer, and froze slightly when he was about to turn it on. Someone has touched their computer. Before leaving work, Lehigh made some secret marks, which he learned from an expert when he was in prison. And these secret marks can be found by no one but himself. Who was it that was quietly moving his computer? In his heart, he also said that he was lucky. Fortunately, he was very cautious and had already changed the password of his computer. Otherwise he really didn't know what would happen. It seems that we need to be more cautious in the future. The office seems to be calm. In fact, behind the hidden a lot of things, such as someone quietly staring at their own computers, most likely want to delete this material that took an afternoon to write out. Turning on the computer and opening this material, Lehigh began to make revisions and refinements, and time passed without realizing it. After spending more than an hour, revising, and feeling pretty much the same, Lehigh printed out this material. After looking at it some more, he felt that the formatting, and some of the fonts, needed to be tweaked, and crumpled up this printout into a ball and tossed it toward the trash can by the door. It was a little too far away to miss, and the paper ball rolled out and onto the top of the hallway outside the office. Lehigh originally wanted to get up and pick up this scrap of paper ball and rethrow it into the trash can, but thought that since there was no one now anyway, It wouldn't matter if he picked it up later because he didn't want to move right now and just wanted to perfect this material a little more. So, Lee Hai again busy. In addition to typesetting, pay attention to font size, formatting, etc. Some of the wording and phrases also again and again. Try to do the best. Tang Lihui passed through the corridor outside and walked towards his office. The county clerk's office is on the same floor as the main office of the county commissioner's office, as well as the office of the director of the county commissioner's office, which is on the far east end of this floor. Seeing a waste paper ball at the entrance of the big office of the county party committee office, Tang Lihui slightly frowned and thought in his heart, who is this littering the garbage? Bending down to pick up this paper ball, seeing that it didn't look like garbage, but rather like writing scraps and materials, a sudden curiosity grew in his heart. Open this paper ball. It is a few ideas about the future economic development of Whitehorse County, which is not exactly what he needs. This material is very important to him, because tomorrow afternoon he will go to Qinglin City to make a report on the economic development of Whitehorse County to the main leaders. He arranged the task to Wei Yuan Wang, asked the following penman to write a material up first. How to write? What are the requirements? He listed an outline to Wei Yuan Wang. Hers was this material. He opened this scrap of paper ball, stood there and looked at it. Gradually, his eyes brightened. There was a little something about this material. A lot of the ideas and points of view were very original, and a certain something fit very well with what he had in mind. This material is very well written, very level. How to crumple into a waste paper ball to throw it. This material is who wrote. The big office of the county party committee office is lit. At this time, who is still working overtime? Tang Lihui gently walked in, stood next to Lee Hai, and peacefully watched Lee Hai write something. Li Hai had completely entered the state, completely immersed in this material, and for a while he really didn't notice that there was a person standing beside him. By the time he reacted, Tang Lihui had already stood beside him for 2 or 3 minutes, and had basically finished reading this material on the computer. Secretary Tang, noticing someone beside him, Lee Hai reacted and immediately stopped to take the initiative to greet him. Tang Lihui has been appointed as the secretary of the county party committee of Beima County for about 10 days. And he has a certain impression of Lee Hai. Although he is not very familiar with him, at least he can call out his name. Lee Hai, this is what you wrote. Lee Hai humbly said, Director Wei gave me the task. He and I talked about the requirements in advance and made an outline. I just wrote it according to Director Wei's requirements. Nice young man. Not it's rare to not be arrogant or take credit for something, Tang Lihui said. The stuff is well written, but the formatting needs to be tweaked a bit more. He wasn't polite. He directly pulled a chair over and sat next to him to give instructions. While Lee Hai followed his request, it is not that Lee Hai's format does not work, mainly because each leader has his own habits. Tang Lihui is the same. According to his personal habits in the format and font to mention some requirements. As for this material itself, he basically did not mention anything, because the material itself was already very level-headed and he was already very satisfied with it. Well, that will do. Print a copy for me. Taking the printout of this material, Tang Lihui went away, went to his office, sat on the sofa chair, carefully looked at this material. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Li Hai, on the other hand, had a little surprise, seeing the favorability of Secretary Tang's head when he shook his hand and praised him just now. Green font. Good sense 40. It hadn't occurred to me that Secretary Tang was so favorable to himself. The next 2 days, Lee Hai Por never saw Secretary Tang again. The work is also not shocking. There is no big thing. Even Zhao Liang seemed to keep a low profile and didn't come looking for trouble at all. Every day, I received a call from Yi Xie, or sent a text message that she had returned to the provincial city, and I was very sorry that I couldn't invite Lee Hai to dinner for a while. Germany really swept Saudi Arabia with 8 o'clock, bursting the biggest score since this world. Many people almost even lost their pants. While Lee Hai made a hard fortune within the past few days, Lee Hai bought soccer tickets every day, and did not bet all the money on a particular game, but bet separately. Every day a few matches are bought. There are losses and wins, but obviously win more and lose less, and once in a while lose. It is Lee Hai intentionally. If every game is studied and every game guesses the score, that is too abnormal. In order not to bring some unnecessary trouble to himself, Lee Hai did so, occasionally losing. There were no major events at work in the past 2 days, and everything was calm, but more and more people knew about Lee Hai and Lu Lily's breakup, all thanks to Mother Lu, who had been making a big deal out of the fact that her daughter's current boyfriend was Zhao Liang, and had even said that it had gotten to the point where they were talking about marriage. Whether it is to the point of talking about marriage, then only the parties involved know. In fact, it is Lu Mother, in order to put gold on her own face, deliberately said so. Chapter 11, Lifting a Stone and Striking Your Own Foot. Today was Wednesday, June 5th, and the 8th day after Lee Hai was reborn. Just after going to work, Lee Hai sat down in his position. Lu Zijiang came over. Brother Hai, I heard that you and sister Lu have broken up. Is there such a thing? Many people are rumoring about this matter. It's this dog Money again. It's really the pot calling the kettle black. Lihai spat in his heart and didn't feel half as good about this dog coin. But he didn't show it on the surface and remained the same as usual, and even sighed softly. Alas, it really is true that good things don't come out of doors, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. So soon you all know. Brother Hai, Sister Lu is so beautiful. What a pity to break up. Hurry up and go and admit your fault. Apologize and chase her back. Lihai shook his head. I don't think you realize, but I dumped her. Not she dumped me. The old man kicked her in the ass and went to redeem himself. Lu Zaijiang originally wanted to say a little something, and even hoped to see Lihai pain. The result is not at all, and it is Lihai kicked Lu Lily. His heart is like eating a fly. There is a little nausea, smiling awkwardly. Lu Zaijiang said, so it was Brother Hai who kicked Sister Lu. It's a pity, Brother Hai. You're too impulsive. It's not easy to find a girlfriend these days. It's a pity. Seeing this guy fake his way through, Lihai had the slightest desire to ignore him. Lu Zaijiang is also estimated to feel uninterested. Also returned to his position, but did not come over to harass. Has been holding a cell phone in the text message. Do not know who is chatting with. The office was quiet, with the occasional person talking about this World Cup or something else. Wei Yuanwan walked in to break the silence as he beckoned. Lihai, Xia Kong, Lu Zaijiang, the three of you come over here for a moment. Soon the word was out. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Secretary Tang to personally interview. Will be selected from the 5 people between the secretary. Just now Wei Yuanwan called people over, in addition to notify the afternoon to participate in the interview, but also reminded of some of the precautions and so on. Noon Lu Zaijiang did not go to the unit cafeteria to eat, but rode a bicycle, went to a more classy restaurant, pushed open the door of the box. Zhao Liang was already sitting there. Hello Cho. Lu Zaijiang's face was all bows and currying favor. Zhao Liang had a cold face and said faintly, I messed up what I explained to you, didn't I? Lu Zaijiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily admitted his mistake. Brother Zhao, I didn't think that Lihai had changed the new password. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed next time. Open Lihai's computer and delete the things inside. This is Zhao Liang's authorization. Just did not think that such a simple thing. Lu Zaijiang actually did not succeed, coldly humming. Zhao Liang said, then I'll give you another chance. You guys start the interview at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You buy 2 bottles of Coke. He briefly explained the plan, and immediately, Lu Zaijiang's eyes lit up. That's a great idea to in this way. Lihai will never have half a chance. Want to be the secretary of the county party committee secretary? Dream away. Lu Zaijiang even thought in his mind that it would be good if he could become Secretary Tang's secretary. It's exciting to think about. Zhao Liang said, do well as I said, and strive to become Tang Lihui's secretary. In the afternoon, the interviews were about to begin. A total of 5 people, all clear white short-sleeved shirt, black suit pants, black leather shoes, which is also the typical attire of civil servants. Lu Zaijiang brought in 2 bottles of Coke and complained, Brother Hai, it's only June and the weather is so hot. It's really a bit unbearable. I bought 2 bottles of ice-cold Coke. Here's one for you. On such a hot day, a few sips of ice-cold Coke will surely be soothing and refreshing. The people next to him exuded envy. Xia Kong even said, Lu Zaijiang, you're a little bit wrong here. Buying a Coke for Lihai. What about mine? We're all in the same office. You can't be that biased. Lu Zaijiang hurriedly said, Brother Xie, this is my fault. I forgot to buy it for you. Why don't I give you this bottle to drink? Xia Kong waved a hand. That's better. It was just 2 Cokes. Not that he had any intention of grabbing them. Lu Zaijiang also didn't really give Xia Kong the Coke in his hand. He just casually said so as he opened it and took a few big gulps. Really comfortable. Really addictive. Lu Zaijiang had a satisfied look on his face. Then reminded, Brother Hai, don't be polite with me. You drink too. Just now, after receiving the Coke from Lu Zaijiang's hand and seeing the other party's gray and black goodwill, Lihai had an extra eye. The other party was definitely not so kind. Taking a serious look at the Coke in his hand, he realized what was going on. It turned out that the bottle of Coke had been shaken vigorously, and as soon as he unscrewed the cap, the Coke inside would spew out, spraying all over himself. The Coke was tan in color and one was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, so once one was sprayed with Coke all over one's body, there was no time to change clothes because the interview was about to start. Understanding what was going on, Lihai laughed coldly in his heart, only that his face didn't show the slightest bit of it, but instead said enthusiastically, Jay Zhang, thank you so much, and I also really think that this damn weather is a little too hot. While saying that, he unscrewed the cap of the Coke bottle. Only the mouth of the bottle was facing Lu Zaijiang. As soon as the cap was unscrewed, a large amount of cola sprayed out, spraying Lu Zaijiang all over, and the snow-white short-sleeved shirt was almost full of cola. Lihai deliberately said, oops, sorry, what's going on with this Coke? Why are there so many bubbles? It actually spewed out. Coke was bought by Lu Zijiang, so you can't blame Li Hai. Lu Zijiang was mute, unable to speak. His heart was stifled and angry, but his face still had to maintain an indifferent smile. It's fine. It's fine. It's not Hai's fault, Li Hai kindly reminded. Jae Kong, the interview will start soon. Hurry up and go take care of it. You can't have an interview in this condition. Aha. Jae Kong was about to leave. At this time Wei Yuanwang walked in and informed. Lu Zijiang, follow me to Secretary Tang's office. You're the first to be interviewed. This, full-body cola. Woeful. How to interview in this way? Lu Zijiang anxious, almost begged. Wei, Director Wei, can you adjust the order? I'll interview at the end. Nonsense. Secretary Tang personally set the order of interviews. How can you say you can change it? Wei Yuanwang had a bit of anger. Lu Zijiang's gaze went to Li Hai. Brother Hai, lend me your shirt to wear for a bit. Do brother this favor. Li Hai had a difficult look on his face. This can is afraid that it won't fit. I'm 1 m 83. You're only 1 m 68. My shirt is too big for you to wear. It seems to make sense. Lu Zijiang's gaze went to Xia Kong, almost pleading. Brother Kong, lend me your shirt for just a little while. Xia Kong politely refused. This is not good. I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish. How can I wear it after you've worn it? You'd better think of another way. Chapter 12, it's not polite to come and go. Lu Zijiang was suicidal. It's a critical moment to pull something like this. Originally dug a hole for Li Hai, but ended up shading himself, really lifting a stone to stone his own feet. What a cry without tears. Off. The shirt again could not be borrowed, and now he had to go to the interview. Lu Zijiang had a little panic, and once again begged, Director Wei, please adjust the order. I'll go and change my clothes first. Seeing Lu Zijiang's wretched appearance, his shirt covered in black and brown cola, Wei Yuanwang frowned, and finally had no choice but to helplessly say, quickly go and change your clothes. Xia Kong, you go over to the interview first. Jae Kong was as if he was pardoned and quickly apologized, then flew off to find a shirt. Secretary Tang interview time is not long. Each person about 5 to 10 minutes to interview finished. Xia Kong has a little downcast walk out. Obviously the interview results are not ideal. Then there was the young section officer from the Education Bureau, and Li Hai was the third. Other people usually 5 or 6 minutes. Li Hai was more than 10 minutes before he walked out of Tang Lihui's office after coming out. A long breath of relief. Just now Secretary Tang asked several questions in a row, but fortunately Li Hai is more calm and quicker to respond. And then combined with the perception of the development of the next 20 years, he felt quite satisfied. I just wonder how the others are doing and if they are answering every question as brilliantly as they are. After coming out, Li Hai realized that his back was still sweating a little bit, not knowing whether it was because the weather was a little bit hot, or there was really a hint of nervousness in his heart. After coming out, Li Hai walked towards the restroom not far away, preparing to wash a cold water face to calm himself down completely. Suddenly, he saw that Lu Zijiang had changed into a brand new white short-sleeved shirt and was hurrying over this way, sweating profusely. At that moment, Li Hai's heart was slightly moved. This restroom had a total of 2 wash basins, corresponding to 2 faucets, and inside was the toilet. Obviously, Lu Zijiang was sweating profusely and in a hurry, couldn't possibly be coming to use the restroom. So there was only one possibility, and that was to wash a cold water face. After guessing this possibility, Li Hai thought in his mind, just now you shaded me with cola. This time it's my turn. Very skillfully, flying to one of the faucets did the trick, and then, Li Hai unhurriedly washed his hands at the one next to it. Lu Zijiang came in a hurry, because it was his turn soon, and the guy in front of him had already gone in, and wouldn't take more than a few minutes to come out. Sweaty to go to Secretary Tang's interview? Certainly not. Lu Zijiang is ready to wash a handful of cold water face, in the use of paper towels to wipe a little, and in the meantime, also the hair will be organized for interviews. Image is very important. Walking into the restroom, he saw Li Hai washing his hands, and he enthusiastically said, Brother Hai, have you finished the interview already? And how did it go? Li Haidao. Well, it felt okay, but the people who were involved in the interview were so good that maybe they played better than I did. That's true. Every one of them is very good, Lu Zijiang said while unscrewing the faucet to prepare to wash his hands. Only, with just a slight twist, this faucet actually fell off, and then the tap water violently sprayed out, the kind with great pressure. At once, Lu Zijiang sprayed a full body wet. Even the hair is dripping water, not to mention the new change of brand new short-sleeved shirt. Such an accident, Lu Zijiang also never expected. A stare, and then after reacting, has been like fishing out of the water. Li Hai ouch, said loudly. How the faucet is broken. The logistics department of the people how to mess up. Lu Zijiang's entire body was dumbfounded. He even felt that he was not going out without reading the yellow calendar. How could he be so unlucky today, with his IQ? He really didn't think about the aspect that the faucet had been tampered with by Li Hai, and thought that the faucet was really broken soon. The person who just interviewed finished, and Lu Zijiang was next. Wei Yuanwang came over to inform Lu Zijiang to get ready, and it was his turn soon. But seeing Lu Zijiang drenched, even his hair still dripping, he was also furious. What's wrong with you? How can you interview like this? Lu Zijiang I half a day did not say a complete sentence. He to the present whole person has not come back to God. The rest of the interview was predictable, and despite a hasty wipe with a dry towel, it was still a mess. Just entered the office of Secretary Tang, not 2 minutes to be driven out. Tang Lihui's impression of Lu Zijiang is very poor. Simply poor to the trough. It's not even a matter of being all messed up, but the key is being nervous. Stuttering and stumbling over your words, there is no way. So messed up. Lu Zijiang's entire mentality has completely collapsed. Where can there be any performance? There were 5 people in all, and the interviews were all done. The next step is to wait for the results, and it shouldn't take long to announce the secretary to the county commissioners. After the interview was completed, Wei Yuanwang knocked on the door and walked into Tang Lihui's office, reminding, "Secretary, there are a total of 5 people, and they've all been interviewed." Tang Lihui gently nodded, his mind going over the situation just now. His heart most satisfied with Li Hai. The young man had good ability, answered several questions excellently, and crucially was very calm in the face of danger. This is rare. The other interviewees, more or less a little nervous, especially the one called Lu Zijiang. Not only the whole body is a mess, but also so nervous that he stammered his words, whether or not to choose Li Hai as his secretary. Tang Lihui has not made a decision immediately. Secretary is a very important person beside himself. Tang Lihui necessary to be cautious, and then cautious. Well, in the consideration of it, especially to further understand the background of Li Hai, this person. Comrade Yuanwang, how is Li Hai as a person? Upon hearing this, Wei Yuanwang basically knew the answer in his heart, and at the same time, his heart was also slightly lighter. Secretary Tang was able to understand Li Hai through him, indicating that he basically viewed him as one of his own people. He had been worried that Secretary Tang had something in mind for him, or even that Secretary Tang would switch and pick someone else to be the director of the county office, the flower sedan chair everyone carries. Not to mention Wei Yuanwang's impression of Li Hai has always been good. So he said, "Secretary, I still know more about Li Hai. This comrade is clean. There is no complicated background. Parents are rural people." After listening to Wei Yuanwang's words, Tang Lihui finally clapped his hands and said, "Then notify Li Hai. Forget about it today. Come over early tomorrow morning. I still have to talk to him personally." "Okay," Wei Yuanwang hurriedly said. "I'll go inform him now." Chapter 13 treats Li Hai. "Come to my office for a moment." Wei Yuanwang was at the door of the big office of the county party office. Beckoning. Li Hai immediately got up and followed Wei Yuanwang into the office of the director of the county party committee office. County office currently has only one positive and one pair of 2 directors, each with an independent office. There are 2 large offices below, each large office of a dozen people. Li Hai is in one of the large office. Li Hai was called away by Director Wei, and some of the more sensitive people instantly realized what was going on. Li Hai, Lu Zijiang, Xia Kong, 3 people together to participate in the secretary of the county party committee secretary interview. The results of only Li Hai was called over. The answer has been called. It looks like Li Hai is going to be promoted high. Well, in all likelihood, he'll be the county clerk's secretary. Many people were incredibly envious, especially those young people who couldn't wait to be called over by Director Wei to be himself first secretary of the county commission. Let's just ask you if you're envious or not, and if you're jealous or not. Lu Zijiang's heart is extremely bad, suddenly jealous of a little crazy, still fantasizing, if not out of this series of things today, maybe the county party committee as secretary is him. No, it takes a little bit of thinking to dig a hole for Li Hai. Humph. Let's see if I don't pit him to death. If it was Zhao Liang's instruction before, now it was completely out of jealousy. Lu Zijiang only wanted to pit Li Hai, only wanted to frame Li Hai for a handful of times so that his psyche could be balanced a bit. Besides, Li Hai accompanied Wei Yuanwang into the office. He didn't just sit down on the sofa with a big grin, but stood with a composed face, waiting for Director Wei to speak. Wei Yuanwang gave a slight nod of approval and signaled, "Sit down. Let's have a chat." Only then did Li Hai take a seat on the couch, but only halfway up his ass, keeping a slightly formal look. In front of your leaders, sometimes you have to appear calm and confident, but sometimes you have to appear to be respectful and formal. Director Wei is obviously to talk to Li Hai in the capacity of a leader. Then you cannot show too much composure and confidence. Show a little bit of restraint. On the contrary, it should be better, and can even show a little bit of nervousness appropriately, which is the respect for the leader. Wei Yuanwang nodded slightly again, and said in his heart, "No wonder it can be seen by Secretary Tang. The young man is really good." Li Hai, the interviews have been completed. And based on the results of your interviews, Secretary Tang has tentatively decided that you will be the correspondent. In the capacity of the director of the County Party Committee Office, Wei Yuanwang very formally talked to Li Hai for about half an hour or so, talking about some requirements and reminding some of the matters that need to be paid attention to as the secretary of the County Party Committee and so on. Finally, a small palm-sized black book, as well as a key, and a cell phone were also given to Li Hai. This black book is an address book. The work units, positions, and contact numbers of the main and deputy leaders of the townships and bureaus below Whitehorse County are all on it. The key was, of course, the key to the county clerk's office. And as a secretary, one should certainly have one of those. The cell phone, on the other hand, is specially configured for the secretary of the county party secretary for work, while Li Hai's own cell phone is just his personal cell phone. After explaining everything in detail and handing these things over to Li Hai, Wei Yuanwang stretched out his right hand and said, "Li Hai, do a good job and don't let down Secretary Tang's expectations." Li Hai hands tightly hold Wei Yuanwang's hand, although the heart is not shocked. Stable batch, but the face is all excited. "Please rest assured that the leadership, I will do a good job." A line of green fonts appeared above Wei Yuanwang's head, with a positive favorability of 40. A positive 40 favorability indicates that Director Wei is really extremely favorably disposed towards himself, genuinely treating himself well rather than being disingenuous. Coming out of the office of the director of the county office and returning to the top of his position, Li Hai began to organize himself. As the first secretary of the county committee, surely you will no longer work in this big office, but have your own independent small office. Next to the county clerk's large office is a small office, dedicated to the secretary, where Li Hai will be moving to. Seeing Li Hai organizing things, Lu Zaijiang came over with an enthusiastic face and said loudly, "Brother Hai, congratulations. Congratulations, in the future you can cover my little brother." His voice was loud, as if he was afraid the others wouldn't hear him. Sure enough, once he spoke so loudly, the large, otherwise quiet office came alive. Li Hai frowned slightly. It was not good for the big office to be so lively and noisy, and it would not be good if a leader saw it, especially if he let the leaders know that it was caused by his Li Hai's high promotion. There may be leaders who will think so. This Li Hai, how to be so high profile, calm a little cannot be. This will belittle Li Hai. Li Hai hurriedly said, "Everyone, the 8 characters haven't even been written yet, and it's still unknown who will end up being Secretary Tang's correspondent." "It's Lu Zaijiang again," he said loudly. "Brother Hai, you're too modest. Director Wei has talked to you. This is the nail in the coffin. You can't run away. Brother Hai, such a big event should be celebrated." Lu Zaijiang loudly cajoled, "Comrades, how about letting Li Hai treat us tonight? Set up a few tables, and let's all have a few good drinks. Who wouldn't want to be treated to a meal when someone is treating you to one? It's a waste of time not to eat." Sure enough, someone else responded and also said loudly, "Yes, yes, Xiao Lu is right. For something this big, it really should be a treat." When someone responded, Lu Zaijiang became even more energized, and his voice was even louder, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be heard outside. "Brother Hai, Jianshui People's House is good. Let's go to Jianshui People's House and set up a couple of tables to celebrate. I'm going to call Jianshui People's House's boss." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and was about to dial the phone number. Li Hai heart coldly laughed. To Lu Zaijiang's this little mind hole like a fire. Understand it again. A hand to press Lu Zaijiang's hand. A face of color. "Lu Zaijiang, you are so positive. Is it that you pay for the bill?" "Brother Hai, what are you talking about? How come it's my turn to pay the bill when you're treating me? It's too much of a disrespect to your brother Hai. Our brother Hai isn't the one who lacks this little bit of money." "Li Hai Dao, since you're not the one paying the bill, what are you being so aggressive for?" Lu Zaijiang's face stiffened. Originally wanted to Li Hai a hand, so that the whole office lively and noisy, so that the leaders will blame everything on Li Hai's head, and then high-profile invitation to the whole office for dinner. This thing will be spread to the ears of the leaders. If the leaders knew that they hadn't even been formally appointed yet, and Li Hai had invited so many people to dinner to celebrate his promotion in such a high profile, it was expected that Secretary Tang would lose his temper. Only, the plot seems to be failing again, and Li Hai clearly disagrees. Zhang Lin stood out at this time, loudly reprimanded. "What are you all up in arms for? Li Hai is right. This matter has not yet been a matter of 8. To treat a meal is also a later matter. He is a deputy director of the section, and there are whispers that he will be promoted to become the deputy director of the county party committee office. The prestige is still there." Zhang Lin said so. "Everyone will be quiet." Chapter 14. "I trust my instinct." Zhang Lin also reprimanded. "Lu Zaijiang, you in the end no long brain. This way to lead the uproar, whereas to help Li Hai, is simply in the harm people. I am now very skeptical of your intentions. Younger people may not have realized this. The few older, Experienced veteran comrades have long seen that Lu Zaijiang has bad intentions. When Zhang Lin said this, those few young people also understood at once. Right. Lu Zaijiang, this is definitely harming Li Hai. Seeing that everyone's gazes at him changed, Lu Zaijiang said with a bit of embarrassment, Brother Hai, I really didn't mean to harm you. I'm purely happy for you and want to help you celebrate. Li Hai smiled faintly and lectured. You just owe your brain for doing things. I don't want this to happen next time. Otherwise, beware of me flipping my face. It was only a matter of time before the skin was torn apart. And Li Hai didn't spoil it this time, coldly warning Lu Zaijiang. Lu Zaijiang suffocated to the extreme. And his heart was also very angry. But he didn't dare to top the bull. He could only hold it in, and put on a pleasing face. Brother Hai, I'm sorry, this time it's me who owes it to myself to think. And there definitely won't be a next time. Here, let me help you organize your things and move them over. Lu Zaijiang took the initiative. Li Hai hastily raised his hand to stop it. No, it's just a little something. I can do it alone. If you let Lu Zaijiang help, may not get out of what moths it. The gun is easy to dodge, the dark arrow is difficult to prevent. There are some things that Li Hai may not be able to guard against. The best way is not to give Lu Zaijiang the opportunity. Stuff is not too much to say. Not too little. After spending 10 minutes, Li Hai organized his belongings and put them into 2 baskets. Carrying one of the baskets by himself and preparing to go to the office of the first secretary of the county party committee, Zhang Luan enthusiastically said, Li Hai, let me help you carry this basket. Brother Zhang. Thank you then. Watching Li Hai and Zhang Lin both talking and laughing, each carrying a basket out of this large office, Lu Zaijiang's eyes showed a grimness that was hard to hide. MMPs. I took the initiative to help you pack and organize things, or not given the opportunity. Zhang Lin, a word you agreed. I in the end then Zhang Lin, where is the difference? Li Hai and Zhang Lin both carried baskets into this office. The area is not large, a dozen square meters only, but adjacent to the county secretary's large office. The closest to the leadership, Zhang Lin helped arrange things while kindly reminding Li Hai, this Lu Zaijiang is definitely not normal. You have to be on guard and not get too close to him. Thanks for the reminder. I sensed that too. Li Hai. Zhang Luan nodded reassuringly. There were some things that a slight reminder would do, and did not continue on this topic. Li Hai, after work, how about you and I go for a couple more drinks? Sure, no problem. Li Hai agreed in one bite, with just the two of them. It could only be considered normal eating and drinking among friends. Soon it was time to get off work in the afternoon. Li Hai, Zhang Lin, 2 people out of the county party committee compound. This time to go to the Zhangji Beef Bones, a very distinctive century-old store. It's not too far away, about a 10-minute walk or so. Zhang Luan suggested. Li Hai, how about we slowly walk over there as exercise? No problem. We'll be there in a while if we walk. Li Hai agreed to. After walking for a few minutes and passing by a lottery store, Zhang Luan stopped. Wait a moment. I'll buy a few $100s in lottery tickets. Li Hai was slightly surprised. Brother Zhang, you also buy lottery tickets? Ah, low-key enough? Usually I don't hear you mention half of it at all. Some people do things in a low-key manner. Some people are different. Such as Lu Zaijiang, every time he bought a lottery ticket will be in the big office in front of everyone to talk about it. As if others do not know, Zhang Luan said. Just buy some for fun. The Chinese men's soccer team made it to the final round for the first time in this World Cup. And many people are buying soccer tickets and watching the World Cup at night. There are 3 games today: Russia versus Tunisia at 2:30 p.m., the United States versus Portugal at 5 p.m., and Germany versus Ireland at 7:30 p.m. Li Hai doesn't remember the exact scores of the first 2 matches very well, only that Russia and the United States won. But he remembers the score of Germany against Ireland very well. Russia and the United States bought $10,000, because the score cannot remember, by not much. And then the past few days to win all the money to buy Germany 1:1 Ireland, a full 200,000 or so, and now only $2,000 or $3,000 in change in the middle of the bag. Yes, 2,000 or 3,000 is really only change to Li Hai now, as the World Cup has brought his assets to over 200,000 in the past few days. Zhang Luan first walked into this lottery store, then pulled out $500 bills and said loudly, "Boss, buy 500 for Germany 3:1 Ireland." Business came to the door, and the owner collected the money neatly and skillfully punched out the lottery tickets. Taking this lottery ticket and looking at it, Zhang Luan said, "Li Hai, aren't you going to buy a little and just play around?" Li Hai readily agreed. Zhang is right. Just have some fun. Unzipping his handbag, he took out all the money inside, a total of 3,000 out, keeping more than 200, putting the whole 3,000 on the counter. "Boss, I'll take 3,000 on Germany 1:1 Ireland. There are people who buy tens of thousands at a time, and 3,000, although relatively large, did not surprise the lottery store owner to the extent of $1 million, but simply confirmed. By 3,000 German 1:1 Ireland is not it? Yes, Germany 1:1 Ireland. Li Hai affirmed Zhang Luan was not calm, and hurriedly said, "Boss, slow down. Don't rush to play the lottery." Then to Li Hai Dao, "You really buy 3,000? Is not too much? In addition, the German team is so strong. Must win. Listen to my brother. By Germany 3:1. Certainly can win big money." Li Hai Dao, "Zhang, I think this game should be a draw. I believe in my intuition. Or else, you also buy Germany 1:1 Ireland. I guarantee you win money." "Forget it. I don't think your intuition is reliable." Zhang Luan shook his head. Li Hai just smiled and didn't continue the topic, putting away the lottery tickets printed out by the boss and waving his hand. "Come on, let's go eat first. Then have a good time watching the World Cup in the evening." Zhangji Beef Bone is a century-old store with ancient flavor. 2 floors above and below. Not a small area. And it is very famous in Baima County. The second floor is mainly a box. The first floor is mainly a loose sitting. The two did not want a box, so they found a seat on the first floor and sat down, ordered a few dishes and asked for a bottle of Qinghe Daku. Chapter 15, Kokai Qinghe Daku. This is good wine. Zhang Lin personally opened the wine, took 2 glasses, each full of a cup, and then lifted the glass and said, "Older brother, congratulations on your honor to be promoted to the first secretary of the county party committee." Li Hai clinked his cup. "Brother Zhang, thank you. In the future, we brothers will work together to help each other and take care of each other." "That's right. Brothers are united in their concern for each other." Zhang Luan held his wine cup and took a big hard gulp. The two did not chat too much on the topic of some of the topics. There are many people here. Point to point. No, the heart can be putting down his wine glass. Zhang Luan picked up his chopsticks and started eating the food, praising the flavor as he ate. On the big TV in the lobby, the United States was playing Portugal, and the game was 1:1 for the time being, and a lot of people were watching. With occasional bursts of hooting and hollering, Zhang Luan inquired, "Older brother, have you bought this match yet?" Li Hai Dao, "What about you? I think you bought it." "Aha," Zhang Lin said, "I think Portugal is stronger. I bought $500 to win 1 goal, although the odds are a little lower, but the victory is safe." Li Hai smiled. "Brother Zhang, I think the US team should be able to win, and bought $5,000 for the US team to win by 1 goal. Actually bought $10,000, split between 2 lottery stores, each bought $5,000. Li Hai only said half. "Even so." Zhang Lin also surprised up. "Old brother, can't see, you play so big. It just bought 3,000 Germany against Ireland. Before that also bought 5,000 United States team against Portugal." "Older brother, big bets hurt. Small bets can be. Next time don't play so big. In addition, your vision really can't work. This $5,000 should hit the water." Li Hai said confidently. "Don't worry, I trust my intuition. I should be able to win. The possibility of losing is very small." Zhang Lin gently shook his head. He felt that Li Hai was bound to lose anyway. The two of them were drinking and eating food and chatting while watching the United States play Portugal. Eat and drink until the game was finished and the score was 3-2. With the USA actually winning by 1 goal. Zhang Lin said enviously, "Li Hai, you're so lucky. You won more than 10,000 in this one hand, right? It's worth a year's salary for us." "Brother Zhang, my intuition is still relatively accurate, isn't it?" "Well, it's really accurate." Zhang Luan nodded his head, even feeling that Li Hai might have gotten it right again for the upcoming match between Germany and Ireland. "Come on, how about going to my house to watch the next World Cup?" Li Hai Dao, "Will it disturb the aunts and uncles?" Zhang Luan said, "They are not in White Horse County. I live alone." "That's good. I haven't been to Zhang's house yet." This time it was Li Hai who paid the bill, $100 or so. "Not much." Zhang Lin said that Li Hai had won so much money. This meal was Li Hai's treat. Stopped a cab on the side of the road. About 7-8 minutes to a newly developed neighborhood, but also the most upscale one in White Horse County. I heard that a lot of rich people live in this, including some leaders, some big bosses and so on. This community is clear all the elevator houses, a total of 10 or so buildings, each building more than 20 floors high, which is absolutely uncommon in a small county in 2002. Getting off at the entrance of the district, Zhang Luan packed a lot of things at the roadside stall, and then took Li Hai into this district and took the elevator to the 21st floor of a certain building. This building has a total of 22 floors. The 21st, 22nd is a duplex, a layer of 2 sets, each set of more than 300 square meters. Such a house, not to mention the small county in 2002, is now in the big city, is also a proper mansion. After coming in, Li Hai's eyes lit up. "Brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to live in such a big, luxurious house. My house would be a doghouse compared to your place." Zhang Luan said, "It's just a set of houses. What's all the fuss about?" After that, he put the kebabs and other things he packed up on the coffee table in the living room. took out a few cans of cold beer from the refrigerator, and turned on the big TV. Li Hai, on the other hand, visited the mansion up and down, and thought in his heart, when I make money this time, I will also buy such a big one. Now buy a house is absolutely pure income. Whitehorse County prices are only $600-700. Like this neighborhood is the best in the entire county, but also less than $1,000. At the same time, there are some speculations in the heart. In the last life, Zhang Lin can achieve the vice-provincial level in a period of 20 years. Surely the background is not ordinary, and now it seems to be a real hammer. Where can ordinary people afford to buy such a house? Fortunately, his relationship with Zhang Luan was getting better and better, and perhaps he could be a great help to him in his official career in the future. The match between Germany and Ireland is about to start, and the TV is already showing the entrance of the athletes from both sides. Zhang Lu said, Li Hai, I'll call another person over to liven things up a bit. Is that okay? No problem. Watching a soccer game is all about the crowd. Li Hai Dao. Zhang Lin dialed a phone in front of Li Hai and said aloud, Kai Z, where are you? Come to my house to watch the World Cup. A young voice came over the phone. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Be right there. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a knock sounded at the door, and a young man came in. Brother Zhang, you still prepared so much food. I just haven't had dinner yet. Zhang Luan said, come over here and I'll introduce you to Li Hai, my good brother. The young man came over and enthusiastically said, good day brother Li, my name is Guo Kai, Zhang's hairdresser. Played together with his bear but until he was old. Zhang Luan laughed and scolded. Who plays with your bare ass? It's you who plays with your bare ass. Following me all the time? Okay, yes, brother Zhang is right. Guo Kai said. Li Hai also laughed. This Guo Kai is really interesting. It does not look big. Should be just graduated from college. Then he looks 1-2 years younger than Zhang Lin, at least 5-6 years younger than Zhang Lin. It is estimated that as a child, really follow Zhang Lin to mix. Li Hai, nice to meet you. Li Hai took the initiative to extend his right hand. Guo Kai hurriedly shook his hands tightly. Brother Li, don't be too polite. You're Zhang's friend, and from today onwards, you're also my friend. While shaking hands, a line appeared above Guo Kai's head. Favorability plus 30. With a favorability of 30 on the first meeting. It seemed that Guo Kai had a good impression of himself as well. Zhang Luan waved his hand and said, alright, let's sit down and eat and drink beer. The game will start soon. The three sat down on the couch, drank beer, ate kebabs and watched the World Cup. Zhang Luan inquired, Kai Z, you bought this match as well? Guo Kai said, only $200. The old man is strict. There is little money on hand. He originally also had some change. Has been losing more than winning less. More than $2,000 lost, only a few hundred. Do not dare to buy 500 or 600 again. Change to buy 200. If this one loses again, I guess I'll buy 100 instead. Chapter 16. My father is Guo Shuahai. Guo Kai said. Brother Zhang, you should have bought it too. Zhang Luan nodded. Well, I bought 500 for Germany 3:1 Ireland. And you? Guo Kai had a little bit of cheer. Brother, you also buy 3:1 Ah. We too are the same. But I only bought $200. Winning is just a little soup. Picking up a skewer of roasted cashews, taking a big bite, picking up a beer and gurgling almost half a can. It felt really addictive. Guo Kai inquired. Brother Li, what about you? Li Heidao. I got 3,000. But it's Germany 1:1 Ireland. What? After staring blankly, Guo Kai sighed. It's a pity. This $3,000 can basically be said to have gone down the drain. Li Heidao. The game hasn't even started yet. Anything is possible. That's the beauty of soccer. Anything is possible, but from the look on Guo Kai's face, he didn't believe for a second that the result of this match was 1:1. It won't take long to find out if it's 1:1. The three of them jerked off, drank beer, and chatted as the game quickly got underway. From the start of the game, Germany largely dictated the tempo of the field, scoring their first goal in the 19th minute by Miroslav Klaus. The goal lifted Guo Kai straight up and he stood up and shouted as if he was playing chicken blood. Zhang, see, it's only 19 minutes into the game and Germany has scored. It looks like the odds are 3:1. Just after this goal, Germany was unable to produce another goal until the end of the first half. There was a 15-minute intermission. Guo Kai comforted himself. It's okay, there's still the second half. Li is right. Anything is possible. Li Hai just smiled. In his eyes this game has long been fixed. The score is 1-1. Whoever comes cannot change the score. There had been no goals in the second half. And as the clock ticked down minute by minute, Guo Kai began to curse and vent his frustration. The game was fast approaching the 90th minute and the touch judges had lit up the 3 minutes of added time. Guo Kai said, it looks like the final score is 1 o'clock. We didn't even buy the right one. We've lost all our money. After saying that, he also took out his wallet, pulled out all the money inside, counted it and said, "It's over. After losing this time, there's only $500 or so left. Eating is a problem." Just as he finished, he suddenly froze. Ireland scored a goal in stoppage time, which stood, making the score 1-1. Gwa Kai looked at Lee Hai dumbfounded, seemed to realize something, and said with a little bit of excitement, "Brother Hai, you won. It's too good. This can even be guessed by you." Zhang Lin also had a bit of admiration up, revealing, "Kai Z, you probably don't know. The last game Lee Hai also bought the right one, and this one again. It's not ordinary." Gwa Kai nodded vigorously and grabbed Lee Hai's hand tightly. "Brother, from today onwards, you're my own big brother. Take me to buy the ball. Take me to get rich. How about it?" A line of green fonts appeared above Gwa Kai's head. Favorability plus 40. When we first met, the favorability was plus 30. Now it's at plus 40. A full 10 points. Lee Hai nodded. "No problem. Ask me before you buy again tomorrow." "Good, good. We'll definitely ask Brother Hai for advice," Gwa Kai said happily after watching this match. It was getting late, so Lee Hai got up and said, "Brother Zhang, I'll go back first. See you tomorrow." Knowing that Lee Hai will officially take office as the first secretary of the county party committee tomorrow, and need to go back to rest earlier, Zhang Lin also did not stay. Sent to the doorway, "Lee Hai, slow down. I'm going to buy a ball tomorrow too. Guide me. Let me make a small fortune too." Lee Hai said cheerfully, "No problem. It's just that if I don't win the purchase, just don't blame me, Brother Zhang." Zhang Luan smiled and said, "It's normal that you didn't win, so how can I blame you? The one who could buy every game was a god, as long as he won more than he lost." Zhang Luan never expected Lee Hai to buy every game. Gwa Kai followed and enthusiastically said, "Brother Hai, where do you live? I'll give you a ride." Someone sending himself back, "That's certainly good. Lee Hai Dao." "Okay, let's go then. Brother Zhang, see you tomorrow." Gwa Kai's car is a Mazda. Not a high-grade car, but in 2002 there is such a car has been more bullish. Lee Hai has a little curiosity about Gwa Kai's identity. Just now, the three of them had been watching the game, and it was inconvenient to inquire about each other's family history, and now that there were just the two of them in the car, Lee Hai couldn't help but inquire about a sentence. "Gwa Kai, what does your family do? It looks like it's in good condition." Gwa Kai did not hide. There is a little smug. "I'm a hobo, just a year after graduating from college, and temporarily do not want to work, but my old man every day. I do not know how many days of such a free life can still live." Lee Hai continued to inquire, "Your father is?" Before this sentence was even finished being asked, Gwa Kai snatched it up and said, "My father is Gui Shuihai. You should know him." This one certainly recognizes it. Gui Shuihai, member of the Standing Committee of the Bama County Commission for Discipline Inspection, secretary of the commission. Never thought Gwa Kai actually Gwa secretary's son. At once, Lee Hai heart of Zhang Lin more than 1 point of gratitude. This is where to call Gwa Kai over the hilarious look at the world. This is not the introduction of contacts to their own acquaintance. Well, it was definitely a great thing to have the son of the secretary of the disciplinary commission among one's friends, and besides, the person was still so favorable to him. But Lee Hai was certain that as long as he interacted with Gwa Kai a few more times, such as bringing him to buy and win a few matches, and letting him follow him to make a little money, his favorability would still go up by a large margin. The two of them were talking and laughing in the car, and then further closed the distance and deepened their understanding of each other. Gwa Kai even kept sending Lee Hai to the bottom of the building. "Keiko, I live in 506 of this building. Would you like to come up and have a seat?" "No, it's a little too late. Anyway, I already know the location. I'll come over next time." Gwa Kai said. The two shook hands and said goodbye. Lee Hai realized that Gwa Kai's favorability towards himself had risen again, from 40 to 45. Good, good. After seeing Gwa Kai drive away, Lee Hai also went upstairs to his house, took a shower, and lay on the bed, habitually picking up his cell phone to look at it again. There's a new text message. Sure sent it over. "Lee Hai, are you asleep?" In 2002, there was no cell phone social software. QQ is still only the computer version. Chatting, either call, make telephone porridge, or send text messages. Lee Hai replied with a text message. "Not yet. Is it convenient to answer the phone? We'll talk inside the phone, soon." Yixie's phone call came of its own accord. The two chatted in the middle of the phone for 20-30 minutes. Lee Hai knew that Yi Shi and Wang Huili were together, still in Qinglin City, said that in a few days to return to the provincial capital and so on. After hanging up the phone, Lee Hai's beautiful figure emerged in his mind, and through so many times of understanding, he felt that Yi Shi should not be an ordinary family's child. After thinking about it, he didn't bother to go any further, but started thinking about tomorrow's work. Tomorrow will be his first day as secretary to the county commissioners. Chapter 17, The Smiling Tiger. Zhao Hongwei. Today, Li Hai came a little earlier than usual. The first thing, open the boss's office. Personally engaged in the health. The floor mopped clean. The boss's desk will be organized neatly, but also with the boss's teacup made a cup of hot tea and the timing is very good. Just after all this, Tang Li Hui came over and walked into the office. Li Hai hastily took the initiative to greet him. Hello, secretary. Seeing the refreshed and neatly organized office, Tang Li Hui nodded slightly, satisfied, sat down in the boss chair and took a sip from his teacup. The temperature of the water was just right. Not too hot, not too cold, just the temperature Tang Li Hui liked. After taking a sip of tea, Tang Li Hui reminded, Little Li, in the future, you can make the tea a little bit stronger. Every person has a different preference. Some like it lighter, some like strong tea, some like black tea and some like green tea. Li Hai today is the first time to be the first secretary of the county party committee. Some of the habits of Tang Li Hui is not very familiar. Can do this, has been rare. Okay, secretary. Li Hai replied respectfully in front of the leader. Even if you are very calm and collected, you must look respectful when it's time to show respect. Tang Li Hui nodded again in satisfaction. Little Li, there are some arrangements today. Regarding the leader's arrangement today, Li Hai has already approached Wei Yuan Wang and replied, Secretary, at 9:30 this morning, you have a secretary's rendezvous. At 11 a.m. you go to the Education Bureau for research, and at 2 p.m. you participate in the Entrepreneurs Federation. Other people, for the first time as a secretary, might have to take out a small book, record all this and then read it out into the book. Li Hai didn't. He found that his memory was very good, although not to the point of unforgettable, but not too far from it either. He looked at these things for a few moments, then memorized them deeply in his mind, and when Tang Li Hui asked, he recited them backwards. I don't know if this is because of the rebirth, but anyway, the memory has gotten better, the drinking capacity has gotten bigger, the strength has gotten bigger, the reaction speed has improved, and the physical quality has improved all around. Okay, let me know at 9:30, Tang Li Hui said. Li Hai nodded without further interruption and gently exited, also closing the door gently in the process. What about Tang Li Hui, sitting on top of his office chair? His brow furrowed slightly as he thought about the upcoming secretary's bumping session, which will mainly be discussing several personnel appointments, before going up to the standing committee. A few secretaries sit down and exchange views or make some exchanges of interests. Who's going up? What interests are being conceded? And what kind of exchanges are being made? It's a headache, although it is not a standing committee, but Tang Li Hui still does not have much certainty, so far. Although there is a deputy secretary of the county party committee, Zhou Yuhua support him. But Zhao Hongwei, this person is too strong. It is reasonable to say that a county party secretary and a deputy secretary of the county party committee, the two work together, will be a powerful force, but in fact, it is not, because the local forces led by Zhao Hongwei is too strong. At 9:30 a.m., Li Hai came over punctually to remind, Leader, time's up. You have to go to conference room 1 for the secretary's meeting. Tang Li Hui nodded and took his pen and notebook and got up to head to the conference room. He didn't say that he wanted Li Hai to follow him there. Li Hai didn't take a step and watched Tang Li Hui leave. There are a total of 3 official and deputy secretaries in Beima County. County Party Secretary Tang Li Hui, County Mayor and Deputy Secretary Zhao Hongwei, and full-time Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee Zhou Yuhua. The meeting was over in less than half an hour, and Tang Li Hui's face had a bit of seriousness. Obviously not taking half the advantage. Zhou Yuhua's face was normal, not happy or sad to see Zhao Hongwei. On the other hand, was all smiles and had an amiable look, and even took the initiative to greet Li Hai when he saw him. You're Li, aren't you? Nice lad. In the system, even if you hate each other and have strong opinions, it is a basic rule that subordinates must have the respect due to their superiors. If you are disrespectful to even your superiors and word gets out, a certain number of people will have an opinion and even a certain number of people will make a big deal out of it. Li Hai is not a rash, will not write joy and sorrow on his face. Even if he hates to kill Zhao Hongwei, his face did not show half a bit, slightly lowering his posture. Hello Governor Zhao, I am Li Hai. After saying that, he also shook hands with Zhao Hongwei. As the two of them clasped their right hands together, Li Hai saw a line of ebony script emerge from the top of Zhao Hongwei's head. Favorability, -70. This was by far the least favorable person known to Li Hai. If it wasn't for this favorability level being placed here, who could see that Zhao Hongwei, who had a kind face and didn't have a bit of a prefect stance, would have a favorability level towards Li Hai that was as low as this. Li Hai said in his heart, MMPs, this is a typical smiling tiger. Amiable on the surface. In fact, he hated to stab you in the heart. Simply shook hands with Li Hai, chatted for a couple of sentences, go through the motions. Zhao Hongwei left. Before leaving also looked like an elder caring for his juniors, gently patted Li Hai's shoulders and urged, Little Li, follow Secretary Tang to do a good job. Don't let down everyone's expectations of you. Li Hai replied with a straight face. Please don't worry, Governor Zhao. I will do a good job. Since you're acting and putting on a very caring face, I'm going to play along with you and not point you out at all. Zhao Hongwei nodded once and then left. After walking a few steps, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Having decided that this Li Hai must be ruthlessly cleaned up, Zhao Hongwei just left a few minutes. Zhou Yuhua came out of the county party secretary's office. Just now, she and Tang Lihui chatted a few words, especially about the standing committee to be held tomorrow. Tang Lihui has been in office for 10 days or so. The delay in convening the standing committee has a little to say. Zhao Hongwei has also been several times to pressure. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Just now when the three people met, it has been decided that the first standing committee will be held tomorrow morning. No wonder Zhao Hongwei is in such a good mood. He has 4 hardcore supporters, plus himself is 5 votes. As long as he fights for another member of the standing committee, that's 6 votes, and can firmly control the standing committee. The standing committee is the highest power center of White Horse County. Who masters the standing committee? Who masters White Horse County? Everything can be said by him. No wonder Tang Lihui's face is so serious, because he is not half sure about the upcoming standing committee tomorrow, and he, together with Zhou Yuhua, has only 2 votes. In theory, the director of the county office is the county secretary's person, but Tang Lihui is not yet 100% sure which side Wei Yuanwan will be on. Zhou Yuhua came out from the middle of the county party secretary's office, and after seeing Li Hai, she inquired with concern, "Your little Li, do a good job." "Thank you, Secretary Zhou." Li Hai hurriedly thanked him. When he shook hands with Zhou Yuhua, a line of green fonts appeared above Zhou Yuhua's head. Favorability of 40. I did not think that Zhou Yuhua had such a high degree of favoritism towards himself. The same concern to ask himself. Zhao Hongwei's favoritism towards himself is -70. What about a line of black font? There is a little bit of shocking. Chapter 18 First Standing Committee. Zhou Yuhua, on the other hand, is 40 favorites. Enthusiastically sent Zhou Yuhua to leave, and waited for a few minutes. Li Hai reminded Tang Lihui that he could go to the Education Bureau, and according to the plan, he also had to go to the Education Bureau for research this morning. The next full day, Li Hai almost all accompanied by Tang Lihui, running before and after, only a little free at noon, took the time to buy today's lottery tickets, but also sent a text message to Zhang Lin, Guo Kai 2 people, suggesting that they buy France 0-0 Uruguay. After following Secretary Tang for a day, he had also met quite a few people, and every time he shook hands with someone, the favorability of the other person's head would surface. Most people have a favorability rating of 20 or less, with a very few over 20, and others below 0, which is a negative number. Interestingly, today with the executive vice governor Xue Anping shook hands, the other party's favorability is actually 30, which is a little surprising, because the executive vice governor has always been in Zhao Hongwei's camp. Li Hai guessed in his heart that it was possible that Governor Xue had some ideas. Himself and Secretary Tang are one and the same. Since Xue Anping is Zhao Hongwei's person, then his favorability towards him should be very low. It is normal to be a negative number, and it is actually outrageous to have a favorability of 30. The day passed quickly. When I got off work, I received an invitation from Zhang Luan to go to his house to watch the World Cup, France vs Uruguay at 7:30 p.m. Li Hai readily agreed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Guo Kai also came over, and as soon as he entered the door, he said loudly, "Brother Hai, I've pressed all of my family's assets of $500 this time, and I must win in order to do so, or else I'll just have to eat dirt." It was a match that Li Hai remembered clearly, even remembered a paragraph. In the last life, someone flirted with the men's soccer team in this World Cup, scoring as many goals as the French team and going as far as the French team. Don't worry, trust my brother's intuition. I think the score between France versus Uruguay should be 0-0. Just wait for the money to come in. Since Hai said this, I'm relieved. The trio sat down and gulped down beer and jerked off while watching the World Cup live on TV. Sure enough, the score stayed at 0-0 after 90 minutes of play, and as soon as the extra period ended, Guo Kai shouted out in excitement, "Ha ha, rich, Brother Hai is mighty. Brother Hai is awesome. This hand not only won back all the money lost earlier, but also made a profit." And Li Hai's image in his mind was taller. The game is over. The three young people chatted for a while. Li Hai got up to say goodbye. Tomorrow will also convene the standing committee. He will be present. Must rest a little earlier. To raise the spirit of the line, Guo Kai happily drove Li Hai to the bottom of the building and said, "Brother Hai, how do I buy tomorrow's match?" "Li Hai Dao, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll have to research it to find out. Just wait for my text. There are 3 matches tomorrow: Spain v Paraguay, Sweden v Nigeria and Argentina v England. I can't remember the score of the Sweden v Nigeria game, but I think Sweden won, and I remember the other 2 very well. Spain 3-1 Paraguay and Argentina 0-1 England." Even if he still clearly remembers the scores of these 2 games, Li Hai won't tell Guo Kai, but says he'll have to study it and think about it, returning home and washing up. Li Hai rested early. Nourish yourself for tomorrow's standing committee. The standing committee, as the name suggests, is attended by the standing committees, but the secretary of the county secretary and the secretary of the county commissioner are usually present at the meetings of Friday, June 7, 10:00 Tang Lihui's first standing committee since taking office was formally convened, with him personally presiding over the meeting. The meeting was attended by County Secretary, Tang Lihua Governor, Zhao Hongwei Deputy County Secretary, Zhou Yuhua Secretary of the County Commission for Discipline Inspection, Hua Shuahai Prefectural Organization Minister, Lu Jiqing County Publicity Secretary, Yan Lu Minister of United Front Work, Zhou Qingxing Executive Vice Governor, Shui Anping Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Su Feiping Director of the County Party Committee Office, Wei Yuanwan County People's Armed Forces Commander, Wang Xingwei. A total of 11 standing committee members, including Zhou Yuhua and Lu Yan, are female comrades. Li Hai and the county governor's secretary Diao Mao attended the meeting. Tang Li Gui presided over the meeting. Comrades, a flash of time. I have been in office for more than 10 days, because of unfamiliarity with our county, has not been able to convene the standing committee. Today convened the first standing committee. First of all, to study the municipal party committee's document number 16. Li Hai distributed the photocopied document number 16 to each member of the standing committee. Zhao Hongwei faced still with a smile, as if in a good mood. In fact, the heart has been a few points of light. Cursing, this small Tang secretary to engage in what name? Not to get to the point. Take us to study the municipal party committee's number 16 document. This is also no way. Failed to completely control the standing committee. Tang Lihui certainly do not dare to directly discuss a series of personnel appointments. Time can only be consumed by studying the documents. And when it is almost time to discuss a few insignificant personnel appointments, the time is almost up and the meeting can be adjourned without slowing down. This document was studied for more than an hour, and even Li Hai almost wanted to go to sleep from listening to it. Zhao Hongwei had been smiling at first, seemingly in a good mood, and after an hour or so, his expression was much more serious. This is the document issued by the Municipal Party Committee, expressly requesting each standing committee to study. Of course, generally private study can be, but Tang Lihui got the standing committee to come up to the collective study. It seems to pay more attention, such an important thing. Zhao Hongwei really cannot say anything. If he opposes the study of this document, spread to the ears of the city leaders, it is not good. After patiently spending more than an hour, this document was finally studied and Zhao Hongwei finally spoke. We have carefully studied document number 16 of the Municipal Party Committee under the leadership of Secretary Tang, and then we will enter the personnel adjustment and appointment session. These words should have been spoken by Tang Lihui, who presided over the meeting, and Zhao Hongwei's overstepping his bounds shows that he has been a little impatient. Tang Lihui didn't object either, just looked at the time, then said, "Speaking of personnel appointments and adjustments, I'll start by saying my opinion that every appointment and adjustment should be done carefully and again." Zhao Hongwei said, "Secretary Tang, in this regard we are all very cautious, all after careful examination. Minister Lu, you first introduce to everyone these personnel appointments that need to be discussed next." Organizational Minister Lu Shiqing said, "Okay, then let me first introduce to you that there are currently 11 appointments. The first item is the staff of the Secretary of Finance. The current Secretary of Finance, Sung Wang Cho, is retiring at the end of this month, and we need to discuss the staff of the new Secretary of Finance, and I have a couple of recommendations here. It is the principle that the organization department is responsible for inspection and recommendation and the standing committee makes the appointment." He was very well prepared and distributed information on these references to each of the standing committees. Tang Lihui's eyes narrowed when he saw these people's profiles. Zhou Yuo's reaction was a bit bigger, and a color of anger clearly appeared in her eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by her. Chapter 19, Fierce Encounter. Seeing this referral information, Zhou Yuo's face obviously changed, and her heart was even more furious. The undersecretary is in charge of personnel, and the organization department is under her management. It is reasonable that the secretary for organization should report to her in advance, but she does not know anything about it, apparently. Organization Minister Lu Shicheng had crossed over to her and reported directly to Zhao Hongwei, and they had finalized the list, which made her upset and angry. Personnel appointments. This is the highlight of the day as Zhao Hongwei has been firmly in control of the standing committee. Almost his one word. The last county party secretary is a puppet. Dry a few months on the gray sidelined. That is, in the standing committee almost no right to speak. Zhao Hongwei said, "We next vote on the appointment of the Minister of Finance. This post is very important. We have done a lot of work beforehand. A total of 2 recommenders. Xia Yuan is the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau. Has been performing very well. Chao Zhishang is the Deputy Director of the Bureau of Labor. This comrade has been working in the Finance Bureau before." He personally introduced the 2 comrades. Xia Yuan and Xiao Zhishang. Everyone can hear that Zhao Hongwei prefers to let Xia Yuan on the throne. And Xiao Zhishang is just accompanying the prince of the stage to read. There are some informed standing committee is very clear. Xia Yuan is Zhao Hongwei's people. As long as Xia Yuan is director, the finance bureau is still under the firm control of Zhao Hongwei. As Zhao Hongwei said a lot, took a lot of words, and even hinted many times that he wanted to help Xia Yuan to the throne. And the next step should be the voting session of the standing committees. But Zhou Yuhua has been holding her breath in her heart. But she doesn't want Zhao Hongwei's people to be elected financial director so smoothly. She said with a straight face, Secretary Tang, the county party office has always had only one deputy director, and it needs to promote another deputy director to be able to do so. At that time, Secretary Sun mentioned this matter when he was in office. This is clearly a digression. Not wanting to discuss the selection of the treasurer, Zhao Hongwei face changed slightly. The heart of the anger to the extreme. The old man is talking about the appointment of personnel of the finance bureau. You give me to mention the candidate of the deputy director of the county party committee office. What makes Zhao Hongwei even more furious is that Wei Yuan Wang also spoke up. Secretary Tang, our county party office has a heavy workload, and having only one deputy director for a long time has affected our normal work. So I'm going to apply to the standing committee to equip our county party office with another deputy director. Tang Li Huwei looked at Wei Yuan Wang approvingly. Can openly go against Zhao Hongwei in the standing committee? That is certainly not Zhao Hongwei's people. It seems that he was overly concerned before. Secretary Zhou and Director Wei are right. I'm also considering the issue of having only one deputy director in the county office. So let's discuss this matter in the standing committee today. Director Wei, do you have a recommendation for a deputy director? Wei Yuan Wang hurriedly said. Yes, our county party office comrade Zhang Lin is good, is now a deputy director of the section. Ability and qualifications to meet the requirements. Tang Li Hui said. Zhang Lin, this comrade I am familiar with, is indeed a very outstanding comrade. Promote him to serve as deputy director of the county party committee office. I have no opinion. We speak freely. You can express their own opinions. The county office is the county clerk's acreage, and people generally don't interfere with the appointment of the deputy director of the county office because there is no conflict of interest with them. As Zhou Yuhua was the first to raise her hand in agreement. I have no opinion and agree with the promotion of Comrade Zhang Luan to be the deputy director of the county party office. Wei Yuan Wang said. Comrade Zhang Luan was recommended by me, so of course I'm more than fine with it. Gui Shuahai, secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, was the fourth to speak. I agree with the promotion of Comrade Zhang Luan to the position of deputy director of the county committee office. Then the propaganda minister, Lu Yan, and the United Front minister, Zhou Qingsheng, have reached 6 votes, and the tide is turning. Zhao Hongwei was angry in his heart, but his face didn't show it, as if nothing had happened at all, and a smile surfaced on his face. I don't have an opinion either. With this, Zhang Luan's appointment was approved unanimously. Zhao Hongwei said in his heart. The next should be to discuss the appointment of the financial secretary. Where to know? Tang Li Huwei said. I'll announce one more personnel appointment, which I'm sure you all already know. Comrade Li Hai will now serve as my correspondent. Li Hai stood up and bowed slightly to show his appreciation. Mentioning the matter of Li Hai as the county clerk's correspondent in the standing committee would have a completely different meaning. After announcing this appointment, Tang Li Huwei said, Director Wei, regarding the appointments of Zhang Luan and Li Hai, form an official document and issue it. Okay, Secretary. Wei Yuan Wang said. Zhao Hongwei said in his heart. The next should be to vote on the appointment of the Secretary of Finance. I cannot help but sit a little more upright, but also gently cough. Where to know? Tang Li Hui looked at the time, deliberately surprised. Ouch, time flies so fast. Are almost 12 o'clock. Today's standing committee ends here. I'm going to go to a trip to Qinglin City in a moment. By secretary looking for me to report work. Secretary Bai is the first hand of Qinglin City. Tang Li Huwei needs to go to report to Secretary Bai. No one can stop her. Zhao Hongwei has a little crazy. MMPs. From 12 noon there are still 10 minutes. Well, but see, Tang Li Huwei has already got up and ready to leave. He will to mouth words swallowed back. The smile on his face remained the same, and the anger in his heart still didn't show up half the time. Since Secretary Tang wants to report to Secretary Bai, then about the Secretary of Finance and a series of other personnel appointments and adjustments, we'll discuss it next time in the standing committee. After saying that, he made a point of putting one over on the other. Secretary Tang, these matters are very important and have affected our daily work and the operation of the organization, so we need to convene the standing committee again as soon as possible. Humph, you can hide the first day. Can you still hide the 15th? I'll see how many more days you can drag. Zhao Hongwei thought so in his mind. The standing committee ended and Li Hai returned to his office. Later, Secretary Tang will go to Qinglin City to report on the work, and will not come back in the afternoon, and will even stay in Qinglin City all the time on Saturdays and Sundays. and Li Hai is also relaxed and has plenty of time after sitting down. Li Hai specifically sent a text message to Zhang Lin. Congratulations, the standing committee is over, or your appointment as deputy director of the county office was approved. Zhang Luan replied back in seconds. Really? Let's celebrate tonight then. Or come to my house. I'll buy more things. No problem. Li Hai replied, celebration is definitely to celebrate, but not too high profile. Invite 3-5 friends in Zhang Lin's big duplex to celebrate well. We drink together. Watch the World Cup together. This is the best. Time also quickly came to the end of the lunch hour. Many people went home, and some went to the unit cafeteria to eat, thinking that his boss had already left for Qinglin City and his entire being was free. Li Hai went to the unit cafeteria to eat his lunch first. When eating, many people took the initiative to come over to greet, some also obviously with a pleasing color, which is completely different from the previous time when he did not serve as a secretary of the county party committee. After lunch, Li Hai rode his bicycle out of the county government compound and prepared to go to the lottery store to buy soccer tickets. The bag hanging on the bicycle faucet is full of $100 bills, bundles and bundles, a total of more than $300,000. Chapter 20, Car Accident. Same old rules. Tens of thousands of dollars at each lottery store, taking so much money to buy soccer tickets. Li Hai is still under pressure and had to wear a hat and a mask to cover up tightly. There was no guarantee that he would be recognized, but he can only try to do his best not to be recognized by others, and even thought in his mind that it looked like he would have to find a reliable person to help him buy a lottery ticket. And he couldn't help but think of He-Fei in his mind, his own hairdresser, his best brother, in his last life, when he was released from prison. It was he who came to pick him up at the prison gate. His character and loyalty were unquestionable. There were 3 matches today. Sweden versus Nigeria, which I can't remember the score, but I think Sweden won. And the other 2 I remember well. Spain 3:1 Paraguay and Argentina 0:1 England. This is a parallel world. Modify the setting that you can only buy $10,000 per bet. All $300,000 or so is shuttled off, leaving only a few $1,000s to go buy a motorcycle tomorrow morning and go home for the weekend to check it out. After being reborn, he hadn't been able to go home yet, and in his heart, he missed his own parents. In his last life, he went to jail and was sentenced to 20 years, and both of his parents went gray and aged a lot overnight. Later was Lu Lily and Zhao Liang, too, repeatedly framed. The 2 old people did not have a few years on the successive deaths. Li Hai released from prison. Both parents have long become a pile of yellow earth now. Both parents are still alive and healthy, and it just so happens that Secretary Tang has gone to Qinglin City, and his own time is finally full, so he will go back to visit first thing in the morning. My own hometown is also in Whitehorse County, below Linshui Township. It's a little far to go back by bicycle, but it only takes about half an hour by motorcycle. After buying the lottery tickets, seeing that it was still early, Li Hai rode his bicycle and prepared to go back to his new house to take a rest. The head was an intersection, the liveliest and busiest part of Whitehorse County, where the 2 main streets intersected and people came and went. Li Hai saw a lot of people gathered in front of him, and it seemed that something had happened, so he hurriedly rode over. I am the crosswalk near the parking of a BMW. The front end of the car is badly damaged. Not far away, a 70-something old man was hit, lying on the ground, a lot of blood on the ground. The old man was dressed plainly, and at a glance, he knew that he was from the countryside. None of the onlookers dared to go up to help. Li Hai stopped the car and hurriedly walked over. He is a public official, unless he didn't see it, and since he met such a thing, he must go and help. What about the owner of the vehicle involved in the accident? Which one was it? Next to a number of onlookers exasperated, the hit-and-run car owners have long run away, do not care about the death of the elderly, too angry. I can't believe there's such a thing. It's so unethical to run away at the first opportunity instead of saving someone when you run them down like that. Li Hai took out his cell phone and first hurriedly called, first 120, and then called the traffic police. After these 2 calls, before squatting down to check the old man's injuries, the old man was at least 70 years old, full of vicissitudes, with white hair, a pool of blood on the ground, and bleeding from his mouth and nose. Li Hai was not a professional medical staff and didn't dare to move the old man. He just shouted, old man, wake up. This is the most dangerous time to fall asleep, and maybe once you do, you'll never wake up again. The situation was more serious than Li Hai expected. The old man was already unconscious and in shock. Li Hai anxiously looked around and shouted, who's the doctor? Is there a doctor? Come and give us a hand. With a doctor's temporary emergency treatment, the old man's chances of survival would be much higher. But unfortunately, no one came out even after Li Hai shouted several times. Fortunately, the ambulance came very quickly, because this place is not far from the Whitehorse County People's Hospital. 5 minutes only. The ambulance will be oola over. From the car rushed down several people. See the doctor, professional treatment, stop bleeding, transfusion, etc. and then pushed the old man into the ambulance. See the car away. Lehigh only slightly relieved. Pray in your heart, God forbid, that the old man should ever be okay. Another look at the BMW, especially at the extent of the damage to the front end. And in his heart, he said, how fast does it have to be to crash like this? Speed at least 70, 80 kilometers. Here is the city, the main street. Driving so fast speed is not a hazard to safety. The BMW is a local license plate. The entire Qinglin city does not have many BMWs, and even fewer in Beima County. I heard that Zhao Liang has a BMW. It cannot be that this car is his, and the owner of the car at fault is Zhao Liang. I thought it was very likely that only Zhao Liang, the lackluster thing, would leave the car unattended after hitting someone and abandon the car. No one else could really do this. Soon, the traffic police also came over, and this white horse car was towed away by a tow truck. See, there is nothing more. Lehigh also right away, originally planned to return to their new house, affected by this car accident. There is no mood in the return to the new house to rest. Simply ride to the unit. Inside a private clubhouse. Zhao Liang was full of alcohol, looked like he had drunk a lot, and his temper was still very big, very upset and spitting with a few of his friends. Numb nuts. What bad luck today. An old miscreant crashed into my car. My BMW looks like it's going to need a major overhaul. Zhao, what's the point of fixing it? Just buy another one. That's right. With brother Zhao's wealth, not to mention a BMW, even a Porsche can afford it. None of these people cared about the old man who was hit, and they flirted with Zhao Liang, asking him to buy another new car, and even coaxed him to buy a Porsche. Zhao Liang also want to buy a Porsche, but Zhao Hongwei does not allow. That is too high profile. Like what appearance can allow him to buy a BMW is already the limit. True to Lehigh's guess, the owner of the car that hit him was Zhao Liang. That he had drunk a lot of wine at noon, was drunk, and drove his car so fast that he ignored the red light and knocked an old man who was on the crosswalk over 10 meters away and fell heavily on the ground. After hitting the man, the first thing he did was leave, not caring about the old man's death, just heartbroken about his BMW. In the afternoon, Lehigh basically stayed in the middle of the office because Secretary Tang went to Qinglin City. He did not have anything to do, and even watched the World Cup live broadcast. Sweden versus Nigeria. The score 2-1. Lehigh bought 20,000 Sweden to win 1 ball. Odds 2.8. Is a small profit. After the match, Lehigh received text messages from Zhang Lin and Guokai. Text message from Zhang Luan. Old buddy, Sweden really won the game. Your guess was so right. Guokai's text message. Brother, from now on you are my real brother. I won again. Ha ha. No shortage of pocket money for a while. Evening. Zhang Luan had organized a bureau, right in his duplex mansion, prepared tons of food and drinks, and invited a few of his close friends. The atmosphere was great as we all drank beer and watched the World Cup. Lehigh also temporarily forgot about the car accident at noon, thinking that it was just an ordinary car accident. The relevant departments will deal with it. Where do you know? This car accident later set off a humongous wave. The influence of the radiation nationwide. A few days later, it became an absolute news hotspot. Chapter 21, Homecoming again. It's nighttime as Zhao Hongwei had already gotten the news and was splitting his hairs and stinking up. Zhao Liang, I told you to keep a low profile these days. But you're good. You ran off at noon to drink with your foxy friends, and after drinking you blew up the street with your car and killed an old man. That old man died less than 2 hours after arriving at the hospital because his injuries were so severe that he is now resting at the morgue. Dad, I just went to have a drink with a friend. I didn't think it would be so unlucky, Zhao Liang said. That old man was dressed in dirt. He looked like an old man from the countryside. He wouldn't have any background. It wasn't much of a big deal. Zhao Hongwei said, you have to handle this matter beautifully. Compensate the old man's family with a little money, and try to deal with it in a low-key manner, letting things pass as soon as possible. I know. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it, Zhao Liang said. In fact, Zhao Liang does not want to pay a penny. An old man in the countryside, without half of the relationship and background, it is not how he wants to take it to pay up. That's not going to pay up. Next, Zhao Liang began his tawdry operation, called both the Traffic Police and the Public Security Bureau, because it is the governor's son. In the Whitehorse County almost a hand, all the way to the green light, Traffic Police team soon issued an appraisal. Was hit and killed the elderly drinking. Autopsy blood alcohol concentration of up to 336 mg/L. Running a red light across the road. The elderly are fully responsible. Later in the evening, the old man's family to the hospital. The traffic police team issued an accident identification certificate, because it is a rural person. Was scared. Can only tearfully pull the body back. Rural areas are usually buried in the earth, and after being collected, they have to be set up in the house for a few days, do a dojo for a few days, and then choose a day to go up to the mountain, and are not buried right away. Zhao Liang soon received a call from a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, informing Zhao Xiao that the matter had been dealt with and the old man's body had been transported away. Just Zhao Liang asked the old man's family to compensate him for the cost of repairing the car. The deputy director of the coercion, but also only compensated $5,000, because the old man's family of rural areas, the economy is really very difficult. Well, 5,000 is 5,000. Zhao Liang said that he would invite this deputy director to dinner later and hung up the phone, the heart of the disdain of the road. Poor bastard. On $5,000. How not to go to death. Alas, MMPs wrecked my BMW, but also the old man himself to pay to repair the car. Li Hai really didn't know about Zhao Liang's tawdry maneuvers, not to mention him, except for a very small number of people. Even Tang Lihui and Zhou Yuhua, the standing committee members, didn't know about it. Of course, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee and director of Public Security Su Feiping is very clear, and even acquiesced to these operations, because he is Zhao Honliang camp, is the hardcore supporters of the governor of Zhao, but also specifically for Zhao Liang played to the Bureau of the People greetings. After coming back late last night, Li Hai slept until after 8 o'clock in the morning before getting up, and after eating breakfast, he first went to buy lottery tickets, still wearing masks, hats, covered tightly, and I do not know if I was recognized. I hope not. The first secretary of the county party committee to buy the World Cup soccer tickets, but also buy so big. Once known, the impact is always bad. Li Hai was in even more urgent need of a white glove to help him to buy soccer tickets as per his orders and requirements, and He Fei was undoubtedly the most suitable person for the job. The two are hair small. Elementary school, junior high school are the same classmates. Just the college entrance examination when He Fei results are not ideal, only on a college. Li Hai was admitted to the national top 10 National Jiangcheng University. After buying a good lottery ticket, Li Hai took a long breath, and then went to buy a Southern 125 motorcycle. This motorcycle, in addition to fuel consumption, is a little higher. All other aspects are good. Horsepower, cross-country ability, load more, the key is leather, durable, ride for more than 10 years, will not have a big problem. As for buying a car, sure, but only after the World Cup is over. And now it's time to use all the money to buy soccer tickets instead of taking $10, $000 or $200, $000 ought to buy a small car riding on the brand new motorcycle. Li Hai bought quite a few more things in the county town, and then abruptly traveled towards Linshui town. The first part of the road was asphalt and was in relatively good condition, but after a few kilometers it turned into a gravel road that was full of dust once a car passed by. After riding for 20 or 30 minutes to Linshui township, and riding for another 7 or 8 minutes, Li Hai entered Buffalo Village and stopped in front of a farmhouse. Hearing the commotion, Li's mother came out and was pleasantly surprised to see that it was Li Hai. Son, you're back. Seeing his mother, Li Hai's eyes are a little moist. In his last life, after he was imprisoned, his parents ran around for their own things, and then they were struck by Zhao Liang and Lu Lili, framed, and died one after another within a few years. Mom, I'm home. Good. It's good to be back. I'll go kill the chicken. After saying that, he wiped his hands on his apron and nimbly went to catch his own free-range local chickens. Li Hai smiled. This was his own mother. Every time he came back afraid that he didn't eat well outside, he always had to kill a chicken, carrying his things. Li Hai said loudly, Mom, where's my dad? He went to the field. He should be back at noon. Li mother saw Li Hai carrying so many things. There is a little complaint. Buy so many things for what? Do not spend money. Soon to be married people. Money should be saved. It's fine. It didn't cost much. Li Hai, of course, will not say that he bought the World Cup soccer lottery, made a lot of money, and now it is not aspect to say that he and Lu Lili broke up a carrying things into the house, and then helping his own mother to kill the chicken. Busy? Not long. Li's father carried a hoe back from the field. Seeing this brand new motorcycle in front of the house, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he saw Li Hai, who was helping pluck chicken feathers inside the hall. Son, you're back. Li's father was happy. Well, back, Li Hai Dao, and threw a pack of Zhonghua over. Li's father skillfully caught it, then surprised. Such expensive cigarettes. You're rich. Your son joined the workforce and has a monthly salary. It's only right to honor you. When the first secretary of the county party committee, send a lot of people to send cigarettes and wine. Today there are several waves. Li Hai are pushed off. A packet of cigarettes. A bottle of wine did not receive. Li's father has no other hobbies. Usually love to smoke, drink a little wine. But the economic conditions are limited to save money for his son to get married. Only one piece of silver statue. Drinking is also home-brewed rice wine. At noon, the family sat down together and ate happily. Li Hai took out a bottle of Wunyan liquid and opened it. Dad, let's have a drink between our masters. Seeing that it was actually Wunyan liquid, Li's father was shocked and said, Son, It's China again and Wunyan Liquid. Have you been promoted? Li Haidao. Dad. I was about to tell you. I am now promoted to the county party secretary as a secretary. Li Hai briefly talked about his current situation. Chapter 22, He Fei. You're hanging out with me. Li's father was pleasantly surprised. This is simply smoke from the ancestral tomb. His own son is now actually the secretary of the county party secretary. Although he is a farmer, not very knowledgeable, but also know that this is not a small official. Son, compared to our Linshui County's town mayor right now, which one of you is more official? Li's father inquired. Li Haidao. How can I say it? If it's the administrative level, the mayor is bigger. But in terms of power and influence, I should be bigger. The first secretary of the county committee, the mayor of the town has to be pleasing and flattering. Li Hai did not half bragging, although now the administrative level is not up for the time being, but he is Secretary Tang's secretary. The townships, bureaus of the main and deputy leaders want to make friends with themselves. Good, good. My son has excelled, Li's father said. We do need to have a couple drinks to celebrate. Wife, you're okay with that? Li's mother smiled and gave a blank look. Virtue, if you want to drink, just drink. Why ask me? Li's father laughed and held his wineglass while drinking and eating his food. Father and son talked a lot. Mainly Li's father some advice. Do not be corrupt. To feel the conscience to do things, more for the people and so on. After instructing and educating him, Li's father inquired. Son, how come Lily didn't come back with you? Is she busy? This time when he came back, he was ready to talk to his parents about the matter with Lu Lily. And now that his father took the initiative to ask, Li Hai directly said, Dad, Mom, Lu Lily and I have broken up. What? Li father, Li mother shocked at Li Hai. They do not understand. Have reached the point of marriage. The new house of marriage are decorated. How to break up? Li's father even had a bit of anger. Son, you can't be like this. How can other girls marry in the future? Li Hai smiled bitterly. Dad, things are not what you think. Lu Lily hooked up with the governor's son. The situation was briefly described. Not only said Lu Lily derailed, but also sat in Zhao Liang in his new room on the sofa to do those unseemly things for a long time. Li's father didn't say anything, just stifled a large mouthful of wine. Li's mother, on the other hand, said angrily, I didn't expect her to be such a shameless person. Breaking up is good. Such a woman must not be wanted. Yes, resolutely not. Li's father said, all right, let's not talk about it. Li Hai digressed and chatted about other things. A long meal for a family of 3. Li's father was drunk and inebriated. There is no way. His own son made good. The heart is happy. A bottle of Wolianye he drank almost 2/3 alone. Dad, I'll help you get some rest and take a midday nap. Li's father is a very good drinker. And when he drinks too much he doesn't make any noise. He just wants to go to sleep. And he'll be fine after a good night's sleep. After helping his own father to bed, Li Haidao. Mom, I'll go to He Fei's house. He should be home. Go ahead, motherly said. He Fei, of course she knew. Her son's classmate from elementary school to high school. The best friend in the relationship, riding his motorcycle. Li Hai set off. Li Hai's home in Buffalo Village. He Fei's home in the next village. Not far. Riding a motorcycle in less than 10 minutes, parking the motorcycle, Li Hai walked into He Fei's house familiarly. He Fei, hurry up and come out. See who's here. He Fei turned on the TV, ready to watch the upcoming match between South Africa and Slovenia, and immediately flew out when he heard this familiar voice. Hi, what are you doing here? Great. The two came into a warm hug. A line of golden fonts floated above He Fei's head, glittering, golden, and very dazzling, but of course, it was only visible to Li Hai favorability, 82 knowing that he and He Fei had a good relationship, but he did not expect that He Fei's favorability towards himself was so high. And it was also the first time that he had encountered the favorability of the golden font. Favorability 0 to 30 is in white font. Favorability 31 to 50 is in green. Favorability 51 to 80 is in blue. Goodwill 81 to 89 is in gold font. Favorability of 90 and above is in purple color. Once the other party's favorability to Li Hai is 81 and above, it will be very loyal and extremely difficult to betray. What you want him to do, he will be able to go to do for you. And go to the fire for his friends. The first thing the two did when they met was a warm hug, as if they hadn't seen each other in years. And then they went inside and chatted with each other. The game between South Africa and Slovenia is being shown inside the TV. Both athletes have started to enter and the game will start soon. Li Haidao. Old he, you also watch the World Cup. Of course, it's a quadrennial soccer event. And it just so happens that with nothing to do at home, it's nice to watch the games every day. He originally worked in the coastal areas. Felt that it was too difficult to earn money. The pressure is very great. More than a month ago returned. For the time being has not found a suitable job. Nothing to do. Hanging out and watching the World Cup matches every day. Especially this morning. When I made a special trip to the lottery store in town to buy $50 worth of soccer tickets, the two talked about soccer as if they had an endless conversation. He-Fei took out his soccer tickets. Hi, I bought South Africa against 1 o'clock Slovenia. Do you think I'll win? Li-Hai smiled and took out several soccer tickets. I also bought South Africa against 1 o'clock Slovenia. I think it will definitely win. What? He-Fei was dumbfounded. Then brought Li-Hai's lottery ticket over and made several wachow in a row. Then said in surprise, Brother Hai, you're rich. These several lottery tickets, each of which is a bet of $10,000, a total of several tens of thousands of dollars in 2002 to take a few tens of thousands of dollars out to buy soccer lottery. It is simply shocking. No wonder he faced such a big reaction. The game had already started. But He-Fei's attention was no longer on the TV, but on these lottery tickets. Hi, you're really rich, Li-Hai Dao. All this money was earned back by me buying soccer tickets, and I found that my intuition was very accurate, basically guessing the winners and losers, even the score, and won from a few $1,000s to hundreds of thousands of dollars. My goodness. He-Fei looked at Li-Hai dumbfounded, as if he was recognizing him for the first time. It's just hanging on by a thread. A few $1,000 to hundreds of thousands. Knowing that the World Cup started just over a week ago and the group stage hasn't even been played, Li-Hai affirmed. Yes, I'm not lying to you. I'm looking for you this time for this matter as well. You do not have a suitable job for the time being. Why don't you come and help me? How about it? I'm a public official now. It's not convenient for me to buy a large amount of soccer lottery tickets. You step up and come and buy it for me. I'll give you a share of the dividends at that time, and I won't treat you badly. Li-Hai simply stated his plan. After hearing this, He-Fei rubbed his hands together in excitement and agreed in one breath. Okay, no problem. Ha ha, it looks like I'm going to get rich too. The two watched the World Cup live while continuing to talk about buying soccer tickets, and they had already agreed to go to the county early tomorrow morning. First, he went to the bank to set up a special account, in which Li-Hai deposited several $100,000 as funds for buying lottery tickets. Then He-Fei from the county to take the train to the coastal reform and opening up the window city of Deep Sea City, where more open, more free, rich people, play big people are also a lot of people, by millions at a time will not be noticed. If you need to, you can go from Deep Sea City to Hong Kong Island or Macau Island, where it's more free and you can bet as much as you want as long as you have the money. The two talked long enough to get all matters agreed upon, only to leave for the county together early in the morning. During the period of several times, Li-Hai always heard the sound of firecrackers coming out of the distance, crackling, hidden in the sound of gongs and drums. It looks as if someone is doing white. After talking about buying lottery tickets, there was another crackling sound of firecrackers. Li-Hai couldn't help but inquire, Old He, has someone passed away in your village? This is a doxology, isn't it? When this matter was brought up, He-Fei sighed softly. Alas, when it comes to this matter, it's really sinful. What's wrong? Li-Hai inquired. He-Fei said, there is an old man in our village, 70-something years old, or the old Red Army. I heard that he had participated in the 25,000-mile long march, fought the Japanese devils, and also participated in the War of Liberation. And yesterday he went to the county town to buy things and was run over and killed. Hit him or a BMW car. The owner of the car ran away at that time, did not even look at the old man who was hit by him, because of the seriousness of the injuries, to the hospital in less than 2 hours and died. Outrageous as the traffic police team ruled that the old man full responsibility. Said the old man died before a large number of drinking? I read the report issued by the traffic police. The old man's blood alcohol concentration of up to 336 mg/L. Our village people know. The old man life drops of alcohol do not drink. You say angry, not angry. What is even more infuriating is that the hit and run car owner also commissioned the traffic police to the elderly family members to ask for car repairs. There is no way to get together $5,000 to accompany the other side. Alas, this world really is too unfriendly to our bottom people. He-Fei, with a furious look on his face, told the story. Li-Hai said in his heart, the old man who was hit was actually from He-Fei's village, or an old Red Army. Although he didn't read that report, Li-Hai also knew that there must be something fishy in the middle. Zhao Liang had done a lot of maneuvering through his connections, especially the item of the old man's drunkenness, which was supposed to be messed up by them. How can someone who doesn't normally drink at all drink so much? When he left He-Fei's house, Li-Hai was still wondering if he should intervene and clean up Zhao Liang while he had the chance. Well, it's too good an opportunity to pass up. Chapter 23, asking Yishi to help on the way home on his motorcycle. Li-Hai had been thinking about this matter, especially thinking about how to start and how to seize this opportunity to take revenge on Zhao Liang, before arriving at the door of his house. Separated by 100 or 10 meters, Li-Hai saw a lot of people surrounding the door of his house, and it seemed that something had happened. Hurriedly accelerated speed. Immediately see clearly. A young woman kneeling in front of his house. holding up a large cardboard, on which is written a large wrong word. Li Hai's parents are persuading. The onlooker neighbors saw Li Hai and said, well, Li Hai is back. The young woman kneeling on the ground is the granddaughter of the old man Hit, a major university sophomore. Grandfather died in a car accident. She rushed back to mourn. After learning the details of the car accident, she quickly realized that there is something fishy. This morning went to the county, but egg useless. The traffic police found the old man fully responsible. There is really no way. I heard that Li Hai in the county party office, so holding a sign kneeling in front of Li Hai's house, pleading with Li Hai to help redress the grievances. Understanding the young woman's identity, Li Hai Dao said, He Shuehua, get up first, let's go inside and talk. Brother Li Hai, you must us plus do the Lord's justice. Oh, He Shuehua cried again, go inside first, go inside and talk about it. Li Hai helped He Shuehua up and led her into the house, and Li Father waved his hand and said, everyone disperse? All disperse. People dispersed one after another, but did not go far away, still talking about the incident in twos and threes. It's really sinful to run someone over and ask the deceased to pay for it instead. That old man I know, a very nice one, and never drinks. I heard that the one who hit the person is the son of the governor. It is estimated that it is difficult. Oh, even if it is Li Hai, he is only working in the county office, and he is not an official. The neighbors were talking about it. After all, a dead man. Several nearby villages had heard about it. Many were angry, many were sorry, and many were helpless. Li Hai brought He Shuehua into the house and greeted her as she sat down, and Li Mother even made hot tea and brought it over. Li Hai Dao, the traffic police's accident responsibility appraisal certificate with it. Give me a first look. He Shuehua nodded once and took the certificate of appraisal out. It was a copy. It seemed that the little girl was very cautious and knew to make a few copies first, not directly carrying the original on her body. After looking at this accident liability certificate, Li Hai Dao, your grandfather doesn't usually drink, does he? Well, as far as I can remember, my grandfather doesn't usually drink a drop of alcohol, and I haven't seen him drink. Li Hai continued to inquire, your grandfather was an old Red Army man. Well, I heard my grandfather tell me that he joined the revolution at the age of 12, climbed the snowy mountains and crossed the grasslands, fought the Japanese devils, took part in the War of Liberation, fought from the northeast all the way to the great southwest, and then once he was seriously wounded, and after he recovered from his wounds, when the whole country had been liberated, he applied himself to go home to work as a farmer. Li Hai nodded once and basically had a plan in his mind. Wait for me. I will go out and make a call. Walking to the back of the house, Li Hai took out his cell phone and dialed Yixie's number. These days, basically every day in Yixie phone porridge. Send text messages. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer. Li Hai also realized that Yixie's family background should not be simple. Hi, I was just about to call you. The first thing that came out of the phone was Yixie's voice, who used to call Li Hai directly by name, but from 2 days ago changed her name to Brother Hai. Li Hai Dao. Why? You missed me. Who would miss you? Don't be stinky. Yixie laughed. Brother Hai, I've noticed that your skin is getting thicker and thicker. After flirting a few times in the middle of the phone call, Li Hai got to the point. Yixie, I'm calling you for something. I want to ask for your help. Yixie said, it's no problem to help. How do you thank me? Li Hai Dao, how about I buy you dinner next time? Just one meal. Yixie's slightly disappointed tone. Not Li Hai joked. Then how about I take a little loss and I'll give my body in return? Get lost? Don't want to care about you. Yixie laughed and scolded. Li Hai Dao, not to joke with you. Is this way? Yesterday noon in our county town had a car accident. An old man was Zhao Liang drove a car and died on the spot. After hearing the basics, Yixie was visibly furious. It's this scum again. I haven't settled the score with him last time. Brother Hai, what do you want me to do? Originally, she wanted to find Zhao Liang to settle the score, but because Li Hai heroically saved her, she didn't suffer any damage. Wang Jian has already stepped in to scold Zhao Hongwei, and the latter has already apologized on his doorstep. So this matter is also over. It didn't occur to me that it was this Zhao Liang again. No wonder Yixie was so angry. Li Hai Dao, you have a judicial appraisal authority in the provincial city. No, I want to ask you to help. Come to the dead old man to do a judicial appraisal, mainly to identify the old man did not drink alcohol before death. Good. This is not a big problem. I will call later and ask them to come over directly. Yixie agreed in one bite. What was a difficult thing for others to do was as if it were a simple, breezy thing for her. Li Hai was once again curious about Yixie's identity, and even guessed that this girl was not the child of a certain provincial leader. Previously there are also suspicions in this regard, but specially checked the current, and even in recent years outgoing provincial leaders. There is no surname Yi. Even a few did not join the permanent vice governor to check. There is no surname Ye.Li even also once guessed that this girl will not be the provincial city of a certain big tycoon's daughter, belonging to the super rich white beauty at fixing the matter of forensic appraisal. Li Hai then said, "Yi sure. Do you have someone from the provincial media? I mean to make this matter bigger. It's best if it can become hot news." Yi sure said, "I have a sister who is very close to me. She is a big reporter of the provincial newspaper. I will contact her to talk about this matter. It is not enough to prove that the old man did not drink before he was born, and that it was Zhao Liang who collaborated with the Public Security Bureau to make a fake. But it is necessary to make a big deal out of it. The fact that the old man is an old Red Army man is an entry point that will surely attract a lot of attention once it hits the papers. As long as things get big, the Zhao family father and son can't even cover it up if they want to. And the board will naturally come down." After chatting with Yishur for a few minutes in the middle of the phone to take care of these things, Li Hai entered the house and said to Yishuahua, "I contacted a friend, and a little later today, a certain authoritative appraisal organization in the provincial city will send someone over to reappraise the old man." Yishuahua almost knelt on the ground in gratitude. "Brother Li Hai, thank you so much." Li Hai Dao, "No need to thank you. You still have a lot of things to do next. In addition to convincing your family elders to allow the opening of the museum to redo an appraisal, there is also a very important thing. You organize the old man's relics. If there is a military medal or something like that, that would be the best." Chapter 24, Re-identification. If there are military credits to be had, it's more likely to get attention once it's reported, especially if it caused the military to pay attention or ask questions. Then the matter would basically be a done deal, and Zhao Liang's father and son would be left with nothing to lose. Do not say that Zhao Hongwei is only a governor. Even if it is the mayor, it is estimated that he cannot carry it, and can only lose the pawns to protect the car, and if it is not good, he has to give up a lot of people, such as giving up Zhao Liang. Li's first step is not a high request. Can send Zhao Liang in to step on the sewing machine can be, step on 10 years and 8 years. After 10 years and 8 years, his own position is also sure to be much higher, and then clean up Zhao Liang. That would be very simple. He Shuahua left with gratitude. She had a lot of things to do next. While Li Hai kept in touch with Yishai in less than half an hour, Yishur sent a text message informing that the experts from the Provincial Forensic Identification Center had already moved, and would arrive in Linshui Town in about 3 hours. Li Hai replied that he would wait for the experts in Linshui Town and personally bring them there, and Yishur also sent the names and contact numbers of these experts to Li Hai. Of course Zhao Liang didn't know this. He was grounded by Zhao Hongwei, asking him not to go out for the next few days, asking him to stay within his villa and wait for this matter to completely pass before coming out to show his face, cannot go out to wave. Just one day, Zhao Liang felt as if he was suffocating, called Lu Lily over. Lu Lily actually said that there is no time, temporarily cannot go, this little b asterisk tch. Zhao Liang was almost so angry that he smashed the cell phone in his hand. This time, Lu Lily had a new idea. Never thought that Li Hai could actually become the secretary of the county party secretary. She hesitated in her mind. Should she continue to screw Zhao Liang or repair her relationship with Li Hai in case Li Hai soared to the sky and became a big leader in the future? Lu Lily thought about this in her mind, and she hesitated even more. Zhao Liang called her to go over all excuses to refuse. In the evening, Lu Lily's family was having dinner. Lu's father looked upset. What kind of world is this? Even trash like Li Hai can be the secretary of the county party secretary. There is really no heavenly reason. Mother Lu was probably unaware of this news before, and after hearing it, her eyes brightened slightly as she inquired, "Old man, Li Hai really became the secretary of the county party committee?" Lu's father said, "Yes, I heard that yesterday afternoon the official documents have been sent to the townships and the bureaus. There will be no fake." Mother Lu's eyes brightened even more. "This is a good thing." Wow. Lu's father was furious. "How is this a good thing? The daughter just broke up with someone else. The result is that the person backhandedly became the secretary of the county party secretary." This face, hit really hurt. Mother Lu didn't think so and reminded, "Things can't be looked at this way. That Li Hai is our family's daughter's licking dog. Daughter, you have to pay attention at this time. You mustn't completely break off with Li Hai. Hang him for the time being. Take a step and see what happens." It can be seen that Lu Mother's tea skills are very high. There is a mother as well as a daughter. No wonder Lu Lily's tea skills are also good. Lu Lily's enlightenment is really high. "Mom, I know. This is fish farming. I'm good at this. Tomorrow I will take the initiative to contact Li Hai." It was getting dark. Li Hai rode his motorcycle to the intersection of Linshui Township, and had already contacted the other party, and there were still 20 or 30 minutes to go. The leader was a director of the Provincial Forensic Center, and 2 experts with 2 assistants. A group of 5 people were coming over. They drove over in 2 vehicles, led by an SUV and followed by a box truck, with all the professional testing equipment and instruments brought over. Soon, Li Hai saw the lights in front of him and quickly waved his hand. The two cars stopped, and director Han Shoyong came down from the car, enthusiastically taking the initiative to come over. "You're Director Li, aren't you?" From Yisher's mouth was informed of Li Hai's identity. The secretary of the county party secretary of White Horse County. Within the system, there is certainly no mistake in calling Li Hai as Director Li. Li Hai forward a few sentences, took the initiative to shake hands with the other party. "Director Han, hard work, hard work." A green line appeared above Han Shoyong's head. Favorability, 35. Having a favorability of 35 at the first meeting was definitely not low, and Li Hai guessed that it was mostly because of Yisher. The heart is curious together again. Yisher in the end. What is the background? Can let a director of the Provincial Forensics Center personally led the team overnight over? And the other party is also very enthusiastic, very willing to look. On their own goodwill is not low. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and politeness. Li Hai Dao. "Director Han, I'll lead the way in front. You guys follow." "Okay." So, Li Hai's motorcycle traveled in front, followed by two cars, and arrived at He Shuewa's doorstep in about 10 minutes. By this time, it was completely dark, but because the place was in the middle of a white affair, it was brightly lit and relatively crowded. Coming. He Shuehua had already convinced the elders of her family, and everyone knew about it, and when they saw Li Hai and the others coming over, they hurriedly took the initiative to get out of the way. Li Hai Dao. "He Shuehua, everything is ready. Can we start now?" He Shuehua nodded once and reminded, "Why don't you eat first? And then, after you eat?" Before he could finish, Director Han waved his hand and interrupted. "There's no rush to eat. Let's get down to business first." After a while, the old man's coffin was opened, and Director Han, as well as the two experts, put in their work, and all around were quiet. There are professional instruments and equipment is not the same. About while 20-30 minutes later there is a result. Director Han said, "Director Li, the old man's blood alcohol content is indeed very high." At those words, many people rose up in disappointment. He Shuehua also wanted to cry. Those female elders of her family even let out a cry. If the old man was really drunk during his life, it would be consistent with the identification results of the traffic police when everyone was disappointed. Director Han's words changed. "However, we found that the alcohol in the old man's blood was not involved in metabolism." "What? Not involved in metabolism?" While others couldn't understand, Li Hai, a graduate of a prestigious university, surely understood what was going on, and He Shuehua did as well. In the midst of his eyes, a strong hope rose all of a sudden. If the alcohol in the body is not involved in metabolism, then there is only one possibility, that it was injected into the body after the fact. That is, someone did something after the fact and was professional enough that the blood alcohol concentration would be high if the blood was drawn and tested. Li Hai said in surprise. "Director Han, is this true?" "From our professional point of view, 1,000 times over, we can conclude that the old man did not consume alcohol during his lifetime, that the alcohol in his body was not involved in metabolism, and that it is suspected that someone injected it into his blood vessels after the fact." "Thank you so much." Li Hai merely shook Han Shoyong's hand. "Director Han, I'm still troubling you to issue a professional appraisal report." "There's no problem with that." Soon, a professional appraisal report came out. Li Hai handed it over to He Shuehua and solemnly explained, "Keep the original. Make a few more copies. You'll need it later." Chapter 25. This is something that can be of great use. The future flip-flop depends on it. He Shuehua also knew the importance of this thing and nodded vigorously, putting this appraisal report away carefully. Those women of the Yi family who were still crying originally stopped one by one, and hope rose in their eyes. There was a female elder, who looked to be the old man's daughter, who flopped and knelt down in front of Li Hai. "Leader, you must redress my father's injustice, and you must make sure that the bad guys are severely punished." Li Hai hurriedly helped her up, feeling that the burden on his shoulders had become much heavier all of a sudden. Before, he just wanted to take this opportunity to clean up Zhao Liang. Now, there was an additional responsibility of clearing up the old man's wrongs. "Auntie, get up. I'll do my best as long as I can." He Shuehua also said, "Auntie, Brother Li Hai will definitely help us." After helping her aunt up, He Shuehua said, "Brother Li Hai, I organized my grandfather's relics this afternoon and found a lot of things. Follow me." "Aha." Li Hai followed He Shuehua into the inner room, which was the old man's bedroom. Han Shoyang and others began to eat under the warm hospitality of the He family, because it is a white affair, every day open. The meal is not a lot. "Warm up." A bowl of bowls served up. He Shuehua led Li Hai into this room and dragged out a dusty old wooden box from under the old man's bed. The wooden box was opened and inside were some of the old man's belongings. The first thing I saw were dozens of yellow bullets, pistol bullets, rifle bullets, and a wooden-handled grenade. In addition to these, there were several merit medals, some yellowed certificates and documents. etc. Li Hai picked up the yellowed officer's license, turning to the first page. I saw the old man's name, Hifugue, and a yellowed black and white inch photo in military uniform with a steel seal. Hifugue, Company Commander of Company 1, 3rd Battalion, 1st Regiment, 1st Division, 20th Army, 1st Column, East China Field Army. Another page was turned to record the old man's biography and the various military honors he had earned. East China Field Army, Special Class Merit once. First Class Merit 3 times, Second Class Merit twice honored as a war hero. Looking at these records, Li Hai heart solemn respect. The old man so much credit. Actually in the Haijia village as a common farmer, deep hidden merit and fame. The old man with hot blood, for the liberation of the country made outstanding contributions. Did not expect. 70-something years of age by Zhao Liang in the crosswalk hit dead. But also slander the old man drunk. Slander the old man is fully responsible. Even if there wasn't all this hatred with Zhao Liang, Li Hai would still have to go all out. And even if he was broken to pieces, he would still seek justice for the old man. The merits of the Republic cannot be buried, let alone vilified. Putting down the officer's certificate in his hand, Li Hai looked through the other things. There are various military medals of special and first-class merit, and certificates. Each certificate has been yellowed, but the handwriting on it is still clear. The bright red large seal has faded. But look out for the East China Field Army, New 4th Army. Such words. Once again looking through his grandfather's relics, He Shuehua covered his face and wept. Grandpa never told us that he had so much credit, only told us that he participated in the Red Army, climbed the snowy mountains and crossed the grasslands, fought the little devils, and participated in the War of Liberation. Oh, Grandpa is actually so great. He Shuehua sobbed uncontrollably. Li Hai's eyes are also a little moist. Will be neatly arranged things, will be wooden box closed. A long time, the heart cannot come. After coming out of the Yi family and seeing Han Xiaoyang and the others drive back to the provincial capital, Li Hai called Yi Shi and first talked about the appraisal. Shai, Director Han and the others have returned to the provincial capital overnight, and the appraisal has been redone. The alcohol in the old man's body was not involved in metabolism. It was injected in by someone after the fact. In the middle of the call, Li Hai briefly explained the matter. At that moment, Yi Shi was inexplicably furious. Brother Hai, a certain number of people in your White Horse County are really lawless, and they can do such heartless things. Li Hai Dao. Indeed, it is bereft of conscience. You know, this old man who was killed by the collision is not ordinary, simply too great. That is a war hero, for the fight against foreign aggression, for the liberation of the nation, has made outstanding contributions. In the middle of the phone call, Li Hai briefly described the old man's situation again. For a long time, there was no sound on the other end of the phone, and it took a while for Yi Shi's voice to come through with a bit of choking. Brother Hai, I'm going to tell my dad about this, and make sure that the bad guys are severely punished. Li Hai once again became curious. Sure. What does your father do? Is he a big leader? Yi Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, keep it a secret for now. You'll know later. She has a crush on Li Hai, and not a bad one at that. And she's worried that Li Hai will be stressed out when she finds out about her dad's identity. And what if she's scared off? Then keep it a secret for the time being. Give some buffer time, and when the opportunity is a bit more mature, then tell Li Hai about his family background. Yi Shi said, Brother Hai, early tomorrow morning, Sister Tang and I will come over. She is a big reporter. We must make this matter exposed in the provincial newspaper. Okay? I'll wait for you guys to come over in White Horse County. Li Hai Dao point two people in the phone in the middle of the chat for 10 minutes. Li Hai dialed Tang Li Hui's phone. In the territory of the Tang secretary jurisdiction, if such a big thing happened, surely to report to him to know. Leader, I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Tang Li Hui's mood seemed to be good. A bright smile. Where there is such an early rest. What is it? Say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. He knew that when Li Hai called at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, there must be something important. Li Hai Dao. Leader, there was a car accident in our county yesterday at noon, killing an old man in his 70s at the crosswalk, and the owner of the car was Zhao Liang. This is something that Tang Li Hui knows. The car accident occurred 2 or 3 hours later. Wei Yuanwan reported to him. Heard that the crash was Zhao Liang. Tang Li Hui also heart. The first thought is that you cannot take this to do an article, but soon gave up. This is just an ordinary car accident. And the old man who was hit and killed had consumed a lot of alcohol and was drunk at that time. And the comrades of the traffic police said that they did not use the crosswalk, but just crossed the road. Tang Li Hui proposed to take a look at the monitoring of the incident road. The traffic police department said that the monitoring is broken, since the old man was fully responsible. There was nothing to write about. And Tang Li Hui felt a little regret. I am aware of this matter. Director Wei has already reported to me. Li Hai Dao. Leadership. This car accident is not simple. The old man did not drunk. His family said the old man life are drops of alcohol. I just found the provincial city forensic center experts over. Especially to the old man redo simple. The old man in the body of alcohol is not involved in the metabolism. After listening to this situation, Tang Li Hui immediately attached importance to it. There is actually such a thing. This group of people is too lawless. Chapter 26, Tang Mushuet, the great reporter. At the same time, political sensibilities told him that this was a huge opportunity. Originally thought that this was just a usual car accident. Did not think that the old man who was hit was so military. Tang Li Hui thought in his heart. As long as the operation is done properly, not to mention sending Zhao Liang in to step on the sewing machine, it is completely possible to pull Zhao Hongwei off the horse. At once, the heart was uplifted, touching out a cigarette and lighting it. Taking a hard drag, Tang Li Hui began to think about, so much so that the matter of Li Hai being able to shout the people of the Provincial Department of Justice is put aside. It is he, Tang Li Hui, as secretary of the County Party Committee, Yao shouting the people of the Provincial Department of Justice. It is estimated that it is extremely difficult to do so. A cigarette finished, hard in the ashtray screwed out. Tang Li Hui's thoughts have been clear up. Pick up the phone. First dialed the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Qinglin City. By Jiaxing's phone, secretary by. This is Xiao Tang. There's something I need to report to you in person. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. Okay, I'll be right over. Tang Li Hui immediately went out the door and went directly to the number 1 building of the Qinglin City Standing Committee, where Bai Jiaxing stayed to report on this matter face to face. Li Hai and Yi Shi boiled another 30-40 minutes of telephone porridge, and then took a bath and went to bed. Already planned to leave early tomorrow morning to return to the county. First of all, take He Fei to the bank to open an account. Will be their own money, basically all the money deposited in their own stay too. $30,000 to play slowly on it. The big head is definitely in He Fei here. The second thing was to wait for Yi Shi, Tang Mushua and the two of them to come over. In the middle of the phone call, Yi Shi said that she would leave early tomorrow morning with Sister Tang and would arrive at Whitehorse County around 11 o'clock. Why she would come over in person? That was self-evident. She hadn't seen her for days. She couldn't figure it out herself. And anyway, she just wanted to see Li Hai. Thinking about these things in his mind, he gradually went to sleep, got up early in the morning, washed up, and simply packed up his things to get ready to go. There was a bit of reluctance on the part of Li's mother. Son, don't stay another day and leave in the morning. From here to the county seat, about 30 minutes on a motorcycle is enough. And it's not too late to go there in the morning. Li's father took a drag on his cigarette, then said, Wife, don't keep your son. He must have a lot of business. Li Hai ate the shredded meat and egg noodles that his own mother had personally prepared while saying, Mom, I'll come back to see you guys when I have time. It's not far anyway. It's very convenient. When she saw Li Hai right away, Li mother still had a little reluctance in her eyes, but her mouth didn't say anything to stay, but just urged, ride slowly, be careful on the road, and come back when you have time and so on. Li Hai rode a motorcycle to Haijia village first, loaded He Fei. The two went to the county town together, opened an account, and deposited hundreds of thousands of dollars into it. He Fei was a little excited. What about so much money? He had never seen so much money in his life. Brother Hai, handing over so much money to me, aren't you afraid I'll run away with it? Li Hai smiled. It's possible for others, but you definitely won't. Use the person you want, but don't doubt the person you want. When he came into contact with He Fei just now, that line of golden fonts appeared above his head again. Favorability, 85. Yesterday it was 82. Just 1 day's time it went up 3 points to 85. Goodwill. So high goodwill towards himself. Surely he won't take the money and run away. On the contrary, he will be loyal to himself and listen to his words. After opening an account and running a bank card for that account, He Fei waved goodbye to Li Hai, and this morning he would take the train to the provincial capital. Before going to the train station, he would patronize a few lottery stores in Whitehorse County as Li Hai had instructed and buy all of today's several matches. Today is June 9th and there are 4 matches, Costa Rica 1:1 Turkey, Italy 1:2 Croatia, Mexico 2:1 Ecuador and Japan 1 o'clock Russia. Li Hai has already told He Fei the result of his guess, urging him to buy lottery tickets according to the result of his guess. After waving goodbye to He Fei, Li Hai called again to ask about Yi Shi. Brother Hai, we're almost off the highway. We'll be in Whitehorse County in about 10 minutes. Li Hai was surprised. Are you guys so fast? I thought it would take until at least 11 o'clock or so to get there. Yi Shi said, we left at 6 o'clock in the morning. Of course it was that fast. The highway just opened last year, passing through Beima County and running through Qinglin City, and almost the entire highway from the provincial capital. About 3 hours or so. Okay, then I'll meet you in front of the Whitehorse Mall. The Whitehorse Mall is a landmark building in Whitehorse County, with 12 floors, 1 to 3 floors of a large shopping mall, and the 4th floor and above is the Whitehorse Hotel. The location of the accident is also not far from the entrance to the Whitehorse Mall, where the two main streets converge. Is the entire Whitehorse County's most central? The most lively location. There was no navigation in 2002. So Lehigh could only say his exact location and then tell them how to get there in the middle of a phone call. Lehigh waited for about 10 minutes in front of the Whitehorse Mall. A red Toyota Bully with a provincial sign drove over. Yi-Shur had already put down the window glass and waved at Lehigh, her face full of sweet smiles. Lehigh also saw them and commanded them to park the car and took the initiative to help Yi-Shur pull open the car door. Also with a happy face, seeing this pretty girl again after many days. Why Yi-Shur was wearing a pink dress today. Youthful. Brother hi. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Tang Mu-Shui, a big reporter from the provincial newspaper. Tang Mu-Shui, with her long flowing hair and a camera on her arm, took the initiative to extend her hand and said, Lehigh, I've heard Yi-Shur mention you many times, and today I finally meet my honors. Lehigh shook hands with her. Sister Tang, I've troubled you this time. The situation Yi-Shur has already told you, right? Tang Mu-Shui had a royal face, about the same age as Lehigh, only a few months older. Back in the day, the flower of the journalism department of Jiangcheng University, also the school flower. Lehigh looked at it for a few moments and always felt that it looked a little familiar. After a few simple polite pleasantries, Tang Mu-Shui went into work, pointing at the intersection in front of her. Lehigh, that's where the car accident happened at noon the day before yesterday, right? Yes, it was on that crosswalk that Zhao Liang, the son of County Governor Zhao Hongwei, knocked old man He Fugue off. Let's go over there. Walking near this crosswalk, Tang Mu-Shui took her camera and clicked multiple pictures in a row, and learned more from Lehigh's mouth. Lehigh, can you take me to Hajia village for an interview? Sure, Lehigh agreed in a single breath. Then the three of them got into the red SUV and headed to Hajia village. Chapter 27 will be in the paper tomorrow, under Lehigh's guidance. In less than half an hour, the SUV arrived at Hajia village and parked on top of the sunbathing field in front of He Shuewa's house. As soon as he got off the bus, the first thing he did, Tang Mu-Shui took her camera and took a shot at the He family. Clicking multiple pictures, filmed the scene of this white affair. And this adobe house. Seeing Lehigh come again, He Shuehua ran all the way over. Brother Lehigh, you came? These two sisters are Lehigh Dao, Yi-Shur, Sister Tang. Let me introduce you. This is elder He Fugue's granddaughter, who is also a college student, and is now in her sophomore year. He Shuehua hurriedly greeted Yi-Shur and Tang Mu-Shui with a grateful face, and when she saw Tang Mu-Shui holding a camera, she knew that this was the big reporter that Lehigh brother had found. Many people from the He family noticed Yi-Shur and Tang Mu-Shui, and one by one, a look of gratitude appeared in their eyes. There was simply no need for Tang Mu-Shui to open her mouth to ask, as the people around her said one thing to you and one thing to me about the specifics of this matter. Some were wiping their tears, some had a look of gratitude on their faces, and Tang Mu-Shui took out her recorder and started into the interview to find out what she needed to know. After a bit of understanding, she brought up, Lehigh, I want to take a look at the old man's relics and photograph them as well as the certificate of responsibility from the Whitehorse County Traffic Police Department. No problem. He Shuehua, you take us in and bring out the old master's relics for Sister Tang to see. Aha. He Shuehua nodded a little. The innermost room of his own, took out the key to open the door, and when he went in, he opened another locked cabinet, which brought out the old man's wooden box. It could be seen that He Shuehua had specially placed the things in this room that was a bit more secure and had specially locked it. After reading these things, Tang Mu-Shui's eyes were a little red, her heart was heavy with grief and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, that Zhao Liang is too abominable, knocking such a meritorious old man to his death, and also slandering the old man for being drunk, and slandering the old man for taking full responsibility. Lehigh Dao, Sister Tang, you're a big reporter. Put this in the newspaper and tell everyone, so that more people will know. Public opinion matters. The more people knew about this matter, the more favorable it would be for Lehigh, and for He Shuehua, and the easier it would be to get justice. If Lehigh was the only one to do it, it would be impossible to send Zhao Liang in, let alone bring down Zhao Hongwei. Tang Mu-Shui nodded once with force. Don't worry, I'm sure tomorrow's Jiangbei Daily will publish this report on the front page. So sure. Lehigh was amazed in his heart. Having been in the system for 2 years already, Lehigh is not an official white, and knows that it will be difficult to get this piece of news on tomorrow's Jiangbei Daily, let alone on the front page. Even if Tang Mu-Shui was a big reporter from the Jiangbei Daily, that wouldn't work. The Jiangbei Daily is the official provincial newspaper of Jiangbei province. It's not like you can just say you'll be in the paper. Not to mention that it's so fast that it'll be in the paper tomorrow. Although he was surprised in his heart, Lehigh didn't show it and said with a grateful face, Sister Tang, thank you then. Tang Mu-Shui nodded slightly and took out her camera, taking pictures one by one, taking pictures of He Fugue's old man's documents, certificates, awards, and military medals one by one. After filming these, Tang Mu-Shui said, Lehigh, find me a quieter place. I want to write a manuscript. It's best to have a computer with internet access. That's no problem. Lee Haydao. I have a house in the county. Go to my place. And I also have the computer you need. Good. Then we'll leave now. Tang Mushue was thunderous and did not drag her feet. The three of them bid farewell to his family and got into the car to leave. And this red Toyota Land Cruiser gradually drifted away, traveling towards the county seat of White Horse County. Zhao Hongwei was a little surprised. First he received a call from Mayor Liu, and now he received a call from Bai Jiaxing, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Qinglin City, although he wasn't Bai Jiaxing's man. But he was after all a hand of the Municipal Party Committee. Zhao Hongwei respectfully replied, Secretary Bai, this is an ordinary car accident. The canine hit a drunken old man who was crossing the road and killed him. Secretary Bai, please rest assured. Things we have dealt with. Although the old man is fully responsible, but for humanitarian reasons, I urge the canine's son, compensation for the old man's family tens of thousands of dollars. He reported a bit in the middle of the phone, and after answering this call, he took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the cold sweat on his forehead inexplicably. There is a bad feeling, as if a big deal an ordinary car accident only. How the secretary, the mayor all know, has called to ask about the situation. Must be Tang Li Hui hit the old man's small report. He more than half still want to seize this matter to do some articles. Unfortunately, his plan is going to fall through. The traffic police department identified that the rural old man drunk, blood alcohol content of up to 336 mg/L, who came to the results cannot be changed. After thinking about it for a while, he was still a little uneasy, especially because his right eye kept jumping, his left eye jumped to wealth, and his right eye jumped to disaster. So he picked up his cell phone and made 2 calls successively. The first call to his ally, the county secretary of the Political and Legal Committee and Public Security Director Su Feipeng, in the middle of the phone to urge must make this matter a little bit beautiful, watertight. The second call was made to his son Zhao Liang, who was first scolded again, and then urged Zhao Liang to keep a low profile, stay in his villa, and not go anywhere. Since the day before yesterday at noon after the crash, Zhao Liang was Zhao Hongwei grounded. Yesterday boring day, today is more fade out a bird. He Zhao Liang when he was so shut up at home, never had, because of the crash, and a series of tawdry operations, Zhao Liang did not dare to go out and wave, or honestly stay at home. And then after 2 or 3 days, the old man in the countryside buried. People are buried in the earth. This thing is also over it just now and played Lu Lily's phone. Still excuses were politely refused. Zhao Liang too. 3 days have not tasted the woman's taste. The heart parched once again. His eyes fell on his house-sitter, Nanny, although already over 40 years old. But look on seems to charm. When the nanny squatted waist in the wiped the floor, round buttocks wool pants taut. Zhao Liang cannot stand. Tang Mushue drove, led by Li Hai, back to White Horse County and entered this new 2-bedroom house of Li Hai. As soon as she entered, she inquired directly without saying a word, "Where's the computer? Where is it? I'll grab the press release now." Li Hai still wanted to say a word. Is it not to eat first, and then write the manuscript after eating? Tang Mushue had already pushed the door and walked in by herself. 1 room, 2 bathrooms. This was one of the bedrooms, and it had a computer desk with a big-ass monitor, which is what computers look like in this day and age. Li Hai hurriedly followed him in, helped turn on the computer, entered the password, and then dialed up the internet. Yes, it was usually dial up in 2002. Chapter 28. Taking Yishir to buy groceries, Tang Mushue sat down in front of the computer and got busy, crackling and typing, and began to write a press release. Seeing this, Li Hai took 2 bottles of mineral water from inside the refrigerator, one for each of Yishir and Tang Mushue, and then gently brought the door of this bedroom closed. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he accompanied Yi Xie and chatted. Shiki, you guys are hungry. We left at 6 o'clock this morning and just drank a little milk and ate a little bread while we were in the car, and I'm still a little hungry. Well, a little hungry, Li Hai suggested. I can cook here, so the 2 of us will go buy a little bit of food and then eat at home, and by the time the meal is ready. Sister Tang's press release should have been written as well. Here things are complete. Occasionally, Li Hai also do a little bit of cooking by himself. The kitchen inside the things are not lacking. Just the refrigerator inside the ingredients are not much. Otherwise, do not even need to go out to buy food. Yi Xie blushed. But, I don't know how to cook. Li Hai laughed. So there are still things that Yishir won't do. She is ice smart. Thought she would do everything. You're still laughing at me. Yishir deliberately made an angry and cute appearance and reached out to pinch Li Hai's waist. Ouch. Ouch. Little auntie. Be gentle. Li Hai Dao. So you'll still laugh at me. Won't. Li Hai hurriedly begged for forgiveness and said, you can cook. I can accompany me out to buy food. Let Sister Tang be alone here to write quietly. How about it? It's not far. Just walk a few steps to the food market. Okay? Then let's go buy food. Beforehand, I can't cook. Yishur still has a bit of worry. Brother Hai, are you good? You won't make a meal that's hard to eat. Don't worry about this. It shouldn't be that bad. Li Hai replied confidently. Children out of the countryside basically will cook. After joining the work, Li Hai often cooking, the level of at least medium, some home cooking without any problems. After rebirth, found not only the physical quality of the overall enhancement, such as the power to become bigger, stronger, better memory, and even gradually began to have a standard 8-pack abdominal muscles. A variety of learning talent is also to improve ALOT.AS in the gift of cooking. It feels like every time I cook, I improve and gain something. And my meals taste better and better. The food market is really not far. Just a few minutes walk away. It is one of the largest food markets in Whitehorse County. Bustling with activity, because they came here to buy vegetables every now and then. Many of the amas selling vegetables knew Li Hai. And when they saw Li Hai and Yishur, they took the initiative to greet the two of them. Li, bring your girlfriend to buy groceries with you. Li Hai, your girlfriend is so pretty. You kid is so lucky. Daughter, you're Li Hai's girlfriend, aren't you? You're so handsome. Yishur blushed. Shyness infinite. Unprecedented also did not retort. And did not say, Auntie, you misunderstand. I am not Li Hai's girlfriend. Just lowered his head. Looked a little embarrassed. Li Hai saw her shyness. Inexplicably a burst of happiness in his heart. Saw the food market crowded. Took the initiative to hold on to Yishur's soft and slippery little hand. This feels awesome. Yixia just gently struggled for a bit, and then she obediently let Li Hai hold her, and the two of them held hands and bought food in the food market. Li Hai bought a fish head, ready to make a boiled fish, then bought a few dozen dollars of yellow beef, and also buy a turtle, ready to make a braised turtle, and buy some garlic, cilantro, small onions, ginger, sauerkraut and other ingredients, things to buy all. Li Hai one hand holding Yishur, one hand carrying the things bought back to the home. After entering the door, Yishur softly said, let go of me. Sister Tang will see it later. Li Hai laughed dumbly and let go of Yixia's soft little hand. You watch TV on the sofa, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. After saying that, he also glanced inside the bedroom, where Tang Mushue was still sitting in front of the computer, writing her manuscript in earnest. Inside the kitchen, Li Hai skillfully handled the ingredients, prepared the toppings, and used the rice cooker to cook a pot of rice, and then began to start the pot to boil the oil for cooking. It did not take long. The kitchen side wafted fragrance. Yishur heart secretly said, good fragrance. Looks like the C brothers cooking can be well. Look forward to taste how busy. 40 minutes, a total of 4 dishes already, respectively, boiled fish, using a 5-6 pounds of large fish head, stainless steel basin, a large plate, a braised turtle, a small fried yellow beef, and a green vegetable, fried in lard. Li Hai came out of the kitchen with a large plate of boiled fish, placed it on the dining table, and said loudly, 2 beauties, dinner is ready. Tang Mushue had already finished writing the article and sent it back to the newspaper via email, and had also given her dad a call, requesting that the article appear in the paper tomorrow. Right now, she was sitting on the sofa with Yishur, watching TV and chatting at the same time. Seeing Li Hai come out with a big pot of aromatic boiled fish, the two girls got up in a hurry to help take the dishes and open drinks and so on. Not just sit down and get ready to eat. Yishur took the initiative to pour drinks. Brother Hai, sit down. It's hard work, Tang Mushue jokingly said. Sure. Where's my drink? Pour me one too. Sister Tang, the drinks are right next to you. Pour it yourself. Oh, Yishur said mischievously. Tang Mushue laughed and gave her a blank look. You guy, a typical bigot. Yishur also does not refute. A cheeky smile, and then picked up the chopsticks. Hungry, let's eat. Wow, this fish soup can be well. Milky white, fish flavor so strong. Li Hai took a stainless steel spoon, spoon by spoon, and carefully gave Yishur a bowl of fish soup, knowing that she liked fish soup the most. Slow down. Watch out for the heat. Yixia obediently said. Thank you, Brother Hai. Tang Mushue looked at Li Hai and then at Yishur, suddenly realizing that she was a little redundant, as if she was a high-powered light bulb. So, bury your head in dry rice and incarnate it. The stomach is indeed hungry. The taste of the meal is also good. Not worse than those big restaurants. Fierce try a few mouthfuls. Tang Mushue praised. Li Hai, did not think that your handiwork is so good. In the future, we sure have a blessing. Yishur blushed slightly, but in her heart, there was inexplicably a sweet taste. The taste of the meal is really good. The 3 people are eating very addictive. Tang Mushue incidentally also said, the press release has been sent back. Tomorrow is sure to see the newspaper. The probability is that the front page of the Jiangbei daily newspaper position. After the meal, the 2 girls were busy cleaning up the dishes and went into the kitchen together to wash them. Not the kind of delicate young lady who doesn't dip her fingers in the water. Li Hai happily smiled slightly and sat on the sofa, taking out his cell phone to call Tang Li Hui to report the latest situation. Leader, hello? This morning Jiangbei Daily's big reporter came over. I received them and took to the accident site as well as Hujia village for an interview. Chapter 29 Joint Investigation Team. At this time, Tang Li Hui had already finished his lunch and was preparing to take a break, intending to go to Secretary Bai's place for a walk after his lunch break. Last night on this matter the White Secretary made a face-to-face report. Perhaps the city leaders to meet to discuss some of it. Anyway, until now there is no movement for the time being. Tang Li Hui has a little anxious. This is a wonderful opportunity to bring down Zhao Hongwei. Even if you cannot let Zhao Hongwei down, but also at least can let the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee and Public Security Secretary Su Feiping removed. As long as Su Feiping was removed, then Zhao Hongwei will be less a strong hardcore supporters. This is the other side of the loan. Tang Li Hui control of the standing committee of the opportunity will be greatly increased. There was a bit of anxiety when Li Hai's call came, hearing that Li Hai had invited a big reporter from the provincial newspaper and that it would be in the paper tomorrow. At once, Tang Li Hui was a little slightly excited. To do the county party secretary this level. What big winds and waves he has seen. The heart has long been strong enough, but this rare a little excited, because Li Hai's assists are really too beautiful. Li Hai, you've done a beautiful job with this. I'm going to report to Secretary Bai face to face right away. After praising Li Hai for a few sentences and putting down the phone, Tang Li Hui didn't have half a bit of sleep. The whole person was so excited that he walked around in the middle of the room, raising his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. He decided to call Secretary White in another hour or so. Since he was in the habit of taking a lunch break at noon, after walking back and forth a few times in the middle of the room and calming down a bit, Tang Li Hui thought in his heart that Li Hai was actually this powerful. First, the experts from the Provincial Forensic Center were invited, and then even a big reporter from the provincial newspaper was invited. And the key is that it will be in the newspaper tomorrow. This is very bullish, but Li Hai clearly does not have any background, a clean rural origin. Tang Li Hui inexplicably has a few more points of interest in Li Hai. An hour later, Tang Li Hui knocked on the door and entered by Jiaxing's small villa, which is a Soviet-style building with 2 floors above and below, and there are more than a dozen in total. And these small villas are also called standing committee buildings. Hello, Secretary White. Li Hui is coming over. Please sit down and wait for me to finish these words. On a large table, a piece of rice paper spread out, by Jiaxing holding a brush, is writing with one stroke. The word is very beautiful. There are a few skills after the last few words were written. Putting down the brush, wiping his hands with a wet towel, and taking a seat on the sofa, Bai Jiaxing said, "What is it? Say it." Tang Li Hui said, "Leader, my correspondent comrade Li Hai invited a big reporter from the provincial newspaper over to interview the car accident, and the press release has been sent back to the provincial newspaper, and it will be reported tomorrow." At those words, Bai Jiaxing was slightly angry. Such a big thing. The press release does not give the main leaders of Qinglin City to see beforehand. Just like this directly sent back. In addition, who is so capable? Tomorrow can be seen in the newspaper. Even if he Bai Jiaxing out to greet, but also cannot do this right, suppressing the displeasure in his heart. Bai Jiaxing inquired, "What is the name of the reporter of the provincial newspaper? And is there any contact information?" Tang Li Hui sensed the leader's dissatisfaction, his forehead sweating slightly, and hurriedly said, "That reporter from the provincial newspaper is called Tang Mushui. As for the contact information is not available for the time being. I'll call and ask now." He was about to take out his cell phone to call Li Hai's number when Bai Jiaxing hastily raised his hand to stop it, and Tang Mushui's appearance immediately surfaced in his mind. The heart is surprised. How did this ant arrive in White Horse County? Could it be that Minister Tang Hongyu already knows about this matter all at once? He thought a lot. Tang Hongyu, a member of the Provincial Party Committee, Minister of Propaganda, and Tang Mushui's father. It's no wonder the press release will be in the paper tomorrow. Instantly, the little bit of dissatisfaction in Bai Jiaxing's heart disappeared without a trace, and instructed, "Li Hui, you wait and go back to Beima County right away, and make sure to receive reporter Tang well." "Okay, I'll go back immediately." Tang Li Hui got up and was ready to go. He had already realized that Tang Mushui's identity background should not be simple. It might be the child of a certain leader in the province. This time, Bai Jiaxing's cell phone rang. There are not many people who can make calls to this cell phone, basically contacting his secretary. As soon as the phone passed, a voice inside came over. "Hello Secretary Bai, the leadership asked me to notify you that the Provincial Joint Investigation Team has already departed and will arrive in White Horse County tonight." After receiving this phone call, Bai Jiaxing know that he also have to speed up the line. Never thought that the speed of the province will be so fast, but also for this car accident set up a joint investigation team, and also is set off. Could it be that the news was revealed up by Tang Mushui? Well, it must be this way. Bai Jiaxing thought in his heart. Li Hui, the province has set up a joint investigation team, which has already departed, and will arrive at Beima County around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. So you do a good job of receiving them, but be sure to keep a low profile, and don't alarm anyone else for the time being. Yes, please leader. Tang Li Hui's tone was filled with exhilaration. The province has set up a joint investigation team, which is simply what he dreamed of. And the Zhao family father and son are probably finished this time. After seeing Tang Li Hui off, Bai Jiaxing made a call to his secretary, requesting that all standing committees at home be notified of the meeting in an hour. The province have set up a joint investigation team. The city must show, but also to send people down overnight, with a series of investigations of the investigation team. Li Hai didn't know yet that he had already pierced the sky. In the afternoon, there is nothing to do. Take the two daughters to tour the White Horse County, such as the White Horse Reservoir, the Immortal Peak, the Empyrean Monastery, etc., until the evening before returning to the city. In the evening, Li Hai still cooks, makes a few dishes, opens a few bottles of beer, turns on the TV, and the three of them eat food and drink while watching the World Cup live broadcast. Li Hai, I've heard from Yishir that you're very good. You guessed the score of almost every game, and you've won a lot of money just from buying soccer tickets. Nowhere, and often wrong guesses. Just a lot of wins and some wins overall. Even in the face of Tang Muxue, Li Hai also has some reservations, and did not have a brain to buy their own football bets out of the whole situation. Vaguely said that the winners and losers, only the three of them, were watching the World Cup live at home. And at this time, a fleet of cars got off the highway and was driving over toward White Horse County. This is a joint investigation team from the provincial capital down. A total of 9 people. Not only experts from the Public Security Bureau, there are also people from the Department of Justice. There are even 2 people belonging to the provincial military region. The leader is a deputy director of the Public Security Department, so the level is very high. It seems that the province attaches great importance to this matter. Qinglin City also sent a team of people led by Vice Mayor Wang Jian, quietly stationed in White Horse County, will cooperate with the investigation team to launch a series of investigations. Zhao Hongwei felt that his right eye was jumping more and more, and his mind was restless. In his heart, he thought, God bless, don't let anything happen. And finally felt uneasy and personally went to the villa where Zhao Liang stayed. Chapter 30. The Zhao Liang who played a deadly role. Zhao Hongwei was a little distracted. He drove to the front of that villa by himself personally, without a single driver or secretary, without alarming anyone. He took out his key and opened the door and walked in. And the first thing he saw was Zhao Liang on the living room couch. There's something a little off about Zhao Liang's appearance. His hair was a mess. He was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of large pants, and he had scratches on his chest and back, even on his face. Zhao Hongwei asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong with you? This appearance?" Zhao Liang replied, "It's fine. Why did you come over?" Zhao Hongwei hummed heavily, then said, "Are you not doing what I asked you to do? Not giving tens of thousands of dollars to the family of that old farmer who was run over and killed? Tell the truth with me." After he felt uneasy, he guessed something, and knowing this son as he did, most likely he hadn't done what he had asked again. So, he specifically called Su Feiping to learn more about the situation. And sure enough, Zhao Liang not only did not give money, but instead asked the family of the deceased for $5,000 to repair the car. That time that angry Zhao Hongwei almost stormed on the spot. Su Pengfei comforted him and asked Governor Zhao to rest assured that things were done in a watertight manner, and he personally asked about it, so there would definitely be no problems, especially since he had sent someone to investigate. The old man from the countryside who had been run over had no background whatsoever. The only thing that was a little different was that he was said to be an old Red Army man. But so what? After listening to Su Pengfei's words, Zhao Hongwei's mood was a little bit lighter, but he still felt uneasy, so he personally came here to ask him about this son in person. Zhao Liang didn't think it was a problem in the slightest. "Dad, you're too nervous. It'll be fine. The whole of White Horse County, it's still not up to you." Zhao Hongwei hummed heavily, very dissatisfied, and warned, "These days you give me a low profile. Stay here honestly, don't go anywhere. Wait until after this gust of wind." His eyes fell on Zhao Liang, seeing the scratches, and inquired, "What's going on with you? Who scratched you?" "It's okay, it's just that I played a woman and she grabbed it." Zhao Hongda was furious that at this time, he was still playing with women, and he couldn't wait to slap this talentless guy. He finally relented and gave another warning not to make a mess, before leaving with a cold snort. After seeing Zhao Hongwei off, Zhao Liang couldn't help but think back to this afternoon's events, although it was half an old woman. But another flavor, the bad luck is that the nanny cried and ran away. Zhao Liang thought in his mind, after a day or two will certainly come back. Then coaxing, give a little money, surely can be easily settled. Monday, early morning. Li Hai woke up early, washed up, and then said in the direction of the bedroom, "I'm going to work. You guys get yourselves downstairs for breakfast." and text me or call me if there's anything. As the secretary of the county party secretary, of course, you have to go to work early. You cannot go later than Secretary Tang. Yisher's lazy voice came from inside the bedroom. Got it. Don't mind us. You go to work. Last night she and Tang Mushue slept here. Li Hai slept in one bedroom, and she and sister Tang slept in the other. Li Hai arrived at the entrance of the county party committee and county government compound relatively early, not yet 8 o'clock in the morning, and from afar, he saw that there were a lot of people at the gate. What's going on? Could it be that something else is going on? Heart slightly sank, hastily accelerated the pace over the distance closer to see clearly. The ground kneeling 3 people, a 40-something years old middle-aged man, a 16, 17-year-old girl, and a 12, 3-year-old boy, all wearing white morning clothes and white cloth morning hats. A sad atmosphere could be felt from a distance. Middle-aged man with a sad face, holding the effigy of a middle-aged woman, mostly his wife. Next to the 2 girls pulled open a white cloth, on which was written a large word of injustice, and then next to it there were palm-sized brush strokes. Eyeballing 1 or 200 words, the content of these words is simple and easy to understand. There is not a word of nonsense throughout. The content is her mother in Zhao Liang's home as a nanny. Yesterday afternoon was Zhao Liang rape. Unbearable humiliation. Has jumped into the reservoir to commit suicide. Please the government to redress the grievances. Justice in clouds. A lot of people were milling about. One by one. They were furious. What about sinning? Jumped into the reservoir and committed suicide, leaving behind a pair of sons and daughters. It looks like the older one is still in high school and the younger one is only in middle school. Zhao Liang is Governor Zhao's son, right? This is too lawless. Punished severely. Must be punished severely. Li Hai understood what was going on as soon as he took a look at these words, and his heart was furious. It was this Zhao Liang again, who had run over a meritorious old man to death only the day before yesterday at noon, and then raped his family's nanny yesterday afternoon, causing the nanny to be so overwhelmed by the humiliation that she committed suicide by jumping into the reservoir. Several security guards were already repelling these 3. Their movements were rather rough, but neither the middle-aged man, nor these 2 children were moved. They just knelt there, their heads lowered, and their faces full of grief. 2 security guards ganged up to try to pull the middle-aged man on his knees, but it did not seem to work out as planned, and it was obvious that the middle-aged man was very strong and determined. Li Hai quickly walked over and loudly reprimanded. Stop it, all of you. The lead security guard saw that it was Li Hai and immediately looked bashful. Secretary Li, the leaders are about to go to work. It's not a good influence to see this. Li Hai Dao, is it a good influence for you to treat the crowd so roughly? All of you get out of my way. After saying that, Li Hai walked to the front of the middle-aged man, squatted down, and patiently, with a soft tone, said, Comrade, can you get up first? Follow me to the reception room, and speak to me slowly. Perhaps it was Li Hai's good attitude that won the middle-aged man a hint of goodwill. He looked up at Li Hai and inquired, Leader, can you do it for me? Can you redress my grievances? Li Hai affirmed, Please believe me. I will definitely make sure the murderer is severely punished. The middle-aged man looked at Li Hai again, then said, Leader, I believe in you. Please do it for me and redress our grievances. Okay, get up first and follow me. Li Hai took these 3 people into the county party committee and county government compound, sat down in the reception room and asked specifically what was going on. After some inquiries to learn a lot of information, the middle-aged man called Yuan Naiwan, veteran disabled soldiers, feet have a little limp, mainly by odd jobs to support the family. His wife, the middle-aged woman who jumped into the reservoir to commit suicide, is called Tian Xingfen, was introduced to him and started working as a nanny in Zhao Liang's house 2 months ago, mainly responsible for the sanitation and cleaning of the villa. Yesterday afternoon around 4:20 minutes, Zhao Liang suddenly had an animalistic outburst and raped Tian Xingfen. Unable to bear the humiliation of Tian Xingfen ran home, told the matter to Yuan Naiwan, and jumped into the reservoir to commit suicide. Yesterday night more than 10 o'clock before the body was salvaged, and is now placed inside the home, has not yet entered the coffin. After listening, Li Hai suppressed the anger in his heart, took out his cell phone and dialed Tang Lihui's phone. This matter must report to the leadership to do. Chapter 31, Time-Grabbing Leader. There is an important situation that needs to be reported to you. Li Hai opened the door without any nonsense. Today, Tang Lihui also got up relatively early, and arrived early in the morning at the hotel where the joint investigation team was staying. This is just a very ordinary hotel. The location is still a little off. The entire investigation team, including the vice mayor of Wang and others, have not stayed in the county party committee guest house. The purpose is not to beat the bushes. The arrival of the investigation team, the entire White Horse County, only Tang Lihui know. Even the county governor Zhao Hongwei did not know so much. However, we all know that this matter cannot be hidden for long at all. With the investigation team to carry out the work, The county will all know. It's a matter of grabbing time, working quickly before everyone reacts, and trying to get hold of some strong evidence. Early in the morning, Tang Lihui arrived at this hotel, met with the deputy mayor of Wang, met with the leading deputy director of Kai Weiman, and expressed his full support for the investigation team's work. Everyone arrived in Whitehorse County last night. Simple. Hastily ate a dinner. Inside the hotel on a meeting, a series of arrangements and division of labor. Early this morning ready to start action, receiving Li Hai's call and hearing that there was something important. Tang Lihui said, "Little Li, what is it? Just say it." "Leader, it's like this." Li Hai briefly described the situation and said, "Leader, I think it's necessary to protect the dead body first. I'm worried that Zhao Liang will be dogged and send someone to pull the body to be cremated." "Good. You immediately go to Shangha village. I'll ask Zhang Lin to cooperate with you. Make sure to protect the body. I'll send someone over afterward." After a few words of instruction, Tang Lihui immediately reported this new situation to the two leaders, Kai Weiman and Wang Jian. What? After hearing this, the two leaders also changed color slightly, and anger could be seen on their faces. That such a thing had actually happened again. Is this Zhao Liang going to heaven? He just ran over a meritorious old man at noon the day before yesterday and then raped his family's nanny yesterday afternoon. Originally last night has been arranged for today's work. This thing out, all upset. The first thing is to protect Tian Qingfan's body. If the body is cremated, then there will be no evidence of anything. And if Zhao Liang is dead set on denying it, then it will be really difficult to sit on the fact that he raped. As long as the body was still there, then the evidence was there. And inside the body there would be Zhao Liang's bodily fluids. And that was the strongest evidence. After Li Hai collected the phone, he said to Yuan Naiwan, "You've heard it. I've already reported to the secretary of the county party committee. The leaders will definitely deal with this matter. And it's imperative that is to go back to your village right away and protect your lover's body." Yuan Naiwan wasn't stupid and immediately realized what was going on. Nodding his head gratefully, "Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader. I will go back now." "No, I'll go back with you." Li Hai Dao, because he had received a call from Secretary Tang. Zhang Luan quickly drove over in a car and honked his horn a few times in front of the reception room. "Li Hai, get in the car." When Li Hai saw this SUV, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's get on the car and hurry back. Returning late might be shortchanged by Zhao Liang's people." Zhang Luan drove and flew all the way. We all do not know. Zhao Hongwei has sent people in advance. And still a deputy director of the Whitehorse County Public Security Bureau led the team. Several police officers, followed by a car from the county funeral parlor. As soon as Yuan Naiwan's trio knelt at the entrance of the county party committee and county government compound, he received a report and was shocked when he heard it. Worthy of the old cunning people. Know that things have happened. The most important thing is to destroy the evidence. So a phone call to Su Feipeng briefly said this matter. Asked to send the body immediately cremated. The speed should be fast. Su Feipeng is Zhao Hongwei's hardcore supporters. Not the slightest standby. Sent a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau to lead the team. Flew to the village of Shangha. Even though a deputy director had been sent over to lead the team, Zhao Hongwei still felt intensely uneasy. Grimacing and walking around in the middle of his office. He really wanted to slap that rebellious son a few times, and repeatedly told him to keep a low profile and not to make things happen in the next few days. But he ended up raping the nanny. And the nanny committed suicide by jumping into the reservoir. I hope that this matter can be suppressed. To teach that rebellious son also have to wait until all the evidence is eliminated. Zhao Hongwei thought in his mind. Su Feipeng was also next to him. It was he who ran over to report the news to Zhao Hongwei. Seeing the distraught Zhao Hongwei, he relieved. "Governor, don't worry. In this acreage of Whitehorse County, that's not our world. It'll be fine," Zhao Hongwei said. "Let's hope so." Zhang Lin's car drove fast. Originally from the county town, it would take about 30 to 40 minutes to reach Shangshui village. He only used 20 or so bells of time. The front is Yuan Naiwan's home, a dilapidated red brick house. There is a piece of sunbathing ping in front of the house, but the ping is parked in front of several cars. There are police cars. There are also funeral parlor cars. The front of the house was in an uproar, and the Yuan family was preventing the police and the undertaker from removing the body. And by the looks of it, they were very agitated. I in the countryside are buried in the ground, preaching in the ground for peace. In the ground before also often have to do a few days of doxology. Rarely will the body luck cremation. The leader of the team was Song Deyuan, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, and seeing that he encountered so much resistance, he began to flounder. "I understand your feelings of being in the ground, but we need to transport the body back for a series of appraisals, including a series of evidence from the body." "Is that really true?" "Definitely not. He's just fooling these peasants who have little education and haven't seen the market. The heart has decided it. If lulling is not enough, then come tough. Forcibly transport the body. It must be cremated as soon as possible to do so. Li Hai. Zhang Luan and the others walked over quickly across the distance. Li Hai shouted, Director Song, Secretary Tang's latest instructions. Protect the dead body. No one can move. Wait for the joint investigation team to come. Li Hai and Zhang Luan. How did they come? All of a sudden, Song Dihai's heart sank slightly, and he said forcefully, Secretary Li, we're working on a normal case, so I hope we don't obstruct it. Li Hai coldly smiled. Who is this fooling? You can fool these villagers, but want to fool me? There is no door. Director Song, take your people and hurry up and leave, or else you can't bear all the consequences. Thinking that there is Su Feiping behind, especially with the support of County Governor Zhao, and although Tang Lihui is the secretary of the County Party Committee, but even the Standing Committee has not mastered. Song Dihai is not afraid. Tough. No one comes is not good. The body we have to take away. Captain Liu, carry the body to the car. The enemy is outnumbered. Song Diyuan and his men have 7 or 8 policemen alone, as well as 4 or 5 people from the funeral parlor, so they can't rely on their own strength alone. Li Hai was inspired and immediately had a strategy. Chapter 32, Double Regulation. Seeing that they were ready to transport the bodies away, Li Hai took a few steps forward and blocked in front of these people, his stern gaze sweeping over these people's bodies. In a stern voice, he said, You are simply incapable of doing anything. You even dare to disobey Secretary Tang's instructions. These people shrunk, but did not dare to make another move. In the end, they are basically grassroots police officers. They do not want to get involved in cause of fuss. After scaring these people, Li Hai said loudly, Folks, Tian Qingfen's family members. These people were instructed by Zhao Hongwei to transport the body to take it to be cremated and eliminate the evidence. If the body is cremated and all the evidence is wiped out, then there's no evidence against him in death. And as long as Zhao Liang doesn't admit to the rape, then the law can't do anything about him. And besides, he's got a father who's a county governor standing behind him. Anyway, having already torn his face, either you die or I die. Li Hai simply exposed the sinister intentions of the Zhao family's father and son in front of so many people. Yuan Naiman stood out and said loudly, Secretary Li is here to help us. What he said is all true. Please help me together and don't let them transport my wife's body away. In this way, the relatives of the Yuan family, the neighbors stood into a wall of people, and some even took out their stretcher hose. But even so, Song Diyuan still didn't want to give up and shouted, What are you guys standing there for? Rush over and carry the body to the car. They are obstructing official duties. At this time, a neutral voice came over. I'll see who dares. Seeking the sound, he looked over, only to see the vice mayor of Qinglin City, Wang Jian, coming over with a large group of people, some of whom were also riot police. A full 20 or 30 people. Song Diyuan's rank is not high, just a deputy section-level deputy director. Actually did not recognize Wang Jian, loudly said, And who are you? Wang Jian said aloud, I'm the vice mayor of Qinglin City. Wang Jian, take all these people under control and take them away. Song Diyuan's heart trembled. It's over. It's over. Not only did the deputy mayor himself come over, but he recognized every one of these police officers and guessed that this might be an off-site use of the police, all mobilized off-site police. Song Diyuan no, not only is he himself finished, Zhao family father and son is probably also finished. All of these people were controlled and taken to the car. And Wang Jian came over with a big stride and inquired, who is Comrade Li Hai? He could be very familiar with the name. The last time Wang Huili was in distress in Whitehorse County and was almost captured by Zhao Liang, he hadn't had a chance to thank him yet. And then he often heard Wang Huili mention it again, but he hadn't been able to see Li Hai in person. Li Hai took a few steps forward. Hello Mayor Wang, I am Li Hai. Wang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. What a sunny and handsome young man. Not bad, not bad. About the same age as our family Huili, not older than 2 or 3 years. Li is good. Good. Office of the Governor Zhao Hongwei and Su Feiping were still talking, and the content was all related to Zhao Liang, such as the handling of the car accident, how to wipe their asses in this rape incident, and so on. His secretary knocked on the door in a bit of panic. Leader, it's not good. Zhao's matter made the provincial newspaper. Look, this is today's Jiangbei Daily, also the official provincial newspaper of Jiangbei Province. The influence is huge. Government agencies at all levels, factories, mines, enterprises and institutions will subscribe to. The network is not particularly developed in 2002. The circulation of Jiangbei Daily is very large. No way. An ordinary car accident. How could it be in the provincial newspaper? And so fast. Zhao Hongwei took this Jiangbei Daily with a disbelieving face, and then, his eyes widened in horror. Not only was it on the provincial newspaper, but it was on the front page of the provincial newspaper, in a large format, taking up almost half of the entire front page. This, what's going on? Zhao Hongwei's face has a little pale up. He knows that since this matter has been on the provincial newspaper, then the matter certainly cannot be covered up like this on the front page of the provincial newspaper news events. Provincial and municipal leaders will often have instructions. Once a certain provincial leader instructions, which who can carry. Su Feiping came over to take a look, and his face also paled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he was covered in a cold sweat, and had to take out his handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He knew too well that this matter could not be investigated at all, and once it was investigated, it would be exposed. On the newspaper, that one photo was so blinding. Special merit, first-class merit, battle hero, all published in the form of photos. With the distribution of this newspaper, not only in Jiangbei province, it is estimated that it will not take long to attract widespread attention nationwide. It's over. It's over. Su Feiping instantly went limp on the sofa, as if the bones of his entire body had been drained away. Zhao Hongwei slightly better, but not much. He is also the same cold sweat, but also in the heart of his son. Trembling took out his cell phone, dialed Zhao Liang's phone, was about to remind him to hurry up and run, as far as possible. This time, the office door was pushed open. Tang Lihui was the first to come in, then Kai Weiman, the leader of the task force, followed by several others, basically from the Discipline Inspection Commission of Qinglin City. Governor Zhao, Secretary Su, you're all here. That saves a lot of trouble. This is Director Kai from the Provincial Public Security Department, and this is Deputy Secretary Zhang from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Kai Weiman took 2 steps forward and said with a straight face, Zhao Hongwei, Su Feiping, on behalf of the Provincial Joint Investigation Team, I formally announce that the 2 of you are invited to give a clear account of the problem at the prescribed place and time. After that, with a wave of his hand, take it away. Several comrades from the investigation team came forward and took Zhao Hongwei and Su Feiping directly away. When they were brought to the car, many people in the county government compound saw it, and all of a sudden, one of them was shocked. In the Whitehorse County, a hand and the 2 people were taken away. This is definitely the most explosive big news in the whole Whitehorse County. Some people's hearts are scared, especially Zhao Hongwei, that faction of people. Some people are secretly happy, especially those who have been. Zhao Hongwei's long-term suppression of people. Office of the Deputy County Clerk. Her correspondent came over with a look of surprise. Leader, Zhao Hongwei and Su Feiping have both been taken away. It's such a relief. Zhou Yuhua slightly froze, then smiled, placing this Jiangbei Daily in her hand on the table. God has eyes. Our Whitehorse County can finally lift the dark clouds to see the sky. Zhao Hongwei, you really gave birth to a good son. The news spread rapidly, centered on the county government, and even though there was no WeChat in 2002, the speed at which it spread was simply staggering. County Public Safety Deputy Director Zhang Zhenmao heard this great news in the office without fear of laughing, eyes gradually wet. It's not easy. It's so not easy. He was originally the first deputy director of the Whitehorse County Public Security Bureau, the most promising promotion of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, but too upright, refused to go along with Zhao Hongwei, Su Feiping. The result was not only failed to rise to the head of the bureau, but instead, from the first deputy director of the Bureau 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 of Justice, now it has been completely marginalized. There is no real power at all, but also to manage such chores as cleaning and sanitation. He's only 42. He's got a long career ahead of him. Chapter 33. She lives in my house. Li Hai was also the first to hear the news that Zhao Hongwei and Su Feiping had been double-regulated. At once, the heart was pleasant to the core. Soon after, when he heard that Zhao Liang had been arrested again, the relief in his heart was a little hard to describe. With ink in his last life, he was imprisoned for 20 years, and this great revenge has finally been avenged. Zhao Hongwei's dismissal and sentence are certain. Only the question of how many years to be sentenced. Zhao Liang's problem is even more serious. At least all of them start with life imprisonment, and the probability is the death penalty. The latter things do not need Li Hai to care about. Watch them being examined. Be sentenced can be the next thing to do. In addition to making money, a good walk their own career path. Now the starting point is good. The secretary of the county party secretary, and can also see the goodwill of others. Li Hai is confident that this life will be able to go to a very high position. With Zhao Hongwei, Su Feiping was double-checked. The case by the joint investigation team in charge. Tang Lihui, the county party secretary, at most to cooperate. His main focus can be completely on the work. So he returned to his office. In a good mood, sitting in a wide comfortable boss chair, picked up the cup of tea, took a sip of tea. This tea temperature, this thickness, just right. The heart of Li Hai more satisfied. Picked up today's Jiangbei Daily and looked at it. A happy color on his face was completely uncontrollable. A long time before all have been immersed in it. Quietly took a few deep breaths, let himself try to calm down a little, and then called Li Hai in the past 2 days. He didn't have Li Hai with him at all times, mainly because he hadn't fully trusted him yet. Li Hai was still in his mind during the inspection period, and from today onwards, this inspection period ended early. Leader, you asked for me. Little Li, sit down. Let's chat casually. Tang Li Hui was amiable, almost without the stance of a county party secretary, despite the fact that the leader was so close. Li Hai was still very measured, maintaining the restraint that should be expected, and carefully took a seat on the sofa, only sitting on half of his buttocks. Tang Li Hui satisfied with a slight nod. His secretary is really good. Not arrogant. Not to take credit. Can Zhao Hongwei? Su Feiping double regulation. Li Hai is definitely the first credit, but he still looks like a restrained and careful, without half a point of pride. Li, Don's still with you, isn't he? Li Hai slightly froze for a moment before reacting that the little Tang in the leader's mouth should be referring to Tang Mushua. Well, she's still living in my house. You know, I have a new house in the Magnolia neighborhood that was originally decorated and ready for marriage. It's just that my ex-girlfriend cheated on me and took up with Zhao Liang, and I've already dumped her. Li Hai's ex-girlfriends matter. Tang Li Hui had heard something about it, but it wasn't the focus of attention. What he was concerned about was Tang Mushua. After hearing these words from Li Hai, he was slightly shocked and hurriedly sat upright, inquiring, Little Li, last night Xiao Tang stayed at your house. There was nothing to hide about this. The two of them, Yi Shi and Tang Mushui, did stay in Li Hai's new room last night? Well, she's staying at my new house and should be up by now at this hour. Tang Li Hui took a deep breath and looked at Li Hai with a different gaze. Tang Mushui is the daughter of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee and the Minister of Propaganda. And it turned out that people stayed with Li Hai last night. There is so much information in this. So much. Tang Li Hui subconsciously thought that Tang Mushui and Li Hai were talking about friends and had developed to the extent of cohabitation. In that case, this little secretary of their own is the future son-in-law of Minister Tang. They are picking up the treasure. If you can go through Li Hai and get on the line of Minister Tang in the future, then there's simply a point where you're afraid to think about it. And just the thought of it is inspiring enough. With such a realization in his heart, Tang Li Hui inquired again with concern, and even wanted to propose that he invite comrade Xiao Tang to have a meal at noon, but felt a little abrupt since Tang Mushui was Xiao Li's girlfriend. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no rush for this time. Li Hai had a little bit of trouble understanding why the leader was so concerned about himself and Tang Mushui, but was too embarrassed to ask, and just nodded once from time to time, and felt that it was almost time, and only then did he take the initiative to say goodbye, and return to his own little office. After sitting down, he called Yi Xie and asked if the two of them had breakfast, where they were now, and what they were up to. Yi Shi said that she and Sister Tang had gotten up a long time ago, and had also eaten breakfast, and were now shopping on the street, and would eat together at noon, and then they would return to the provincial capital in the afternoon. Li Hai had a bit of reluctance, but also knew that a big reporter like Tang Mushui was very busy, and it was already very good to stay here for a day, so he said that he would have lunch together at noon, and that he would treat the two of them to see them off throughout the morning. Li Hai was very busy. It's never been done before with Zhao Hongwei. Su Feiping was taken away, the door of the county party secretary's office lively, all to report the work of the following bureaus, townships, street office of the first and second hand, lined up. Li Hai is also a rising tide. These leaders below, one by one, without any frame, a cordial face, and even some face to please the color. Another township chief came over. Director Li, I'd like to report to Secretary Tang. Li Hai Dao, Mayor's son. There are a lot of people reporting to the leader, so you'll have to wait a bit before you can do that. Okay, no problem. Mayor Sun said. In their township, the mayor of Sun Township is a bullish figure, where he waits in line for others. It is others who wait for him. However, in front of Li Hai, there was no trace of the township chief's stance, but rather like a small clerk. He was waiting outside in a regular manner. A while later, a town mayor came out of Tang Li Hui's office after reporting his work. And Li Hai Dao, Director Zhao, it's your turn. Thanks, Director Li. Director Zhao thanked Li Hai, then knocked on the door and entered the secretary's office and began to report his work. Asa secretary has been thoroughly tied together with the leadership. A glory, a loss. Tang Li Hui position is stable. Go far. Li Hai can go far. Seeing so many people come over to report their work, the secretary's office is thoroughly lively. Li Hai is heartily happy, and his work is also very energetic. Time flew by in the midst of the hustle and bustle, and in a flash it was time to leave work at noon, and Li Hai knocked on the door and entered Tang Li Hui's office. Leader, Reporter Tang is going back to the provincial capital in the afternoon. I want to treat her to a meal at noon, and I need to ask the leader for a vacation. Tang Li Hui waved his hand. Go on, put work matters aside for a while. and thank people on my behalf. In fact, he would like to go to dinner together. But people did not open their mouths, and young people to eat together. He ventured over is not good, held back, said instead that let Lehigh on behalf of his greetings to Tang Muxui. Lehigh promised in one mouth, and then went out of the county party committee and county government compound. And just as soon as he went out, he saw the Toyota Land Cruiser not far away that had a provincial license plate. And then, for a moment, his face changed, because he saw a person that he very much did not want to see. Chapter 34. Thinking of farts to eat. Lehigh didn't expect to see Lu Lily here. Recently, he had been busy cleaning up Zhao Liang and Zhao Hongwei, all of which had temporarily put this woman aside, and he hadn't expected to see her here. Lu Lily was obviously waiting for Lehigh here, and when she saw Lehigh's figure coming out, her eyes lit up and she immediately ran over with a happy face, not only with an affectionate face, but a pleasing face, like a licking dog. Honey, are you tired after work? After saying that, she even took 2 steps forward and tried to take Lehigh's arm. Lehigh frowned in disgust and coldly grimaced. Lu Lily, what do you want? Honey, I was wrong in the past, can you forgive me? I will be good to you in the future. Whatever you want. Crouching grass, I have dumped you. You have gotten into it with Zhao Liang, and fought on the sofa in my new room. I have all the pictures of your fight in my hands, and at this time, you are actually coming to beg for my forgiveness. Wanted to fart eat it. Lehigh waved his hand in disgust. You've taken the wrong medication, haven't you? We no longer have any relationship. From now on, don't appear in front of me again. Lu Lily pouted. Honey, I've admitted my faults to you. What more do you want from me? The little fairy had admitted her mistake, which was normally something that had to be forgiven, but Lehigh didn't want to give the little fairy face, and answered her with just one word. Get out. Sending her the word get out, Lehigh lifted his foot and left, not giving Lu Lily a chance at all. Lu Lily was so angry that she stomped her feet and looked at Lehigh's back, and said in her heart, Humph, want to dump me? There is no door. We will see, not far away. The SUV, Tang Mushua saw Lehigh and reminded him softly. Sure. Look over there. There's a woman who seems to be pestering your boyfriend. Yisher's delicate and pretty face slightly reddened, pouting. Sister Tang, what are you talking nonsense about? What do you mean by my boyfriend? Tang Mushua deliberately exaggerated her expression. Oh, so Lehigh is not your boyfriend? Then I'm going to go after it. Sis, I like sunny and handsome boys like Lehigh. Yisher pinched her. Milky and fierce. How dare you? You're not allowed to go after Hai. After saying that, there was a little bit of nervousness and worry as she looked at Lehigh, only to be quickly relieved as Lehigh didn't give the woman half a chance at all, and quickly walked over this way, originally in a good mood. By Lu Lily's influence, Lehigh's face has a little black. Pull open the door to get into the car. Sitting in the car face only a little bit to ease a little bit. Yixia inquired with concern. Brother Hai, who is that? Lehigh Dao, my ex-girlfriend, who broke up a long time ago, is now pestering me again. Oh, so it's an ex-girlfriend. Yisher was too embarrassed to continue asking, but just looked at Lu Lily several times in a row, memorizing the look in his mind. Can't help but also compare herself. A little shorter than herself, not as well built as herself, and crucially not as big as herself. Hai should like the big ones. She shouldn't have any more chances. Tang Mushua started the car and headed to the Jiangshui family that the three of them had arranged to eat at, because Yisher said that she wanted to eat the fish from that store again while driving. Tang Mushua inquired. Lehigh, can you tell us a little bit about why you broke up with your ex-girlfriend? In fact, this was inquiring instead of Yishi. As Yisher's best friend. She knew that Yisher was thin-skinned and was too embarrassed to ask about this, so she did it for her. In fact, there is nothing to hide. Lehigh also do not want to hide, simply frank and honest. The reason for the breakup is very simple. She cheated on her husband and stepped on 2 boats. You may not be able to guess. Lu Lily cheated on Zhao Liang, the son of the county governor Zhao Hongwei. When she and Zhao Liang good I do not know, until one day at noon, I caught her on the spot, just in my house on the sofa, speaking things over briefly. He felt in a much better mood and said, I didn't think that after the fall of the Zhao family's father and son, this woman would actually be so brazen as to run over and beg for my forgiveness, really wanting to fart eat it. Yisher laughed and said, Lehigh, I didn't expect you to speak foul language as well. Next time don't be so rude. Now she was in a soothing mood. Yisher himself may have a little confused. Lehigh and Lu Lily no longer possible. Their hearts actually inexplicably happy and relaxed. The car quickly traveled to the entrance of Jiang Shui Ren's house, and after parking the car, the three of them asked for a private room on the 2nd floor, where they could see the river outside from the window. Lehigh pushed the menu over. You guys order, don't be polite with me, order whatever you want. Tang Mushua took the menu and jokingly said, you can really order whatever you want, not afraid of the 2 of us eating for you. Lehigh said atmospherically, order whatever you want. You don't have to save money for me. The main focus now is a lot of money. Hefei had already arrived in the provincial city yesterday afternoon and bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of soccer lottery tickets according to Li Hai's request. And after a few games, hundreds of thousands turned into more than $1 million. At this rate, after this World Cup, it is conservatively estimated that we can win $10 to $20 million. And if we go to Hong Kong Island, or Australia, we will win even more. Li Hai also considered, in order to maximize the benefits, after the World Cup group stage, instructed Hefei to go to Hong Kong Island. Anyway, after the return of Hong Kong Island, procedures are much simpler. There are many restrictions on the mainland, and a bet of several millions or tens of millions of dollars will definitely attract the attention of certain people and forces, and it is much freer to go to Hong Kong Island. Tang Mushue took the menu and ordered a few dishes, and did not put down a deadly kind. 3 people 3 dishes, all river food. The main focus is still the store's signature dish, boiled fish head, because they had to drive back to the province after the meal. They didn't even drink any beer. All 3 of them drank fruit juice. After finishing the meal, Li Hai grabbed the bill first, then sent the 2 women to the car, waved goodbye, and watched them leave. Sister Tang, slow down the car. Shy, send me a text when you get there to let me know you're okay. Saw the car gradually far away, disappeared in the line of sight. Li Hai only to go back to the county party committee and county government compound direction. By the way, in the road a lottery store to buy a few $1,000s of lottery tickets. Tang Li Hui inquired. Xiao Tang went back. Well, she drove herself back to the provincial capital, and she should be on the highway by now. Li Hai replied. Good. Come to our Whitehorse County often in the future. You take people around a bit. We still have a lot of fun places in Whitehorse County. Well, thank you, leader. Li Hai replied. The county clerk's office has been relatively busy for several days in a row, basically coming over to report to Secretary Tang on their own initiative. In the past few days when he was busy with his work, Li Hai often contacted Yishir, either by text message or phone call, and the 2 of them were getting closer and closer. He also contacted Hefei every day, instructing him to buy lottery tickets according to his own requirements, and at least 8 or 9 out of 10 matches were big wins, with the occasional loss of 1 or 2, which was still due to Li Hai's intentional letting go of the water yesterday. The joint investigation team also withdrew, and all evidence was handed over to the court. A few days of investigation have uncovered a lot of problems and implicated a lot of people. Chapter 35. Did you dig your family's ancestral grave? A lot of people in Zhao Hongwei's lineage got involved, such as Song Diyuan, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, the Finance Bureau, Deputy Director, etc. This is still the investigation team consulted Tang Li Hui, as well as the main leaders of Qinglin City. Otherwise, involved in the entry will be more, with so many people ripped into it. It leaves a lot of empty seats. Tang Li Hui would of course firmly grasp this opportunity to seat his own people. So the standing committee was once again convened, because Zhao Hongwei and Su Feiping were double-checked. Only a total of 9 members of the standing committee attended this time. Namely, County Secretary, Tang Li Hui Deputy County Secretary, Zhou Yuhua Standing Deputy Governor, Shui Anping Secretary of the County Commission for Discipline Inspection, Hua Shuahai Prefectural Organization Minister, Lu Jicheng County Publicity Secretary, Yan Lu Director of the County Party Committee Office, Wei Yuanwang Prefectural Minister of United Front Work, Zhou Qingxing County People's Armed Forces Commander, Wang Xinghua. Tang Li Hui presided over the meeting. First of all, heavy tone of voice. Comrades, our Whitehorse County has happened to deplore things. Zhao Hongwei, Su Feiping and other people in serious violation of the party's rules and regulations, did not put the interests of the people in the eyes of the people. Ganging up, he spoke for several minutes. Lu Shicheng, the former organization minister of Zhao Hongwei's faction, lowered his head and suffocated in his heart to the extreme, and he has been on tenterhooks for the past few days, fearing that he will be affected. Previously, the appointment of cadres, personnel adjustments, he only Zhao Hongwei's head. Simply ignore the existence of Zhou Yuhua, now have to clip the tail to do people. In accordance with the meaning of Tang Li Hui drew up this list of cadre appointments, and on the standing committee after personally sent to Zhou Yuhua over the eyes, Tang Li Hui's gaze swept over the bodies of several standing committees before directly entering the topic. Our standing committee this time, we will mainly discuss a few important candidates. First of all, the candidate for the director of the Finance Bureau, completely different from the last standing committee. Tang Li Hui had to delay last time. Hard to drag the standing committee to 12 noon after work. This time no nonsense. The first to discuss the appointment of the director of the Finance Bureau. The Finance Bureau is undoubtedly a very important bureau, and as a hand of Whitehorse County, it must be firmly grasped in the hands of Organization Minister Lu Jicheng. Attitude is very humble, where there is still the same condescension as the last standing committee. Reported, Secretary Tang, our organization department examined and recommended 3 candidates. I'll introduce you to these 3 comrades. In his capacity as Minister of Organization, He introduced the three men in some detail. After the introduction, Tang Lihui was old-fashioned and did not express his views, but let the other standing committee members speak first. Can you guess the one in the secretary's heart? It has to have political wisdom. As a deputy secretary of the county party committee, assisting a hand to grasp the party building and personnel, Zhou Yuhua was the first to speak. These three comrades are good. All very good. But I am more optimistic about Comrade Chao Zhigo. The comrade is the finance bureau to go out. Business ability is very strong. From the labor bureau transferred back to serve as a hand of the finance bureau is very suitable. After Zhou Yuhua finished speaking, several other standing committee members' eyes lit up slightly, and they all knew that Chao Zhigo was the person Secretary Tang had in mind. County Commission for Discipline Inspection Secretary Guo Shuihai, County Propaganda Minister Lu Yan, Executive Vice Mayor Shuianping and other speeches one after another have been bullish. Chao Zhigo. After everyone had finished speaking, Tang Lihui said, "Then let's vote by a show of hands. Those who agree that Comrade Chao Zhigo should be the director of the Finance Bureau, please raise your hands." Having said that, he himself was the first to raise his hand, and all the other standing committee members raised their hands and voted unanimously. As the first secretary of the county party committee, Li Hai attended this standing committee, but only brought his ears and eyes over, and left his mouth at home, only looking, only listening, and did not make any remarks. After unanimously approving Chao Zhigao's appointment as financial secretary, several appointments to important positions were then discussed, including the Public Security Bureau. The appointment of the Director of Public Safety is a little different and falls under dual jurisdiction. The Whitehorse County Standing Committee does not directly appoint the Director of Public Safety, but it can recommend candidates. The probability is that the candidate recommended by the Standing Committee will be passed by the higher public security organizations. This time, the Standing Committee recommended Zhang Zhenmao, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, to be the director. The meeting lasted from 10 a.m. until a little after 12 p.m., and the news spread immediately after the meeting ended. Many people know that the era of Zhao Hongwei in Whitehorse County is completely over, and the upcoming will be the era of Tang Lihui. After holding this standing committee, Tang Lihui was also very busy, and in the afternoon, he took Li Hai to Qinglin City to visit several city leaders, especially to report to Bai Jiaoshen, the secretary of the municipal party committee. There are still 2 standing committee positions are vacant. Tang Lihui of course hoped that it is his own people to sit on these 2 positions. So, running Qinglin City is very active. Qinglin City was also very efficient, holding a standing committee to appoint a new governor and secretary of the political and legal committee for Whitehorse County. The governor was promoted from Whitehorse County. Deputy County Party Secretary Zhou Yuhua was promoted to governor, and the new deputy secretary of the county party committee and secretary of the political and legal committee were both parachuted in from Qinglin City. The new deputy secretary of the county party committee is called Shi Xingwen, more than 40 years old, former deputy secretary general of the Qinglin Municipal Party Committee. The new secretary of the political and legal committee Li Huamao much younger, early 30s. I heard that the family background is not simple. Directly from above parachuted over. After the arrival of the 2 new standing committee, Tang Lihui once again held a standing committee, but did not discuss the appointment of personnel, mainly to introduce the various standing committee. We are further familiar with each other, and a series of division of labor and adjustment. After Tang Lihui introduced the standing committees, he introduced his secretary Li Hai to the 2 new standing committees, and the 2 standing committees successively took the initiative to warmly extend their right hands to Li Hai. When Li Hai shook hands with Shi Xingwen, the deputy secretary of the county party committee, a line of white font appeared above the other party's head. Favorability 10. This is normal. After all, it is the first time they meet and they are not familiar with each other. When Li Hai shook hands with Li Huamao, the secretary of the political and legal committee, a line of words also surfaced on top of the other party's head. However, it was grayish-black in color. Favorability -50. The first time the 2 sides met, the other side's favorability was so ridiculously low. Li Hai was shocked in his heart, but only his face did not show it halfway. Still warm and humble. No mistake. It is indeed -50. And you can't go wrong with gray and black lettering. A favorability of -31 to -50 is a gray and black font, indicating that the other person dislikes them extremely, if not hates them very much. Li Hai was speechless for a while. MMPs. Old man digging your family's ancestral grave or doing something else. You actually have such a great hostility towards me. After thinking about it for half a day, Li Hai could be sure that he and Li Huamao were meeting for the first time. And before that, there was no half-crossing, and he didn't know each other at all. The other party hid it well. Not only was he enthusiastic, but he also acted friendly, and even praised Li Hai a few times in front of so many standing committees. If the favorability wasn't there, Li Hai might have actually believed it. If the other party is so hostile, then this person has to be guarded, and you have to be more than a little wary when dealing with him. By the way, the new director of public security, Zhang Zhenmao, did not have a low favorability rating for himself, and he had a 35 favorability rating the first time he dealt with him, yesterday. Director Zhang came to the county party secretary here to report on the work. Li Hai shook hands with the other party again, and the goodwill rose to 40. These days, Li Hai also has a certain understanding of this golden finger of his own. That is, it is very difficult to drop down the good sense. Anyway, so far has not found anyone's good sense can still drop. Rose up rather quickly. A casual show of kindness and friendliness, a few more encounters, a handshake, a meal, can boost favorability. The higher the good height of the other party, the more they can stand in Li Hai's position, the more they can support Li Hai. If the good degree reaches 80 or more, then it is a loyal and unparalleled. 2 ribs and daggers, go to the fire, and dare to hard steel in the end for the sake of Li Hai and anyone. It would be interesting to brush up Zhang Gunmao's favorability, and the result would be that Li Huamao, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, would not be able to control the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 36, to get rich, build roads first. At Saturday, originally, Li Hai could have rested, but Tang Lihui had said yesterday that he would go down today to take a walk and look around, and don't want to alarm anyone yet. Just him and Li Hai, and the driver Xiao Lu. A total of 3 people only as Zhao Hongwei has fallen. The standing committee is basically under the control of Tang Lihui. The next thing to do is to research, and then the right medicine to develop the economy of Beima County. At the beginning of the 20th century, the economy was still in charge, and the GDP was used as a criterion for heroism. The first thing a local leader would look at was the GDP growth rate to see if he had any political achievements. Tang Lihui's age is not big, has a huge development prospect. He is certainly not willing to stop at the county party secretary, but also want to go further. In the system, in addition to the relationship and background, but also have to have certain achievements to do. Tang Lihui would like to make some achievements in White Horse County, although it has been more than 20 days since his arrival. Tang Lihui went down for the first time to take a walk. Li Hai reminded, "Leader, don't you need to notify the townships below, the relevant departments?" "No need. I don't like front and center. Just the 3 of us. Travel light and go to Xinjiang town first today." Many leaders travel, like to make a big battle. Some people obviously not high level, just a governor, or deputy governor, actually asked for a police car to open the road. The leaders of the relevant bureaus accompanied, often more than a dozen cars, a huge fleet. The research routes were also arranged long ago, and such a research will not have any effect other than toiling the people and hurting their money. In 2002, Beima County, many sections of the road is still gravel road. Potholes, villages through the highway has not yet been put on the agenda. This time down there did not open the county party committee car number 1, but an ordinary army green Beijing Jeep. The car gets a little better gas mileage, but it's not bad off-road, and it can go on any road that's a little worse. This Beijing Jeep is very low profile driving out of the White Horse County. The first 10 kilometers of the road is still in relatively good condition, either concrete road or asphalt. 10 kilometers after the road began to be ragged. Everywhere is puddles or mud pits. Driving Xiaolu technology is good. Driving quite smooth, just car speed slowed up, but also 30 kilometers, the road a little better. The speed can only get to 40 kilometers. Tang Lihui sat in the back seat and Li Hai sat in the passenger seat. Li and Don are in contact every day, right? Li Hai slightly froze, realized that the little tang in the leader's mouth was Tang Mushue, slightly nodded and said, "There is contact every day." This is not true. Every day there is a text message or phone contact. As for in Yishur, text messages and phone calls basically constantly. Sometimes the phone porridge a boil is an hour. Tang secretary obviously misunderstood. Thought Li Hai and Tang Mushue in the object. Li Hai also realized this, but a time and not good to explain. Can only not deny, do not explain. The leader said what that is what it. Xiao Tang is good, capable and pretty. Next time I come to White Horse County, I'll treat her to dinner and do my duty as a landlord. Leader, then I'll thank you in advance on her behalf. Because the car was not fast, it would take some time to get to Xinjiang town. The two chatted to pass the time, and after chatting about Tang Mushue for a while, Tang Lihui casually inquired, "Li, you are a local of White Horse County. You should know our county very well. If we want to vigorously develop the economy, which area do you think we should start with first?" He was just casually asking, and did not hold much hope. After all, Li Hai is too young, joined the work only 2 years of time, whereas, Li Hai's answer was stunning. "Leader, to get rich, first build roads. Our county to vigorously develop the economy, first of all to fix the road. Not to mention villages and villages through the cement or asphalt highway. At least every township must be through the cement or asphalt highway. The standard is at least 4 lanes of the road. Only when the transportation conditions are good, the economy can be developed, and the things of the townships can go out. Otherwise, everything is difficult. For example, our Castle Peak Township, with its clear water and beautiful scenery, especially the delicious and juicy yellow peaches in the high mountains. But the transportation is closed, and such high-quality yellow peaches can't be sold at all, and a large portion of them are rotting in the ground every year. It is now June, and in the next month, it will be the season of yellow peach harvest again. Because of the traffic impact, it is estimated that there are again a lot of yellow peaches cannot be sold. Tang Lihui listened carefully, and once again savored in his heart. To be rich, first repair the road. This idea is good. It seems that the first thing to do is to vigorously improve the county's transportation conditions, with every township being connected to a spacious and flat concrete or asphalt highway. Lee, go on. What are the suggestions for economic development other than building roads? Lee Hai thought a little. Apart from repairing roads, after that, of course, it's investment attraction, to bring in the capital and vigorously develop our county's economy. Tang Lihui said, to attract investment, it is difficult to there is no golden nest. Where can attract the golden phoenix? These days, although he did not go down to research, but sat in the office to read a lot of information about White Horse County, know that White Horse County is very ordinary. In terms of investment promotion is not much advantage at all. Li said very confidently. The competition for investment is indeed very fierce, but as long as we work hard and combine our county's advantages, I think we can still attract some businessmen over. The result of the GDP being in charge is that every place is making great efforts to develop its economy, and they are all digging in their heels to attract investors, and they are very much in the rolls. And there are even places that offer a series of preferential terms and conditions, and they also treat businessmen as their guests of honor. One thing Lee Hai didn't say is that the current White Horse County is completely begging for food with a golden bowl. In his last life, he read in the newspaper that White Horse County had discovered world-class, staggering reserves of granite, a very high-quality building material that could be processed into all kinds of high-quality stone. The next 20 years are the golden period of real estate development. Everywhere in the construction, the need for a large number of stone, then this opportunity. Bama County has developed into a world-famous stone processing base. A large number of high-quality stone products exported to Europe and the United States. Bama County has also developed into the country's top 100 counties, but the news is seen on white paper. The specifics are how. Lee Hai also only stay on paper. And now there is no. And Tang Lihui said Bama County has a staggering amount of reserves of high-quality granite. When you have time to yourself, do some research and learn more about it first. Tang Lihui and Lee Hai chatted, talking about the future economic development of White Horse County. He found that Lee Hai's thinking is agile. Some of the views are very novel. There is a feeling in his heart that Lee Hai gave himself as a secretary. Condescending. It's entirely possible to go down to one of the townships below and make good use of his talents there. Well, in another year or two, let him go down and become a township, or a secretary, and make good use of his talents. Leader, in front of us is the Qingjiang Township Government Building. Should we go in? Driver Xiaolu reminded. Chapter 37, wherever there is injustice through the glass. There was a beautiful 5-story building in front of it, and in front of the building was a square with the 5-star red flag flying on top of it, the entire White Horse County. So many townships. Xinjiang Township's office conditions are undoubtedly the best. When it cost more than $30 million to build this office building, which was completed and put into use last year. I heard that Zhao Hongwei personally approved it and personally attended the ribbon cutting for the inauguration of this building. In front of the building, the plaza is paved with 4 square marble and is about the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. A few steps down, there is a triangle-shaped square full of gravel, dusty on sunny days and muddy on rainy days, which is also the most lively and crowded place in Xinjiang town. There are many stores on 3 sides of the triangle ping, small restaurants, kiosks, barbershops, and even a small hostel. Among others, several large trucks parked on the ping, some agricultural tractors or some big fat pigs over the scale, loaded on the car, next to the door of a building. Pig purchase station's sign is very conspicuous. Whitehorse County is a large hog county. The county produces millions of hogs each year, most of which are shipped to the coast and are one of the county's main economic sources. Tang Lihui waved his hand and said, "Not going to the town hall. Pull over and find a place to park. We'll go and take a look at the hog acquisition over there first." After parking the car, the 3 of them walked to the hog purchase point in Triangle Ping. A head by head of big fat pigs after the scale, loaded on a dozen meters long truck. This specialized transportation of pigs in the truck up and down 2 layers. A car can be loaded with hundreds of pigs. Li Hai soon discovered that the purchase of hogs here is not to give cash, but a white slip. After the hogs are weighed, a white slip of paper is given to the farmers. "When will you get paid for this white slip of paper, Moncler?" It was an old farmer who looked to be in his 60s, with pale hair and a face as wrinkled as a knife. The Moncler outlet store gently shook his head. "Young man, you're not from around here, are you?" "I'm from the next town over, Lin Shui. We also collect hogs there, but they are all settled on the spot. Payment for goods. The first time I've ever seen a white slip given Moncler outlet store enviously. Or you Lin Shui good. We have been here to give white notes. Until the end of the year to cash in money. Next to him, a young man of about 30, also delivering hogs, said with slight dissatisfaction, "It's considered good to be able to cash in at the end of the year, and I still have a few white slips from last year, which are not being cashed in right now." This situation immediately attracted the attention of Tang Lihui. These days, many places to the farmers to play white paper. He is very opposed to do so. Is it true that there are still white slips from last year that haven't been honored until now? Tang Lihui inquired in surprise. The people next to him looked at Tang Lihui as a leader. And all of a sudden, as if they had found the backbone, everyone's words became more. A rural woman in her 40s exclaimed, "Our family raised 6 pigs last year, which were also purchased here, and now none of them have asked for money, and we only have a white slip in our hands. It's getting harder and harder to cash in. So hopefully it'll be nice to be able to cash in at the end of the year." Now that the purchase of hogs is under the control of Secretary Wu's uncle, not only is the price low, but it's hard to pay. This young man who was bold enough to say anything was pulled by a middle-aged man next to him and whispered, "You don't want to die. Dare to say anything. Be careful that Kaiyingjie will find someone to clean you up." Li Hai saw that there is something fishy in this, and in his heart, he took out the china in his pocket and scattered one each, inquiring, "Brother, is this acquisition point private or public?" The young man, presumably holding his breath in his heart or having long been displeased with Kaiyingjie, put his heart across and said, "It used to be a public one, but now it's a private one, and the manager is Kaiyingjie, the brother-in-law of our Qingshui Township Secretary Wu." Li Hai Dao, "Since the price here is low, and you're playing white goods, you can send the hogs to other purchase points, or to the next door purchase point in Linshui Township as well." The young man said, "We also want to but the entire Qingjiang town is just this one acquisition point. There used to be several, but they were all shut down by Kaiyingjie." It was estimated that so many people around Tang Lihui and Li Hai's trio had attracted the attention of those people at the acquisition point, and a bald man brought a few people over just in time to hear the young man's words again. At once, the bald man was furious, came over and kicked the young man over on the ground. "Xia Xiao Jun, that want to die in full of shit." After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, give me a fight. These pariahs can't even be beaten without a fight." Tang Lihui hurriedly stopped it and said loudly, "In broad daylight, how can you beat people? Is there any king's law?" The bald man looked at Tang Lihui, feeling that this should be a leader. There was a bit of scorn. "And who are you? I advise you to mind your own business." Li Hai sized up the other side. 3 people on his side. The other side including the bald 6 people. The enemy is outnumbered. Should we directly call the secretary and mayor of Qingjiang town and call them over? Of course, Li Hai had no problem taking on all 6 of the opposing team alone, but was worried about Secretary Tang getting hurt. Obviously, such a thing happened under his own rule. Tang Lihui was very angry, didn't even ask Li Hai to shake the people, but said with a straight face, "Who is in charge of your place? Tell him to come and see me. It's too lawless." The bald man smiled coldly. "Just by you. You really think you are a big cadre? Our Kai too is something you can meet just because you want to." Kaiyingjie is the town secretary's brother-in-law, nicknamed Kai Head. Under the hands of a group of people, monopolized the entire town of Qingjiang hog purchase, not only to suppress the purchase price, but also to play white anyone who dares to send hogs to the buying point in the next township. Once he knows about it, he will directly call people to go over and smash someone's house to pieces. After a few times of this, anyone dares to send hogs to other buying points. Even if the price here is low and it is still white, they can only helplessly send it here, hoping that the white in their hands will be honored at the end of the year. He had 2 big men under his hand, Bald and Leopard, acting as his fighters. Just as lawless and arrogant, Kaiyingjie was playing mahjong in the mahjong parlor right next to him, and Panther was there as well. Seeing the commotion over here, Panther reminded Kai Head, "There seems to be a bit of a situation over at the bald side. Someone is causing trouble at our acquisition point. That's more like I in the entire Qingjiang town." He, Kaiyingjie, was the emperor of the land? Except for his brother-in-law, he was the boss, and usually even the town mayor was not in his eyes. Throwing the mahjong in his hand, Kaiyingjie waved his hand and said, "Panther, call up the brothers. I'll see who has eaten bear heart and leopard's gall and dares to cause trouble in our place." Their line of a dozen people walked over. Some of them were holding iron bars, machetes and other things in their hands. Seeing this scene, the nearby onlookers retreated far away to get out of the way, at least keeping a distance of several dozens of meters. Seeing these people, Tang Lihui was furious beyond words. In White Horse County, in the small Qingjiang town, such a thing would actually happen. Lawless, too lawless. Seeing that so many people came at once, one by one with iron bars, machetes and other murderous weapons, and some people with tattoos on their bodies. Raging, Tang Lihui was so angry that his face changed. Li Hai watched these people walk over and was weighing in his mind whether to call the main leaders of Qingjiang town over just before he could take out the phone. Kaiying Jie came over and gave a cold look before saying disdainfully, "I thought it was someone, 2 or 3 small fishes, panther, bald head, take them away. It's not good to scare the people here. They didn't do a lot of this, usually bringing people to their place and giving them a hard time. Injuring and maiming them was a common occurrence." Li Hai stood out. As a secretary, he couldn't let the leader get hurt, and said loudly, "I'll see who of you dares. This is Secretary Tang of the County Party Committee, panther, bald head." And the others froze, and looked at Kaiying Jie in unison, with inquiries in their gazes as to what to engage in next. "Where do you know?" Kaiying Jie laughed out loud. "If you are the secretary of the County Party Committee, I am the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. Take away." As he waved his hand, a large group of people rushed up, and 2 of them directly pulled Tang Lihui, trying to pull him away. Li Hai wanted to call. It was obviously too late, and could only rush up, 1 foot at a time, pulling the 2 punks who were pulling Tang Lihui away, shouting, "Brother Lu, protect Secretary Tang. Driver Xiao Lu is retired from the army. It shouldn't be much of a problem to deal with 2 or 3 people. I hope he can protect Secretary Tang's safety." Shouting, Li Hai rushed over this situation. "You do not fight, cannot. You do not do it. The other side will do it. And they are more people. And they are all holding the guy. Can only preemptive action, so that may occupy a little bit of a head start." Chapter 38. Tang Lihui is furious. Not far away, the Clear Creek Township Government Building. A few comrades in the party administration office had nothing to do and were chatting, when suddenly, someone saw through the window the situation of the hog purchase point not far away. He said in a strange manner, "Guys, you see another incident over there. I wonder who our Kai 2 is teaching a lesson today." Most of the people didn't even move because it wasn't anything new. They had long been accustomed to it. There was basically a small fight there for 3 days and a big one for 5 days. Basically it was Kaiying Jie's people who were fighting around others. Xiao Lu is a new college student, to join the work of only 1 year, stretched his neck to see. His face is all the color of anger, hesitation, or out of the office. He is the correspondent of the town mayor Liang Hugwang. In Qingjiang town, almost everyone knows that the town mayor Liang Hugwang is not in harmony with the secretary of the town party committee, Wu Yu, to be precise. Wu Yu has the support of Zhao Hongwei behind him, and he is almost a one-man show in Qingjiang town. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Lu knocked on the door of the mayor's office, and after hearing the sound of "Please come in" from inside, he pushed the door and walked in. "Mayor, look over at the hog buying station. There's another incident." "Really?" Liang Hugwang immediately came to interest, feeling that this is a huge opportunity. Zhao Hongwei are down. Kaiying Jie, they still do not know to keep a low profile and convergence. Ha ha. It is really God's help. Walking over to the window and pulling back the curtains, Liang Guan looked over and saw Kaiying Jie with 2 of his men, Bald Head and Leopard respectively, as well as a group of 1 to 20 thugs, armed with all kinds of ferocious weapons, surrounding the 3 men. It looks like it's going to happen right away. And how do the figures of those 3 people feel a little bit familiar? Liang Hugwang was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on to look over with force. That's Secretary Tang. And Secretary Li, the driver, Xiao Lu. Secretary Tang actually came to our Qingjiang town and was surrounded by Kaiying Jie and the others. And it looks like Kaiying Jie and the others are going to make a move right away. He was shocked. "Xiao Lu, quickly follow me there. MMPs, something big is going to happen here." While saying so angrily, Liang Hugwang quickly ran outside. At this time, he couldn't wait to ruthlessly kick Kaiying Jie a few times. Nima, it's so unenlightened. Actually leading people to besiege Secretary Tang. When something like this happens, it is undoubtedly a huge opportunity for Liang Hugwang to bring down the town party secretary Wu Yu. But if he messes up, he will also have to eat hanging fall. It's a big deal that the county clerk was beaten up. As the mayor of the town, it is definitely to take the blame, or maybe it will be removed from office together with Wu Yong. No wonder Liang Mayor is so light. The 40-something years old can still run fast, faster than Xiao Lu, a young boy.at this time. Li Hai knew that it was useless to show his identity. The other party did not believe it at all, and it was too late to make a phone call. The other party was already ready to make a move. So, Li Hai shouted, "Lu, protect Secretary Tang," then rushed over with his own bare hands. Seeing this scene, Tang Lihui's heart was hot. This secretary is really good. At the moment of crisis, not only did not retreat in the slightest, but also rushed over by himself. Since the rebirth, Li Hai found that his physical quality is getting better and better. Originally the stomach is a block of fat. Now it has become a standard 8-pack abs. mermaid line, male dog waist are out. Very perfect body strength, reaction speed, and spirit were also comprehensively improved, which was why he dared to rush over with his bare hands and preemptively swung his fist at the frontmost punk. Boo! With a muffled sound, the gangster didn't even react, and was smashed by Lee Hai's fist on his face. The bridge of his nose was smashed and broken, and the whole person fell straight down, obviously knocked out by a punch then with a right hook. Another punk was dry-humped to the ground, and it was only at this time that the men reacted. Kaingjie, in particular, shouted angrily in his heart, his face contorted with anger. How dare he? Someone tell me how he dared to make the first move. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Kaingjie shouted up in a stern voice. All of these fighters rushed up. Lee Hai plunged into the crowd, drying out 2 or 3 more people, but also took a few hits on his body, and was estimated to have a little bruise. This cannot go on. Messy fists to kill the teacher. The other side is too many people. Lee Hai, eyes staring at Kaingjie, thought in his heart, capture the thief first. Must first control Kaingjie to be able to do, kicking over one of the fighters. With an arrow step, Lee Hai rushed to Kaingjie's face, a standard chokehold. His right hand clasped Kaingjie's throat. With a hook of his left foot, a machete on the ground was hooked up, and with a dip of his left hand, he gripped the machete in his hand, and then set it on Kaingjie's neck. I'll see who dares to come over. Back off! Back off! Lee Hai shouted in a stern voice, feeling the coldness of the blade against his neck, as if it had already broken the skin and seeped blood. Kaingjie's face turned pale with fear, and when he saw those of his men still trying to rush up, he was so angry that he shouted, "Move back! Move back! Can't you hear me?" There were a few people lying on the ground, and there were still a dozen people on the other side, but with Kaingjie under control, these people threw in the towel and didn't dare to do anything more, keeping a distance of 1 or 20 meters. Watching Lee Hai put the knife on their boss's neck, the bald man warned in a stern voice, "Kid, let go of our Kai too. Do you know who he is? That's our secretary Wu's brother-in-law." Lee Hai exclaimed in a tit-for-tat voice, "Wu Yu is nothing. The one you're besieging today is Secretary Tang of the County Party Committee. I advise you to immediately put down the weapons in your hands. Put your hands on your head, and crouch down on the ground." Obviously, none of them did as they were told, and they simply didn't believe that it was the county clerk. Don.at this time, Liang Hugwang ran all the way over, not bothering to pant, and said loudly, "You are too lawless. Do as Secretary Lee asks. Put down your weapons, put your hands on your head, and crouch on the ground." After speaking, he jogged to Tang Li Hui's face. "Secretary Tang, I am Liang Hugwang, the mayor of Qingjiang Town. You are not injured." Tang Li Hui had a cold, serious face and didn't answer Liang Hugwang at all. "Ignore him. Secretary Tang is on fire. And it's hard to get rid of this fire without arresting a bunch of people and removing a few people from their positions." Liang Hugwang's heart sank, so he had to first take out his cell phone to call the director of the Qingjiang Town police station. As for calling Wu Yang's phone, that was impossible. The later he knew about this matter, the better. "Director Ding, something happened here at the hog purchase point. Hurry and bring someone over." The chief of the police station is the person of the secretary of the town's party committee, who usually doesn't put Liang Hugwang in his eyes at all, and is also one of the umbrellas of this purchase point. Liang Hugwang was smart enough to make this call in front of Secretary Tang, asking the police station to hurry over without saying that it was Secretary Tang who had an accident here. With his understanding of Ding Gang and the others, they definitely wouldn't come over, unless Kaingjie was in trouble and called to request them to come over. And they didn't need 2 minutes to come over. Sure enough, Ding Gang lazily said in the middle of the phone, "Mayor Liang, I'm really sorry. Our whole office is needing to study the documents, and it will take another 10 minutes to finish learning." This time, Liang Hugwang unprecedentedly did not get angry, but in his heart laughed. "Ding Gang, this kid." This time finished. Chapter 39 Removal from office. Liang Hugwang put away his cell phone and reported, "Secretary Tang, I called the police station chief, Ding Gang, and asked him to bring him over right away, but he excused himself by saying that the whole office was meeting to study and that it would take some time before he could come over. This eye candy is on the level of a head doctor." Upon hearing this, Tang Li Hui's face clouded over a few more points, and he said in a deep voice, "You call Wu Yu and demand that he come over immediately." "Okay, I'll call Secretary Wu's number right away." Liang Hugwang was overjoyed. "Secretary Wu, Governor Tang is at the hog purchase point in our town, requesting you to come over immediately." At this time, Wu used to be in the office of the secretary of the town party committee, with the door unlocked, and was discussing the birth control work in depth with the director of the birth control office on the Harry Sand. "What? Secretary Tang at the hog purchase point?" At that moment, scared all over the body, hastily and haphazardly put on a piece of clothing and ran out. Many people have seen Secretary Wu is naked from the office. While running, while wearing clothes. It's not like it's noon lunch break. Why is Secretary Wu not wearing any clothes? It's really strange. Wu Yui stumbled to the hog purchase point and saw a dozen people, including Kai Yingjie, Baldy, and Panther, crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. There were still a few people lying on the ground. Weapons were thrown all over the place. And the weird thing was that at this hour, the people from the police station hadn't even come yet. Tang, Secretary Tang. Are you alright? Seeing the grim-faced Tang Li Hui, he bravely moved forward to greet him. But Secretary Tang didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Wu used his gaze to fall on Kai Yingjie. His face changed with anger, and he walked over and kicked him hard several times. Zhao Hongwei has collapsed to come. He repeatedly warned Kai Yingjie to keep a low profile, a little more restrained. Do not make a fuss. It seems to be taken as a whisper after pretending to kick a few feet. Wu Yong said, Tang, Secretary Li, why don't you go to the lounge first? Take a rest. I'll handle things here. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Oh, Liang Hugwang sneered in his heart. Secretary Wu thought it was beautiful. Secretary Tang was almost beaten. How could he leave it to you to deal with it? Sure enough, Tang Li Hui said with a serious face. Wu Yu, on behalf of the county party committee, you have been removed from your post on the spot, and the work of Qingjiang town will temporarily be taken charge of by the town mayor. Comrade Liang Hugwang, removed from office on the spot. Wu was almost unsteady on his feet. Many of the surrounding crowd of onlookers, and more people, heard Wu Yu was removed from office on the spot. Everyone cheered and applauded. Good job, Secretary Tang. Ha ha, Wu Yu usually acts like a bully, but I didn't expect to have today. Secretary Tang, not only should he be removed from his post, but he should also be properly investigated. Wu Yu is a big corrupt official. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Tang Li Hui nodded slightly and waved his hand. Shao Li, call Zhang Zhenmao from the Public Security Bureau and tell him to bring someone over. Since the people from the Qingjiang Town Police Station were studying and didn't have time to come over, Zhang Zhenmao, the chief, would personally bring people over. Li Hai took out his cell phone and immediately dialed Zhang Zhenmao, the new director, and briefly explained the matter. Soon, several police cars ooze out of the county town of Beima County, traveling quickly towards the Qingjiang County side. Seeing Secretary Tang deal with things thunderously, there is a more courageous crowd said loudly. Secretary Tang, can we pay attention to the white strips in our hands? The family is waiting for money to use it. Tang Li Hui said, folks, everyone rest assured that within 5 working days, all the white strips in hand will be exchanged. Next, led by the County Commission for Discipline Inspection, set up a task force to investigate the matter. The trial on the trial. The removal from office. Kai Yingjie is sure to go in and step on the sewing machine, and there's Wu Wu with him for company. And Ding Gang at the police station has been removed from his post and double-regulated. Qingjiang town. Things make Tang Li Hui greatly angry, and there is no interest in the town to continue research, instructed Xiao Lu. Driving to Qingshan town, still did not let anyone accompany. 3 people a car. Low-key arrival in the town of Green Hills. At noon in the town of Green Hills to find an ordinary restaurant. Simply eat a lunch, and then focus on the beginning of the research of the yellow peach industry here. Tang Li Hui dressed up as a businessman. Into the farmers' homes, and even orchards. Research here yellow peach planting. An afternoon of research, so that Tang Li Hui, Li Hai know that the yellow peaches here are very high quality. Large, good quality, sweet flavor. The worry is that this is a mountainous area. Many villages are not yet connected to the highway. You can only rely on horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, or shoulder and hand carry, in order to transport the yellow peaches to the town. Even in the town, there is only a gravel road, and the intersection is not good. And when he came over, Tang Li Hui had a deep understanding that the road was bumpy. In the evening, Lu drove back to the county, riding in the car. Tang Li Hui closed his eyes and rested his mind. And in his mind he remembered Li Hai's words again. To be rich, first build the road. The economy can only grow if the roads are fixed. However, it takes quite a bit of money to build a road, which is hard to support with Whitehorse County's financial situation. Looks like it's going to take a run to the top to get funding and policy support for road repair. Along the way, Tang Li Hui thought a lot. The new secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Li Huamao, was on the phone in the middle of his office, and had been on the phone for a minute or two, with a body and ingratiating expression. First, he shushed and warmed up, then said, Mu Shui, I will return to the provincial city on the weekend. Let's have a meal together. How about it? I know that there is a newly opened restaurant that is good. Let's go there to eat. Inside the phone, Tang Mushua's voice was cold. Refusing, no need. I'm busy on weekends and don't have time. I think we have time tonight then. How about we go to the movies together? Li Huamao said there's no time. You're such an annoying person. After saying that, Tang Mushua hung up the phone unhappily. The sound of beep 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 came. Li Huamao only a little reluctant to put down the phone. And in his heart thought, the weekend back to the provincial city. Must return to the provincial city. The appointment has not been a few days, but he is more and more dissatisfied with the arrangement of the family. Stay in the provincial capital, how good not only can often see the goddess, and the working environment is much better. He really didn't want to stay in this shithole of a place. Whitehorse County, all alone. Li Huamao was Tang Mushue's licking dog. All kinds of flattering and pleasing. His age was obviously 7 or 8 years older than Tang Mushue's, but all day long he fantasized about being able to hold a beautiful woman. Put down the phone. Feel out the cigarette to light up. Took a deep drag. And in his mind, he remembered Li Hai's appearance again. And his face gradually became gloomy and terrible. Humph. Rural mud-legged man also want to eat swan meat. Mushue's not something you can get your hands on. This Li Hai, when you have the chance, you must clean up a bit. Make him stay away from Mushue before you can do so. No wonder his favorability towards Li Hai was so low at the first meeting. So he had inquired about Li Hai and Tang Mushue getting close. And he was jealous and hated Li Hai. Just Li Huamao, this person is very sinister. What ideas in the heart is generally not exposed. Will only hide in the shadows to play some small means. Chapter 40. Zhang Gunmao's favorability. Li Hai received a text message from Zhang Lin on his way back. Brothers, how about getting together at night? Besides the two of us, there's Zhang Zhenmao from the Public Security Bureau, Luo Jianyuan from the City Authority, and Gua Kai. Li Hai replied to the text. Sure, I'm on my way back. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Zhang Luan's text message came quickly. Okay. We'll wait for you at the Jianshui people's house. Inside the box, Zhang Lin and the others had basically arrived. Except for Zhang Zhenmao. Our director Zhang hasn't arrived yet. He's probably still busy with the matter at hand. What happened in Qingjiang town this morning? The entire officialdom of Beima County knew about it and came to a small shock. Qingjiang town since Wu with the following. Including the police station chief Ding Gang was double-checked. The investigation team stationed. As the director of public security, Zhang Zhenmao has personally led a team to go to the town of Qingjiang. Until very late in the afternoon to come back. A moment later, Zhang Zhenmao pushed the door in. Sorry I'm late. I've only just finished a whole bunch of things on my hands. Luo Jianyuan, the head of the city authority, said. Bureau Chief Zhang, wait a minute to be punished with 3 glasses of wine. We've all been waiting for you for 1 or 20 minutes. I'm really sorry. I didn't take off for a while. Zhang Zhenmao apologized again after sitting down. He saw that there was no intention to serve food, knowing that there are people who want to come over. Because this meal is Zhang Lin group, he only managed to go to the appointment. The specific people who are not really clear, but know that should be a few people within the system of the Whitehorse County. Everyone chatted while waiting for Li Hai to arrive. Old Zhang, I've heard that you're burnt out right now. Our secretary Li has given you a lot of problems, right? Luo Jianyuan said. He is not the public security system, and this is a private party. There are not so many scruples. Directly mentioned the newly appointed secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Li Huamao. We are all acquaintances. And Zhang Zhenmao. Li Huamao heart is indeed very dissatisfied. The boss of the typical high and low. Empty talk, a large set of words. The actual ability of almost zero. But also like the layman to guide the insiders. Originally a lot of things to deal with, very smooth. Li Huamao unmeddling. Always out of a variety of situations. Zhang Zhenmao can only wipe his ass around. Really have a feeling of anxiety. Alas, don't mention it. It affects the mood. Zhang Zhenmao waved his hand as Zhang Lin digresses. Today do not talk about business. Only talk about life. Such as this World Cup is good. Gua Kai, I heard that you bought the right again. And earned a large sum. Li Huamao is, after all, Zhang Zhenmao's boss. Zhang Lin is very measured. Do not talk about the leader behind the back. In case it spreads out, the influence is not good when it comes to the World Cup. Gua Kai spits and paints. Yes, buy the right again. I am more and more admiring my brother Hai. Being able to buy the right lottery ticket and earn a large sum of money, of course, is guided by Li Hai, and after buying the right game several times in a row, Gua Kai is becoming more and more admiring to Li Hai. After a few people chatted for a while, Li Hai pushed the door in and clasped his fists. Everyone, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Luan said. It's fine. We can understand. Secretary Tang just came back too. Li Hai sat down and nodded. Well, just got back. Zhang Luan waved his hand and said. Waiter, serve the food. Take 2 bottles of Qingjiang Daku before you say anything. If it's not enough later, then take it again. A dish is sent up. 2 bottles of Qingjiang Daku were also sent up. Li Hai opened one of the bottles and poured a glass full for himself. So that a glass is 2 taels, carrying a wine glass. Li Hai Dao. I'm late today, so I'll take a penalty first, so feel free to do as you please. When he finished, he drank a glass of white wine. Zhang Zhenmao was also very bold, holding a full glass of wine. Director Li has done it. How can we be casual? I'll do it too. Li Hai is the first secretary of the county party committee, although now even the vice section is not yet. Still only section. But the position is there. Even if it is the various bureaus, townships and townships of the hand have to give face, the meal was just as warm. Especially Li Hai, who drank with a great deal of gusto. The Chinese table culture was also reflected here, and as cup after cup of wine went down, the distance between everyone was drawn closer. The meal lasted for 2 or 3 hours, and except for Li Hai, everyone else was a little drunk, especially Luo Jianyuan, who was walking with a little wobble. Luo Jianyuan took the initiative to shake hands with Li Hai. His tongue was a little knotted. He should have drunk 7 or 8 taels of Qingjiang Daku. Director Li has a large amount of C, the best drinker I, Lao Luo, have ever seen. Li Hai shook hands with him. Where? Bureau Luo is flattered. A line of green fonts floated above Luo Jianyuan's head. Favorability, 35. This favorability belonged to the very good. It should be because of this drinking game that Luo Jianyuan's favorability towards Li Hai skyrocketed, all of a sudden reaching the height of 35. Zhang Zhenmao also shook hands with Li Hai. Director Li, is the secretary free tomorrow morning? I would like to come over and report on my work. Before being cold-shouldered and suppressed for so many years, Zhang Zhenmao thought clearly, must change himself, befriend a large group of people, kiss the leader's ass, and try to move up. He is now taking the initiative to Tang Lihui close to the Secretary Tang every other day to report to the Secretary Tang. Today dealt with the Qingjiang Township. Ready to go over tomorrow morning to report to the Secretary Tang. Li Hai shook hands with Zhang Zhenmao. Bureau Chief Chang. The leaders are free from 9 to 10 tomorrow morning. So come over. Thank you. Thank you, Director Li. Zhang Zhenmao held Li Hai's hand tightly. A line of blue fonts floated above Zhang Gunmao's head. Favorability, 55. Li Hai was slightly shocked. He did not think that Zhang Gunmao's favorability towards himself was so high. He was as high as 55 points, so that if he interacted with him a few more times, his favorability would go to 60 or even 70 or more than 70. Good sense. That basically belongs to the level of close friends. Li Hai want him to help do a little thing. Basically will not shirk. Even if it cannot be done, he will try to do everything possible to try to help you do it. If the favorability can get above 80, it will be absolutely loyal, and can go through fire for Li Hai. And if he is asked to go against Li Huamao on top, he will not hesitate. That's interesting. Li Huamao, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, has a ridiculously low favorability rating for himself, and such a low favorability rating means that he will definitely dig a hole for himself, make trips, and harm himself. While the public security director Zhang Gunmao's favorability towards himself was so high, Li Hai suddenly had the bottom line. If Li Huamao really dared to do anything to himself, he might as well be able to fight with him. We all drank and shook hands and said goodbye. Guo Kai took the initiative. Brother Hai, I'll give you a ride. Take my car. Li Hai Dao, you've been drinking a lot of wine too. Don't drive. Walk with me, Zhang Luan said. Count me in. The three of us will walk back slowly. As the three of them walked, they were laughing and talking about the World Cup, what happened in Xinjiang town this time, and so on. After walking for half an hour, which was walking home, Guo Kai and Zhang Lin had a little bit of trouble with the road, but insisted on sending Li Hai to the bottom of his building. Back home, Li Hai sat on the sofa, looked at the time, more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Shi should not have gone to bed, so a phone call was made. The two of them were in the middle of the phone. You and I, making phone gruel for an hour or so. Chapter 41, the provincial city. For the next few days, it was business as usual, every day accompanied by the leadership of the meeting, research, visits and so on, formal moments. Li Hai sometimes take the time to buy this session of the World Cup soccer lottery. I don't have time. Can't find the time. Then basically we'll call Guo Kai to ask him to help himself to buy, every day to buy $30,000, earn tens of thousands of dollars, like, occasionally also lose 1, 2 times. Every time he won, Guo Kai would be the first to call, elated, and occasionally he sighed when he didn't win. If Li Hai himself will go to the lottery store to buy soccer tickets, only buy 3,000 or 5,000, like, buy too much influence is not good. After all, he is a secretary of the county party committee. More and more people know themselves. For example, the owner of the lottery store he frequented took the initiative to greet Li Hai as soon as he saw him come in, calling Secretary Li with a mouthful of enthusiasm. The clock is ticking down to Friday. Yesterday, Tang Lihui said that today he mainly went to the provincial capital to run a project, consult the policy of road repair, and the matter of higher level funding. 2 days ago, he took Li Hai to run a few relevant departments in Qinglin City, and others saw that they wanted so much money, but also very difficult, suggesting that Tang Lihui go to the provincial capital to run for greater support. Xiao Lu drove, basically all the way to the highway, less than 3 hours to the provincial capital. First directly to the provincial transportation hall. Tang Lihui has a classmate in the provincial capital, A section chief of a planning site, the section chief is very enthusiastic. With Tang Lihui hot chat. Understand Tang Lihui's intention. Revealed. Old classmates. We happen to have a rural revitalization plan. This year's special funds reached more than $1 billion. You can apply for how much? It depends on your ability. He was only a small section chief, a man of few words, and very limited in what he could help. Even so, Tang Lihui inexplicably happy. Looks like coming to the provincial capital to the right. If not personally come over to run a trip, but also really do not know that there is such a plan. The Provincial Department of Transportation is in charge of road construction in the province. And the rural revitalization plan they launched is to support villages and townships in road construction. More than $1 billion special funds it. If you can ask for tens of millions of dollars, that's good. The city and then a little bit. The county to pay a little bit. The county townships to build a high standard of highway is not a big problem. A good chat. Time passes without realizing it. And soon it is noon. Tang Lihui took the initiative to invite his old classmate to dinner, taking the time to eat. He still has a lot of things to learn, such as what conditions are required to apply for these funds, what documents need to be submitted, and so on. Li, from now on you're given a vacation. Just go back to work inside the county on Monday. And since you're in the provincial city, have a good time with Xiao Tang. The leader misunderstood again this time and kept thinking that Li Hai and Tang Mu Shui were talking about friends. Li Hai was also too lazy to explain. This kind of thing is much better not to explain than to take the initiative to explain. Nodded his head and said, "Thank you, leader, then if there's anything, just call me. I'll come over as fast as I can." Well, go find little Tang. Don't mind me. Tang Lihui waved his hand. After leaving the transportation hall, Li Hai had a feeling of complete release, complete freedom, and immediately called Yishir when he came over. Li Hai sent a text message, informing Yishir that he accompanied the leader to the provincial capital. And there was time for the two to meet. I hadn't seen her in a few days, and I really missed this pretty girl a little bit in my heart, and I guess that the other person was similar. Shy, our leader gave me a vacation. Where are you? Really? That's great. Sure enough, Yishir was incomparably happy. Brother Hai, I'm at Jiangcheng University. Where are you? I'll come over to look for you. No, it's better if I come over. I'm hungry. You have to buy me dinner. Just go to the first cafeteria. I haven't eaten there for a long time. Since graduating from Jiangcheng University, Li Hai had rarely come back, and really missed the taste of the school's first cafeteria meal a little. Hi, you're asking for so little. A cafeteria meal will put you away. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the first cafeteria. Okay, I'll be right over. Shouldn't take long. After chatting for a couple of sentences and hanging up the phone, Li Hai stopped a car and arrived at the entrance of the first cafeteria of Jiangcheng University in 10 minutes. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw Yishir with a long flowing skirt, standing like a fairy at the entrance of the cafeteria, causing a lot of attention and becoming the center of attention here. A beautiful woman is different. No matter where she stands, she always attracts tons of attention. Wow, that schoolmate is so pretty. Which department? You don't even know this. Yishir from the art department. The most beautiful school flower of our Jiangcheng University. She's senior sister Yishir. So pretty. If she can be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to break my ribs to make soup for her. A lot of men's hearts hot, but do not dare to go forward to accost. Occasionally there are one or two bold initiative forward to want to chat with Yishir on a few sentences, hoping to ask for a cell phone number and so on. Where Yishir politely refused, there was a handsome and tall male god who bravely moved forward. Yishir's senior sister. Hello? Waiting for someone, Yishir said. Well, wait for someone. The tall boy was full of hope. Sister, get acquainted. I'm Huang Xiongfei from the College of Business Administration. My phone number is 136078832 Can I ask for your phone number? Yishir had already seen Li Hai getting down from the cab and politely said, Schoolmate Huang, I'm sorry, my friend has arrived. After saying that, an incomparably happy smile appeared on Yixie's face as she trotted over. Brother Hai, you came over so quickly. Li Hai smiled and took the initiative to hold Yishir's slippery and soft little hand. Someone invited me to dinner. Of course I have to be quick. Yishir's face slightly red, but also did not break the small hand free. Just a little shy. A heart thumping. Like a deer. Hi, let's go up to the second floor. The second floor can eat a little food. Not expensive. A small fried yellow beef is only 7 yuan. Small fried meat, on the other hand, only 4 yuan. A braised pork is also only 6 yuan. 2 people dozen. At most, $20 can eat a very sumptuous. Okay, go to the second floor. Li Haidao, watching the two hand in hand on the second floor. Many people boys envy incomparably. There are some very lost. The goddess of the heart actually has a boyfriend. The second floor is relatively less crowded, with most students hitting the one-bite window for their meals. which are more than enough for $2 or $3 finding a table. Li Haidao, give me your meal card. What do you want to eat? I'll order. You can't use cash in the school cafeteria. Each student has a meal card and swipes it for whatever they want to eat. Yisher said. I'll eat whatever I want. It's very well fed. Hai can brush whatever he wants. Li Hai smiled and said. Then I'll go swipe my card and order. You wait here for a little while. Knowing that Yisher likes to eat fish, Li Hai first brushes a steamed fish, then brushes a braised pork, which is what he likes to eat. In the past, when he was studying with limited financial conditions, he only dared to eat a portion of it once in a while, and also brushes a green vegetable and a soup. Just 2 people. 3 dishes and 1 soup is enough. You can't even finish it. The portion is very big. Chapter 42, $1,000 in reverse, already a senior in college and about to graduate. Yixia had plenty of time on her hands and had nothing to do all afternoon. After eating, Li Hai held Yisher's hand and walked out of the first cafeteria, suggesting, how about we go for a stroll in the afternoon? Sure, let's go to the playground. How about that? Li Hai was happy in his heart. He didn't think that Yixia had such a cute side that liked to go to the amusement park. Okay, we'll just go to the playground. This is a newly built large amusement park. Yisher played the first project is the roller coaster, then the big swing hammer, jumper and so on. What things exciting. She likes to play with things this way to play down. Finally over the addiction. Beautiful face slightly red. Very uplifting. Brother Hai. Too much fun. Never so sound. There's a pirate ship over there. Want to go have some fun? Never mind. Never mind. I'll take a breath. Let's play a little something else. Come on. Go over there. She took Li Hai's hand of her own accord and bounced over there. There was a place surrounded by a lot of people. A lot of people were lassoing. The owner was doing good business. Young people predominate. Many of them young girls dragging their boyfriends. Mostly looking at the big rag dolls here. There were a few big dolls that were very kawaii. Girls had zero resistance in front of them. And Yisher's eyes were glowing. Holding Li Hai's arm and gently shaking it. Brother Hai. I want that big rabbit. Help me set it. There was a young couple next to them that looked like college students. And the young boy kindly reminded. Brothers, those big ones are very hard to set up. I've already played 50 circles and didn't hit it. So if you guys want to play them as well, I suggest setting up smaller ones. It's basically rag dolls, figurines and the like, and the closer you get the less difficult it is. And the farther away it is the more difficult it is because these rag dolls are beautiful. Look good quality. One more than a kawaii. Attracted a large number of young people. There are a few people in the lasso. More on the fence. A leap of faith. Li Haidao. Boss, how much for a lap? Seeing the coming business, the owner immediately said, $10 for 10 laps. Minimum 10 laps to start. In 2002, this is not cheap. With such a good business, it is expected to make a lot of money every single day. Of course, the rent here is mostly not cheap either. Boss, here's $10. Okay, the boss collected the money neatly, then quickly counted 10 circles to Li Hai, and reminded, it must be set in order to be counted. It doesn't count if the set is off, or if it's hanging on. Li Hai still understood these basic rules and nodded gently before saying, Shy, want that big rabbit? Right? Well, help me lasso that big rabbit. That rabbit is beautiful and big. And if you go specifically for it, it could cost over $200, which is expensive. The boss saw that Li Hai was ready to set the big doll here as soon as he came up, and he was happy in his heart. Another stick vertebrae. If it was so easy to set it, it would have been set away a long time ago. The young student next to him also reminded, Brother, first set the close ones to practice your hand. Then try to set the big dolls at a distance 2 or 3 laps behind. Li Hai said with a confident face, It's okay, wrestle a bike into a motorcycle, in case I hit the set. When he finished, he took a circle, aimed it slightly, and then it flew off, with a little slight deflection, and fell off the rabbit. The first time there was a little bit of rustiness, the second time was much more skillful, and this circle was thrown far over and accurately caught the rabbit on the head without any mistake. At that moment, Yisher clapped her hands in delight. Brother Hai. You're too good. Too good. The boss was stunned, not expecting Li Hai to be so lucky, then returned to being full of enthusiasm and very painfully brought over this big rabbit. Yisher happily held in his arms, very much like, while the surrounding is full of envious gazes. A lot of girls have a fancy for this big rabbit, but their boyfriends are not powerful, have not been able to set up. There were 10 circles in all, 8 left. Li Haidao. Shy. Which one do you still want? Yisher pointed at the big pink piggy bank in the distance and said, I want that one. That big piggy bank is so cute. Li Hai nodded and threw a circle in his hand, steadily latching onto the head of this large piggyback in no uncertain terms. Yixia was incredibly excited. Wow. Hai is amazing. And that big duck. I want that big yellow duck. Li Hai nodded once more. and one of the circles in his hand flew over again, not missing a beat, and steadily caught the big yellow duck. The next scene, Yi Shi pointed which, Li Hai will set which, bullet no false. In addition to the first set of circles biased outside, the remaining 9 circle hair hit, a total of 9 sets of big ragdolls after being reborn. Li Hai's strength, agility, reaction speed, and spirit had improved across the board, and even the accuracy of his lasso was horribly improved. At the beginning, the boss was full of enthusiasm. Gradually his expression became serious, and at the back it was completely black. The surrounding area, on the other hand, was full of cheers and excited shouts, a stark contrast to the boss's dark face. The 10 hoops had just been set, when a pretty girl next to them said in a cute way, "Brother, can you help people set a few hoops? I want that big dog." It was just a matter of lifting a hand. Li Hai was willing to serve, but the boss did not allow it, and quickly said, "This is not possible. You can't be helped." There was a pang of disappointment from the pretty girl since the boss didn't allow it. Li Hai didn't insist and said aloud, "Boss, 10 more laps." After saying that, he took out a 10 yuan bill. The owner nearly burst into tears. "Brother, you've taken 9 big dolls, worth at least $1,000, and if I have to take 10 more rings, I'll be working for nothing today." "Dude, you've already lassoed all of the biggest ones, so why don't you just forget about it?" he said tentatively. Li Hai thought a little bit, then said, "Shy, which ones are your favorites?" Yi Shi was smart enough to know that she couldn't take so many big dolls, and having 2 favorites would be enough. Nodding her head, "I'll take this big rabbit, and the big yellow duck." Li Hai knew what to do and said with a difficult face, "Boss, it's okay if I don't continue to set the rings. We'll only take 2 of these dolls in the sets and leave the rest for me, and you'll just compensate us with $1,000. Upon hearing this, the boss was like an amnesty and immediately nodded his head. "Okay, no problem." As if afraid of Li Hai's backtracking, he quickly counted $1,000 to Li Hai, which envied those beside him to the point that their eyes were almost red. "It's just a lasso. I can't believe it works like that." Some of them have already set $100 or $200, and they just hit 1 or 2 small dolls, and they lost so much money that their pants are almost gone. And the others, they made $1,000 in 10 laps. And no, in addition to that $1,000 in cash, there are 2 big dolls. Chapter 43. Yi Shi, let me borrow your boyfriend for a while. Li Hai was also amused. Didn't realize it was just a lasso and a small profit, enough to spend on everything today, and $1,000 was still more than enough spending power in 2002. The 2 of them left happily, one of them holding a big doll, especially Yi Xie, with a big smile all over her face. When leaving this amusement park, Yi Shi felt that today was the most enjoyable time to play, and the relationship between the 2 of them was also a step closer. Yi Shi all dared to be greatly generous and took the initiative to hold Li Hai's arm in the evening. The 2 dined together, and then pressed on for half a day until after 9 p.m. When they parted. Why Yi Shi's family's tutelage is very strict. Go back too late, can't send Yi Shi on the bus after. Li Hai also in the National Jiangcheng University near to find a good hotel to stay after 4 years of college here. I am familiar with the neighborhood, and there are plenty of small hotels near the university that are cheap, but the soundproofing is a little bit worse, and you can always hear all kinds of strange noises at night. In order to sleep a little more peacefully by himself, Li Hai stayed at the only 4-star hotel in the neighborhood, and the room cost more than $200. I won $1,000 in the afternoon from the lasso, and after eating and shopping and spending a little, I still have $700 or $800 left, which is enough to stay here for 2 or 3 nights. Shortly after checking in, Yi Shi's text message also came over, saying that she had arrived home safely and would call Li Hai later until 11 o'clock. Yi Shi's phone didn't call. Li Hai felt a little strange and tried to call, but it kept occupying the line. The heart was slightly strange. So late in the evening, with whom were they chatting, and could still chat for so long? Could it be Tang Mu Shui? The guess was pretty accurate. It was indeed Tang Mu Shui. She's been on the phone for 20 or 30 minutes now, and in the middle of the call she's all kinds of sighing and sad, and has been confiding in her best friend. Sure, I'm annoyed to death now. Li Huama went back to the provincial city tonight. First he asked me to have dinner, and after I rejected him, he wanted to ask me to watch a movie. When is this going to be ahead? Yi Shi knew Li Huamao, 30-something years old, 8 or 9 years older than Sister Tang, and his family lineage was even more different from Tang Mushue's by 100,000 miles. He was not handsome, and he had talked to many girlfriends before, and one of them was to the point of talking about marriage, and the woman was already pregnant, and he ended up kicking the others out. It was such a person who, since meeting Tang Mushui a year ago, had transformed into a super-licking dog and had been stalking him. This look annoyed Tang Mushui to no end. He even told him clearly many times that he didn't like him and that there was no possibility between the 2 of them. But Li Huamao still remained a stalker. Shy, I'm so annoyed right now. I'm thinking of jumping off a building. Tomorrow is Saturday. He's sure to pester me again. What should I do? Yishir suggested. Sister Tang, why don't you hurry up and find a boyfriend? Once you have a boyfriend, Li Huamao won't come back to pester. Tang Mushue sighed. But I don't want to find a boyfriend yet. None of the boys around me are looking at me. Yishir said. Then there's nothing I can do. Tang Mushue seemed to have remembered something. Her eyes lit up, and she said with a slight bit of exhilaration. Sure. Why don't you lend me your boyfriend for just one day? One day is enough. Yishir strongly objected. No way. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. In case of borrowing and borrowing. What if they don't return it? It's not easy to meet a feeling one, but you can't be borrowed away. Shy. It's just one day. Sister Tang. It's not easy for Li Hai to come to the provincial city. We've arranged to go mountain climbing together tomorrow, so I can't lend it to you. Seeing that there was no room for discussion and her hopes were dashed, Tang Mushue sighed for a while and hung up after a few more minutes of conversation. Yishir looked at his cell phone. Good guy. Several missed calls, all Li Hai called. I guess Hai waited a little anxious. He hurriedly dialed over, and as soon as the call was made, Yishir explained. Brother Hai, just now, Sister Tang called me, and we talked for a long time. She even briefly put things into perspective. At that moment, Li Hai understood. No wonder Li Huamao's favorability towards himself was so low. It turned out that he was Tang Mushue's super-licking dog, fantasizing that he could hold a beautiful woman someday. And it was probably because he had heard that he and Tang Mushue were closer that he was full of hostility towards himself, estimated that the heart has already hated their own teeth. At any time will find an opportunity to retaliate against themselves. That also have to be on guard. After all, he is a member of the County Party Committee Standing Committee, Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Shy. Li Huamao is from the provincial city. What is his family background? Yishir said. There isn't much family background. His father did a term as the director of the Public Security Bureau of Jiangcheng City, and now he has retired. Crouching Grass. The Public Security Bureau chief of the provincial capital city. This is a big official. Moreover, Jiangcheng City is a sub-provincial city. The Public Security Bureau chief of such a city is highly equipped. Should be the level of the main hall. At least it is also a deputy hall. There is a hall officer dad. This is a background that people look up to. No wonder Li Huamao can parachute into the White Horse County and sit on the position of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Not his ability to have a strong, but there is a hall officer father. From Yishir's tone of voice, it can be heard that a hall official is just a hall official. There is nothing. Then the background of Shir's family is even greater. Li Hai is curious. Yishir, what is her father's position? Only, after checking the main leaders of Jiangbei province, including several vice-governors, there is no one surnamed Yi. Li Hai inquired about Yishi, and she said that, when the time comes, Li Hai will know, enduring the curiosity in his heart. Li Hai and Yishir chatted for a long time until nearly 12 o'clock at night. The next day, the two made a date to meet at Jiangcheng University, and then happily held hands, and there was no difference at all between couples in love. Only that they hadn't yet poked through that last layer of window paper, and this kind of thing is usually stabbed by the boys. Li Hai also knows his responsibility. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, he will confess to Yishir and let her become his girlfriend. Her family history. Li Hai is just curious, not the main factor of his choice of spouse. He really liked Yishir. There is that kind of feeling of falling in love. Before, when he was with Lu Lily, there was no such sweet and easy feeling at all. The two made a date to climb the mountain, and climbed all morning, succeeding in reaching the top, with a pleasant scenery and a pleasant mood. Standing at the top of the mountain, Li Hai looked into the distance and roared loudly, releasing the pressure in his heart, and after shouting, he felt that the whole person was relaxed. At noon, the two of them ate together, and in the afternoon, they were going to go shopping, buy some new clothes, and make a date to watch a movie together in the evening. Only, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Mushue's phone call came. Chapter 44, Jinjorascue. Knowing that Li Huama would come to pester himself, Tang Mushue worked overtime at the newspaper office for an entire morning, and her lunch was settled in the newspaper cafeteria. As for Li Huama's successive text messages can only pretend not to see. Even, he also called when Tang Mushue saw that it was his caller. She usually didn't answer it, and even put her phone on vibrate mode. She wanted to turn it off, but as a big reporter, she couldn't turn it off. It had to be on 24 hours a day. After being harassed all morning, Tang Mushue was in a terrible mood, and after finishing her lunch, her mind was wondering where to take refuge in the afternoon. Carefully out of the newspaper office, to her despair, she saw from afar that Li Huama was actually waiting for her at the entrance of the newspaper office. Holding a bouquet of flowers, Tang Mushue closed her eyes in despair, then turned her head toward the inside of the newspaper office, and hurriedly called Yishir from a deserted place. Shy. The jungle rescue. She said the matter briefly in the middle of the phone, and then said, Li Huamao holding a bunch of flowers, blocking the entrance of our newspaper. Will your boyfriend lend me a moment? Just a moment. Okay. Counting sister begged you. Yesterday was wanting to borrow it for a day. And Yishur didn't agree. As long as he borrowed a little bit today. Yishur had a little hesitation to let Hai go and act as sister Tang's temporary boyfriend for a while to save her. It wasn't impossible, but in the end, she still needed Hai's own consent to do so. She couldn't make the decision herself. So Yishur said, Sister Tang, if it's just to borrow it, I personally don't have a problem with it. Specifically you ask Hai himself. After saying that, Yishur gave the phone to Li Hai. Brother Hai, Sister Tang's call. She wants you to act as her boyfriend. Tang Mushua's anxious voice was soon heard inside the phone. Li Hai, do me a favor. It's kind of like my sister is begging you to temporarily act as my boyfriend. It won't delay you for too long. After a slight hesitation, Li Hai still agreed. Alright, then I'll come over now. Wait for me. If it were anyone else, asking himself to go over and act as a temporary boyfriend, Li Hai would have refused politely. But considering that Tang Mushua helped him a lot last time, this time it was considered to be returning a favor to her. Seeing Li Hai promise at once, Tang Mushua was grateful. Great. I knew you wouldn't see death. I'll wait for you to come over at the newspaper office. After receiving this call, Li Hai looked at Yishur as if he wanted to say something. Yishur gently pushed Li Hai and said with a generous face, You go ahead. And after you help Sister Tang get rid of the pesky flies, you can just call me again. Well, you wait for my news. Li Hai stopped a cab and waved goodbye to Yishur before getting in, and arrived at the Jiangbei Province Daily Newspaper in about 1 or 20 minutes. Getting out of the car in front of the newspaper office, the first thing I saw was Li Huamao standing there holding a bunch of roses. The other party also saw Li Hai, slightly surprised, then seemed to understand a little bit of what was going on. His face sank, completely in a leader's manner, and reprimanded, Li Hai, why are you here? What are you doing here? The other party has no good feelings towards himself, full of hostility. So what if he is a member of the standing committee of the county party committee? Li Hai is not so hot-faced to stick the other party's cold ass, with the other party's ridiculously low favorability. It was only a matter of time before the two sides tore their faces apart. Li Hai didn't treat Li Huamao as a leader, and smiled faintly. It's a Saturday, a break, so why can't I come here? Monday through Friday. Their own time belongs to the state, but always give a little free time on the weekend. Right. Their own time at their own disposal. This cannot be managed. Right? Not thinking that Li Hai dared to contradict himself, Li Huamao's face completely sank. You hurry back to Whitehorse County and don't show up here. Why? Just because you have a big face? Or because you're a county leader? Li Hai tit-for-tat said. Li Huamao, I'm sorry, it's none of your business if I go back to Bama County. Secretary Tang has already given me a vacation. This is not Whitehorse County. There are no other people. Li Hai just called each other by name. Even Secretary Li is lazy to call. Li Huamao's face darkened and he wanted to say something when Li Hai said aloud, I'm not going to bullshit you. My girlfriend is out. Tang Mushua had already seen Li Hai and ran out happily and took the initiative to hold Li Hai's arm in an affectionate and soft voice. You got here so fast. Faster than I thought. Oh, Li Hai rode. I heard there was a fly here and I wanted to come over quick and help you get rid of it. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, especially Tang Mushua taking the initiative to hold Li Hai's arm, Li Huamao was so angry that he spat blood that he had licked for so long. But Tang Mushua was cold as ice, always with a stern face, never smiling so happily. Li Hai, get the hell out of here and get back to Whitehorse County right now. Li Hai didn't even bother to pay attention to him, holding Tang Mushua's hand and walking forward with a smile on his face, as if Li Huamao didn't even exist. Seeing Li Hai and Tang Mushua walk away, Li Huamao said fiercely, Good, very good. Li Hai, see how I can pack you next. His eyes were filled with resentment and were very scary. After walking for a few minutes, already far away from the entrance of the daily newspaper, and confirming that Li Huamao had not followed him either, Li Hai let go of Tang Mushua's hand. Sister Tang, I'm doing okay, right? Excellent, thank you this time, Tang Mushua said. Why don't I treat you to ice cream? After saying that, he happily went to buy 2 ice creams, one for each person, and ate them as he walked away. Li Hai Dao. Sister Tang, Li Huamao is now the secretary of the political and legal committee of our Whitehorse County. If he wants to retaliate against me, you have to help me out. Such a thick thigh. Surely you should hug it. People's dad is the provincial party committee, the propaganda department minister. In Jiangbei province that is the ceiling-like existence, Tang Mushua said cheerfully. Don't worry, if Li Huamao really dares to do anything to you, sister will help you. The two walked side by side for a few minutes. Li Hai Dao. Then my mission is done. Shirshir is still waiting for me. I'll leave first. Tang Mushua stomped her foot. Leaving so soon? Ah, accompany me to go shopping again. In case Li Huamao shows up again. What should I do? Well, Li Hai is very difficult. According to reasoning to accompany a beautiful woman shopping, as long as a normal man is willing to serve. But, Yi Shi is waiting for him. After hesitating for a moment, Li Hai Dao. I'll give Yi Shi a call and ask her first. Tang Mushue pouted. Li Hai, I didn't think that you are a wife's husband. This is not married yet. If you really get married with Shiji, then you won't be governed to death even more. No, Li Hai shook his head. You're misunderstanding. It's not wifey. It's just that I respect Shai. The phone call was quickly made. Hearing that the mission was completed, Yi Shi was also slightly stunned. She didn't expect it to be so fast, and said happily in the middle of the phone, Brother Hai, then I'll come over right away. Wait for me for a while. Why don't you let the three of us go shopping together? We can't leave Sister Tang behind and let her be alone. Chapter 45 Li Huamao's viciousness. Li Hai, Yi Shi, and Tang Mushue were shopping together. Hi, try on this shirt. I think it suits you. In the system, men usually wear more white shirts. This is a white short-sleeve shirt. The style is good. Just the price is a little bit expensive. After discount is also more than 300. Li Hai changed into the shirt in the fitting room and looked at the front of the fitting room to see how it fit. Exiting the fitting room, he said aloud, I think it's good. Shai, what do you think? Yi Shi's eyes were slightly bright. This shirt was very handsome on Li Hai. Walked over 2 steps, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. It's a perfect fit. Sister Dawn, don't you think so? Tang Mushue had a little envy. This boyfriend that Shiji found was so handsome, especially after wearing this brand new shirt. It seemed to be another point more handsome. Ugh. Too bad it's not my boyfriend. It'll be nice when I can find such a great boyfriend. I envy. Tang Mushue nodded her head and said, very good indeed. Very suitable for Li Hai. Both women said it was good, so it must be good. Li Hai took off this shirt and prepared to change into the t-shirt he had before. Once the shirt was off, the perfect male body was revealed. Slightly wheat-colored skin, 8-pack abs, male dog's waist, and the entire upper body was an inverted triangle. Even if it was some Mr. Bodybuilder who had to be ashamed of himself seeing this perfect body, Yi Shi blushed slightly, gently pushed Li Hai, and softly said, hurry up and go in, and change your clothes on. Tang Mushue also blushed, a heart thumping, like a deer, the heart envy incomparable. Never thought that Li Hai's body is so perfect. Would like to touch, try the feel of it, but this is not her boyfriend. Can only be red-eyed. She thought in her mind that Yi Shi was blessed seeing everyone's reaction and looking at his perfect body in the fitting mirror. Li Hai knew that he had just been careless. When boys buy clothes in the summer, they often don't go into the fitting room for the convenience of having their tops off. Li Hai did the same, but seeing Yi Shi and Tang Mushue's blushes slightly, he hurriedly smiled apologetically and went into the fitting room to change into his own clothes. When she came out, Yi Shi had already paid the bill and ordered, waiter, help me hold this shirt up. This was the first time Yi Shi bought clothes for a boy, and Li Hai had a different feeling in his heart. Shy, thanks. Yi Shi held Li Hai's arm and pampered. What are you thanking me for? You can just pick one for me too. This one's no problem. After strolling through a few stores, in a certain store, Li Hai picked out a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt for Yi Shi. And when Yi Shi changed her clothes and walked out from the fitting room, Li Hai's eyes lit up. I knew Yi Xia had a good figure, but I didn't expect it to be this good. The jeans bring out the long legs, rounded and firm hips, and a 4 waist, showing an amazing hip-waist ratio. The upper body of the white t-shirt is also very fit. Li Hai eyeballing, which does not have D, at least is also the size of C+. The future child do not buy milk powder at all. Yi Xia slightly had a little frown. Hi, isn't it ugly? A girl's aesthetics are different from a boy's in this regard, and revealing her entire body in perfect detail is ugly to her. Li Hai then said, it's not ugly. On the contrary, it's very pretty, and it will definitely attract a lot of attention when you walk out. Forget it then. Yi Xia wasn't used to the kind of fiery gazes from the boys around her. Usually she wore jeans, but they were usually looser and more often than not she wore skirts. Hi, I think this white dress is nice. I'll try it on. Well, this can only go with you. Li Hai nodded his head once, and in the end, Yi Shi chose this dress, which only cost 100 or so, and Li Hai paid for it before paying. Li Hai said to change a more expensive one. The one next to the more than 500 is good, but Yi Shi did not agree. Said she liked this one. Instead of picking a cheap one when there's an expensive one. There shouldn't be many girls like that these days. While Li Hai and the three of them were shopping, Li Huamao was grimacing with a terrible face, thinking in his head about how to clean up Li Hai. The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. What he wanted to do most right now was to take revenge on Li Hai, and it was best to make Li Hai unable to turn over for eternity. And soon, a brilliant method came to mind. Taking out his cell phone, Li Huamao dialed a number. Xiao Hei, come over here. I have something to explain to you to do. Black in the city of Jiangcheng Road is famous. The general gangsters will respectfully call a black brother. Because there are people behind him. His industry is relatively large. Operating several bath centers and dance halls, bars and so on. Receiving Li Huamao's call, Xiao He immediately passed by with a respectful attitude. Brother Hua, what is it that you need me to do? Blackie can be today. And the Li family father and son's care is inseparable. Father Li had operated in Jiangcheng, the capital city of the province, for so many years, and had even served one term as the hand of the provincial city's public security bureau, with a lot of complicated networks of relationships, some of which involved underground forces and acted as a protective umbrella for these forces. Li Huamao said, I'm going to pack up a person called Li Hai. This is his photo and ID number. He should still be in Jiangcheng City tonight. You first need to find out which hotel or guest house he's staying in tonight. Report back to me when you have news. He is the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Beima County, and it was easy to get Li Hai's photo and ID number with a photo and ID number. Blackie said confidently, it's a piece of cake. I'll call you as soon as I hear anything. After seeing little black leave, Li Huamao's eyes flashed, and a vicious plan became clearer and clearer in his mind. Li Hai, Yi sure. And Tang Muxue strolled around all afternoon until the evening. The three of them ate dinner together in a restaurant near Jiangcheng University. Li Hai still stayed in the same hotel last night, ready to buy a car tomorrow. The number and scale of 4S stores in the provincial city are not comparable to those in Qinglin City, and you have more choices if you buy a car here. Li Hai these days to buy their own soccer lottery, or Guo Kai to help him buy, each time 5,000, and gradually also earn 300,000. Ready to buy 100,000 or so of the car. Of course, expensive some cars can afford, but the impact is not good, since the system to mix, that cannot be too high profile. If the whole day driving a few 100,000, or even millions of dollars of the car, the seat is better than the county secretary's car, it is certainly not good, right? $100,000 or so of mobility car. In a small county in 2002, it is relatively okay, and the identity of the first secretary of the county party committee is quite a match. The two women sent Li Hai to this hotel and even went to the room Li Hai checked in to sit and chat before getting up to say goodbye. Tang Muxue said, don't worry, I'll send Shiji home safely, immediately to graduate. Yi sure generally live in the school less, basically changed to live at home. Tang Muxue has a red SUV, 2 people, and by the way, it is very convenient. Ye Xiao obediently said, brother Hai, I'll call when I get home. If Tang Muxue wasn't next to her, she would have wanted to hug Li Hai and touch those 8-pack abs, but now she could only wave goodbye. After witnessing the two leave, Li Hai turned on the TV to pass the time. There were no cell phones only yet, and watching TV was the main form of leisure. Chapter 46. Half an hour later, Yi Shi's call came. Hi, I'm already home. The two chatted in the middle of the phone, no different from a young man and woman in love. The same phone gruel. At this time, Li Huamao and Xiao He met again. Xiao Hua, I've investigated clearly. Li Hai stayed in room 1206 of the Four Seasons Hotel Jiangcheng next to the National Jiangcheng University. Good. Great. Li Huamao cheered up, having information about Li Hai's stay in the hotel. The plan was almost half successful. Blackie, find a more reliable one and go to room 1206 right now. Undress as soon as you get in. Then call the police and tell them that there's someone in room 1206. Park Chang. After hearing this plan, Blackie's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Xiao Hua, this is a wonderful plan. Once Park Chang's affair is finalized, Li Hai's political future is gone. Doing something like this, Li Huamao felt that it was 9 out of 10, because this was the provincial city, his sphere of influence. Go on, find a more reliable one. Don't worry, Xiao Hua, there's no difficulty in this matter. Just wait for my good news. Blackie confident to do this thing. He has a lot of chickens under his command. Picked a reliable. He personally delivered to the door of the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangcheng. Lily, I'll be waiting to hear from you. Oh, brother Black, don't worry. The girl named Lily, who was dressed in flowery clothes, said, after it's done, you said you'd give me another $2,000. Don't worry, brother Black. Do I look like a person who is worse than this $2,000? As long as things are done beautifully. Not to mention 2,000. 3,000 can be. Black, that's what you said. I'm going in then. Blackie did not get out of the car, watched Lily into the hotel, and watched her into the elevator, and waited for 2 or 3 minutes. Think it's about time. Get out of the car and walk to a phone booth not far away. Dialed the 110 number. 110? I want to report that there is someone Park Chang in room 1206 of the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangcheng. You guys hurry over. What? Who am I? I'm an enthusiastic good citizen. After hanging up the phone, Blackie is still not in a hurry to leave. Back to his car, waiting to see a good show inside the hotel. Room 1206.Li and Yixi talked on the phone for 20 or 30 minutes, then got ready to take a shower and go to bed a little earlier. At this time, a knock sounded at the door. Li didn't open the door first, but asked loudly, "Who? Which one are you?" A young woman's voice came through the door. "I'm a waitress, delivering disposables." Hearing that it was a hotel attendant, Li didn't think much of it and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a heavily made-up young woman entered and slammed the door to the room shut in her favor. Then without saying a word, she stripped off her outer clothing, leaving only her underwear and panties on, looking ready to remove even this last bit of clothing. Li's reaction was quick, even felt that this was not normal. If it was an ordinary chicken, it would not come in and take off its clothes as soon as it came in, but first ask if there is a need in this area. First talk about the price and so on. It's not normal in any way to take off your clothes as soon as you come in. Li pointing and drawing, gesturing, his face is anxious. The young woman despised a glance, and thought in her heart, MMPs, it's actually a mute. Only, it's very handsome. A mute is a mute, should we fake it or not? She thought in her mind that it would be better to have a real knife. And when the police came, the evidence would be even better. This young woman named Lily said, "You're actually dumb. Forget it, take off your clothes. It's cheaper this time." Li gestured, to stop her from continuing to take it off, and then found a piece of white paper and a ballpoint pen. "Take a pen and write. Who are you and what are you going to do?" The young woman, Lily, took a pen and wrote on this white paper as well. "I came over to keep you company. Hurry up and get undressed." Li wrote, "No, you hurry up or I'll call the police." Lily wrote, "If you call the police I'll say you forced your girl to fuck me. Take your clothes off like I asked or I'll scream." Li didn't continue to write, but collected this piece of paper in Lily's shocked gaze, folded it and put it into his pocket, then said with a straight face, "Get out, or I'll call the police. See, what's on this paper is the evidence. You're not mute." Li Dao, "Who told you I was dumb? You go or not?" Lily is very hesitant, knowing that if things go wrong, Black Brother certainly will not give good fruit to eat. Will be a heart, clothes and pants all off, lying directly on the bed. "Come on, no money. It's cheap." And then there were all sorts of seductive gestures that any other man might have been a little too much to handle. Li just gave a cold look, knowing that he was mostly framed, and it wouldn't be long before either the police would come over to arrest him, or a few strong men would rush in ignoring the naked woman. Li took out his cell phone and called Tang Mushui, because if someone really wanted to frame himself, it was only Li Huamao, mostly because he acted as Tang Mushui's temporary boyfriend. Li Huamao completely hated himself, and then set up this bureau. Most likely the police will immediately come over and say that he is Park Chang. Li Huamao, you're sinister enough. If he really sits on Park Chang, then his entire political future will be over. Once the phone call was made, there was a little bit of time constraint. Li did not have half a word of nonsense, and briefly told the matter, and speculated that this should be Li Huamao trying to frame himself. What? After hearing this, Tang Mushui's entire body was confused. After reacting, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and originally still doing the mask, she pulled the mask off her face, simply cleaned it, and took the car keys and hurriedly prepared to go out. Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee. Propaganda Minister Tang Hongyu in the living room on the sofa to read the newspaper. To see that it is already more than 9 o'clock, their own daughters still have to go out. Inquired a sentence. "Daughter, where are you going with this fire at this late hour?" Tang Mushui said, "I have a friend who may have been framed. I'm going to save him." "It's so late. You went to save a man or a woman?" Minister Tang valued it and put down the newspaper in his hands. "Daughter, what a friend of yours, to have you personally go over so late at night." "Dad, I'm not talking to you. It's urgent. I'm leaving." Taking the car keys and hurrying out the door. Ignoring Minister Tang's shocked gaze, she started her car and sped all the way towards the Four Seasons Hotel Jiangcheng. After froze, Minister Tang gently shook his head. His daughter grew up. When she came back to ask, "And this friend is what relationship? Is not her boyfriend?" Minister Don made up his own mind and thought a lot at once. Chapter 47. Falling down the well, Tang Mushui drove her car in a fiery hurry in the direction of the National Jiangcheng University, and while driving, she was still talking to Li on the phone. "Li, I'm on my way over. I'll be there in 15 minutes tops." "Li Dao, you be safe on the road." At this time, a police car had already arrived at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangcheng, and several police officers came down from the CAR in the distance. Black Wang Jian has been staying in his car. Pay attention to this side of the movement. See this police car over. A total of police cars directly into the hotel. Raised his hand to look at the table. The heart, from the call to the police to the present, only 5 minutes. The speed of these police is quite fast. After witnessing these police officers enter the hotel, Wang Jian took out his cell phone and reported, "Xiao Hua, Everything is going according to your plan. Just a moment ago, the police have entered the hotel. Good. I'll treat you to a drink after it's done. Li Huamao's voice came from inside the phone. The arranged prostitute girl had gone in 7 or 8 minutes earlier, and at this point in time, it was expected that Li Hai and her had already been frank and were in the middle of a physical battle. On this point, Li Huamao is still very confident. This girl named Su Lily he had played with twice. Very slutty and beautiful. As long as it was a normal man, it was probably difficult to control it. Okay, great. After receiving this call, Li Huamao walks around happily, knowing that Park Chang can be fatal to a public official. Li Hai, how dare you steal my woman? You're finished. This time, I'll see how you end up. After kicking Li Hai out of the system, we can't just let him go. We must clean him up again, preferably to death. Li Huamao thought a lot at once in his mind, and picked up the phone to dial Tang Li Hui's cell phone. Secretary Li Hui, haven't rested yet. Can't wait to tell this great news to Tang Li Hui. Is to fall on the well. In Li Huamao's opinion, the police have gone in. Li Hai 100% finished. There is no need to wait for the results of the police. Can be beforehand to tell this matter to Tang Li Hui. There was one more thing that even Wang Jin didn't know. The lead policeman had already been greeted, and Li Huamao personally called to give an explanation, with the authorization from the son of the former city council's first official. This lead policeman knew what to do and would definitely make this matter look good, with full certainty in his heart. Li Huamao was a little impatient to make this call. Tang Li Hui was slightly surprised that it was already 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and Li Huamao actually took the initiative to call himself. Secretary Warmo, what's the matter? Li Huamao said. Secretary Tang, there is an important thing that needs to be reported to you. A friend from the police system told me that just now, Li Hai was caught by the police in room 1206 Park Chang at the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangcheng. What? There is still such a thing? Tang Li Hui stunned. Think this is incredible. Li Hai has Tang Mu Shui such a beautiful girlfriend, and is still the standing committee propaganda minister's gold. Unless the brain into the water, which will go to Park Chang. Secretary Warmo, it's true, 1,000 times true. It happened just now. Li Huamao affirmed that he was about to say something else, such as falling on his sword a bit, saying something like suggesting that Li Hai be fired, when the phone was already hung up, and there was a beeping sound. This, after freezing and getting angry, Li Huamao knew that Tang Li Hui hung up the phone in such a hurry, and definitely wanted to personally go to fish for people, and turn the matter into a big deal. But can he do it? This is the provincial city, not his White Horse County. Li Huamao thought so fiercely in his heart. To be on the safe side, he made another phone call and once again instructed the lead policeman to say a few words. By this time, the lead policeman with 2 officers had already arrived at the floor where room 1206 was located, and under the guidance of the hotel staff, was walking towards room 1206. Xiao Hua, don't worry, we will definitely sit this matter out. He can't run away. It's useless for anyone to come. Good. I'm relieved that Captain Hu is doing his job, and I'll be sure to put in a good word for you in front of my family's old man after it's done. Thank you, Mr. Hua. We've arrived at the door of room 1206. Okay, wait for your good news. Li Huamao hung up the phone happily. Inside room 1206. Li Hai coldly faces and repeatedly warned Su Lily, who was naked and lying on her own bed. If you don't leave, I'll call the front desk of the hotel. Handsome, your friend has already paid. You really don't want to have any fun. Get up, put on your clothes, and hurry up and leave. After saying that, Li Hai took out his cell phone and dialed the hotel's front desk's number. The alarm call has been made, and the person at the alarm center said that he had arranged for someone to come, but he hasn't arrived yet, and it may take another 3 or 5 minutes. Li Hai called the front desk of the hotel this time and asked them to come and take Lily Su away. Su Lily was on a mission. Where would she go? Still scratching her head, striking various poses and trying her best to seduce. Handsome, your friend has already paid. Even if you don't play, I'll stay here at least long enough for half an hour. At this time, the door to the room was opened. The one who opened the door was a staff member of the hotel. Then 3 policemen came in with a dignified face, and the leading policeman took a look at the situation in the room and immediately said, "Kid, don't move. Xiao Lu, cuff the person to me." Nice guy, cuffed without saying a word. It's not a bad idea to be greeted by Li Huamao. Li Hai was furious and said loudly, "What right do you have to arrest me? It was this woman who came in on her own initiative. I've already called the police and also called the hotel front desk." The leader, Hu Tianming, with a majestic face, waved his hand and said, "To explain to our bureau again, you are now suspected of Park Chang. Take away." Su Lily supplemented, "Comrade police, I am her $500 shouted. Hu Tianming interrupted with a wave of his hand, "Get dressed and follow us." At this time, he definitely had to pretend that he didn't recognize Su Lily, although he knew in his heart that this was a setup made by Li Huamao to harm the young man in front of him. This time, Tang Mushua hadn't come over yet. Li Hai was secretly anxious. And in his heart, he was even thinking about whether he should take out that piece of white paper, but experience told him, if this time to take out that white paper, it is possible that Hu Tianming will directly tear the evidence. It is better not to take out. Obviously, this is a bureau made by Li Huamao. Most of these police officers are sent by Li Huamao. This white paper couldn't be taken out. All we had to do now was to stall for time, preferably until Tang Mushua arrives. Li Hai said loudly, I'm a victim, and I'm also a public official. You can't wrong a good person like this. Hu Tianming's face was a little sinister. Once again said, less nonsense. Xiao Lu on the handcuffs, take the person away. Li Hai's aim was to stall for time, and protested loudly again. What gives you the right to put on handcuffs? I want to make a phone call. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to dial the number, but was snatched over and turned off by Hu Tianming. Warning, you can't contact the outside world for the time being. The phone will be kept by us. In fact, even if Li Hai didn't take out the phone, the next thing they had to do was to confiscate the phone first. Chapter 48. Stalemate. Li Hai is desperately trying to fight it off and stall, but it only dragged on for 2 or 3 minutes at most. Right. And was eventually handcuffed and escorted out of room 1206 by police officer Xiao Liu.as for Lily Su. She was treated much better and was only asked to put on her clothes. Not even her cell phone was confiscated, let alone handcuffed. Li Hai's head was spinning fast, still thinking of ways to stall for time, knowing that if once he went to the police station, once Park Chang's charges were confirmed, it would probably be very difficult to overturn the case again, even with Tang Mushua's help. In the event that Park Chang's matter spreads back to Whitehorse County, even if the case is eventually overturned, it will be a huge impact on his reputation. Li Haidao, I left my carry-on bag inside the hotel with something very important in it. Hu Tianming was very experienced and reprimanded. I advise you to stop playing tricks and cooperate with us properly. Otherwise, the one who suffers will be yourself. After saying that, he also pushed Li Hai fiercely. Li Hai looked at him angrily. MMPS, you try to push it again. Hu Tianming was furious, and pushed Li Hai again, and found that pushing on a small mountain, people do not move at all. He didn't believe him and pushed again, but Li Hai still didn't move. If you push me again, believe it or not, I'll just lie down on the ground and sue you for violent law enforcement. You have guts, Hu Tianming said fiercely. He only wanted to bring Li Hai back to the bureau as soon as possible, and as long as he got to the bureau, he had 100 ways to clean up Li Hai, temporarily holding back the anger in his heart. He blackened his face and said, then follow me nicely by yourself and be quick. Li Hai walked slowly and finally reached the elevator door, and it took a lot of effort to get to the hotel's first floor lobby. This time, Tang Mushua finally arrived. This red Toyota Land Cruiser in front of the hotel, a sharp braking, tires and ground friction issued a sharp friction sound. The car did not stop. She pulled the handbrake, flying out of the car, jogging all the way over. His eyes almost red. He said with concern, Li Hai, are you alright? Li Hai's heart warmed as he said, I'm fine. It's just that they didn't ask any questions and handcuffed me as soon as they came to take me back to the police station, which is really a little bit disconcerting. Tang Mushua's gaze landed on Li Hai's hands and wrists. Her face sank, clearly moved with anger. Who told you to torture people? Hu Tianming was just a security captain of a certain branch. Where would he know the provincial party committee member's daughter? He didn't put Tang Mushua in his eyes at all, and warned, this lady, please get out of the way. Don't obstruct our law enforcement. You fart. A great beauty like Tang Mushua, who had a rare outburst, once again said, open the handcuffs and release them. Hu Tianming glanced at Tang Mushua with contempt. Ma'am, please don't get in the way of our case, or else we'll take you with us. Good. Tang Mushua said 3 good words in a row, in front of Hu Tianming and others, took out his cell phone and dialed the current Jiangqing City Public Security Director Guo Wanlin's phone. Bureau Guo. I'm Tang Mushua. I'm currently in the lobby of the first floor of the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangchang. My friend has been arrested by your people. What? And things like that. Who dares to arrest a friend of Minister Tang's daughter? How dare you? Without saying a word, Guo Wanlin immediately said, okay, I'll come over right away. As the head of the provincial city's public security bureau, there was absolutely no need for him to come over personally. Ordering the director of the following precinct to come over would be fine, but he wanted to get on Minister Tang's good side, and was prepared to come over in person in order to appear to be paying attention soon. A police car, siren blaring in an OOO, ignored the red lights all the way, and came speeding towards this hotel. Tang Mushua put away, sneering, your director Guo Wanlin will come over right away. I'll see how you end up. Upon hearing this, the 2 police officers, Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhang, were drenched in cold sweat and turned pale with fear, never imagining that with a single phone call from the beautiful woman in front of them, Their top big boss would come over in person. Who? Captain who? What do we do? Constable Xiaolu was even so scared that he couldn't speak properly. Hu Tianming was also startled, but quickly calmed down, thinking that Tang Mushue was intentionally scaring him, and that it was impossible for a single phone call to make Director Guo personally come over. Yeah, it must have been a deliberate bluff. The call must have been a fake. After having such an inference, Hu Tianming had much more confidence in his heart and wasn't afraid, putting on a very dignified look and warning. Lady, you'll have to take responsibility for what you've done. The consequences will be very serious. Tang Mushue didn't even bother to pay attention to him anymore, snorting coldly, everything will be fine when Guo Wanlin comes over. At this time, Tang Lihui was also on his way over. In his eagerness, he again instructed the driver. Quickly, faster. The heart is also thinking, in the provincial capital public security system has what friends? How to turn this big thing into a small thing. Park Chang is very serious, and once it's been established, Li Hai's political future will be all but over. And Tang Lihui will be affected as well. Secretary of the County Party Committee, secretary in the provincial city of Park Chang. This is going to spread out. Although Tang Lihui will not be subject to party disciplinary action, but the face is not bright. Very loose face. Taking out his cell phone, he was going to call Li Hai's phone to ask about the situation, but he couldn't get through, showing that it was turned off. It's over. It's over. The anxious look on Tang Lihui's face became even more obvious. At this time, when the phone was turned off, there was only one possibility, that Li Hai had already been arrested. Faster. Don't be afraid to run red lights. We need to get to the Four Seasons Hotel Jiangcheng as soon as possible. Tang Lihui commanded once more. Driver Lu will drive the car fast. Even 3 red lights. Finally arrived at the hotel entrance. The car has not yet stopped. Tang Lihui hurried all the way to run over, separated by a distance of at least a dozen meters. Tang Lihui identified himself. Comrade police officer. I'm the secretary of the County Party Committee of Beima County. And this is my secretary. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Hu Tianming didn't give face to Tang Lihui because he was the secretary of the County Party Committee, and coldly said, he's suspected of Park Chang. We need to bring him back to the bureau to deal with it. Li Hai, a belly of fire, loudly said, put your XX dog fart, you only Park Chang it. As soon as I came in on the handcuffs to take me away, do not even carry out investigations and inquiries. I suspect that you are authorized by someone to deliberately retaliate. When Tang Mushue arrived and Tang Lihui arrived, Li Hai felt that he could take out the white paper, so he directly picked out that this was a deliberate setup for revenge. Is that really what it looks like? Tang Lihui had a little doubt. If there really wasn't any Park Chang, and it was really someone who set up a trap, then it would be good. Li Hai continued, Sister Tang, I have a white paper inside my shirt pocket. At that time that woman entered my room. I realized that it was a bureau. Deliberately pretended to be mute, and exchanged a few words with her on the white paper. You take it out and show it to them. Any more evidence? Hu Tianming vaguely felt that there was something bad. If there really was this thing, it would be more troublesome. Chapter 49. It's Li Huama who's up to no good. At those words, Tang Mushue was overjoyed, immediately took out this white paper from the middle of Li Hai's shirt pocket, opened and swept a glance, a lightness in his heart, and even thought, I knew that Li Hai would definitely not go to Park Chang. After taking a look at the contents on the white paper, Tang Mushue said, Secretary Tang, take a look at it too. This should be someone setting up a trap. Receiving the white paper, Tang Lihui glanced at it and his heart was greatly determined. He was about to negotiate with Hu Tianming and the others. But where did he know that Hu Tianming took a few steps forward and snatched this white paper over? It has to be in our custody. And whether or not its evidence needs to be professionally appraised. The implication is clear. It's up to them to say whether it's evidence or not. How could Tang Lihui not know what he meant? At once, there were a few light fires in his heart, and he was about to lash out, when Tang Mushue calmly said, Secretary Tang, I just called Guo Wanlin from the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. He's on his way over and should be arriving soon as well. At once, Tang Lihui's eyes lit up. Yes, Li Hai's girlfriend is the daughter of the Provincial Party Committee. Such identity and background there. Still need to worry about being framed by others, apparently. Secretary Tang had misunderstood again and had been under the impression that Li Hai's girlfriend was Tang Muxui. Hu Tianming had never thought that Tang Mushue was bragging. And now he was the same, disdaining it and waving his hand. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of us carrying out our official duties. After saying that, he said loudly, Xiao Lu, take the people away. I'll see who dares. A majestic voice sounded outside the hotel. Everyone followed the sound to look over, only to see from the outside came in several police officers. The leader is clearly the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. A hand Guo Wanlin. He ran several red lights and finally arrived. Why come over in person instead of calling someone down the line to come over and deal with this? Because the Jiangxing City Political and Legal Committee Secretary position will be vacant. The original secretary is about to retire to the second line because of age. Has been working for more than 3 years. Director of Guo Wanlin want to go further, want to sit on the throne of Jiangxing City Political and Legal Committee Secretary. This is not only by virtue of ability and performance, but also need relationships and background. Guo Wanlin dreamed of getting more support from the provincial leaders. Today is a great opportunity. The Standing Committee. The Minister of Propaganda's daughter has something to do. He flew over personally. A director Kwok is here. Tang Mushue's heart lightened again, although Tang Lihui did not recognize Guo Wanlin. But looking at the police rank, he guessed that this is a hand of the Jiangxing City Public Security Bureau. At once, looking at Tang Mushue's eyes more full of admiration, he even quietly looked at Li Hai and thought enviously in his heart. Little Li's life is really good. Having such a bullish girlfriend. If I can follow a little bit of light in the future, that would be good. Well, it will definitely be light. As long as the development of Li Hai is escorted, Minister Tang will look at it, and in the future, casually promote a little bit, will be able to take a step forward. Where's Hu Tianming? Seeing the top boss personally come over, his heart trembled, knowing that things are big. The beauty in front of him really did not brag. A phone call. Guo Bureau immediately rushed over. Hu Tianming began to break out in a cold sweat. His face gradually turned a little pale, and there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. It's over. The Guo Wanlin came over with large strides and apologized. Xiao Tang. What's going on? Tang Mushue directly said. They set up to frame my friends. She gave a brief account of what had happened. After listening, Guo Wanlin's face sank. Actually, there is such a thing. Happened such a thing. Completely in the face of his Guo Wanlin. This thing have passed to the ears of Minister Tang Hongyu. That is absolutely not a good thing for oneself. MMP. At this critical moment, when I dug my head in and wanted to sit on the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Jiangxing City, actually out of such a thing, IT must be dealt with seriously and an example must be made. Where's that paper? Give it to me. Hu Tianming tremblingly took this white paper out of his pocket and placed his hands on Guo Wanlin's hands. Guo Bureau, we are completely unaware of the situation. We received a report from the public and just went out to the police in a normal manner. At this time, he was still thinking of sophistry, completely hiding the fact that Li Huamao had called him twice. Guo Wanlin has not seen anything. Where can he be fooled? After looking at the things on this white paper, cold smile, ding, call and ask how long it will take for their precinct chief to come over. Investigate the matter clearly and deal with it seriously. I want to hear his face-to-face report tomorrow. After saying that, he asked for the key over and personally opened the handcuffs for Li Hai, saying several words of apology in a row. Jiangxing City Public Security Bureau. A handful of handcuffs personally open. Personally apologize. This treatment, there is no one, even next to Tang Lihui, a burst of envy, but Tang Mushue felt that this was nothing. It was just a normal operation. She said very formally, Bureau Gua. This is obviously a bureau. I demand that you uncover the person who set up the bureau and deal with it seriously. Li Hai added, it's actually very good to investigate. The person who set up the scheme should be Li Huamao, our Whitehorse County's Political and Legal Committee Secretary. Tang Lihui, slightly shocked, immediately understood. No wonder Li Huamao called himself, said Li Hai in Jiangcheng Four Seasons Hotel Room 1206 Park Chang. Also wondered how Li Huamao knew so well informed, even in which room are cleared. It turns out that he set up a trap, which explains it. Tang Lihui got angry and added, Guo Bureau, I am the secretary of Beima County. Li Huamao heard that he is the son of Li Wenjun. Who is Li Wenjun? Guo Wanlin. Of course, clear, his last term, when Li Wenjun was the director, he was the deputy director. Just the two have been very general relationship, and even a little antagonistic. Li Wenjun out of office when recommended to the top of the successor candidate is not Guo Wanlin, but another deputy director. If not, Guo Wanlin has a little relationship, but also really do not sit on the Jiangxing City Public Security Bureau of the position of a hand. It turned out that Li Wenjun's son was behind it. Guo Wanlin had an idea in his mind, and felt that he could take the opportunity to give Li Wenjun a little embarrassment. Back in the day, Li Wenjun cannot be less suppressed. Guo Wanlin. 30 years, 30 years, 30 years, the wind and water turn. Don't worry, we will dig deeper into this matter and deal with it seriously. Not a few minutes, Hu Tianming's branch of the leadership of all came. Su Lily was taken away. Hu Tianming and other 3 people were also taken away. The probability of this skin will be taken off, and will be investigated. Most likely to go in to step on the sewing machine for a few years. After Guo Wanlin and the others left, Tang Lihui was very sensible. Little Li, then I'll go back as well. Little Tang is in your hands. After saying that, he also invited, Xiao Tang, have time to go to our Whitehorse County to play. I want Little Li to accompany you. Our Whitehorse County has quite a few good attractions. Walk around and look around. Thank you, Secretary Tang. I'll definitely go to Whitehorse County if I'm free. Tang Muxue said. Tang Li Hui left. Just gone, not 2 minutes. Yi Shi rushed over. Tang Muxue on the way over to call her. Said Li Hai this side of the accident, where she still sit down. Rushed over. Chapter 50, buying a car. Hi. Are you okay? It's fine. Thanks to Sister Tang this time. Otherwise, I'd be shit-canned and it'd be hard to clear my name. Li Haido. Yi Shi said. Sister Tang. Thank you. Between us, what's the point of being so polite? Tang Muxue said. If you really want to thank me, you two treat me to a late-night snack. It was now something like 10 o'clock at night, just in time for a late supper. Because of the World Cup, there were a lot of late-night food stalls outside, and all of them did good business, especially because of the atmosphere. Li Hai said cheerfully. Then we'll go for a late-night snack now. This is near the National Jiangcheng University. After 4 years of schooling here, Li Hai is very familiar with this neighborhood, where there is a late-night stall, which late-night snacks are delicious, clear, and led the two to a late-night stall. The three sat down, ordered something, and ate while they talked, mainly still chatting about the incident just now. Li Hai went into more detail about what happened and said, "It must be Li Huamao. This guy can be considered to hate me now. Sister Tang, you can't just ignore this matter, because I acted as your shield. He thought that I was really your boyfriend, and spread all of his anger on me, and in the future, I don't know what kind of trouble will come out. A small minion like Hu Tianming is good to clean up, and the end is expected to be more tragic. But Li Huamao has a certain background, and it is expected to be difficult to pull him down. Maybe it's just a disciplinary action, and he'll probably still be sitting on top of the Whitehorse County Political and Legal Committee." Yi Shi said. Sister Tang, Brother Hai is right. You can't just ignore this matter. Tang Muxue said. Don't worry, I'll manage all the way to the end. But Yi Shi, your boyfriend has suffered so much. You don't talk to your dad about it. Yi Xia blushed slightly, then didn't say anything. She and her family have not talked about Li Hai yet. How can she mention today's matter with her own father? It's a little difficult. Noticing Yi Shi's expression, Tang Muxue seemed to understand Yi Shi's difficulties and said in a big way, "Don't worry. Sis will make Li Huamao eat his words." Li Hai also noticed Yi Shi's expression and knew what she was thinking in her heart, and secretly said in his heart that he must find an opportunity to take the initiative to confess and establish the relationship between the two of them before he could do so. The last layer of window paper is definitely the one that the boys will take the initiative to poke through, not the girls. Inside a villa. Li Huamao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Walking around, Six Gods Wang Jian just called over and said the situation at the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangcheng. The plan failed, and Guo Wanlin all came in person. After receiving this call, Li Huamao was so angry that he almost slammed his cell phone directly on the ground. An infallible opportunity that actually failed. Li Hai, you're lucky this time. After the anger gradually calmed down, Li Huamao has a little bit of fear up, because this matter simply cannot withstand the investigation. As long as a serious investigation will be investigated to his head. What about this? Other people have no relationship with the accident. Li Huamao cannot be accident. The family has spent a lot of effort, which will help him on the position of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of the Whitehorse County. The ass has not been sitting hot at, which cannot be so. Gray slipped down. After hesitating for a long time, Li Huamao had to go to his old man and speak to Li Wenjun about this matter. A certain late-night snack stall. The three of them ate a snack for over an hour before parting ways just after 11. The next day. Li Hai went to a certain forest store. He had made an appointment with Yi Shi last night when he had a late-night snack and met here today because Li Hai wanted to buy a replacement car. In fact, with Li Hai's strength to buy a big hundreds of thousands of dollars of luxury cars are not a little pressure, but that is too high profile. In the system, too high profile is not good. If you drive a car that's more upscale than the county commissioner's car, that's not good. What car to buy? Li Hai has thought well, more than 100,000 price. Try not to exceed 200,000. Cost effective. Good quality, and first exclude the Japanese car. The car, although fuel efficient, but the iron skin is thin as paper. A collision is the iron wrapped in meat. Small life is important. In 2002, the domestic car is still in the beginning of the development stage, not like a dozen years after the blossoming. If the late 10 years, Li Hai certainly choose the domestic car to that time. The quality of the domestic car is not worse than the joint venture car, cost effective and even better than the joint venture car. For now, let's buy a Volkswagen. Li Hai took a taxi and went directly to a Volkswagen Forest store and started to choose a car. And a while later, Yi Shi also came over. It didn't take a few minutes for Yi Shi to arrive, and as soon as she came in, she sweetly said, "Brother Hai, Li Hai Dao, just in time, help me reference. How about these two cars?" Li Hai looked at the Volkswagen Bora and thought it was a good car. In addition to the Volkswagen Jetta, Volkswagen Santana and other models, but did not fancy, either the model is old, or the performance is not up to their requirements. A Bora is FAW Volkswagen's first self-designed model, and is regarded as a new car that inherits the classics and transcends them. This car was just launched last year, and it has only been on the market for about a year now, and it is very popular in the market, so it is not too high profile if you buy this car, and it is very suitable for Lee Hi's current status. Yisher said, I think it's not bad, yeah. Hi, it's just that the price is a little expensive. It's going to be over $100,000, and it's close to $200,000 if you land it. Lee Hi nodded once, and his heart was clear. He liked it, and Yisher also thought it was good, so he would buy it. The car is available in 3 colors, white, black and silver gray, and Lee Hi finally chose white, so that it looks younger and more energetic. After some haggling, negotiating the price, and going through the formalities, around 11 o'clock at noon, Lee Hi drove away from this 4S store, with Yisher sitting in the passenger seat. Come on, let's take you for a nice stroll. Having a car is convenient. You can go wherever you want. And the two went shopping first, holding hands and looking very close. No different from any other man or woman in love. The two of them ate together at noon, choosing an old restaurant with Chinese decorations, and ordering several dishes that were all Yisher's favorites. We went hiking together in the afternoon. This is the highest peak in the city of Jiangchang. Climbing to the top of the mountain, high above the mountains, a glimpse of the mountains, a broad view, the scenery is infinite. Li Hi held Yisher, and when he was in the thick of the love, he gently pulled Yisher over, hugged her thin waist, and earnestly looked at Yisher's beautiful big eyes. As for Yixie, she inexplicably blushed. She seemed to realize what Hi was going to do next. Chapter 5:1. Why Yisher realized what Lee Hi was going to do next. Her face was slightly flushed and delicate. Li Hi looked at Yisher seriously, and thought in his heart, Lee Hi, have no virtue or ability, and I don't know how many lifetimes I've cultivated my good fortune to be able to obtain the favor of such a beautiful woman. Gently holding Yisher's slender waist, he clearly saw a line of golden characters on top of Yisher's head. Favorability, 88. Goodwill, 81 to 90. Font color is gold. If it is heterosexual, such a high favorability indicates that the other party has fallen deeply in love with you and is steadfast and without complaint. So Lee Hi lamented that what virtue and ability he had to make Yisher, a great beauty, fall in love with him. Seriously looking at Yisher's beautiful big eyes, Lee Hi very sincerely said, Sure, I like you. How about being my girlfriend? At that moment, Yisher felt surrounded by a huge wave of happiness. The whole person was touched and her eyes were a little moist. She also took the initiative to hug Lee Hi. Hi, I like you too, Shiki. From today onwards, I will protect you well and be good to you for the rest of your life. Hi, I'll love you for the rest of my life too. Lee Hi held Yisher gently in his arms, warm and fragrant, and for a long time he couldn't let go, as if time was fixed at this moment, until the sky was long. I don't know how long it took before Lee Hi tenderly let go of Yisher and held her hand. Go, there are benches over there. Let's go and have a seat there. Aha. Yixia nodded obediently. From today onwards, she married a chicken and followed the chicken. Her husband sang with his wife, and everything would be centered on Lee Hi. Walking over to the bench, Yisher took out a few paper towels and wiped them carefully before she let Lee Hi sit down. Then, she sat next to him and gently leaned on him. Shitsi, our family is from the countryside. Mom and Dad are alive, and we don't have any siblings. Lee Hi briefly introduced his family situation. Then, with a few moments of curiosity in his heart, he inquired, Sure, the last time I asked you about the situation inside your home, you didn't tell me about it. Can you tell me about it now? I didn't say anything before because I was worried about scaring Lee Hi and stressing him out. In case Lee Hi is ashamed of himself and does not chase after himself, then what to do? So Yisher has not said his family's situation, even if Lee Hi asked, but also did not say, just smiled and said, well, tell him when the time comes. And now that the two of them had established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Yisher didn't hide it and gently leaned on Lee Hi and softly said, I have 2 older brothers, a total of 3 siblings. My elder brother is in the system and stays in the capital. My second brother develops within the army. I'm the youngest, and I grew up following my mother's surname. My mother's name is Yi Xiaoping, the deputy director of the Women's Federation of Jiangbei Province, and my father's name is Luo Weiman, the secretary of Jiangbei Province. Knowing that Yisher's family background was not simple, but never thought that it would be so heaven-defying, Luo Weiman is the provincial party secretary of Jiangbei Province. In the country's current provincial party secretary is very young, only 53 years old. The future is very likely to go further. Shurji, your secretary Luo's daughter. Lee Hi was very surprised previously, many times guessed, and even the leaders inside the province to understand some, but there is no surname Yi. Once guessed that Yi Shur is a big company boss's daughter. Where to know? She followed her mother's last name, Herein is the Secretary Luo's daughters. Seeing how surprised Li Hai was, Yishir bared her teeth and laughed, jokingly saying, "Brother Hai, you abducted Secretary Luo's daughter. Aren't you afraid that Secretary Luo will ask someone to clean you up?" "Fear? I'm really afraid of Secretary Luo. Ouch. Pain. Pain. Lighter." Li Hai begged for mercy, and it turned out that Yi Xia's small hand pinched his waist. "Humph. Why are you also afraid of my dad?" Yi Xia said to Jianbei province, large and small officials, in front of Secretary Luo, one by one, as honest as a quail. Yishir thought that Li Hai could be a little bit hard, at least not afraid of their own father. Li Hai Dao. Who isn't afraid of Secretary Luo? But when I think that this is my future father-in-law, I'm not so afraid again. Cheeky. Yishir's face was slightly red again, pouted and gave Li Hai a glance. This guy was really bold. The two had just established a relationship, and the future father-in-law was called on. "Shy. When do you think I'll pay a visit to my father-in-law?" Li Hai joked, teasing Yishir. Seeing that said, Yi Xia in turn got a little nervous. "Just wait a little longer. I haven't told my parents about you and me yet." There's no rush on this one. It was estimated that there was no need for Yishir to take the initiative to say, after the two were dating, sooner or later, they would be discovered by Secretary Luo, or Director Yi. The two leaned in gently and talked for a long time before descending the hill, hand in hand, because this afternoon to go back, tomorrow to work early. Although Secretary Tang said, tomorrow a little later to work does not matter, but as a secretary, how can be later than the leader? Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Hai drove Yishir to the entrance of the family area of the provincial party committee. Sure. Then I'll go back. Contact by phone. Brother Hai, be safe on the road and give me a call when you arrive," Yishir admonished, after watching Li Hai drive away until he was out of sight. Yishir withdrew her gaze, then with sweetness in her heart, she walked inside the family area of the provincial party committee. Tang Lihui left the provincial capital early this morning and returned to Beima County in the morning. This trip to the province was still good, he thought, learned a lot of information. Harvest. The first thing after returning is to think about. The next to prepare the declaration materials. Will be things ready, and then a few days, and then run a trip to the provincial capital. For the support of the Department of Transportation. Li Hai said there is no mistake. To be rich, first repair the road. Tang Lihui completely agree with this point. The next focus on raising funds, especially the Department of Transportation funds, and then start the construction of the county's highway, especially the highway to the townships, and strive to repair all the asphalt highway. And now the gravel and dirt road is really a little bit worse. What Tang Lihui didn't expect was that not long after he had just returned, Li Huamao's phone call came over. I am the phone. Li Huamao's attitude is very modest, no longer the previous kind of arrogance. A mouth of a Li Hui secretary called. Do not know the person, thought Li Huamao is Tang Lihui. This faction of people. Secretary Lihui, you're back already, aren't you? Tang Lihui said. Just came back not long ago. Is Secretary Li also back? Li Huamao said. I've just returned as well. I suddenly remembered that I have something important that I want to report to Secretary Lihui face to face. I don't know if it's convenient for Secretary Lihui. Tang Lihui immediately realized something and hesitated slightly, saying, then come to my office. Thank you, Secretary Lihui. I'll be right over. Where did he have any important things? It was completely just an excuse. Everything was authorized by Li Wenjun. After knowing that his son had done such a stupid thing, Li Wenjun was furious. But who let this be his only son? If he didn't help wipe his ass, who would wipe his ass? He moved up in the provincial city overnight, striving to minimize the impact of the matter, and asked Li Huama to return to Beima County as soon as possible, and to stay honestly in Beima County without important matters in the future, and not to always run to the provincial city. In addition to asking Li Huama to return to Beima County as soon as possible, he also asked Li Huama to get in touch with Tang Lihui as soon as possible to gain Tang Lihui's understanding. Chapter 52. Mom, I have a girlfriend. Tang Lihui is the county secretary and his understanding is very useful. Secretary Lihui, I was confused for a moment and did such a thing to Comrade Li Hai. My heart is very regretful. Putting on a show of sincerity, Li Huamao said a lot of words of apology. After speaking about this, he stated, Secretary Lihui, from now on, I will try to get closer to the party organization, and if the organization wants me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Who is the organization? Tang Lihui. Of course, the meaning of these words was already obvious. That is, he, Li Huamao, would look up to Tang Lihui and become a member of Tang Lihui's camp. If it is before, did not master the standing committee, there is such a political and legal secretary of the support. Tang Lihui will be ecstatic. Now well, the attraction has been little. Now it is impossible to accept Li Huamao's apology instead of Li Hai. Moreover, Li Hai is now the future son-in-law of the Minister of Propaganda of the Provincial Party Committee. It is even more impossible. If you choose one out of two, you must choose Li Hai, Secretary Hua Mao. Comrade Li Hai is the one involved. I think you should apologize to Comrade Li Hai first and gain his understanding. Upon hearing this, Li Huama was furious in his heart, but he just didn't dare to show it on his face. The heart has been cursing. MMP, I have apologized to you, have said that you will support you in the future, but actually not. Want me to apologize to Li Hai Dao? I am the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, one of the leaders of White Horse County. Li Hai is nothing, not even a deputy section level, to ask me to apologize to him. That is absolutely impossible. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Huamao tentatively said, Secretary Li Hui, Li Hai is your secretary. Everything is still not up to you. The meaning is obvious. It is impossible for me to apologize to Li Hai. Even if I want to express my apology, it is you who will say 2 words to express my apology to Li Hai instead of me. Tang Li Hui certainly understood what this meant, and said after some contemplation, I suggest that it would be best for you to communicate with Comrade Li Hai. Words don't come together. Then we can't talk without a few minutes. Li Huamao left the county party secretary's office, and after going out, his face gradually became gloomy now. He even hated Tang Li Hui, and even said fiercely in his heart, Tang Li Hui, in that case, we will fight. Well, the standing committee will not become your one word. Returning to his office as secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Li Huamao closed the office door behind him, then picked up the phone and dialed Organization Minister Lu Shicheng. Minister Lu, are you free tonight? How about we have a drink together? Li Hai drove back to Beima County when it was evening. The sky was dark, did not go directly back to his house, but went back to his countryside home in Linchui town anyway. It's convenient to have a car, so I can leave my house early tomorrow morning and be at the county commission compound in 20 minutes or so. By the time he reached his doorstep, it was completely dark when she heard the commotion. Li's mother came out first, and saw a brand new car suddenly coming in front of her house. Seeing Li Hai get down from the car, Li's mother said in surprise, Son, you're back. Why didn't you make a call in advance? Old man, son is back. Motherly rushed inside the house and shouted twice. Li's father soon came out and was also surprised to see the small car. Son, you bought a car. Well, just got a new car today. How's that? Not bad. Li's father came over and looked here, touched there, happy, even a little excited. Their family also bought a car. In the village of the Wastmore Strait, the 2 old men were originally just prepared to simply eat a little bit. Li Hai came back to take it as different. Definitely have to be sumptuous. Li's mother from the refrigerator inside some dishes out. In the kitchen a burst of busy. Li Hai chatted briefly with his own father, then walked outside the house, dialed Yisher's phone, and chatted in the middle of the phone for 20 or 30 minutes. After making this call and returning to the house, Li Hai saw that his mother had already prepared the meal and his father had even opened a bottle of wine. Son, what's taking so long to call? Mother Li inquired. She had thought it was about work, but perked up her ears and vaguely heard something that didn't sound like she was talking about work, but rather chatting with one of the girls. Li's father also looked at Li Hai. Since Li Hai and Lu Lily broke up, Li Hai's lifelong affairs have become his heart again, hoping that his son will find another object and get married earlier. Just one son, and already 25 years old. In the countryside seems to be considered an older youth. And Li Hai, the same year of the same village partners, are basically already married and have children. His own parents were looking at him with bated breath. Li Hai didn't hide it, and truthfully said, Dad, Mom, I found a girlfriend. I was on the phone with her just now. At those words, Father and Mother Li's eyes lit up in unison. My son's got a girlfriend. That's great. Mother Li inquired. Son, what is the girl's name? How old is she? And what does her family do? Li Hai Dao. Mom, her name is Yisher. College student, senior student of National Jiancheng University, graduating soon. Her parents are working in the government sector. Her family of 3 siblings, above which there are 2 brothers. Briefly. Li Hai was still very measured and didn't say that Yisher's father was the secretary of the provincial party committee and Yisher's mother was the deputy director of the provincial women's federation. Otherwise, he would scare his parents. Take your time, and when you have the opportunity later on, gradually disclose a little bit, or have a buffer process. After hearing this, Li's father said loudly, Good, this daughter should be good. Son, let's drink 2 cups. Dad, I'll pour you a drink. Li Hai poured a full glass for his father and another full glass for himself, and father and son chatted while drinking and eating. Li's mother was full of smiles, watching the father and son talk and laugh, clinking glasses from time to time, and unprecedentedly did not advise Li's father to drink less. Day 2. Li Hai woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and Li's mother got up even earlier and made noodles with shredded meat early, urging Li Hai to eat them before leaving. His own mother's handmade noodles with shredded meat, or that familiar flavor, a large bowl of noodles with shredded meat. Li Hai ate it all, and even drank all the noodle soup. Mom, The flavor of your shredded pork pasta is just amazing. It's so good. Brat. Where is it so delicious as you said? Come back often if you want to eat. Anyway, it's convenient to have a car now. After eating the noodles and waving goodbye to his own parents, Lee Hai drove to the county seat and showed up at the county clerk's office around 8 o'clock. First hands to clean up a bit of health. Organize the secretary's desk. Will be some of the documents put in different categories, neatly arranged. Busy after these? Take a look at the time. Think it's almost time. Make a cup of hot tea on the table. After doing this for about a few minutes, Tang Li Hui walked into the office in a spirited manner, sat down in the boss chair, took a gentle sip of hot tea, and then waved his hand and said, Shao Li, notify all the standing committees to meet at 10 a.m., and invite the person in charge of the Bureau of Transportation to be present at the meeting. Chapter 53 Securing funding from the Department of Transportation. Lee Hai nodded once and immediately split up to notify each of the standing committee members by phone. Another standing committee? There are some standing committee members who are curious in their minds. Could it be that they are going to discuss major matters again? Or make certain personnel adjustments or appointments? After Secretary Tang took office, he didn't dare to convene the standing committee for a dozen days in a row. But now it's better. Every other day, near 10 a.m., the standing committee meeting room is bustling. The standing committee members are in place one after another, chatting easily, without the kind of tense atmosphere of hooking up. Li Huamao also came over. Before he arrived at the door of the conference room, he saw Lee Hai after an unprecedented initiative to come over, took the initiative to extend his hand. Comrade Lee Hai, I'm sorry, the matter of 2 days ago was a complete misunderstanding. Made a mess. Originally, he didn't want to apologize to Lee Hai. Dao apologize. That is impossible. He even hate to get dead Lee Hai. But last night when he called back to talk to his old man about this matter, his old man split his head and scolded, saying that a man is a man, can stretch, can bend, and what's wrong with an apology? Just a few pretty words on the mouth, and there will be no substantial loss. It was only then that Li Huama took the initiative to come over and apologize with his hand outstretched. Li Hai was not shocked on the surface, but in his heart, there was a little surprise. Li Huama would take the initiative to apologize. Really, the sun came out of the west. As for what he said about it being a misunderstanding, making an oops or something like that, Li Hai didn't believe a word of it. That was Li Huama himself looking for a way out. Li Hai briefly shook the other party's hand for 2 or 3 seconds at the most, even with a bit of dislike, as if he was afraid of dirtying his hand. A line in deep black also surfaced above the opponent's head. Favorability, -70. If it wasn't for the good sense that was there, it was almost fooled by this guy. Where was this a sincere apology? It was totally just for show. The last time he shook hands with Li Huamao, the other party's favorability was -60 points, but now it was at the level of -70. Such a low favorability indicated that the other party was already immortal and vowed to get himself killed. Only Li Hai's face didn't show it half-heartedly, and even surfaced a few happy colors. Secretary Huamao is polite. Since it's a misunderstanding, then this matter will be over. Really? Then thank you, Comrade Li Hai. Li Huamao had a few moments of surprise. It wasn't feigned, but he did have a little surprise inside. Not expecting Li Hai to let things go so easily. He may have been fooled this time. How could Li Hai let it go so easily? Just saying so. Li Huamao is probably going to be happy for nothing, because the standing committee was about to start. Li Huamao didn't continue to chat with Li Hai about anything, and presumably didn't have anything to talk about. He suppressed the little bit of surprise he felt inside and walked into the conference room. Without 2 minutes, Tang Li Hui was the last one to walk into the conference room, and the Whitehorse County Standing Committee began. And Tang Li Hui personally presided over the meeting. As soon as the meeting began, he got right to the point. Comrades, last week by Comrade Li Hai accompanied me to the townships to walk around. See, give me the most impressive is the county's transportation road condition is relatively poor. Most of the main highway is actually still only gravel road. Even the cement road surface cannot be done. Hearing such words, the Secretary of Transportation Sun Chang, who was present at the meeting, had a little blush and involuntarily lowered his head. In fact, this cannot be blamed on him. In 2002, many counties were in such a state. With the development of the economy, a few years later, or even a decade or so, most of the counties in the country before the realization of villages and villages through the concrete or asphalt highway. After speaking about the county's highway transportation status quo, Tang Li Hui's words turned. Comrades, to get rich, first repair the road. Our next most important piece of work is to repair the road. Here I also want to tell you a good news. This Friday, Comrade Li Hai accompanied me to the Provincial Department of Transportation. Learned a major favorable policy. The Department of Transportation this year, there is a special fund, mainly for the provinces, counties and cities to renovate and improve the quality of the road. We must fight for the Department of Transportation's financial support. Tang Li Hui spilled 10 minutes. The purpose is very clear. fully strive for the financial support of the Department of Transportation. No money to repair the road, that is an empty word. His plan is very simple. From the Department of Transportation to fight for a sum of money, and then from the city to fight for a little bit, Whitehorse County to raise a little bit of their own, so that you can start the construction. I am the county party secretary of this appointment. Can not do nothing, always have to do a little achievement out of it, especially with a background so cattle batch of secretaries. The Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee Propaganda Minister's future son-in-law, Tang Li Hui, is even more in need of results. Only with the results, it is good to go through Li Hai to Minister Tang some activities. By then, both the support of the Minister Tang, but also have the results there. Further, completely possible. Now Tang Li Hui can be said to be full of enthusiasm, just want to do something big, but some people will throw cold water on it. Such as Li Huamao. Yesterday afternoon he personally went to Tang Li Hui and was willing to become a member of Tang Li Hui's camp, only to be rejected. So his heart became indignant. Li Huamao said, "Secretary Tang, I'm afraid it's hard, very hard, to get the support of the Provincial Department of Transportation. So many counties and cities in the province. The funding is so little, typical of the many monks and few porridge. I think it is better not to have too much hope. If you want to repair the road, how much rice we have, how much rice to cook. Do not be overambitious." Many standing committee members looked at Li Huamao and said in their hearts, "This is interesting." This Li Huamao openly sings against Secretary Tang in front of so many people. As Secretary Tang's hardcore Wei Yuan Wang immediately stood out and spoke up to refute. "Secretary Huamao, words can't be said like that. Things are for the people. Don't go to the effort to try. Who knows, in case of success." Zhou Yuhua also said, "Comrade Yuan Wang is right. If you don't even have the courage to try, how can you get the support of the Provincial Department of Transportation?" I take a stand on this matter and fully support Secretary Lifui. The county clerk, the county administrator, plus the director of the county office were all in agreement, and none of the other standing committees raised any objections originally. The Minister of Organization Lu Shicheng also wanted to raise a little opposition, but seeing the situation is not right, the words to the mouth and swallowed back. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Huamao did not say anything else, lowered his head and played with the pen in his hand, not knowing what was in his mind. Tang Li Hui also did not get angry. There are objections is very normal. Look around the entire conference room, and then said aloud, "Since everyone has no opinion, then I now start to deploy the work. The next few days we have a lot of things to do. Especially a large number of declarations need to be prepared." He had already understood clearly from his old classmate who was a section chief in the Provincial Department of Transportation that a large number of materials needed to be submitted in order to obtain financial support from the Provincial Department of Transportation. All you have to do within the next few days is to get these materials ready and then run the Provincial Transportation Department. As the first secretary of the county committee, Li Hai, of course, sat in the conference room, but only with eyes and ears, only to see and listen. Without speaking a word, Secretary Tang was carrying out a series of work arrangements, and Li Hai was listening carefully and taking notes, when suddenly, he felt the cell phone placed on the table slightly vibrate twice. Picking it up, it was a text message from Tang Mushue. "Li Hai, the matter has been investigated clearly by the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. Call me when you are free and we will talk in detail." In the middle of the phone. Chapter 54, sitting and waiting to eat. The meeting only opened about an hour or so. There is no personnel adjustments and everyone's guess. The meeting topic is only one, that is, the county to carry out road traffic quality. The first phase is to fight for funds, especially the Provincial Department of Transportation funds. After the meeting, Li Hai returned to his small office. The first thing to do was to call Tang Mushue. Being Li Huamao so framed, Li Hai absolutely will not forgive each other. Since the other party to do the bureau under such a cruel hand want to send off their political life in one fell swoop, it is necessary to strong counterattacks. The future opportunity will not hesitate, but also one fell swoop to kick each other out of the system. The phone went through quickly, and Tang Mushue's voice came through first. "Li Hai, finished the meeting. The meeting has just been adjourned. Li Hai Dao, Director Guo and the others have already investigated the matter to find out exactly what happened." Tang Mushue gave a specific account of the situation in the middle of the phone call. "After investigation, this is indeed a setup made by Li Huamao to frame Li Hai and make him take the blame for Park Chang. Once he carries this charge, there is no doubt that Li Huamao will seize on this to make a big fuss. And even Tang Li Hui will not be able to protect Li Hai within the system. The odds are that Park Chang's words will be dismissed outright, and Tang Li Hui will put himself in a passive position if he tries to protect him." The police were very efficient, and in less than a day the matter was cleared up with sufficient evidence. Black brother Wang Jian, Su Lily, has been arrested. The police have a preliminary grasp of the evidence of Wang Jian's involvement in the black, but also continue to dig deeper. Waiting for him will be a heavy sentence. Lily Su is no better. and will surely go in and step on the sewing machine for a few years. The lead cop, Hu Tian-ming, has been fired and jailed, and is being investigated in depth, with the odds being that he'll go in and step on the sewing machine as well, Tang Mushua said. Li Huamao is a cadre of Qinglin City. Director Gua has personally communicated with Secretary Bai Jiaxing of Qinglin City, and has handed over Li Huamao's evidence of framing you to the Qinglin City side, and it's estimated that it won't take long for Qinglin City to make a decision on Li Huamao's treatment. Upon hearing this, Li Hai was relieved. There is even a little bit of anticipation. What kind of treatment will be given to Li Huamao? Will he be removed from his post? Or will he be transferred? Sister Tang, thanks. What are you being polite to me for? If you really want to thank me, go down and treat me to dinner or go shopping with me. This is no problem. I will come back to the provincial city in a few days. Our county will go to the Department of Transportation to run for financial support, and then I will treat you to dinner together with Shurji. The two chatted for a while in the middle of the phone before ending the call. Li Hai put down the phone. His mood inexplicably good, even a mindset of eating melon. Wanting to see what kind of punishment Li Huamao will be subjected to while thinking about this matter comfortably. Tang Li Hui's voice rang out. Little Li, come over here for a moment. Li Hai knocked on the door and entered the county clerk's office. Clerk, you're looking for me, please sit. Tang Li Hui signaled Li Hai to sit down, then got up and actually prepared to make tea with his own hands. How does this make? Keeping in mind his role and positioning, Li Hai didn't dare to let the leader make tea for himself, and hurriedly got up. I'll do it. He made a cup of tea himself and then refilled Secretary Tang's teacup. Tang Li Hui nodded once approvingly. Having such a heavenly background and still being so modest and prudent, it was really good. Li, yesterday afternoon Li Huamao approached me. He briefly said what happened yesterday when Li Huamao came over, and then said, I certainly didn't accept his apology on your behalf, and in addition, I've already reported the matter to Secretary Bai, and perhaps it won't take more than a day or two to come up with a decision on how to deal with Li Huamao. Thank you, leader. Li Hai expressed his gratitude. There is the evidence handed over by the Provincial Public Security Bureau to Qinglin City, and there is Tang Li Hui to Bai Jiaxing, Secretary of the Situation Report. This matter is in front of the leaders of Qinglin City. Not to deal with Li Huamao are not possible. After chatting for a few moments, Tang Li Hui inquired with concern about Li Hai's personal life, mainly with Tang Mushue's development. Little Li, if Xiao Tang can come to our White Horse County, be sure to tell. I have to treat her to a meal before I can do so. Okay, leader. As soon as she comes to our White Horse County, I'll be sure to let you know. Tang Li Hui and Li Hai chatting in the county clerk's office. By this time, Li Huamao had already arrived at the office of the executive vice prefect Xuanping. Li Huamao's ranking was higher than Xuanping's, and his personal arrival made Xuanping feel doubly honored, and the two of them talked happily in the office. Secretary Huamao, I should be the one to pay you a visit. I didn't expect you to come over in person. I wouldn't dare. Governor Anping County, let's not talk about this, Li Huamao said enthusiastically. Although I haven't been working in Beima County for a long time, I feel very much in tune with Governor Anping. After the two chatted southeast and northwest, Li Huamao finally expressed his meaning. That is, in the future in the work of more exchanges, more cooperation. It was so obvious that Xuanping understood it as soon as he heard it. This is to want to be on the side of Li Huamao, especially in the standing committee. This is interesting. Could it be that Li Huamao wants to arm wrestle with Secretary Tang, since Zhao Hongwei's accident? Xuanping has also considered the issue of restepping, but there has been no suitable person. The county party secretary and the governor are all of one mind. How else to stand in line? Li Huamao extended the olive branch. He did not immediately take a position, did not reject, did not accept. The attitude is rather vague. Li Huamao is not in a hurry. Think everything can be done slowly. Will always pull together a group of people. As long as the pull together one or two standing committee, then you can really arm wrestle with Tang Li Hui. In addition, he also intends to reveal his family background. Perhaps such a background in the provincial city is not top-notch, can only be considered average, but in the small White Horse County, he feels that he can still make a lot of people take the initiative to tie up and lean on. After coming out of Xuanping's office, Li Huamao went to the office of Shi Xingwen, the deputy secretary of the county party committee. He stayed at Shi Xingwen's place for a full 30 to 40 minutes. And he didn't know what the two of them talked about. But when he came out he could see that Li Huamao's face seemed to be good. A few people may know that Li Huamao and Shi Xingwen have a very good relationship and have been friends for many years. And few people know that in Shi Xingwen's career, Li Huamao's father had once promoted him. Otherwise, Shi Xingwen would not have today's position, because in Shi Xingwen is an iron plate. Li Huamao has the confidence to arm wrestle with Tang Li Hui, and feels that as long as he pulls in some more people, such as those in Zhao Hongwei's camp before, he can really separate himself from Tang Li Hui. But if it were anyone else, he probably wouldn't have done so, and would have worked directly under Secretary Tang's leadership. There was no need for you to fight. But he was Li Huamao from a young age. The family environment is superior, and in the career has been smooth sailing, has not been beaten at all. Felt that yesterday in Tang Li Hui after the humiliation, ruthless to out this breath, back to his own office. Sat down. The only worry is to set up the matter to Li Hai. Li Huamao thought in his heart. I do not know how the old man there. It should be almost active. A moment later, his old man's call came through. After receiving this call, Li Huamao's face, who was originally full of relief, turned gloomy. Chapter 55. Li Huamao disciplined at this time. Li Wenjun was in Qinglin City. Yet he is such a son, out of such a big thing. Where to sit down? First in the provincial capital activities. Looking for a lot of relations, but the effect is very little. Guo Wanlin, a hand of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, did not give him face at all. A public attitude, insisted on a series of investigations, and after grasping enough evidence, handed them over to Qinglin City. There was no other way. Li Wenjun had to personally go to Qinglin City, found his old classmate in the party school back then, the mayor of Qinglin City, Lu Liang. Of this matter, Lu Liang also heard. First a tone of pain. How could Li Huamao go to do such a confused thing, such a thing? Do not do as already. Once really do, then certainly to do things in place, where there is such a thing. Things did not get done, but instead to cause a mess. Li Wenjun had no choice but to pull his face down and speak up for his son one by one, then pleaded with Lu Liang to help minimize Qinglin City's treatment of Li Huamao. Lu Liang posture. Not a big deal, but said very conservative. This matter he will help say a few words, but the specific disciplinary decisions he cannot do. The main. After coming out of Lu Liang's office, Li Wenjun called Li Huamao, reminding him to be psychologically prepared for the fact that Qinglin City's decision to deal with the matter might be more serious. At once, Li Huamao's entire face went black. In his heart, he completely hated Tang Li Hui and Li Hai, and he thought that if these two people hadn't seized this matter and not let it go, this matter would have passed. Dad, I won't be removed from office, Li Huamao asked worriedly. Li Wenjun said. Should not. Qinglin City more or less also want to give me a few points of face it, and so on. I went to visit the White Secretary. Alas, son, do things in the future to move more brains, do not always high and low. Your father I have, after all, retired. The influence is not better than the year. He bitterly educated. As for Li Huamao can listen to how much, it is hard to say. This time Li Huamao heart only hate, full of hate, dreaming of getting Li Hai killed. Tang Li Hui personally convened a meeting, set the tone. The following departments operate. The collection of relevant information. A few pencils began to write the relevant declaration materials. Li Hai got involved and got busy too. The day passed like this, even working overtime in the evening, failing to go to Zhang Luan's place to watch today's World Cup match. Of course, today's soccer lottery is still bought. Not much. Instructed Guo Kai to buy $5,000 for himself. Originally also wanted to buy a 30,000 or 50,000. But the impact is not good. Own in the Whitehorse County to buy soccer lottery. Just a small head. Can only be counted as Harry, the big head in Hefei. He has arrived in Hong Kong Island. Every day in accordance with Li Hua's instructions to buy large amounts of football bets. Each time the bet is as little as hundreds of thousands. More often than not, a game on the bet on the millions of dollars. Li Hai instructed Zhang Kai to buy 5,000, 3,000. Just casually play a game. By the way, also took Guo Kai, Zhang Lin to play a game, and occasionally will lose 1, 2, on the whole to keep the winnings more than the loss of only a few. The day of Monday passed in a busy and fulfilling manner, and the next day, Li Hai was still engaged in his work, and by 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Luan came over. Bro, latest news, want to hear it? At once, Li Hai came to be interested and guessed something, and said in surprise, is it about Li Huamao's handling decision? Brother, you simply anticipate things like God, Zhang Lin said. This morning, Secretary Bai personally convened a standing committee. In the meeting discussed the decision to deal with Li Huamao. The document has just been sent to our county party office. You take a look. Li Hai took it and smiled happily after looking at it. Not bad. Serious warning. Political demerit punishment. Enough for our Secretary Li Huamao to be depressed for a while. Such a decision to deal with the situation was completely beyond Li Hai's expectations. Thought Li Huamao had certain connections and background. Heard that his father is still moving around. May just be a warning penalty. How do I know it will be a serious warning? Plus a political demerit penalty. As we know, there are 5 types of disciplinary actions within the party. Namely, warning, serious warning, revocation of party post, probation and expulsion from the party. Sanctions for civil servants are categorized as warning, demerit, major demerit, demotion, dismissal and expulsion. Zhang Luan said. With such a punishment on his back, he can't expect to be promoted within 3 years, and if he makes the slightest mistake again, he may be removed from office. Li Hai was in a good mood and invited, "Brother Zhang, are you free tonight? Let's have a little drink together and call that Guokai kid as well." "That's fine. Let's have a couple drinks tonight then." Zhang Lin agreed cheerfully, then said, "I'm going to send this document to Secretary Tang for review and approval, so we'll talk again tonight." Emotionally he has received this document. The first time to Li Hai here, even the county party secretary office did not have time to go yet. Soon, the news spread throughout the county party compound, and there was no telling who had spread the word. A lot of people are talking. Li Huamo the whole morning shut himself in the office. I heard that at noon did not come out, and in the afternoon is also the same. Today several meetings did not attend. Another busy day passed. Li Hai got off work, ready to have a drink with Zhang Lin and Guokai, walked out of the office building, and unexpectedly saw Li Huamao. Seeing Li Huamao's dark face and lowered head, Li Hai couldn't help but smile happily, and with a movement in his heart, he quickly chased after him, then said aloud, "Secretary Huamao, what's wrong with you? You look as if you're not in a good mood." It's a knowing question. Which pot calls the kettle black? Li Huamao was obviously enraged and said with a cold face, "Li Hai, don't be too complacent, be careful for me." There were no people around, so Li Huamao dared to be so reckless, otherwise, he would have to consider the repercussions. Li Hai's voice was loud, pretending to look puzzled. "Secretary Huamao, what's wrong with you? I'm just inquiring with concern. You don't have to react so loudly." Because it was so loud, a few people heard it and came over curiously, perking up their ears, because we all know that the city came out with a document that disciplined Li Huamao. But the document did not say what the reason for disciplining Li Huamao. After all, it is the secretary of the political and legal committee of a county, set up a scheme to frame subordinates, which is a very humiliating thing. Qinglin is also want to face it. That's why, except for a very few people, most people don't know that Li Huamao's severe warning plus administrative demerit has something to do with setting up Li Hai. Seeing quite a few people coming over, Li Hai smiled in his heart and said aloud, "Secretary Huamao, I know you're not in a good mood. After all, being disciplined for something like this wouldn't be easy on anyone." Seeing that there were people around, Li Huamao hurriedly said, "Li Hai, stop talking and hurry up. Such a good opportunity, how can it be easily let go?" Li Hai not only did not go, his voice was even louder. "Secretary Huamao, then you think a little open. Although I was set up and framed by you, but in the end, I have not suffered any losses. This matter I did not put on the heart of the matter. Do not have pressure." Seeing that there were more people around, and some people were still quietly pointing and whispering, Li Huamao felt humiliated, and his face burned a little, and he accelerated his pace to flee, and soon got into his special car, waving his hand, "Drive and go." Chapter 56, the word is out. Seeing Li Huamao so disgraced and in such a sorry state, Li Hai was inexplicably happy and smiled slightly as he walked over to his car, taking out his keys and unlocking them. He pulled open the driver's door and drove off. The two parties involved are gone, but the heat of eating melons has not dropped at all, and many people who do not understand the truth are thoroughly aroused by curiosity. "What's going on, you guys?" Secretary Huamao was disciplined. Could it have anything to do with Li Hai? There are some people talking quietly, worried about being seen by the leaders, do not dare to be loud at all. Sneaky. Despite this, the news is still gradually spread. More and more people are whispering about this matter. For example, a certain restaurant, inside a box. It's all county commissioners and county government people who eat here, and that's all they talk about. Everyone. Li Huamao was suddenly disciplined, and it was still a serious warning and a major demerit. What kind of mistake did he make? Yes, such a severe punishment. It looks like a big offense. There is a directorate officer sitting there who has worked for a long time, is old and qualified, an official veteran, and is very well informed. So he knows some of the reasons why things are going on. Seeing that everyone was so curious, he couldn't help but smile and looked in the direction of the front door of the box, confirming that the door of the room had been closed before lowering his voice in a very mysterious manner. "I do know a bit of the inside story, but you mustn't spread it around, let alone say that I told it." "That's for sure. Brother Zhou, tell us about it." This old section officer, surnamed Zhou, looked at the direction of the box door again, then said, I just heard. Li Huamao set up to frame Li Hai. It seems to have called a chicken into the room where Li Hai stayed, and then called the police to go over to check the room to catch the scene. He whispered what he knew originally. The box was very noisy and lively, and in the middle of his speech about this matter, the box was completely quiet, and every one of them pricked up their ears. After hearing this, someone said, "Simply overturning my 3 views, there is actually such an operation." "Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you operating like that, but it's not good when you mess things up." "It's not. It's typical to lift a stone and hit your own foot. After talking about it for a while, someone said, Brother Zhou, why did Li Huamao set up a setup to frame Li Hai? And it's still such a vicious one. What exactly is the reason? Then I don't know. The old section officer surnamed Zhou said, Xiao Chen, why don't you go and ask Secretary Huamao yourself? Everyone burst out laughing, although he didn't know why he had to set up a trap to frame Li Hai. Knowing that Li Huamao had set up the trap, everyone felt that it was too level-headed and sided with Li Hai. Such talk is not only happening in this box this evening. A lot of people in the Whitehorse County system are drinking and eating together. Many people are discussing this matter. Look at this degree. Wait until tomorrow. The entire Whitehorse County will know that Li Huamao set up Li Hai failed, but instead was disciplined by Qinglin City. Li Hai, Zhang Luan, and Guo Kai were also drinking and eating together. After a few mouthfuls of wine, Zhang Lin brought up this matter. He said with concern, Brothers, some people are rumoring that the reason why Li Huamao was disciplined by the above is because of setting up a trap to frame you. Is it true that this can't be right? He really couldn't think of a single high-ranking county leader. The secretary of the county political and legal committee, who would be so levelless as to set up a scheme to frame a person whose position was much lower than his. Li Hai took a sip of wine. Zhang Lin and Guo Kai were both his brothers, so he did not hide it and nodded. Indeed is such a thing. He set up to frame me, just did not succeed. Things are like this. Friday I am not accompanied by Secretary Tang went to a trip to the provincial capital. Well, Li Hai said the matter briefly, including to Tang Muxue act as a temporary boyfriend. Angry Li Huamao said, just did not say that Tang Muxue is the provincial party committee, the propaganda minister's daughter. Just said that Tang Muxue is the provincial newspaper's big reporter. Zhang Lin has a little puzzled. The big reporter of the provincial newspaper cannot be a phone call to the provincial city public security bureau of a handover. But Li Hai did not say. He did not ask. As for Guo Kai, he didn't even think of this, and even gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're too bullish. You actually got into it with reporter Tang. I've seen her. A proper big beauty. Li Hai took his chopsticks and gently knocked his head. How do you talk? What do you mean by getting into a piece? Watch what you say. Brother, I was wrong. I apologize. Guo Kai hurriedly smiled and begged for forgiveness. After the three of them talked and laughed about this matter, the topic naturally shifted to this World Cup. Drinking and eating and talking about the World Cup went on from just after 6 p.m. until just after 8 p.m. The next day. Li Hai went to work as usual, still involved in the preparation of the Declaration of Information, writing and other work, but several times I heard someone in my ear whispering about Li Huamao set up to frame their own things, although it was far away and those people's voices were small and careful, but Li Hai's hearing was agile. What others couldn't hear. He could actually vaguely hear some hearing these people talking quietly about this matter. Li Hai pretended not to notice, but was still in a good mood. Not so with Li Huamao. As soon as he got to work today, he realized that the news seemed to be spreading throughout the entire Whitehorse County system, and everyone was rumoring that he had set up Li Hai, which made him so angry that his face turned black. But the fact that this is the case, and it is not good to refute anything, and even do not dare to lose his temper, still shut himself in the office, unless it is an important meeting. Generally do not come out of his office. Whitehorse County Department of Labor. Lu Lily work here. Very ordinary clerk. Official establishment only. No one official position. In the past, when he was screwing with Zhao Liang, the whole person was high and proud, and he had a high and mighty look in the office. But now his aura was a bit lower. Zhao Liang was arrested. Li Hai became a secretary of the county party committee, and was valued by the secretary of the county party committee. Lu Lily regret. Once personally went to find Li Hai, but Li Hai dumped her. Do not give any opportunity, even if she admitted her mistake and apologized. She's not happy about it. Li Hai, who are you to dump me? These days racking their brains or thinking of ways. And even Lu father, Lu mother are helping to come up with ideas. 3 ignorant cobblers, Tapa Zhu Guliang. The family, after racking their brains, finally came up with a wonderful way. Lu Lily was reading a text message on her cell phone that was sent by Lu's mother, telling her that things were done and that she should come home at noon. Lu Lily then looked forward to earlier to noon. Earlier off work, finally stayed up to 12 noon. She clocked out and rushed home. As soon as I walked in the door, I said, Mom, did you really get it done? Show me. Mother Lu took out a pregnancy test report from inside her bag and said smugly, Daughter, with this, Li Hai can't run away. He's still yours. Chapter 57. I almost forgot. If you didn't jump out at me. Lu Lily looked at it seriously, then laughed happily. Mom, you're awesome. I'll get Li Hai this afternoon. This pregnancy test report is written clearly, and there is even an ultrasound photo. The name is also Lu Lily's name, and the doctor's signature, showing that Lu Lily has been pregnant for more than a month. Accurately 5 weeks plus 3 days, more than a month ago. Although Lu Lily had long ago hooked up with Zhao Liang, she hadn't yet broken up with Li Hai. and had even engaged in several deep and shallow activities. Since the two had deep and shallow activities at that time, it was seamless and Lee-hi couldn't even admit it. With Lee-hi's seed inside her belly, Lu Lily is bottomless, and has the certainty that she will let Lee-hi take charge and then get a license to marry herself with the county party secretary's wife. Think about it, Lu Lily waist straightened a few points, and this is only now, and then a few years, Lee-hi when the county leader. She is the county leader's wife. Lu's father also came into the spirit and gave a thumbs up after coming over to take a look. Wife. With this, Lee-hi can't even think of not fighting my daughter. Daughter, have a chance to talk to Lee-hi. Our school's first hand is about to retire to the second line. I'm the vice principal to be corrected. Lu Lily said. Dad, it's a small matter. A matter of a word from Lee-hi. The three of them ate happily. And then, Lu Lily went to work. First went to her own unit to play a card. And then went to the county party committee and county government compound, dialed Lee-hi's number right in front of the compound. Just, phone call over, not 2 seconds was pinched, and then call again and again pinched, and the third time it shows that the phone you dialed cannot be connected. Apparently, has been pulled by Lee-hi. Black. Lu Lily was so angry that she died, gritting her teeth. Lee-hi, you give my mother to wait for the marriage. I must out of this breath. Couldn't get through on the phone, so I had to text. Lee-hi, I'm pregnant. It's your seed. You come out for a while. We found a phone to have a chat. The child can't be without a father in the future. For the sake of the child, you forgive me, okay? I'm wrong. I don't want to lose you. Let's make up. At this time, Lee-hi was in his small office. After receiving this text message, he looked at it and his face sank. This woman doesn't jump out at me. I'd almost forgotten about her myself. Zhao Hongwei, Zhao Liang father and son have already been sent in. Lu Lily hasn't yet. It looks like we need to send her in as well. Lee-hi's eyes flashed with essence, and he secretly made up his mind. As for Lu Lily pregnant, or his seed, he is a word do not believe. Must be the other side in the moth. Most likely false. In his last life. At this time, although he has been in prison, but has not heard of Lu Lily pregnancy, he faced several times to visit the prison. Also did not say that Lu Lily is pregnant, and now out of thin air pregnancy. Lee-hi do not believe, especially 1 or 2 months before the breakup. The number of in-depth exchanges between himself and Lu Lily is only 2 or 3 times. And the probability of winning just a few times is too small. After these inferences in his heart, Lee-hi knows that Lu Lily's pregnancy is mostly fake. She just saw herself become a secretary of the county party committee. The career path is bright, and want to be with himself. Is she worthy? I'm not a rag collector. Lee-hi will be her phone. Black. Behind the successive text messages sent over, do not even look at. Continue to put into the work. A secretary Tang has high requirements for these declarations, and the time point has been set this week to complete the preparation of all the declarations, and then go to the Provincial Department of Transportation again next Monday. Must strive for the financial support of the Department of Transportation. As for the Qinglin City, Secretary Tang has accounted for the Deputy Governor in charge of infrastructure, as well as the Bureau of Transportation in the run. If necessary, he will also personally go to the relevant departments of the Qinglin City to run a run for the support of the funds, but also to the White Secretary to do a special report. Lee-hi threw himself into his work, and an afternoon passed quickly, almost forgetting about Lu Lily. The time came to the end of the afternoon, because Secretary Tang did not get off work. As a secretary certainly cannot be earlier than the leader. It is usually around 5 o'clock in the afternoon to get off work. Today, Lee-hi almost until 6 o'clock in the afternoon to get out of the county party committee and county government compound. Lu Lily can be bitter. From 4 o'clock in the afternoon, has been waiting until 6 o'clock. The June sun is very hot, although it is the afternoon, and with an umbrella. Still sunburned, very difficult. Finally, she saw Lee-hi's small car traveling out from inside the compound, and immediately her spirit lifted as she quickly chased after it. She had already inquired about it, and Lee-hi had recently bought a small car, and had been happy to hear the news, because Lee-hi having a car was equivalent to her having a car. However, this car has no intention of stopping. A foot of gas, quickly far away, leaving Lu Lily behind to eat dust. As soon as he came out of the compound, Lee-hi saw Lu Lily outside the gate, and in his heart he knew what was going on, and surely he would not stop the car. Ignoring it and accelerating away, Lu Lily was so angry that she stomped her feet in place. Day 2. Lee-hi's focus continued to be on the preparation of these declarations, almost forgetting about Lu Lily until Zhang Luan came over. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Lin walked into Lee-hi's small office, gently closed the door behind him, and then said, Brother, I have a friend in the labor bureau, and it's all over their bureau that Lu Lily is pregnant, and says the baby is yours. What? There is still such a thing. This damn Lu Lily's. It must be her who put this matter out. If she does not go to say, no one will know. Dude, what the hell is going on here? You guys all broke up. How come she's pregnant with your baby? Li Hai smiled bitterly. This woman cheated on Zhao Liang, and was also caught by me at the scene. The photos were taken a lot. After Zhao Liang's accident, she wanted me to be the wrongdoer and take over. I ignored her. I didn't expect her to make such a thing. Brother, what should you do then? Zhang Luan had a worried look on his face that if it really was his own seed, Li Hai might have given it some serious thought, such as giving her a little money to get an abortion. And being together was out of the question. And determining that it couldn't be his own seed at all. The bottom line was, I'll call the police and sue her for slandering a state employee. Li Hai had a straight face and picked up the phone in front of Zhang Luan. Bureau Chief Zhang. I'm Li Hai. On the other end of the phone, the voice of Zhang Zhenmao, the director of the Public Security Bureau, came over, very enthusiastic and with a low posture. Director Li, what are the instructions? Li Haidao. Instruction dare not be, it's like this. Briefly described the matter. Then, Li Haidao, Zhang Bureau, I call the police. I hope that the public security organs will intervene to investigate this matter and return my innocence. Zhang Zhenmao promised. Director Li, rest assured that we immediately go to the investigation. I personally asked about this matter. As soon as there is a result, immediately report to you. After expressing his thanks in the middle of the call and chatting for a few moments, Li Hai put down the phone and got up. Brother Zhang, I can't accompany you. I still have to make a report to Secretary Tang on this matter. Zhang Luan got up and prepared to leave, saying approvingly, yes, first make a report to Secretary Tang. You've done exactly the right thing. It's important to let the leaders know about this as well. Chapter 58, Serious and Expeditious Treatment in the County Party Secretary's Office. Wei Yuanwang is reporting to Tang Li Hui. Secretary, I have noticed a situation that I feel compelled to report to you. Tang Li Hui said. Comrade Yuanwang, you speak. When he first took office, he had a few suspicions about Wei Yuanwang, worrying that it was Zhao Hongwei's people, so for a period of time, the heart is more and more satisfied, knowing that the director of Wei is his own people, and is a very reliable and hardcore supporter, Wei Yuanwang said. Secretary, I noticed that Li Huamao these days and the organization minister Lu Zhicheng walk very close. In addition, seems to be in a desperate attempt to pull together a few other standing committees, as well as the relationship with the deputy secretary of the county party committee, Shi Xingwen, seems to be unusual. After listening to the report, a few moments of gravity passed over Tang Li Hui's face. This Li Huamao obviously wants to gang up. Could it be that he wants to fight against me? The county party secretary, just take control of the standing committee. Tang Li Hui does not want to appear. What changes? After a little thought, secretly pay more attention to it. What new situation to report to me? Tang Li Hui now really do not want to engage in those hooks. Just want to get the economy of the White Horse County, and even do a good job of the development plan. The first step is to repair the road, the county highway quality. The second step is to attract investment, report some. Wei Yuanwan left. Did not have a long interval, only a few minutes time bar. Li Hai knocked on the door and came in. Seeing Li Hai come in, Tang Li Hui thought that he was reporting to him about the preparation of the declaration materials, so he got interested and inquired, Li, how is the preparation of our information? Monday morning we departed for the Department of Transportation. The information cannot be a problem or omission. It must be of high quality, and all kinds of information is complete. Li Haidao, leader, don't worry, we will do our best to get the information right, and it's pretty much done so far. After reporting the preparation of the information once again, Li Hai turned his words and said, Leader, there is one thing that I want to report to you. It was only at this time that Tang Li Hui realized that Li Hai had come over not specifically to report to himself on the preparation of the information, but had something else on his mind. Li, tell me what's going on. Li Haidao, leader, I have an ex-girlfriend called Lu Lily. Before and Zhao Liang get together I broke up with her. Where do you think she is now? Out again to make a demon? After listening to the report, Tang Li Hui showed a gloomy color. After all, Li Hai's identity is not the same. A secretary of the county party committee was smeared by others for no reason. Digging a hole under the set. This thing can be big or small. How to deal with it next? Everything is based on Li Hai's opinion. He is the party concerned. Li Haidao, I have already called the police and asked the Public Security Bureau to open a case for investigation, and a certain number of people must be severely punished by the law in order to do so. Tang Li Hui nodded, understanding Li Hai's meaning, and picked up the phone on his desk to call Public Security Director Zhang Zhenmao. Director Zhang, someone has slandered and dug a hole to set up a trap. This is not a small matter. I demand that you deal with it seriously and quickly. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Zhenmao, slightly stunned, did not think that the hand of the county party committee will personally call over. Then this is not the same, and immediately assured, okay, we will definitely mobilize the best soldiers and deal with this matter in a serious and quick manner. After this phone call, Tang Li Hui thought in his mind. Xiao Li is in the object with Xiao Tang. In this matter anyone cannot make waves. Who dares to engage in what moths? I will screw him that he didn't want Li Hai and Tang Muxue to blow up. The two had to develop properly. Even getting a license to get married earlier would be the best. After receiving a license to marry, Tang Li Hui is relieved that his own future career path will also be bright. And more understand that as long as the development of Li Hai to do a good job of escorting, Tang Minister will look in the eyes. In return, will also promote their own. With Secretary Tang's instructions, the Public Security Bureau acted quickly. At this time, Lu Lily was in her flat, sitting in her seat, thinking about what to do next. The wind has already been let out. At least many people within the Labor Bureau know that she is pregnant and that it is Li Hai's seed. And I believe that it won't take long for this wind to reach the county party compound. The entire Whitehorse County system knew that she was pregnant with Li Hai's child, and she didn't believe that Li Hai could be indifferent. Xiao Lu. Are the statements finished? This is a fat middle-aged woman, but also Lu Lily's leadership. A few days ago she arranged for Lu Lily to organize all the statements of the previous month. It had been a few days since the incident and there had been no sign of movement. So she came over to ask about it. Lu Lily hadn't even begun to put her hands together yet. And these days she had been thinking about how to pull Li Hai back. How to return to Li Hai's side. Director Sun. I haven't had a chance yet. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. This chubby Director Sun waved his hand, revealing an amiable face, completely different from the usual always cold face. Xiao Lu. It's fine. It's fine. You're pregnant. Your body is important. I'll arrange someone else for this matter. This attitude. It was simply very obvious to flatter and curry favor. Almost offering Lu Lily up. Lu Lily froze. Then understood. The other party knew that she was pregnant with Li Hai's child. This was to flatter and please herself. Sister Sun. Thanks then. I also happen to be a little bit lackluster. This Sister Sun made the chubby Director Sun's heart burst with joy. The smile on her face became even brighter. Pregnant people's bodies are easily fatigued. You need to take more rest, or I'll let you have a few days off. Go home and rest for a few days and then come back to work. Many colleagues beside her were envious beyond measure. Everyone knew that Director Sun could not be easy to get along with, especially if they wanted to take leave from her hands. It was difficult. Now actually took the initiative to give Lu Lily approved a few days of vacation. Really, the sun came out of the west, and soon everyone understood that this is all in the face of Li Hai. It seems that the director of the Sun wants to hold the thighs of the first secretary of the county party committee. Being able to go home and rest for a few days. Lu Lily was happy. Sister Sun. Thank you then. Li Hai and I will treat you to dinner when we have time. Director Sun was even happier. A few days of vacation. In exchange for a treat from Secretary Li. It was so worth it. About to say something, there was a commotion from outside the door of the large office, and several police officers came in with a dignified look on their faces. Two of whom were women. Director Sun was puzzled and inquired, "Comrade police officers, you are?" The leading policeman didn't even look at the chubby Director Sun, walked directly to Lu Lily's face, and spoke, "You're Lu Lily, aren't you?" Lu Lily was dumbfounded. What were the police looking for her for? Vaguely feeling that this was not a good thing, she hesitated before saying, "Yes, I am Lu Lily." Identity confirmed. The lead policeman waved his hand. "Lu Lily, you are suspected of using a fake pregnancy to slander and frame the secretary of the county party secretary. Cuff away, not take away, but just cuff them." Chapter 59. Lu Lily went in a pair of cold silver bracelets. Click sound while Lu Lily handcuffed. Two female police, one left and one right, forked up Lu Lily on the go. At this time, Lu Lily finally reacted and shouted hysterically, "I'm Li Hai's girlfriend. I'm going to call Li Hai. I'm going to make Li Hai come over." The leading policeman, with a majestic face, loudly rebuked, "Shut up. Secretary Li is also someone you can shout at. Don't dream. Take it away." In the midst of everyone's dumbfoundedness, Lu Lily was taken away by the police, and only until the police car was far away did everyone come back to their senses one after another. And then the entire labor bureau exploded, and almost everyone was talking about it. "Whoa, what's going on here? Didn't you hear? The police said that Lu Lily faked her pregnancy and slandered Secretary Li. So it's a fake pregnancy. So it seems that it was Lu Lily who was the demon all along, when she cheated on Zhao Liang with Secretary Li during their relationship. And now that Zhao Liang has been arrested, she's thinking of going back to Secretary Li. How can that be? If I were Secretary Li, I couldn't wait to stab such a woman to death. It's so hateful." As Lu Lily's fake pregnancy broke out, the whole thing came to a 360-degree reversal, and many people were displeased with Lu Lily. The next day. As soon as Li Hai went to work, Zhang Zhenmao came over in person, knocked on the door and entered Li Hai's small office, with a modest look. "Where is half the look of the county bureau's hand? Director Li, things have all been investigated clearly. Lu Lily is indeed a fake pregnancy. Her pregnancy test report is fake. The people involved in the forgery we have all arrested, including Lu Lily's mother. After listening to the report, Li Hai inquired, "In that case, how will you deal with Lu Lily?" That was Li Hai's main concern. This woman is too hateful. In the last life, not only did she team up with Zhao Liang to set herself up, but also, after she was imprisoned, she didn't let her parents go. And this woman did a lot of disgusting things against her parents, making her parents die early. Zhang Zhenmao said, "False pregnancy, slandering you, all these things add up to enough to send in for a few days of detention. We are prepared to detain her criminally and lock her up for 10 days and half a month before saying anything." It was criminal detention, not administrative detention. Such a punishment completely met Li Hai's expectations. Bureau Zhang, I'm very satisfied with your work. I don't have any comments. Thank you. After saying that, he took the initiative to extend his right hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gunmao's heart lightened. Li Hai is satisfied on the line. He shook hands with Li Hai. "Director Li, then I won't bother you with your work. After Lu Lily goes in, I'll report back to you." The two men shook hands. A line of blue fonts floated above Zhang Gunmao's head. Favorability, 55. When Li Hai first met him and shook his hand, his favorability was 40. And after a few interactions, especially a few dinners and drinks together, his favorability had been growing, and now it was at 55 points. Such a favorability indicates that the other party has treated Li Hai as a true friend. The iron kind. After saying a few words of thanks and sending Zhang Zhenmao away, Li Hai thought in his mind that the next 10 days and half a month would finally be clean. Next, in addition to accompanying Secretary Tang's research on highway construction and quality improvement, Li Hai's focus remains on improving these declarations. By Friday, the information was finally all ready and delivered to Secretary Tang's desk. Saturday, Sunday. Li Hai are resting. Originally wanted to think of a trip to the provincial capital, see Yishur, but taking into account that on Monday will be accompanied by Secretary Tang to run the provincial capital, just inside the phone, and Yishur boiled a few times the phone porridge. Monday. In accordance with the usual practice, Tang Li Hui held a weekly meeting, spent about an hour or so, more than 10 o'clock in the morning, driven by the driver Xiao Lu. The Whitehorse County number 1 car on the highway toward the provincial capital quickly traveled. It was about 1 o'clock at noon when they arrived at the provincial capital, and after finding a restaurant near the transportation department, the three of them simply had a lunch. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Li Hui took Li Hai once again into the Department of Transportation, first to find that old classmate of his, a brief chat, and then these brought to the declaration of information submitted to the relevant offices. Submitting information is just the first step. Next, we have to operate all kinds of relations. Otherwise, what will people allocate funds to you? On this side, Tang Li Hui door cleared. In his capacity as county clerk, he took Li Hai to move around in several relevant divisions of the Department of Transportation, especially the planning division and the highway administration. Tang Li Hui, his classmate, is also very powerful, although only a small section chief. Or will Tang Li Hui introduced to the director of the planning department Tao Jianda, Highway Management Bureau of the deputy director of the Guangmingza? No, the director of the Highway Management Bureau is a deputy director of the Provincial Department of Transportation. Wang Mingza is a deputy director, but also has a lot of say, basically responsible for the entire Highway Management Bureau of the day-to-day affairs of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Tang Li Hui finally about the 2 leaders of the Department of Transportation. In the allocation of funds above, both of them have a relatively heavy right to speak. Once those 2 are taken care of, it's basically pretty much done. Can be about these 2 drink dinner tonight. Tang Li Hui mood. At least finally see a little hope. The time had also reached more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Li Hui looked at the time, then said, "Little Li, after coming to the provincial city, you haven't seen your girlfriend yet, right?" Once in the provincial capital, straight to the Department of Transportation, almost non-stop. Li Hai Dao. Nothing, business is important. Tang Li Hui pretended to be slightly unhappy. How can that be? Since we have arrived in the provincial city, we definitely need to meet. We can't let other girls wait for a long time. Anyway, Director Tao, Director Guang has made an appointment. You can just come over before dinner. Go find your girlfriend. Thank you, leader. Then I'll be sure to come over half an hour before the meal starts. Li Haidao, about 7 o'clock in the evening to eat a meal. The place is not far from the transportation department. A restaurant, a little higher grade, after all, is to invite people to dinner, ask people to do things. Li Hai walked out of the office building of the Department of Transportation and made a call to Yi Xie, waiting up outside the Department of Transportation building. Yi Xie had said that she was not far from here. She could come over in 1 or 20 minutes. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yi Shi came over, driving a small red Volkswagen Beetle car. As soon as she got out of the car, she trotted over with a joyful face. "Hi!" Li Hai also greeted him, holding Yi Shi's small hand, and softly said, Sure. did you miss me? Yi Xia's face was slightly red, and she said softly, a little bit. This girl, she's still really dainty and cute. Li Hai smiled, holding Yi Shi, ready to go for a nice stroll around the neighborhood. Before he could take 2 steps, a voice rang out, Shiki, what are you doing here? It was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, wearing a black executive jacket and glasses, and it was obvious at a glance that he was an official. Yi Shi saw him and immediately said, Uncle Zhao, my friend came to your transportation department to do some work. I came over to look for him. The middle-aged man is Zhao Guochang, director of the Department of Transportation. He not only recognizes Yi Shi, knows that this is Luo Secretary's daughter, and is very familiar with Luo Secretary. When Luo Secretary did the county party secretary, he is a township mayor of the following township. Seeing Yi Shi here, Zhao Guochang was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 60, not a high level, but a big show. Zhao Guochang dreamed of getting closer to Secretary Luo. With the support of Secretary Luo, it is very possible to go further in the career. Seeing Yi Shi, his heart was slightly moved, and he was very enthusiastic. Sure, don't you introduce your friend? Let me also get to know them. After saying that, the eyes also fell on the hands of the 2 people. Li Hai and Yi Shi are still holding hands. Very intimate appearance. The discerning person will know at a glance. This is not an ordinary friend relationship, but in the object, talk about male and female friends. Yi Shi blushed slightly again before introducing, Uncle Zhao. This is Li Hai, working in White Horse County. Brother Hai, this is Director Zhao Guochang of the Department of Transportation. People are big leaders. Full departmental cadres. Li Hai had a little bit of a slightly excited look, but in fact, he was still a steady batch inside, and took the initiative to take 2 steps forward. Zhao Hall, how are you? I'm Li Hai, Yi Shi's friend. This is the future son-in-law of Secretary Luo's family, Zhao Guochang. Although he is a noble director, he did not dare to be arrogant at all, and hastened to take the initiative to extend his right hand. Comrade Li Hai, how are you? The 2 men shook hands. A line of green font surfaced above Zhao Guochang's head. Favorability 30. Having a favorability of 30 at the first meeting showed that Zhao Guochang felt good about Li Hai and appreciated this young man. And there was another reason why Zhao Guochang had such a high favorability towards him, as Li Hai was Yi Shi's boyfriend. After the 2 shook hands, Zhao Guochang took the initiative and invited, Sure, little Li, how about a seat at my desk? Yi Shi waved her hand and politely said, Uncle Zhao, no need, you go and get busy. Li Hai and I are going shopping. He has another dinner party at Xinmin restaurant at 7 in the evening. Now it is already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. From 7 o'clock in the evening is not much time. Time is limited. Yi Xia do not want to waste it. The 2 people to determine the relationship is a long-distance relationship. It is rare to see once, as Zhao Guochang said. Since that's the case, then I won't stay. You guys have fun. Sighting this red Volkswagen Beetle car fading away, Zhao Guochang thought in his heart, I also have a dinner party in the evening, also in the Xinmin restaurant. It's really a coincidence. Yi Shi drove and Li Hai sat on the passenger side. Shy, I didn't think you could drive. Your skills are even better than mine. Yi Shi smiled proudly. That's for sure. I'm an old driver. I got my license in my freshman year. Both of them are very familiar with the city of Zhangcheng. Know where to have fun, where to eat, have a car and very convenient. Strolling very happy. More than 2 hours passed quickly. Li Hai with an apology. Sure Ji, I'm really sorry. I'm going to catch the dinner. It's Secretary Tang's invitation to dinner tonight. It's not good to go late. Yi Shi said with understanding. Brother Hai, it's fine. You go and get busy. Yi Shi drove Li Hai to the entrance of Xinmin restaurant at about 6:30 p.m. A full half hour earlier than the start of the meal. Asa Secretary. A lot of things certainly can not let the leader to do it. Li Hai was busy, such as drinks, cigarettes, the preparation of the private room layout, etc. Although these can be done by the restaurant waiter, but this meal is unusual. Li Hai and Tang Li Hui do not dare to take it lightly. It's only after this meal is served and the 2 leaders are made comfortable that it's possible to get more financial support. The time unknowingly reached 7 o'clock in the evening. Obviously it was already time. Neither Guang Mingze nor Tao Jianda had appeared. Tang Li Hui was slightly comfortable in his heart. How do you say is also a county party secretary? We are all the same level. And their own secretary of the county party secretary more gold. They actually so do not give face. Said 7 o'clock in the evening? To the time of a figure is not. The phone did not have one. Li Hai saw the discomfort in his boss's heart and comforted. Leader, let's wait slowly. They are usually used to being high up in these big organizations. It's normal for them to be a few minutes late. Tang Li Hui nodded slightly. This group of people, they were really old masters. After a full 7 or 8 minutes, Tang Li Hui received a text message. Tao Jianda said that there was something temporary. He could not come over, not even a phone call. Just a text message. and not a little earlier to say, the appointment of 7 o'clock has passed so long. This is only to come to a text message to inform a little. Very disrespectful. Tang Li Hui was really uncomfortable in his heart, but thinking that he was begging for help this time, he could only suppress this dissatisfaction in his heart and did not show it on his face. It was only after a few more minutes that Guang Mingze finally appeared, bringing 5 or 6 people with him, presumably his subordinates or something like that. As soon as the two sides met, he snorted, "Secretary Tang, I'm really sorry, there are more things on hand, and as soon as I'm done with the time, it's almost 7 o'clock, this must be an excuse. They get off work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. People in big organizations like theirs may get off work at less than 5 o'clock, and they are busy until 6 or 7 o'clock. That's pure bullshit." Knowing this, Tang Li Hui can't point it out, because it's begging people to do things, so he can only have an incomparably warm face and a big smile. "Everyone, please sit down, please sit down. It's only right that we wait for a few minutes." Guang Mingze greatly grinning, directly in the main seat to sit down. His several subordinates are not polite, have to sit down, leaving Tang Li Hui, Li Hai only the end of the seat. After everyone was seated, Tang Li Hui said with an apology, "Director Guang, I'm really sorry, the road traffic condition of our county is really bad, and we urgently need a large amount of money for road reconstruction and upgrading." Before he could finish, Guang Mingze interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Secretary Tang, today we won't talk about public affairs, just the wind and moon, or current affairs will do." "Right, right," Tang Li Hui hastily agreed. "Director Guang is right. We won't talk about official business today. Shao Li, order the waiters to serve the food and open the wine for everyone." Li Hai informed the waiter to serve the food immediately, then took out the 2 bottles of Jian Nanshun that were prepared to open the wine. Immediately stopped by someone. That person is in his 30s, a subordinate of Guang Mingze, a section chief of the Highway Management Bureau of the Department of Transportation. Surname Su. A section chief Su raised his hand to stop it. "Secretary Tang, you don't know, we only drink Maotai at the Cantonment Bureau. I think it's better to return these 2 bottles of wine. MMPs, the level is not high, the row is not small, actually only drink Maotai." Tang Li Hui heart really have a little angry, but the face cannot show it. The funds to repair the road still have to rely on them, so waved his hand and said, "Shao Li, change Maotai." Li Hai nodded once and immediately returned the bottle of Jionanshan and replaced it with 2 bottles of Flying Mutai over. Personally opened the wine and poured it for everyone one by one. This time, the dishes have also come up one after another, and soon filled a table. Very sumptuous. Tang Li Hui enough to order a total of 16 dishes, several of which are the signature dishes of this restaurant. Guang Mingde looked at the dishes and reminded, "I remember that Xinmin restaurant's king crab is good, and I haven't eaten it in a long time." How could Tang Li Hui not hear that this director Guang wanted to eat king crab? When ordering, he also saw on the menu that king crabs are actually hairy crabs, using 3 tails and 5 female crabs, which are very expensive, and there are only 4 of them per serving, and considering that it's only June, it's not really crab season yet, so he didn't order this dish. Chapter 61, One Drink, 5 million. The same section chief Su from earlier smoothly continued, "I've heard that Xinmin restaurant has imported Japanese tuna. Let's also have a tuna sashimi. This stuff is expensive too. It's on the menu, with a price tag of over $2,000, which is equivalent to 2 months of an average person's salary, and a little more expensive than that king crab." Li Hai said in his heart, "This group of people, they really eat and drink, without any hospitality. No wonder this director Guang is so fat, with a big belly and a fat head." The heart also has a few points of helplessness, begging people to do things. This is really not a good taste. They have to eat these things, but also can only pinch their noses and admit it. Sure enough, Tang Li Hui waved his hand and said, "Shao Li, order the waiter, serve king crab, tuna sashimi, and be quick." Li Hai nodded and made a trip out, and soon the 2 dishes were served by the waiter. Tang Li Hui picked up his glass and took the initiative to make a toast. "Guan Bureaus, this cup I toast to you, wishing you success in your endeavors and rising higher and higher." At the outset, the tone was set, not to talk about public affairs. Tang Li Hui can only say so, and not convenient to say that the other side please take care of the approval of highway reconstruction and improvement of funds. After saying that, Tang Li Hui took a sip and dried it. It's one of those little cups for drinking Maotai, and a full cup is only a few dollars. Not much, but Guang Mingze did not have the intention of drying in one mouthful, merely holding the cup and gently drinking a small mouthful, then closed his eyes and said with a face of intoxication, "Well, I say drink but also have to drink this Maotai. It is just good to drink, for such an expensive wine. It must be good." Tang Li Hui invited guests to host. He then held a wine glass, one by one, in turn, a toast, each person a cup, or a mouthful of dry. The other party was basically the same as Guang Mingze, just a small sip. Only one young man a mouthful of dry, but also more bold after a round of toast. Li Hai know that he appeared. The leader and then this toast is not drunk. Do not look at this small cup of wine only a few dollars, but cannot afford the number of such as Tang Li Hui so a circle of toast down. At least 2, 3 2 wine has been down when everyone had a few bites of food and felt that it was almost time. Li Hai held his glass and said, Bureau Guang, I'm Secretary Tang's correspondent. I'll toast to you, wishing you good health and a good family and career. To show his sincerity, Li Hai drank his glass of white wine in one gulp. Guang Mingzi lightly glanced at Li Hai, did not even move. The meaning is obvious. What are you? The level is too low. Do not deserve to drink with me. Li Hai was of course furious in his heart, but it was not good to show it on his face. Still maintaining a warm smile and looking unconcerned, he poured another glass of wine and toasted the others in turn except for that section chief Su who didn't serve a glass of wine. Everyone else did take a small sip, but none of them drank much after a round of toasts. Li Hai and Tang Li Hui quietly glanced at each other and exchanged glances. Both of them knew that this was not going to work. If you don't serve these grandpas comfortably, the funding approval will more than likely go yellow. There's no way to get the atmosphere up. Tang Li Hui took the initiative to pick up the wine glass again and toasted everyone while talking about some topics that everyone was interested in. Li Hai is almost the same. Basically and Tang Li Hui turned to come, Tang's secretary after a round of toast. He then toast around, but also said some of the latter-day only paragraph. The atmosphere is finally engaged. There are some people will also be a mouthful of white wine in the cup of a mouthful of dry. Seeing this, Tang Li Hui quietly thumbs up. Li is good. Especially eloquent first class. These paragraphs do not know where to see. Always cause everyone to laugh. Wine over 3 rounds. Dishes over 5 flavors. The atmosphere thoroughly up. But Tang Li Hui already have a few drunkenness. A few rounds of wine so toast down. He has at least 6, 7 too. And then drink down may be drunk. His limit is 8, 9 too. The state of the most 1 caddy of white wine. If the state is good, maybe it's because of drinking so much wine. The topic is no longer limited to current news. Some miscellaneous matters and so on. Tang Li Hui mentioned the main thing after toasting Guang Mingzi another glass of wine. Tang Li Hui said, Guang bureaus, the road transportation situation in our White Horse County is indeed very poor. You are welcome to visit us and take a walk there sometime. Maotai wine is enough. There were some smiles when I heard that the thatch was managed. Guang Mingzi said, Secretary Tang, we agreed not to talk about business today. You've broken the rules. Let's punish you with a drink first. Tang Li Hui said, there's no problem with a glass of wine as a penalty, but I'd still like to say a few words about the situation in our county. He took the initiative to pour a cup for himself, drank it in one mouthful, and then in front of everyone, he introduced the road traffic situation of White Horse County in some detail, and then said some plans and ideas for the future. Guang bureaus, our plan is divided into 2 phases. The first phase starts with the complete renovation and upgrading of the roads leading to the townships, transforming the current gravel and dirt roads into asphalt surfaces. And the second phase is to realize the village highways. To realize such a plan, our financial ability alone in Bema County is definitely not enough, and we need the strong support of the Department of Transportation, and we have already submitted all the relevant declaration information, and we hope that the Cantonal Bureau will seriously consider it and allocate a sum of money to us. Seeing that Tang Li Hui had spoken a great deal, Guang Mingzi pondered for a moment, then said, it's not impossible to allocate a sum of money to you. As a middle-level real power leader of the Department of Transportation, he is very clear. This year there is more than $1 billion of special funds, is used for the following cities and counties to improve the quality of the road traffic renovation. A situation like Whitehorse counties is very much in line with the use of this funding, and the allocation of $20 or $30 million is fully consistent with the policy requirements, but it is not so easy to transfer the funds. Wanting money? Yes, surely we have to give favors to do so. Emil and want us to transfer funds. That is not going to work. Guang Mingzi looked at Tang Li Hui. Do not give benefits. Only want funds. That will have to make things difficult for him to do. Think he has obviously had a few drunkenness. So he said, Secretary Tang, for your county's highway renovation and enhancement, we are certainly supportive of this. So that, I will not make things difficult for you. A glass of wine. 5 million. At those words, Tang Li Hui was overjoyed. Although he was a little drunk now. But for this money, his life could be given up. So what was the harm in having 10 more drinks? 8 more drinks. Li, pour the wine. Li Hai took the bottle of wine and prepared to pour the wine. His heart is also more puzzled. This Guang director has always been a high and mighty look. Now how the sun came out of the west. Actually drink a glass of wine can be allocated 5 million. Li Hai was just about to pour the wine when that section chief Su raised his hand to stop it. Slow down. Waiter, change 2 glasses. This is not normally bad. I can't believe I have to change the cup for 2 Guang Mingzi face with a teasing smile. gently nodded his head. So this is what he meant. I guess he did not play like this in the past. The small wine cup of a few coins, replaced by a 2-2 wine cup, in this way, has already drunk a few drunkenness. Tang Li Hui can fear that 1 or 2 cups down will fall. Chapter 62. Zhao Guocheng comes over to make a toast. The waiter quickly brought over 2 glasses. A full glass like this is 2 taels of white wine. Tang Li Hui was a little disappointed up. Even if he went out of his way and risked going to the hospital to have his stomach pumped, he could only drink 2 or 3 more cups at most. Even if it is 3 cups, that is only 15 million. And the minimum hope in his heart is 30 million. If the Department of Transportation can allocate 30 million, and then go to the city to run, plus Whitehorse County to raise some of their own, probably can raise 50, 60 million. Like with 50 or 60 million dollars, you can basically turn the gravel roads in the following major townships into asphalt. But there is a bit of a stretch when it comes to road widening and reinforcement. The minimum hope was $30 million, but he would have preferred $50 million, or even more, which would have been much better funded. And many of the roads could have been widened and reinforced, which would have greatly improved road transportation throughout the county. Tang Li Hui had a bit of a hard time saying, Guan bureaus, if you change to this kind of big cup, how about 1 cup of wine? $10 million. Guang Mingzi didn't say anything, obviously disagreeing. That section chief Su jumped out again and said disdainfully, you're thinking beautifully. 1 glass of wine. 5 million. Love it or hate it. Li Hai stood out. Secretary Tang cannot drink 1 or 2 cups, but he can believe it or not, can drink you bankrupt. 1 glass of wine. $5 million. Where is such a good thing? Old me, I can drink 10 glasses. 20 glasses. If I am allowed to go to the toilet in the middle of the day, I can keep drinking. Li Haidao. Secretary, let me do it. I'll drink it instead of you. Guan bureaus, it shouldn't be a problem if I'm the one to drink it. Guang Mingzi looked at Li Hai with disdain. That section chief Su was worthy of being an outstanding lapdog. The leader's intentions are clearly understood by him, which is also worthy of being a talent. He jumped out again and said loudly, what are you? Step aside. If you want to drink, it's your secretary Tang who should drink. Tang Li Hui's face changed slightly. Bureau Guang, Li Hai is my secretary. There shouldn't be a problem if he drinks it instead of me. Perhaps Tang Li Hui, the county party secretary, opened his mouth to speak, and with the flavor of pleading for mercy, after a slight hesitation, Guang Mingzi still opened his mouth to speak. It's okay if your secretary drinks it instead, but it has to be replaced with a 2-pot. Mutai is sheepish, whereas Erguotu is stronger, higher in degree, and more likely to get you drunk, which is a significant increase in difficulty. Li Hai agreed in one gulp. Yes, then let's drink Erguotu. 1 glass of wine. $5 million. After saying that, Li Hai shouted, waiter, go, bring over a box of Erguotu. Just before the 2 pots of wine were moved over, the door of the box was pushed open, only to see Zhao Guocheng come in with a smile on his face, carrying a glass of wine. Guang Mingzi and the others froze, thinking that they had misread the situation. This is Zhou Hall. My ass. Guang Mingzi even had a little excitement, even if he is the real power middle level of the Department of Transportation. But there are not many opportunities to directly contact Zhao Guocheng. Hall Zhao, you're eating here too. Where did he know that Zhao Guocheng didn't even look at Guang Mingzi and directly walked to Li Hai with a big smile, holding a wineglass and said, Comrade Li Hai, we meet again. Li Hai picked up a small glass of Moutai. Zhao Hall, I should be the one to go over and toast you. Same. Zhao Guocheng didn't have a bit of shelf. It's the same for me to come over. Have a seat in my office when you have time. Li Hai nodded once. Zhao Hall, then I'll toast you. In the midst of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the 2 small wine cups gently clinked. Then, Li Hai took a sip and dried up, and Zhao Guocheng did the same, drinking the white wine in the cup cleanly in one gulp. After drinking this cup of wine, Zhao Guocheng's eyes fell on the top of those several Moutai bottles, smiling and joking. You guys are not bad, drinking Moutai wine. He Zhao Guocheng in the next box to invite others to dinner, drinking only Shui Jingfeng. All year round, he is rare to drink a few times Moutai. Li Hai had been angry in his heart, and had long been dissatisfied with Guang Mingzi, Section Chief Su, and the others, so he said, Zhao Hall, this was requested by Director Guang. He said he would only drink Moutai, and there was nothing we could do about it. This eye medicine is on, at least, the level of the chief physician. Tang Li Hui on the side felt inexplicably relieved, almost directly giving Li Hai a thumbs up. As for offending Guang Mingzi, ha, then offend it, Zhao Director just said. Want Li Hai to go to his office to sit down, then there is no need to beg Guang Mingzi. Directly go Zhao Director of this line. It does not smell it. What about Hiro Akizawa? All at once. He was cold and sweaty. Zhao Guocheng said more than once. Must be incorruptible. He himself is the same. Has always been 2 sleeves of clean. This is not. He treats also only drank Shui Jingfeng. Zhao Hall. Let me explain. Originally still smiling, Zhao Guoqing's face instantly sank, and he said seriously, you seem to be a deputy director of the Highway Bureau. Guang Mingze carefully said, yes, I'm Guang Mingze, the executive deputy director of the Highway Bureau. You yourself will make a public review in the entire highway department tomorrow morning. Yes. Guang Mingze nodded his head in a hurry as Zhao Guoqing did not look at Guang Mingze again. A glance is too lazy to look again. Originally a face of majesty. All of a sudden, a smile again. Comrade Li Hai, I should toast you. In lieu of my greetings to the leadership, Li Hai hurriedly said, Zhao Hall, this is not worthy. It's better for me to honor you. Zhao Guoqing and Li Hai drank 3 glasses of wine and chatted for a few moments before leaving this box. He had obviously been gone for 2 or 3 minutes, but the entire box had been silent, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Guang Mingze once again took out his handkerchief, gently wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and finally took the initiative to pick up the wine cup. Secretary Li, I apologize. This cup is my toast to you. I'll take a sip and dry it. Feel free to do as you please. That's interesting. When Li Hai toasted, he didn't even move, with a look of contempt, but now he has a humble attitude, making it look like he is a subordinate and Li Hai is the leader. Bureau Guang, I wouldn't dare to toast you. It's better for me to toast you again. Guang Mingze's face was red and ashamed. He lowered his body and bent over. Secretary Li, I respect you. I apologize. I'm sorry. After saying that, he took a 2-2 cup, poured a cup full, and drank it all in one gulp. Next to him, Section Chief Su, who was incredibly embarrassed and even a little panicked, also held a cup and prepared to toast to Li Hai. Li Hai raised his hand to stop it. Mutai wine is so expensive. It can't be wasted. Serve erguotu and take big cups. Goods like surname Su only deserve to drink erguotu. Yes, I'll drink erguotu. Section Chief Su nodded his head like a pug and poured himself a full cup. Secretary Li, I was wrong. I apologize. I'll take a sip. Feel free. A cup full of erguotu. He drank it all in one gulp, his face reddening at a rate visible to the naked eye, not knowing whether it was shame or too much alcohol. Only, Li Hai didn't even move, didn't even bother to serve the cup. Chapter 63, Visiting Zhao Guoqing. Next, the situation is completely reversed. Guang Mingze and the others completely offered up Li Hai and Tang Lihui, each with an incredibly respectful attitude, and even with obvious bows and currying favor. Li Hai, Tang Lihui drink our Mao Tai. Take the kind of small cups of a few dollars. Guang Mingze, they are all drinking erguotu, and also all the 2 big cups. Guang Mingze held his cup in a toast again. Secretary Li, I'm really sorry for today. I apologize to you again. After saying that, a mouthful of this cup of erguotu drank, the face also red. Less than a few minutes of time, 3 consecutive cups of erguotu down. Really have a little bad, but there is no way. At a glance, Li Hai is the kind with a heavenly background. Even Zhao Hall has taken the initiative to come over to toast. Su Kailiang is worthy of being a horse's ass. After Guang Mingze toasted this cup, he picked up a full cup of erguotu. The last toast, Li Hai cups are not end. He has a little panic in his heart. Secretary Li, I'm dog-eared. I apologize and beg you to be able to forgive me. After saying that, he finished the full glass of wine again in a few sips, but then, Li Hai still did not move a single movement. There is no end of the cup of meaning. Faintly said, Wide Bureau, you talent selection really have a problem. A certain number of people do not know how to mix on the position of the section chief. I think that this is not good. It must be changed. Tomorrow I go to Zhao Hall. Must say a word about this matter. Although he didn't name him, everyone knew that it was talking about Su Kailiang. If you really go to Zhao director to say this thing, it is his Guang Mingze's face. In order to calm the anger in Li Hai's heart, Guang Mingze can only throw away his pawns and save his position first. Secretary Li is right. We will humbly accept your suggestions. Don't worry. Since a certain person is not suitable for that position, then I will let him come down. There is no need to alarm Director Zhao, Guang Mingze assured. At that moment, Su Kailiang was like a dead man. Knowing that he was finished, the position of section chief was gone. The meal broke up after another 1 or 20 minutes of eating and drinking, mainly because Guang Mingze and the others already had several people who were drunk, and if they kept drinking, more people would get drunk. Guang Mingze was also a little bit drunk, and interestingly enough, he actually knew to take the initiative to settle the bill, ordered this much food, and drank a few bottles of Mao Tai. Tang Lihui still have a little worry. After the dispersal, quietly pulled Li Hai to the side, asking if there is enough money. Fortunately, Li Hai patted his black carry bag and asked the leader to rest assured that this time he came out with more than 20,000 yuan of cash and a bank card, which is enough. When the two went to the front desk to check out, the front desk lady informed that Guang Mingze had already paid the bill, and the two smiled. This Guang Mingze is estimated to be scared enough to not dare to continuously toast and apologize, and when he left, He even bought the bill. The two of them went out of the Shinmin restaurant and walked towards a hotel not far away, and stayed there tonight, because they still have to go to the transportation department tomorrow. Originally, the plan was to run around the departments of the Department of Transportation tomorrow, campaigning for approval of a grant, but now it doesn't have to be that way. Zhao Guocheng has already issued an invitation. Then tomorrow, we will go directly to the upper level route, directly skipping these relevant departments below the Department of Transportation, and going directly to Zhao. Director Tang Lihui said with emotion. Little Li, if we had known that you and Director Zhao had such a good relationship, we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Upon hearing this, Li Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. If he said that he had only met Zhao Guocheng for the first time this afternoon, he probably wouldn't believe. Secretary Tang Lihui also did not continue to ask further, and thought in his heart, having a background is not the same. Things are easily solved. He was wrong again, thinking that Zhao Guocheng was looking at the fact that Li Hai was a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the future son-in-law of the Minister of Propaganda. The next day. Today's Tang Lihui was spirited and took another look in the mirror to make sure there were no problems before going out. Li Hai followed beside him, carrying a black briefcase in his hand, lagging behind by about a body position. The two of them walked towards the Provincial Transportation Hall. The IT should be that Zhao Guocheng had already greeted them, and after Li Hai identified himself, someone received them warmly, arranged for them to wait in the parlor, and enthusiastically made them hot tea. Both of you, please wait a little bit. Director Zhao is in a meeting and it will be a little while before he comes over. Tang Lihui hurriedly said. It's fine. We don't have much other time anyway. There's no rush. During the waiting period, Tang Lihui's mind was open to activities, such as what to say after the meeting with Director Zhao later. For example, how much money can be asked for this time, and so on. Li Hai, on the other hand, looked calm and sat there, waiting patiently. After waiting for about 20 or 30 minutes, Zhao Guocheng finally came over, followed by a young man in his 30s that was his secretary. Before the people entered the parlor, the voice came in first. Comrade Li Hai, I've kept you waiting. Go to my office. Only then did Zhao Guocheng's tall figure appear, and as soon as he entered, he warmly shook hands with Li Hai. Li Hai humbly said, Zhao Hall, you can just call me Little Li. Okay, Little Li, this is... Zhao Guocheng's gaze fell on Tang Lihui. Yesterday in Shinmin restaurant he had seen Tang Lihui, just did not greet Tang Lihui. Today he met again. He took the initiative to ask. Li Hai introduced, Zhao Hall, this is Comrade Tang Lihui, the county party secretary of our White Horse County. I'm Secretary Tang's correspondent. Tang Lihui took the initiative to take 2 steps forward. Zhao Hall, hello, I'm Tang Lihui. I've taken the liberty of coming over and disturbing. Zhao Guocheng took the initiative to shake hands with him, exchanged a few polite pleasantries, and then waved his hand and said, Go to my office for tea. It's okay to be here. It's supposed to be a place to receive guests, but if the leader can receive you in his office, it means more enthusiasm, more attention, and higher specifications. Tang Lihui is a little flattered, but the director of the Provincial Department of Transportation, unattainable, today dipped into the light of Li, actually can go to someone's office to drink tea. Several people entered Zhao Guocheng's office, and under his warm invitation, sat down on the sofa, and the secretary skillfully brewed hot tea and brought it over. Zhao Guocheng said, Little Li, yesterday in our hall of people dinner, you should be over to run the project. He had seen this situation so many times that he guessed a generalization at first glance. Li Hai nodded his head and said, Yes, we came over to run the project. Our road traffic condition in White Horse County is a little bit poor. Many of the main highways are still gravel and dirt roads, which seriously restricts our county's economic development. The specifics of the situation can be reported to you by our secretary Tang. Zhao Guocheng nodded slightly and his gaze fell on Tang Lihui. Tang Lihui hurriedly organized his thoughts, then began to report up. Enough to report for 20-30 minutes. During the entire reporting period, Zhao Guocheng listened attentively, nodding his head from time to time, and sometimes interrupting to ask a sentence or two. After listening to the report, Zhao Guocheng said, Grassroots work is really not easy. To get rich, first repair the road, which is not false at all. It so happens that we have such a sum of money this year, mainly used for the following counties and cities of the road transportation renovation and upgrading, and you are also fully in line with this aspect of the conditions. After a little thought, Zhao Guocheng inquired, Secretary Tang, approximately how much of a funding gap do you still have? Chapter 64, Li. I'll give you a day off. 30-something years old to be able to do the county party secretary. Must be a person with both high intelligence and emotional intelligence. Listening to Zhao Guocheng said so, Tang Lihui was a happy heart. In all his years in the system, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Superior leaders take the initiative to ask you how much money is still missing. This is to have how much face off. Tang Lihui quietly glanced at Li Hai, In his heart, no. This is all because of Li Hai's sake, rubbing his hands together with a bit of excitement. Tang Li Hui said, Zhao Hall, if we can be granted $80 million, then we'll be able to complete the renovation and upgrading of the highways in the townships throughout the county. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Guochang with a nervous expression. In fact, Tang Li Hui's heart hope is 30 million. But if there can be 50 million, that would be better. But know that the opportunity is rare. Boldly said 80 million. Where do you know? Zhao Guochang waved his hand. I'll grant you $200 million to Beima County for the renovation and improvement of road transportation throughout your county. What? 200 million? Tang Li Hui froze, thinking that he had heard wrong. This is 200 million. With these $200 million, the main roads in the townships can be fully widened and all the roads can be asphalted. Zhao Guochang said. Yes, you didn't hear me wrong. I can grant you $200 million, but there is one requirement. Your Whitehorse County will be used as a model for our province's road transportation renovation and upgrading, and from the design to the construction, all of them have to be supervised by our Department of Transportation. Although there are more than $1 billion of special funds, but also cannot be spent indiscriminately, the Department of Transportation is also in need of results. Spend $200 million on the Whitehorse County. We'll be there as a model project, which is an achievement. It's a win-win partnership, Tang Li Hui immediately stated. Zhao Hall, don't worry, we will do our best, and we are also willing to accept the guidance of the Provincial Department of Transportation. The next conversation went smoothly, and after about 20 or 30 minutes, Li Hai and Tang Li Hui both walked out of the director's office happily. Zhao Guochang personally sent to the office door, once again shook hands with Li Hai. Little Li, what difficulties can directly find me? Have time to often come to my place to sit down. Okay. Thank you, Director Zhao. Li Hai replied with Zhao Guochang's approval. Things were handled very smoothly, almost all the way to the green light, when Tang Li Hui and Li Hai went to the Highway Bureau under the Department of Transportation to sign and stamp the seal. Guang Mingzi actually had a pleasing face. $200 million. Has fully explained everything. He no longer dared to offend Li Hai, for fear that Li Hai is not happy. In Zhao director of a casual word, he will be miserable. To the planning department to find Tao Jianda to sign the seal. The situation is similar. The other party apologized vigorously, said that last night his child was sick, need to go to the hospital, really cannot come. Of course, it's an excuse. That's the only excuse that will work, and I'm afraid no other excuse will be convincing. Li Hai, Tang Li Hui know well, and did not point out, the other party is quick to sign and stamp on it. After all, in the system, more than one friend is better than one enemy, especially in this case of no conflict of interest. In a little over half a day, things were pretty much processed, and we just had to wait for the funds to come through. Little Li, it's not easy to come to the provincial city. I'll give you a day off. It doesn't even matter if you go back tomorrow. After not seeing Yishir for a few days, he did miss her a little bit. Li Hai hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Leader, then I will definitely rush back before noon tomorrow, and will be on time for work in the afternoon. Well, go ahead. Tang Li Hui gently patted Li Hai's shoulder once. Li Hai exited the transportation hall in a good mood and gave Yishir a call. Shy, I'll tell you a good news. We've basically finished our business. Director Zhao approved $200 million for our Whitehorse County for road transportation renovation and enhancement, and our leader gave me a day off once he was happy. Really? That's great. Yi Xia was happy. Brother Hai, you're still at the transportation department. Right. I'll come over to pick you up. Well, then I'll meet you at the front door of the transportation department. In about 20 minutes or so, the Volkswagen Red Beetle drove over and stopped next to Li Hai. Yishir lowered the window and smiled brightly. Brother Hai, get in. Li Hai pulled open the passenger door and sat in the co-pilot seat. Shige, wherever you want to play. I'm free today. Well, it's still early, so how about we go to the park and go boating first? Yes, then we'll go rowing. This is one of the largest parks in Gangtok City, with a sizable lake where many young men and women like to go boating. It was a nice day, and the lake was full of boats, basically pairs of lovers, or families. Li Hai, Yishir's is a small yellow duck cruise boat, not big, for two people to ride the kind. Li Hai gently stepped on the pedal device. The small yellow duck in the lake surface slowly sliding. Yishir sat next to Li Hai, looking at the open, sparkling lake and feeling the gentle breeze, happy as a little girl. Brother Hai, Director Zhao granted you $200 million. That's a big deal. Li Hai Dao, this should be for your sake, and as a thank you, we'll go for a big meal at noon. Not the bad kind. Hi, you're rich, pretty much. Bought a couple $1,000s of the World Cup yesterday and made another profit. Hi, you're really good. I've always been good. You'll see later. Li Hai Dao, the two chatted happily and rowed gently, And Yishir said that she would graduate soon and could often go to Baima County to see Li Hai in the future. It's nice that she's able to come over and get together more often. Not far away a small boat rode by with a family of 3. A young couple with a little boy of 5 or 6. The little boy was holding a water gun and shooting around. At first glance, he was a bear child type. Yishir was a little worried and said, "Hi, that little boy is so naughty. Let's space ourselves farther away from each other lest his water shoots onto me." For bear children, Li Hai's principle was also to avoid them and try not to provoke them. Stepping slightly harder on the rowing device, the little yellow duck began to move away. A bear child is a bear child. Seeing Yishir so beautiful, he actually took a water gun and shot it towards the side. Yixia exclaimed, "Oops, lots of water. Hi, I'm wet." That's right. Yishir's white t-shirt, as well as jeans, had quite a bit of water on it. Li Hai rushed at the bear child with a bit of fuming up. "Little friend, you're getting water on people." The young couple were not so bad, especially the young man, who gave his son 2 gentle slaps, reprimanded him a few times, and then replaced it with a smiling face and hastened to apologize. Seeing that the parents of the bear child's attitude was not bad, Li Hai was not good enough to do anything else. Let the little yellow duck stay away, and then took out the paper towel and said, "Shy, let me help you wipe it off." Chapter 65. Yishi's little party vegetable. A simple wipe was much better, but Yixia's chest also had water stains on it, wetting a large portion of it, so it was not good to wipe it with his hands directly. Yishir could see Li Hai's embarrassment and bared her smile. "I'll do it." Taking a paper towel, he gently wiped it off, and then, Yixia's face inexplicably had a slight reddish color, because he felt that Li Hai was watching from the side. Li Hai swore that he hadn't really intended to watch it originally, but he really didn't hold back. There was water on the white body shirt. What a large piece. That piece appeared to have a little translucent, vaguely visible inside. The eyes were instantly attracted. Could not move away. Li Hai said in his heart, "Shy is actually so material. In the future, there is no need to buy milk powder for the birth of twins." Yishir blushed slightly, pouted and gave a blank look. "You're still looking slagged to death." After saying that, he even pinched Li Hai's waist. "Ouch, auntie." Gently. "Really?" Yishir thought that it really pinched pain. There was a bit of heartache up. Gently rubbed it. "Hi, does it still hurt? Then I'll be a bit lighter next time." This girl, she's still really dainty and cute. Li Hai just pretended to be in pain, but in fact, it was not so exaggerated. Yishir thought that he really pinched Li Hai in pain, and rubbed it for a while. The two of them paddled on the lake for half an hour, and since it was summer in June, Yishir's clothes had long since dried out, and when the half hour was up, they went to the park's playground for another round. "Hi, how about we go climb the Immortal Ridge this afternoon?" Xianrenling is on the outskirts of Jiangqing City, and it takes about an hour or so to drive there. It belongs to the 5A level scenic area, with an elevation of more than 1,000 meters, beautiful scenery and many tourists, and it is always very hot. Li Hai took a look at the time. It was now a little after 11 in the morning. It was getting dark later in the summer, and there was still plenty of time. "Good, then we'll go to dinner now and leave afterward." The two of them found a restaurant near the park, ordered a few dishes, had a simple lunch, bought some food and drinks at a nearby supermarket, and drove to Xianrenling. Tickets are not expensive, $35 per person. If you take the ropeway, must be more expensive. Yishir recommended walking up the mountain. If you are tired, cannot walk, and then take the ropeway down the mountain. There were a lot of people who chose to walk up the mountain, some of them also carrying hiking bags and hiking poles as they slowly made their way up the path up the mountain. Walking has its advantages. There are many attractions along the way. The most is a variety of temples. The reason why this place is called Immortal Ridge is because legend has it that there have been immortals here. But in fact there are more temples, some of which are said to be high priests. For the first hour or so, Yishir was bouncing around, happy as a little girl, and after about 2 hours she couldn't walk at all. "Brother, hi, I can't do it anymore. Take another break." Yixia said. 10 minutes ago had sat down and rested, now tired and unable to walk again. Li Hai laughed and looked at Yishir. Sure. I realized that you are a little plopping dish, not able to do it again. You're the one who's a little party vegetable." Yishir still didn't admit that she was a little party girl and retorted with a smile. Li Hai Dao. "Little Patty, it's already 4 o'clock. At least 2 more hours before we can reach the top of the mountain. There's not so much time for us to rest." Yishir said with a little worry. "What then? This time obviously cannot go halfway to the ropeway. There is no ropeway site. Walk down to the starting point of the ropeway up the mountain, then at least more than an hour. This location belongs to the top and bottom of the place. Can only continue to go up. Li Hai Dao, come on, I'll carry you." Yixia blushed slightly, a little heartfelt, but worried about tiring her boyfriend. "Brother, hi, it's still so far up. You can't carry it so far. It's better for me to stick to walking." Li Hai squatted down. "Come on, I'll carry you." If you insist on going all the way up, watch out for blisters on the soles of your feet. It's going to be tough when you get there. After another moment of hesitation, Yi Xie, with a red face, lay down on Li Hai's back. Li Hai held Yisher's legs with both hands, carried her on his back, and started to continue walking upwards. Feeling less than half a bit of strain, after being reborn, the entire physical quality was elevated to a terrifying height, far stronger than a top athlete's body. With better endurance, carrying Yisher on her back, she could smell a faint fragrance. I don't know what brand of perfume she was using, or this was the original flavor of her body. It could also be felt that Yisher's weight was around 100 pounds. Her legs were well proportioned and slender, very elastic, and in addition, two surprisingly elastic masses could be felt on her back. As for Yi Xie, her face was red, like she was drunk, lying on Li Hai's back, her hands holding Li Hai's neck, feeling the strong manly breath. Her body had a little weakness. It took several minutes before the blush on her face gradually receded, slowly coming back from that giddy feeling. Hi, are you tired? If so, I'll come down, Li Hai deliberately said. Shy, you're so heavy. You need to lose weight. I can barely carry it. Yisher got a little nervous all of a sudden. Really? Do you really want to lose weight? Then I'll come down. Li Hai smiled happily. No, just kidding with you. Your figure is just right. You don't need to lose weight. Even a few more pounds would be better. I was just kidding with you. You have bullied me again. Yisher deliberately pretended to be angry and curled her mouth. Okay, no kidding you. I'm not tired at all. I feel like I could carry you to the top of the mountain in one breath. It was only after hearing this that Yi Xie smiled cheekily and happily. The two of them talked and laughed as they took one step at a time towards the top of the mountain. Li Hai was clearly carrying someone on his back, but he walked faster than the average person. With a strong stride, there was a pair of young men and women on the side of the road who were also tired of walking and sat down to rest. The girl looked at Li Hai carrying Yisher and immediately pouted. Baby, I want you to carry me too. Like them. The boy's heart screamed bitterly. From the bottom of the mountain all the way here has been walking for more than 2 hours. He is also tired enough. Where to carry? Continue to walk up the road by themselves are difficult. Honey, I'm tired too. Take a break and we'll continue up together. The girl wouldn't do it and continued to pout. Baby, I don't care. I want you to carry me. The boy could only harden his head and carry a few dozen meters before he couldn't. While Li Hai, carrying Yisher, had already walked to the front and was almost invisible. Seeing that pair of men and women, Yisher happily grinned and had a small pride in her heart. Still, my boyfriend is great. Happily lying on Li Hai's back. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, Yisher said with a little worry, Brother Hai, are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Li Hai Dao. I'm not tired. Just hold me and don't touch me. Yisher said. People only touched it to see if it really has 8-pack abs. Kind of just. Hi, how did you get these 8-pack abs? They feel so great to touch. Let me touch them again. You little horny girl. If you touch again you come down and walk by yourself. Li Hai deliberately said so. Why Yisher wasn't afraid at all and laughed happily with a cheeky grin again. Chapter 66. Spotlight on Sun Chang. The two of them jostled and joked as Li Hai carried Yisher on his back and walked along the path up the mountain towards the top. Along the way, it attracted a lot of attention. A lot of people envy. The female is beautiful and well built, the male is sunny and handsome, and his physical strength is so good. There was an older woman who looked enviously at Li Hai, then said to Yisher, Daughter, your boyfriend is nice. You'll be blessed in the future. As a person who has been there, Big Mom knows the importance of physical strength, and the one in her family can't, just like a car that has been driven up to 120 yards, and then suddenly the key is pulled out. That's what it's like. It's really not good. Around 5:30 p.m., Li Hai carried Yisher up to the top of the Immortal Ridge, not resting a breath along the way, and feeling not too strenuous. At most a little hairy sweat. The view from the high ground is wide open. When you raise your eyes, you can see urban areas dozens of kilometers away. Li Hai was at ease with Yi Xie. Tang Li Hui, also in a good mood, visited his several friends in the provincial capital, until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon before the driver Xiaolu drove back to Beima County. Sun Chang, the director of the Whitehorse County Transportation Bureau, is the complete opposite. So stressed that his hair is almost white with worry. His task is to run the Qinglin City Transportation Bureau. Seeking financial support, has been running for several days. The people to see, the invitation to dinner please, and even the benefits of the send also sent. The results of the Qinglin City Transportation Bureau only agreed to grant $3 million. Sun Jun once again found the Qinglin City Transportation Bureau of Li San Yuan. A meeting is a complaint. Almost a snot and tears. Bureau lie. Our Whitehorse County is really not easy. Can you approve a little more? 3 million is indeed too little. To not move the pen again. Approved 10 million. Really cannot. Approved 8 million is also okay. With a mere $3 million. He simply couldn't deliver to Secretary Tang. His minimum psychological requirement is 8 million. And if he can be approved for 8 million, he will have that little bit of backbone to report to Tang Lihui, Lai Sanyuan end of the frame. Slow and methodical. Small son Now no one is easy Do not look at us so big a traffic bureau, but the funds are also stretched to the limit. Can be approved 3 million, has been my maximum limit. After that, he waved his hand and said, go away. More is no longer possible. I have an important meeting later. Helpless, Sun Chang had to go out of the Qinglin City Transportation Bureau with a sad face, got into his car, and did not order the driver to drive, but took out a cigarette. Smothered so smoke, the driver quietly put the window glass down. He has accompanied Sun Chang over many times in the past few days to run the money thing, and knows that Sun Bureau is estimated to have hit the wall again. LOL, when the leadership is not easy run of funding, Sun Bureau these days hair are white a lot. After smothering his head for a full 3 cigarettes, Sun Chang waved his hand and said, drive. Go back to White Horse County. The ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet the in-laws. 3 million is 3 million. Sun Chang has already made a mental plan to be criticized by Secretary Tang. On the way back to White Horse County, Sun Chang sat in a small car, silently thinking. Secretary Tang took Secretary Li to the provincial capital yesterday morning. I don't know how it is, how much money they ran back to the White Horse County. It is already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sun Chang went directly to the county party committee office, and the information obtained is that Secretary Tang has not yet come back. There is something to say tomorrow or the next day. Not only Sun Chang, every member of the county party committee has been notified of the meeting at 2 o'clock sharp in the afternoon in conference room number 1 of the county party committee. Conference room 1, also known as the standing committee room, is not large enough for only 20 or 30 people to meet, but the standard of decoration should be the highest. Murphy, receiving such a meeting notice, Sun Chang was full of hope and thought, could it be that Secretary Tang's trip to the provincial capital was very successful and asked for a large sum of money? Well, let's hope so. If Secretary Tang also hits the wall this time, then I will be miserable. I guess I will be severely criticized. Sun Chang thought so in his mind. Office of the Deputy County Clerk, the Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee, Shi Xingwen, and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Li Huamao, were sitting on the sofa and were chatting, and these days, the two of them were getting closer and closer. Li Huamao said, Secretary Shi, it looks like our Secretary Lifui has important matters to announce. Could it be related to his trip to the provincial city this time? Shi Xingwen said, it's very likely. Maybe he even asked for the funds to build the road. Li Huamao is a person from the provincial capital, and he still knows the various departments of the provincial capital, and he knows that the water there is very deep, and where it is so easy to be approved for funding. He gently shook his head and slowly said, I don't think it's very likely that the funds have already been asked for. Perhaps they've run into trouble and then summoned everyone to discuss countermeasures. After the two chatted about this matter, Li Huamao said, if it's just a call to brainstorm, I don't have much of an opinion, but if it's about other things, especially personnel appointments and adjustments, then we need to give Secretary Lifui a little more input. The so-called more opinions means obstruction or opposition, and there is no such thing as more opinions if they are in favor and support. Shi Xingwen nodded his head and said, well, that's what I mean. In this regard, we need to be more of a gatekeeper for Secretary Lifui. The two of them smiled at each other. All in unspoken words, it looks like an alliance of offense and defense has been formed. In addition, the two of them have already secured Organization Minister Liu Shiqing in an alliance. Liu Shiqing was originally Zhao Hongwei's hardcore. After the fall of Zhao Governor, he panicked for a period of time. Li Huamao and Shi Xingwen threw an olive branch to him. A burst of joy. Immediately leaned over. Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee is to assist the Secretary of the County Party Committee to manage the party building and personnel, but also the leadership of the Organization Minister. Liu Shiqing leaned over after the personnel of this piece of a great right to speak. Shi Xingwen, Li Huamao, Liu Shiqing came together and formed an alliance, which is 3 votes. Will have a heavy weight in the standing committee. They are still secretly pulling other standing committee, such as the same originally belonged to the Zhao Hongwei camp of the standing committee of the Deputy Governor Shuaanping. Only, Shuaanping's attitude is not clear now, and he didn't immediately lean over like Liu Shiqing. But Li Huamao and Shi Xingwen didn't give up easily. As long as they could bring Shuaanping on board, they would have 4 votes and could basically fight against Tang Lihui. If this can really be done, the higher-ups will question Tang Lihui's ability, and the county party secretary who has been unable to control the standing committee is very incompetent. Li Hai returned to Whitehorse County about 11 o'clock in the morning and also received a notice to attend a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Hai knows that the main topic of this meeting is to announce the great news of obtaining $200 million of financial support, as well as the organization of the next stage of work. With $200 million, Whitehorse County can make a big splash by widening and reinforcing the highways leading to the townships. and have no problem building them to 4-lane standards. In 2002, 4 lanes belonged to a high standard, very much so designed and built. Now, many of the roads connecting the townships are single-lane gravel dirt roads, the kind where 2 cars have to be careful when meeting each other. Chapter 67. I'm sure it'll be $10 or $20 million at most. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lee Hai went to work. First went to the county clerk's office to organize a little, and then sat in the middle of his own small office, waiting for Secretary Tang to go to work. The meeting will be held at 2 p.m. Leahy will be in attendance. Secretary Tang has not yet appeared. About 1:30, Sun Chang of the County Transportation Bureau came over instead. Stressed and worried, after coming over, he first tentatively inquired, "Secretary Lee, is the boss in his office? I would like to report to him about his work." Lee Hai Dao, "The boss hasn't come over yet. Why don't you wait a bit?" Sun Chang looked at the time, 1:30 or so. The meeting would start in another 20 minutes or so. He was specially notified of this meeting and vaguely guessed some of the content of the meeting. He said tentatively again, "Secretary Lee, how was your trip to the provincial city this time? Did you also encounter difficulties? Where do you know?" Lee Hai smiled easily. "Who are you listening to? On the contrary, Secretary Tang and I had a very successful and rewarding trip to the provincial city. We received a large amount of financial support from the Provincial Department of Transportation." "What?" "Surprisingly, there were no difficulties, but it went very well. What's unbelievable is that it's actually getting big bucks." "How big is this fund? $30 million, or $40 million, or more?" Thinking that this fund might exceed $40 million, Sun Chang's heart had an uncontrollable excitement and inquired curiously, "Secretary Lee, can you disclose it? Just how much financial support has been secured?" Lee Hai smiled mysteriously. "Sun Bureau, don't pry. You'll know when we meet later. The leader will announce it to everyone at the meeting." Okay, I won't pry." Sun Chang was happy. A pressure in the heart of the stone is also completely put down. The whole person feels very relaxed. Originally also worried about their own only from the Qinglin City Bureau of Transportation to 3 million. Cannot be to the leadership of it. Now well, the leadership actually can be from the province inside the large sum of money. Then their 3 walnuts and 2 jujube appears to be unimportant. With a relaxed heart, Sun Chang enthusiastically excused himself and was the first to go to the conference room. Waiting for the meeting to begin. Point 1 even hummed a little tune, softly beating the beat. Completely different from his previous demeanor, the head of the People's Armed Forces, Wang Xinghua, was the second to walk in, and seeing how happy Sun Chang was, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Secretary Sun, what is it that you're so happy about?" Sun Chang hurriedly got up. "Hello Minister Wang. I heard that Secretary Tang asked for a large amount of financial support from the Provincial Department of Transportation. This is not it. When I was happy, I was a little out of order. You see the joke." "Oh," Wang Xinghua's eyes lit up slightly. "Tang Li, we took Lee Hai to run the Provincial Department of Transportation. He is aware of. Just does not look good. Years of experience told him that the Department of Transportation where the money is so good to ask for." Maybe Secretary Tang touched the nail a few times to know where to think. Actually asked for financial support. Immediately came to interest. "Secretary Sun, can you reveal it? How much financial support did Secretary Lifwei ask for?" "Well, I'm not sure of the exact amount, but it's a lot of money." Gradually more people came over to the conference room, and when there were still a few minutes to go before the meeting, a large number of people came over. The whole conference room was very lively. Everyone had a word for you and a word for me, because they were all informed from Sun Chang that Secretary Tang had asked for a large sum of financial support. There are some people who have even begun to speculate in their minds as to exactly how much the sum of money is. $20 million, or $30 million. If it's $30 million, that's good enough to basically revamp every major highway in the county, transforming the broken and potholed gravel roads into concrete or asphalt. Yeah, hopefully at least $30 million. With that much money, we'll raise some more on our own and ask for some more from Qinglin City. So basically it won't be a problem. Everyone was hotly discussing this matter until Shi Xingwen, Li Huamao, and Lu Xicheng walked in, and the originally lively conference room quieted down, and everyone's hot discussion came to an abrupt end, because there's something a little bit unusual about that. The 3 came in together as if they were ironclad, forming some kind of offensive and defensive alliance, and as if they were telling everyone, "See, the 3 of us are in this together." Some of the standing committee members looked at the 3 men and thought, "This is interesting. Secretary Tang has just taken full control of the standing committee. It looks like it will make waves again. Wait a moment is expected to have a good show." The 3 of them sat down in the seats that belonged to them, and Li Huamao asked with a smile, "Everyone, what was it just now that was so lively to talk about?" From his demeanor, it was as if he had completely forgotten that he had ever been disciplined. As if the matter was completely behind him, the executive deputy prefect said, "Secretary Huamao, I heard that Secretary Li Hui asked for a large amount of financial support from the Provincial Department of Transportation. And everyone is very happy about it. Li Huamao smiled. In fact, the heart is very disdainful, and even in the mind thought, a group of bumpkins, from the province inside to financial support, how difficult. You know, you have been to the provincial capital. A large sum of financial support. How much is that? 3 million, or 5 million, or 10 million, or 20 million. You must not tell me that $10 or $20 million is considered a large sum of money. If you really think that $10 million or $20 million is considered a large sum of money, then you can only say that you have not seen the market. There are some counties and cities that ask for funds from the province, and it is not unheard of for them to ask for $30 million or $50 million if they have connections. $10 or $20 million makes you guys so happy. So happy. Really a bunch of bumpkins inside a mountain village. Dirt poor, heart disdain. So think. Just Li Huamao's face did not show. Still with a smile. Oh, Li Hui secretary also want a financial support. I do not know how much. 10 million, or 15 million. Or 20 million. It, Gui Shuahai, secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Committee, said, it shouldn't be 10 or 20 million dollars. We guess that it's at least 30 million, or even 40 or 50 million. Li Huamao smiled again, but everyone could see that this time, there was clearly a little bit of disdain inside the smile. Lao Gua, you should rarely go to the province to run funds. How difficult it is. You should not know. I happen to be the provincial city. Then I tell you, it is very difficult. Secretary Tang from the Provincial Department of Transportation to 40 million is absolutely impossible. I guess can ask for 10, 20 million on the top of the sky. Then, Li Huamao's turn of phrase said, of course, if you really want to $1 or $2 million of financial support, that is not wrong. We raise a little more on our own. At least we can transform the main highway within the county to become a concrete pavement. As for the other sections of the highway, you can later slowly, step by step to come well. The reason why it is said to be converted into a concrete highway is because concrete highways are cheaper compared to asphalt highways, cost less and save money. If it is converted into a tarmac road, there may not be enough money, so it will have to be converted into a concrete road. There were some nods of deep concern that since there was not enough money, it would have to be taken one step at a time, and the choice of a relatively low-cost concrete highway. Chapter 68, give Li Hai an extra burden. Hearing these words from Li Huamao, many people fell silent. Sun Chang is more and feel the pressure. The heart prayed, God bless. Do not be happy in vain. I hope that Secretary Tang from the Provincial Department of Transportation to at least 30 million more than the financial support, rather than 1 or 2 million. Thinking that there might only be 10 or 20 million dollars. Sun Chang silently lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking about. Several other standing committee members are also silent. Some do not speak, do not know to take a pen to write something in the book, and others take out a cigarette and light it. Smothered in smoke, the atmosphere of the originally lively and relaxed conference room actually became a little dull, and few people said anything. A while later, Zhou Yuhua came in and glanced at everyone, feeling that there seemed to be a bit of dullness in the conference room, slightly puzzled, thinking in her heart, what's going on? Could it be that my guess is wrong? Secretary Tang called a meeting not to announce that he had asked for a large amount of financial support from the Provincial Department of Transportation, but that something else had happened. But, as a governor, how do I all know that something else has happened in our county? Zhou Yuhua knew nagging extreme. How can I not figure it out? Not 2 minutes. Footsteps sounded outside the door, and Tang Li Hui stepped in on the hour, followed by Wei Yuanwang, the director of the county party office, and Li Hai. Tang Li Hui was full of joy. The joy on his face seemed to have been unable to hide it, and once he came in, he froze after sitting down in the seat that belonged to him. There seems to be something a little off about this atmosphere. Thus, Tang Li Hui inquired in puzzlement. Comrades, what's wrong with you? All of you are listless and downcast. What difficulties have you encountered? Or what has happened? Gui Shuahai, secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, said, we were just discussing how much financial support you asked for from the Provincial Department of Transportation, and Secretary Huamao said that it was very difficult to ask for financial resources from inside the province, and he affirmed that you should have asked for only 10 or 20 million dollars, whereas everyone hoped it would be 30 or 40 million dollars. And so there was a little bit of a loss. So that's what it's all about. Tang Li Hui smiled happily. Then his gaze fell on Li Huamao's body and became meaningful. Coughing softly and taking a look at the time, Tang Li Hui withdrew his gaze before saying aloud, it's already time. So let's meet. Secretary Huamao is absolutely right. It's really not generally difficult to ask for financial support from the provincial capital. I'm close to begging my grandpa and grandma in the Department of Transportation. It's too difficult. The night before last, I managed to make a dinner appointment with a deputy director under the Department of Transportation, as well as the director of the planning division, and the meal was all ready. when the director of the planning division temporarily said he wouldn't be coming, and that deputy director did come, but was almost half an hour late. People have been putting up a fight. We've been serving good food and wine. I've been so drunk I almost had to go to the hospital to have my stomach pumped, and they haven't let up. Thinking of that night's meal, Tang Lihui was deeply moved, and now that he finally had an audience, he told the situation of that night in front of everyone, only not saying that Zhao Guocheng personally came over to toast the matter. Listening to Secretary Tang talking about the situation at that time, everyone had a feeling of being there, and thought in their hearts that it was too difficult. We go up there for a little financial support and we actually have to play the grandchild and ask for grandpa and Su grandma. There are some people's gazes to Li Huamao, and in their hearts, they said, Secretary Huamao is worthy of the province. He will know the situation there. It seems that he is completely right. Want to ask for financial support from the province. It is indeed very difficult. Feeling these gazes, Li Huamao nodded his head triumphantly, with a look that seemed to say, see, I wasn't wrong. It is very difficult to ask for funds from the province. It looks like I may have overestimated Secretary Tang this time at most $10 million. 10 million or so is not very likely. After telling the situation of that day's meal, Tang Lihui continued, everyone, this time thanks to Comrade Li Hai. He is a great merit. Is our Whitehorse County's merit? If there is no Comrade Li Hai, just by myself, never come to this financial support. Many people were slightly shaken in spirit. It looks like a real amount of money was asked for. Probably not a small amount. How big was the amount? Was it 20 million? Or even $30 million? But Li Huamao thinks differently, and is very confident that the amount of money will not be much. The probability is about $10 million. After recounting the twists and turns and the degree of difficulty in asking for funds from the provincial capital, and recognizing Li Hai's merits, Tang Lihui said, I'd like to bring up one thing for a vote first, and as far as this funding, and subsequent things regarding the countywide road improvements and enhancements will be more specific later. What he wanted to do most right now was to put a burden on Li Hai and raise the rank slightly upwards. Li Hai is the future son-in-law of the leader of the provincial party committee. Perhaps that leader in the province is paying attention to Li Hai's development. If he has nothing to show, in case he makes the leader unhappy, then it will not be good. Add a burden to Li Hai. Just in passing, Tang Lihui think it should not be difficult. Yesterday he was thinking about things. The more he thought, the more he felt the need. This is not. The meeting began. The first is not the deployment and arrangement of the county highway renovation and enhancement, and even from the provincial Department of Transportation to the number of funds are not announced. The first thing is to discuss the promotion of Li Hai. Tang Lihui said, in this matter, Li Hai's credit is the greatest. The comrade's usual performance is also very good. I suggest to give Comrade Li Hai a burden. As soon as the voice fell, Wei Yuanwang spoke. He is now Secretary Tang's hardcore and beloved. Said aloud, Li Hai is indeed a very good comrade. Into the county party office for more than 2 years. Everyone is witnessed. Our county party office happens to still lack a deputy director. I recommend to the organization that Comrade Li Hai also serve as deputy director of the county party office. At once, everyone understood what it meant, being in the officialdom. Also fully understand that this should also be the meaning of Secretary Tang. Before the meeting, Secretary Tang should have long communicated with Director Wei. There are a few standing committees slightly nodded, such as the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission Wei Shuihai. He felt that Li Hai is really good. His son before how out of tune now and Li Hai to come together. Simply come to a 180 degrees of the big change. There were also some standing committee members who froze slightly, supposedly because this matter was a bit sudden and felt that it was just a bit unexpected. As Li Huamao froze for a moment, feeling a little surprised, and after reacting, made a wink towards Lu Zhiqing. Lu Zhiqing slightly nodded a nod, said received, slightly organized the language, and then spoke. Director Wei, this is a little bit not in line with the organizational procedures. Li Hai to participate in the work of just more than 2 years. Too young to serve as the deputy director of the county party committee office is obviously not appropriate. That's interesting. Everyone knows that recommending Li Hai as the deputy director of the county party office is not only Wei Yuanwang's intention, but also Secretary Tang's intention. Lu Shiqing actually ate a bear heart and leopard gall. In the standing committee and the county party secretary openly saying the opposite. Where his bottom line comes from. Tang Lihui was also slightly stunned, and then looked at Lu Shiqing with a deep meaning. Chapter 69, Heavyweight Good News. Tang Lihui gave Lu Shiqing a meaningful look, but did not say anything. Standing committee, well, not a hall of fame. Each person can express different opinions. Just the heart of Lu Zhiqing more than one-eyed previously. Wei Yuanwang reported to him that Shi Xingwen, Li Huamao, and Lu Shiqing had come together, and he still had a little bit of disbelief, but now he can be solid. Tang Lihui didn't say anything. Doesn't mean Wei Yuanwang won't say it. He said tit for tat. Minister Lu, the above has been asking for the rejuvenation of the leading cadres. I see that Comrade Li Hai is very much in line with the requirements of rejuvenation of the cadres. County Governor Zhou Yuhua also helped to knock on the door. Comrade Yuan Wang said right. Cadre rejuvenation should not be just an empty phrase. We have to step a little bit bigger. The courage to be a little bit bigger. To give the young comrades more space for development. Well, as soon as the voice fell, Li Huamao stood out and objected. My point of view is very clear. Li Hai has participated in the work for only 2 years. It is not appropriate to immediately carry out the promotion. And moreover, it is the deputy director of the county party committee office, such an important position. Shi Xingwen also said, I am the deputy secretary of the county party committee. In the appointment of personnel should have a certain right to speak. I also think that do not pull up the seedling, but should let the young comrades and then continue to precipitate a year, 2 years, and so on. They are more mature a little bit, and the ability to excel a little bit, and then put into the right position. Tang Li Hui did not speak. His face rippled. In fact, the heart has been very angry. I Tang, a county party secretary, promote their own secretary? It is reasonable to say that it should be a unanimous vote. There are actually so many people saying the opposite. Wa Shuehai, secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Commission, said, Comrade Li Hai is very good. I'm in favor of giving him an extra burden. The Minister of People's Armed Forces, Wang Xinghua, who has always been neutral and seldom gets involved in the struggles between the standing committee members, remained the same as usual and did not speak, seeing that the controversy was rather large. Tang Li Hui finally couldn't help himself. I said Li Hai was meritorious. He deserves credit for this funding being approved. Zhou Yuhua couldn't help but be curious and inquired, Secretary Li Hui, how much funding was approved by the Provincial Department of Transportation this time? Not only is she more curious, the other members of the standing committee are just as curious to know the exact number. And Sun Chang of the Transportation Bureau has even perked up his ears. Li Huamao, on the other hand, had a little disdain, and thought in his heart, how much can there be? More than 10 million at the top. Definitely not more than 20 million. Seeing everyone looking at him, wanting to know the exact number, Tang Li Hui smiled. I was careless and didn't announce the exact number to everyone the first time, but it's not too late now. At that moment, the entire conference room was completely quiet. To exaggerate, a pin falling to the ground could be heard clearly, and everyone pricked up their ears, including Li Huamao. Tang Li Hui looked around the entire conference room, and then a positive face. I and Comrade Li Hai's trip to the provincial capital was very successful. The Provincial Department of Transportation Zhao Guochang, Director of the Personal Instructions, our Whitehorse County to serve as the province's highway renovation to improve the quality of the benchmark. Approved 200 million in special funds for our county's road traffic renovation to improve the quality of the county. What? 200 million? Even though everyone was a member of the standing committee, had seen the world, and was mentally stronger, there was still a little loss of composure, and many faces showed a look of surprise. Jesus, 200 million. Zhou Yuhua's expression also had a bit of irrepressible surprise as she inquired, Secretary Li Hui, you said 200 million, not 20 million. Yes, $200 million. Tang Li Hui answered very definitely. 200 million. Ah, this is like a heavy bomb. Exploded. Everyone dizzy. Happiness came too suddenly. Sun Chang was even more excited and clenched his fists tightly, and if it wasn't for so many standing committees, he might have excitedly waved his fists and shouted, great, so excited. The entire conference room was completely buzzing with activity, with everyone talking passionately about one thing you said, and another thing I said, glowingly. 200 million. Comrades, it's 200 million. That's a lot of money, enough to completely overhaul all the roads in our county. Awesome. Secretary Li Hui is awesome. Even Shi Xingwen and Lu Zhicheng were slightly moved, quietly glancing at each other and exchanging glances. Only Li Huamao had a slightly ugly face. He swore, from the province to come to the funds is very difficult, up to 10 or 20 million top day. As a result, the Provincial Department of Transportation approved the whole 200 million. Tang Li Hui gave everyone enough time, 2 or 3 minutes before raising his hand and pressing down. Everyone quiet down first. About Comrade Li Hai concurrently serving as Deputy Director of the County Party Office of the topic has not yet ended it, since there is a controversy, so let's vote by a show of hands. After saying that, Tang Li Hui himself was the first to raise his hand, followed by Wei Yuan Wang raising his hand, then Zhou Yuhua, Gui Shuahai, Lu Yan, even Wang Xinghua, the head of the People's Armed Forces, who had remained neutral, raised his hand. Shi Xingwen, Li Huamao, and Lu Zhicheng looked at me and I looked at you, a little dumbfounded, sighing. Shi Xingwen knew that the momentum had gone, and helplessly raised his right hand. Lu Zhicheng saw that the Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee had raised his hand, and had no choice but to raise his hand as well. Everyone looked at Li Huamao. Only Li Huamao, a person, did not raise his hand. his face hot. There is a little ride. Of course, he cannot raise his hand, die to the end. But that is the performance of the most no political wisdom. In the officialdom should know how to be flexible and adaptable. No in and out. After hesitating for a few seconds and clenching his teeth, Li Huama was the last one to raise his hand. With just a little bit of an ugly face, seeing Li Huama like this, Li Hai almost didn't hold back and almost laughed out. He was sitting opposite Li Huamao and this effort to hold back his laughter was seen by Li Huamao. Once Li Huamao's face became even darker, Tang Lihui looked around for a moment before announcing, I announce that the appointment regarding Li Hai is approved unanimously, and the organization department will go through the procedures as soon as possible. From today onwards, Li Hai is finally the rightful director Li, not only Tang Li Hui's full-time secretary, but also the deputy director of the county party committee office. The subject of improving the county's roads was next taken up, and the meeting continued until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as he was out of the meeting and back in his small office within a few minutes, Li Hai's text messages started ringing, one after another. All congratulatory messages. The phone also rang, and Zhang Luan was the first to call. Brother, congratulations, congratulations. Li Hai smiled. Brother Zhang, you're really well informed. You knew about it only a few minutes after the meeting was adjourned. Thank you brother for your congratulations, Zhang Luan said. That must be lucid. Who let us sit in this position? Should be free at night. I will be the host. Have a good drink to celebrate. How about it? Chapter 70, Double Happiness. A small get-together. That's fine, but you can't make a big deal. A big treat. In the system, the basic low-key or speak a little bit will make things known to the world. That's not good. Maybe the leaders will have a view. Say the person is not stable. Love to make a splash. Brother Zhang, how can I ask you to treat me? This little bit of money, I'm still not lacking. Li Hai often buy a World Cup soccer lottery. Although most of the funds almost all to Hihua took away, hands only left a few tens of thousands of dollars. But now it is again to several hundred thousand. More than $1 million is estimated to be just a few soccer matches. Li Hai is not short of money. Of course, Zhang Lin is not short of money. Followed by Li Hai, in this World Cup also earned some. Not to mention the big hundreds of thousands of dollars. 200,000 or 300,000 or earned. Brother, don't be polite to me. I'll organize this. Call a few people, and we'll have a good time tonight. Seeing that Zhang Lin insisted, Li Hai didn't say anything else. So he said, Brother Zhang, thanks then. Let's have a few drinks tonight. Evening, everyone in the river water people opened a large box, full of a large table, all a few of the best relationship with friends, such as Gua Kai, the Public Security Bureau of Zhang Zhenmao, and so on, and even the Transportation Bureau of Sun Chang is also here. Zhang Lin raised his cup. Brother, congratulations on your high promotion. Congratulations on the smooth sailing in the future career path. Come on, let's all raise our glasses and congratulate Li Hai. Everyone has raised their glasses, all full of a glass of white wine, all a mouthful of dry. The atmosphere is very warm then. Sun Chong toasted Li Hai alone. Li Hai brother, you have helped me a big favor. You do not know it. I begged Grandpa in the City Traffic Bureau, Su Grandma, almost kneeling, but also only approved 3 million. The district 3 million can do. I feel sure will be Tang's secretary severely criticized. Where do I know? You and Tang's secretary from the Provincial Transportation Department to get a whole 200 million. $200 million. Until now, Sun Chang still had an unreal feeling that everything was like a dream. Li Hai clinked a glass with him, then said, Sun Bureau, tomorrow you go to the City Transportation Bureau again, and look for Director Li again, and see what his reaction is. Everyone laughed. At Provincial Department of Transportation approved 200 million. The City Transportation Bureau cannot be too shabby, if really only approved this area of 3 million. That is not the face of the Provincial Department of Transportation. After hearing the news, it was expected that San Yuan Lai would sit up and take notice, perhaps without Sun Chang taking the initiative to go over tomorrow. Director Lai would take the initiative to call. Sun Chang also understands this point. Li Hai has a little admiration up. People can see clearly at a young age. No wonder it can become a secretary of the county party committee, and now can currently serve as deputy director of the county party committee office. It was a meal that everyone ate and drank until well after 9:00 p.m. Day 2. Should be the reason for the unanimous vote, and Tang Li Hui's special instructions. The organization department's efficiency is unprecedentedly high. More than 10 o'clock at noon. The official appointment documents came down. Officially appointed Li Hai as the deputy director of the county office with the rank of deputy section. The director of the county party committee office is a deputy division level, usually a member of the standing committee of the county party committee, and the deputy director is usually a regular section. Li Hai has shallow seniority, and is only a part-time deputy director, while the level is a deputy section. Many people mix in the system for a lifetime. and ultimately failed to mix a deputy section. Li Hai participated in the work of 2 years as a deputy section. Anyway, he himself is very satisfied. Real power vice section, deputy director of the county party committee office, which is also considered a political star in the official field of Whitehorse County. It is estimated that many people in the back of the world are beyond envy. Good things often come in pairs. After Li Hai was honored to be promoted to deputy section that morning, about 11 o'clock, another good news came. Zhao Liang first trial verdict was completed. Sentenced to death. Suspended for 2 years. A death sentence and immediate execution is not too much to ask for such a scumbag, and it should be that some connections played a role in allowing him to escape death. However, this result had already satisfied Li Hai. Although Zhao Liang couldn't die, at least he would have to sit in jail for more than 10 years, or maybe 20 years in the classroom. In his last life, he had been in jail for 20 years, and in this life, the wind and water had turned. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and it was Zhao Liang's turn to be in jail for 20 years. What a joyous day. A prison. Zhao Liang was escorted back from the courtroom and locked up again, sitting inside the corner with 2 lifeless eyes, not saying a word. He hates it. Hate Li Hai to the bone. Feel that he himself fell into such a situation today, all because of Li Hai and Tang Li Hui. If not for him, my father will not fall down. Zhao Liang heart viciously so thought. Revenge. I want revenge. I'm going to make Li Hai pay dearly. Gradually, Zhao Liang shouted madly in his heart. Because of the hatred, the whole face had a little deformation, and the godless eyes were gradually made terrible. To take revenge. He definitely needed to get out. He couldn't take revenge when he was locked up inside the prison. Zhao Liang began to think and looked around at this prison, searching for an opportunity. $200 million of funds to the account. Qinglin City also approved $30 million of special funds for the Whitehorse County road traffic renovation and enhancement. These days, Tang Li Hui was very busy. Li Hai is almost the same. The leader is so busy. He, who is a secretary, certainly cannot be easy. The work of the entire Whitehorse County focuses on the matter of road repair. First of all, the county leading to the townships, as well as connecting the townships between the gravel and dirt roads, are fully widened, reinforced, and in the future, all the construction of the asphalt highway into a 4-lane. This is also the opinion of the Provincial Department of Transportation, and for this reason, the Department of Transportation has sent down a working steering group consisting of several people, several of whom are experts in road transportation, to guide the work carried out by Bama County. Money is good for doing things, and the action is also very fast. Some roads have begun to be widened, and we can see that some construction machinery, such as some excavators, dump trucks and crushers, have begun to be put into use. Today, Li Hai accompanied Tang Li Hui once again went down to the townships to see the progress of road construction. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before returning to the county town of Whitehorse County, shortly after returning, Zhang Zhenmao, director of the Public Security Bureau, came over with an anxious face and inquired, "Director Li, is the boss here?" Li Hai Dao just came back less than 20 minutes ago. Bureau Zhang, this fire and fury. Is something wrong? Alas, something big has happened. Just a moment ago, Zhao Liang, who was guarding the prison in Qinglin City, escaped from the prison. Getting the news, I came over right away. I must report to the boss before I can do so. Ah, Li Hai froze. Zhao Liang waste one, now so mighty, actually can run out from inside the prison. After reacting, Li Hai Dao, the boss is in his office. I'll take you there. Quickly walking to the door of the county party secretary's office, Li Hai lifted his hand and knocked on the door, saying aloud, "Leader, Director Zhang of the Public Security Bureau is looking for you to report on your work. Come in." Inside the office came Tang Li Hui's mid-air voice. "Li Hai Dao, Zhang Bureau, push the door in yourself." "Aha." Zhang Zhenmao nodded once and pushed the door into the county party secretary's office. Li Hai gently brought the door of the office on, then returned to his own small office next door and sat down. The heart cannot help but think, Zhao Liang actually broke out of prison. Is he crazy, or is there something worth doing, at the expense of breaking out of prison? Could it be that he wants to find me to take revenge? Li Hai thought a lot, and even thought that Zhao Liang might come to him for revenge. Chapter 71. Director Li, be safe. Even after thinking about this, Li Hai wasn't afraid. A lost dog. What's there to fear? In addition, Li Hai even had a slight bit of exhilaration. Jailbreak is good. This is a good operation. If this happens, Zhao Liang will be dead. Originally only sentenced to a death sentence, cannot die. After commutation of sentence will become 20 years in prison. Prison escape is different. After being caught will be added to the crime. Death sentence directly into death sentence. No one has ever managed to escape after a prison break anyway. Not before and not in the next 20 years. When he was serving a prison sentence in his previous life, Li Hai would read the various newspapers of the time whenever he had the chance. and he also learned a great deal of information from the newspapers, including several prison breaks, but none of them could escape, and they would be caught in as short as 1 or 2 days, or as long as 3 or 5 days. Almost firmly believe that in a few days, Zhao Liang will be arrested back again. Waiting for him will be the severe punishment of the law. While thinking about these things, the phone on the desk rang, and Tang Li Hui said in the middle of the call, "Li Hai, come to my office for a moment." Li Hai immediately got up, knocked on the door and entered the county clerk's office. Zhang Zhenmao was still there, and did not leave. Tang Li Hui had a grave expression on his face, sitting on top of the office chair, raising his hand and signaling, "Li Hai, sit down. This matter may be a little serious. Bureau Zhang, you and Li Hai talk about it," Zhang Zhenmao said with a worried face. "Director Li, according to our analysis, Zhao Liang's purpose of escaping from the inside of the prison is to take revenge. We deduce that he may be detrimental to you. Our advice to you is to minimize your outings, try not to participate in all kinds of social functions, and try to make it to the county party committee compound in Yulan district in 2 points and 1 line. Yulan neighborhood is Li Hai's current residence. His set of house is in that neighborhood. After work, he lives there every day, and only occasionally go back to his hometown in Linshui town to visit his parents. Li Hai looked relaxed and confident. Bureau Chief Chang, there's no need to be so serious, Zhang Zhenmao said. Life safety is no small matter. You can't afford to have a half-assed accident. We're worried that Zhao Liang will get his hands on a gun, in which case you'll be in more danger. In 2002, gun control was not as strict as it is now. Bird cannons were still retained in the countryside. A certain number of underground forces had shotguns, and there were even imitation 5.4 pistols. Zhao Liang used to be the landlord of Beima County, almost covering the sky with one hand, controlling the underground forces of Beima County and raising a large group of horsemen. With the downfall of the Zhao family's father and son, the underground forces in Whitehorse County had basically fallen apart, but there were still some fish that had slipped through the net. In case Zhao Liang gets a shotgun or even an imitation 5.4 pistol through these leaks, it will be more dangerous. It's easy to hide from the open gun and hard to prevent the dark arrow giving you a shot in the back. No one can prevent it. The other party might have a gun. So Li Hai took it seriously and accepted Zhang Gunmao's suggestion, agreeing in one mouthful. Bureau Zhang, then I'll pay some attention in the next few days. Try not to go out, and go home when I get off work. Thank you Director Li for your cooperation, Zhang Zhenmao said. For your safety, we will send out police protection. Of course, we won't affect Director Li's normal life and work. Our police force will be in plainclothes, deployed in the Yulan neighborhood, and as soon as Zhao Liang shows up, we'll definitely catch him. Li Hai Dao, Bureau Zhang, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble. Thank you, Director Li, this is what we should do. I hope everyone will be alright. We will cooperate with the higher authorities and catch Zhao Liang as soon as possible. After chatting for a while, especially Tang Li Hui made a few more special instructions. He knew that Li Hai was the future son-in-law of the propaganda minister of the county party committee. He did not dare to be careless at all, and urged Li Hai to be careful. In fact, Secretary Tang has been misunderstood. Li Hai and Tang Mu Shui is really innocent, just a good friend relationship. The real girlfriend is Yi Shi, the daughter of the provincial party secretary. A tea house. Inside a private room, Shi Xingwen, Lu Shicheng, and Li Huama were drinking tea and chatting about the last meeting. Not only the appointment of Li Hai, more reluctantly Tang Li Hui became the county's road traffic improvement and quality of the working group of this group by Tang Li Hui as leader. Deputy leader is the county mayor Zhou Yuhua, as well as the provincial hall down the working group leader. The group has a total of 5 people, respectively, is the executive vice mayor Xua Anping, the county party office director Wei Yuan Wang, in charge of the construction of the deputy mayor Peng Changxing, the transportation bureau chief Sun Chang, and Li Hai the entire work leadership group. Whether it is the leader, or the group members, there is no part of the 3 of them, and the 3 of them have nothing to do with half a penny, Lu Shicheng unwillingly said. Secretary Sure, Secretary Li, surnamed Tang must have done it on purpose. This is not wanting us to get half of the light, not giving us any benefit at all. Blind people can see that $200 million of funds approved. The county's road transportation major transformation, which will be a huge political achievement, but the 3 of them did not even enter the leading group. Then this performance and they have no half a hairline relationship. The future to discuss the merits of the reward, but also cannot be their 3 turns. Shi Xingwen was also very opinionated, and even at one point sprouted to go to Qinglin City to find Mayor Lu, but in the end he held back. He is grasping the party building, road construction and economic development really does not have much to do with him. Tang Li Hui does not pull him into the group. There are completely sufficient reasons. Of course, if he is a supporter of Tang Li Hui, a camp, pull into the group to follow a dip in the light does not matter. Since it is not a camp, then people can completely let you stand aside. You have no reason to be able to refute. Shi Xingwen was both uncomfortable and stifled. Li Huamao almost. He is the secretary of the political and legal committee, road construction, and he does not have much to do. Looking at such a big pie there, cannot go to get a piece of the pie? Difficult suffocating the three of them drank tea and whined, and since there was no one else anyway, there were no qualms about saying some things. After counting his grievances against Tang Lihui, Li Huamao's cell phone rang. The secretary of the political and legal committee of Qinglin City, personally called Whitehorse County, as Qinglin is a subordinate county. Qinglin City secretary of the political and legal committee is considered to be Li Huamao's top boss. See it is the top boss personally called. Li Huamao hastily made a silent gesture, and then connected the phone. Hello, Secretary Ryu. Lu Zhanye didn't talk nonsense, directly opened the door and said, Secretary Li, I'm formally notifying you to come to the city for a meeting right away. Just a moment ago, Zhao Liang escaped from prison. Someone breaks out of jail. That's a big deal, not to mention that Zhao Liang's identity was a bit special. Not only was he a native of Beima County, but he was also the son of the former governor of Beima County. Li Huamao said, Okay, I'll be right over. Out of such a big thing, Qinglin City will certainly have to convene an emergency meeting for a series of deployment and arrangements. Li Huamao as the secretary of the political and legal committee of the Whitehorse County to go to the meeting is very normal. After hanging up the phone, Li Huamao was inexplicably even a little happy, vaguely feeling that this seemed to be an opportunity delivered to his door, because he had also been in Whitehorse County for some time. He knew about the feud between Zhao Hongwei, Zhao Liang's father and son, and Tang Lihui and Li Hai. It occurred to Li Huamao's mind that as long as it was done properly, it was entirely possible to use Zhao Liang to create a bit of trouble for Tang Lihui and Li Hai. Or rather, it was possible to use Zhao Liang to take out Li Hai. As for the use of Zhao Liang to take out Tang Lihui, he still has a little bit of dare. After all, Tang Lihui is the secretary of the county party committee. Li Hai is not the same. The level is not high. Take out, but things had to be done covertly enough not to make people suspect him. And never again could he steal a chicken like he did last time. This time, he had to think about it and plan it properly before he could do it. Chapter 72, Deliberate Acts. Li Huamao isn't too stupid. After the idea of using Zhao Liang to create trouble for Li Hai, or Tang Lihui popped up in his mind, he didn't reveal half a word to his two allies. After receiving this call, he got up and said, Both of you, I can't accompany you to continue drinking tea. The city's secretary Lu called. Zhao Liang escaped from prison. I have to go to the city for a meeting right away. Zhao Liang ran away from the prison. Shi Xingwen and Lu Shicheng looked at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes, probably never expecting that Zhao Liang would run out from inside the prison. Trouble, knowing that Zhao Liang will be caught sooner or later when he runs out. He will face the severe punishment of the law. Lu Shicheng used to be in Zhao Hongwei's camp. He is now a little anxious and worried, but feels powerless to do anything about it. Li Huamao hurriedly went to Qinglin City, and at the intersection where he entered the city, he saw some armed police and special police officers laying down controls and checking the vehicles coming in and out. Obviously, after Zhao Liang escaped from prison, the entire Qinglin was immediately began to lay down controls, sealing off all entry and exit routes into and out of the city. Li Huamao's car was also stopped, even though it was a police car. Hello, ID please. The lead SWAT officer stopped the car in a businesslike manner with a straight face and asked for identification. Li Huamao's driver was a little unconvinced, put down the window and shouted, You guys are blind. This is the car of the secretary of the political and legal committee of Whitehorse County. The SWAT officer's face sank slightly as he warned, Who are you calling blind? Please get out of the car and accept our inspection. Several SWAT officers beside them surrounded them. They are not from Whitehorse County. They are not under the jurisdiction of Li Huamao, so they are not afraid. Seeing that the matter has become a big deal, the driver shrunk, a little bit timid up. I guess he is usually a bully and afraid of the Lord. A face begging for forgiveness to look at Li Huamao. Li Huamao cursed in a low voice and handed over his evidence with a lot of fire. The lead SWAT officer looked at the documents seriously and carefully, and then looked at Li Huamao for a few more times before finally releasing him, making Li Huamao feel very uncomfortable and feel very faceless from this. It can also be seen that these special police officers on duty and on inventory were given a deadly order and did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Li Huamao finally arrived at the place where the meeting was to be held and attended it. It was slightly dark. A man dressed in rags, hair disheveled, appeared near the Magnolia neighborhood. At first glance, think this is a beggar. Some people even pinched their noses and gave the man a disgusted look, cursing in their hearts, Dead beggar, get away. The beggar leaned against the corner, always hiding in the shadows, coupled with a dirty body, emitting an unpleasant stench. Few people have to pay attention, however. If one looked closely one would realize that the beggar was very alert and his eyes were quietly looking around. allowing him to discover quite a few anomalies. He was basically sure that there were two plainclothes policemen right at the entrance of the Magnolia neighborhood, and there were probably more inside the neighborhood. So instead of entering from the front of the neighborhood, he followed the corners of the walls and gradually disappeared into the gloom. This time, Li Hai was inside his house, according to Zhang Genmao's reminder. He went straight home after work, and through the window glass, he could see a half-used van parked underneath this building, with someone inside, which were two plainclothes policemen. After looking at it, and then at the time, Li Hai was ready to make dinner. Even though he was just by himself, he couldn't afford to treat himself with his own hands. He cooked and fried two dishes, one meat and one veggie, and then turned the TV on and watched the World Cup live while he ate. Inside the TV is live broadcasting the quarterfinals, Germany versus USA. Since he went straight home after work, he didn't go to the lottery store to buy a ticket, and sent a text message to Guikai, asking him to buy $3,000 for himself while watching the World Cup. Li Hai thought in his mind, Zhao Liang escaped from prison. Where will he be at this time? Is it a direct run, as far as possible, or has he already sneaked back to Whitehorse County? If it had snuck back into Whitehorse County quietly, where would it be at this time? Would it be hiding in the shadows, looking for an opportunity? This time, Li Huamao has returned to Whitehorse County and is presiding over a meeting at the Public Security Bureau. First conveyed the requirements of the city, and then began a series of arrangements and deployment. Director Zhang, deploy all the police forces. Set up control of all the entrances and exits of the county town. Every car that enters and leaves. Every person give me a strict check. In addition, arrange some of the police forces to the townships and cooperate with the police station of each township to carry out a strict check. Participating in the meeting, in addition to the middle and senior management and backbone of the County Public Security Bureau, there are also the heads of the following township police stations. Hearing such an arrangement and deployment, the heads of the following township police stations were each relatively happy, while Zhang Zhenmao frowned slightly. Such an arrangement was very unreasonable to him. So, Zhang Zhenmao said, Secretary Huamao, I think the focus should still be on the urban area, and concentrate on conducting a strict investigation within the urban area. He was worried that Zhao Liang would sneak back to the county. Plus Zhao Liang was very familiar with the entire county. Once the police force in the urban area was not enough, something big would probably happen. Li Huamao waved his hand and said, Our people have strictly controlled all the entrances and exits of the city. How can Zhao Liang enter the city? I deduce that he doesn't dare to enter the city either. Right now there are wanted notices for him everywhere. Once he appears in the city, he will immediately be discovered by the common people. Outside the city, or even the townships below, are his main hiding places. We have up to a dozen natural villages in a township, and the police force in the township police stations is very limited and too weak. Send me a working group of 3 or 5 people from each township police station to assist the police stations to conduct a strict investigation. Such a deployment, which seems to make a lot of sense, is deeply flawed. The entire city is tight on the outside and loose on the inside, and most of the police force is either deployed to the entrances and exits of the city or down to the township police stations. So in case Zhao Liang has already sneaked back into the city, coupled with his familiarity with the city, he will be like a fish out of water. Although the wanted notice is posted everywhere, what if Zhao Liang has made up? Even if he doesn't have makeup, the general public can't recognize him at night. Of course, Li Huamao knew that there was a big loophole in this deployment, but he did it on purpose so that Zhao Liang could find Li Hai with relative ease and get his hands on him. This is a typical borrowed knife. It's so insidious. This time he was gambling, just betting that Zhao Liang had already sneaked back into the city, and if that was true, such an arrangement and deployment would be right. Bureau Chief Zhang, I heard that you have arranged a full 8 police officers in the Yulin district. There is no need to arrange so many. We are short of manpower. Leaving 2 people behind will be enough. Zhang Zhenmao spoke. But, Li Huamao interrupted with a wave of his hand. There's no buts. I'm the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Everything is subject to my arrangements today. Unable to do anything, Zhang Zhenmao had to make a call and pull back the people deployed in the Magnolia neighborhood, leaving only 2 people there. Chapter 73. The dead of night. Zhang Zhenmao was really worried, but his arm could not be twisted and he could only obey. After making this call, he prayed in his heart that this Zhao Liang fellow must not have already sneaked back into the city, hoping that he was still in Qinglin City or hiding in some deep forest. Even if he had sneaked back into the city, hopefully it wasn't for revenge, and he wouldn't be unfavorable to Secretary Tang. And Director Li Zhang Zhenmao is not sure, as in not sure if Zhao Liang has sneaked back into the urban area of Beima County, or if Zhao Liang's purpose in escaping from prison is to escape, or to seek revenge on Li Hai, or Secretary Tang. Originally 8 police officers, only 2 remained after being drawn. Zhang Zhenmao could do nothing but pray in his heart. Magnolia neighborhood. Li Hai was on the sofa, watching the Germany vs USA match, which ended 1 o'clock. Just as he remembered, after this game, One's assets should have broken $20 million. $20 million in 2002. That's a lot of money. As for yourself, you have gradually accumulated hundreds of thousands of dollars. The car has been bought, and the next stage is to consider buying another house. Now buy a house basically is a big profit, because now the price is low, such as the Whitehorse County prices are basically only $600-700. Good location is only $800 or so. Jianglin he moved into the district is the whole Whitehorse County best, the highest price, but also only 1,000 out of the head. Turning off the TV, Li Hai dialed Yi Xia's phone and the two of them chatted in the middle of the phone. After chatting for a while, Yi Shi said, "Brother Hai, to tell you the good news. I'll hold my graduation ceremony in a few days and officially graduate." "Really? That's great. What are your plans after graduation?" "Haven't thought about it yet," Yi Shi said. A few days later, Sister Tang happens to be planning a trip to Whitehorse County. "I'll come with her." "Welcome, welcome." Hearing that his girlfriend was coming over, Li Hai was very happy, and the two of them chatted for more than an hour in the middle of the phone. The time has also reached 10 o'clock in the evening, which is not too early, considering that he still has to go to work tomorrow. Li Hai is ready to take a shower and then go to bed. In the middle of the shower, standing in front of the window, he looked through the glass towards the floor, and accidentally realized that the van had disappeared. What was going on? After a slight stare, there was a bit of importance in his heart, and he felt the need to make a phone call to ask Zhang Zhenmao. Not a moment later, Zhang Zhenmao's call came through. Even if it is more than 10 o'clock at night, the County Bureau Command Center is also brightly lit. Out of such a big thing, before Zhao Liang is caught, Zhang Zhenmao cannot sleep. In addition to personally sitting in command at the command center, the more he thought about it, the more wrong he was. In case Zhao Liang had already sneaked back into the city, Li Huamao's arrangement and deployment like this would be a big problem. Finding a corner with no one around, he first called Tang Li Hui, reporting the current situation and voicing his concerns. After listening to this call, Tang Li Hui was furious. This is simply messed up. Li Huamao will not arrange. Tang Li Hui, Zhang Director, your report is very important. I immediately called Li Huamao, asked him to strengthen the deployment of urban police. Tang Li Hui immediately made a phone call to Li Huamao's cell phone and severely criticized Li Huamao as the county party secretary. A little thought, think Li Huamao may be on their own shady mouth promised to strengthen the deployment of police in the city. The action may be slow, perhaps not until tomorrow morning to redeploy and arrange the police. So Tang Li Hui again to the Municipal Political and Legal Committee of the Secretary Lu called to report a report. A kind of Li Huamao's small report. Besides, Zhang Zhenmao, after calling Secretary Tang, he dialed Li Hai's cell phone right after. Director Li, you haven't rested yet. Ready to rest? Bureau Zhang, what's the situation on your side? A van that was originally parked in front of my building has gone at some point. It's you guys who have something to deploy again. Zhang Zhenmao smiled bitterly, truthfully said, this is Li Huamao's arrangement. He arranged the main police force to the outside of the city, as well as placed on the various entrances and exits of the city. The police force in the city is very little. I worry that Zhao Liang has sneaked back into the city. He went over the situation and explained it. After listening to it, Li Hai felt that this arrangement and deployment of Li Huamao was very problematic, and a thought quickly popped up in his mind. This guy couldn't have deliberately arranged it this way, right? The purpose was to kill someone with a borrowed knife, wanting Zhao Liang to easily find himself and be unfavorable to him. Bureau Chief Zhang, thank you for this call. I know what to do. I'll be vigilant. Li Hai thanked. Zhang Zhenmao said, Director Li, then take care of yourself. I suspect that Zhao Liang has returned to the urban area of Whitehorse County. Li Hai joked. Bureau Zhang, since Zhao Liang might have returned to our county, why don't we make a game, using me as bait to attract him to show up, and then catch him as soon as we can? How about that? Zhang Zhenmao quickly denied. That won't do. It's too dangerous. In case something goes wrong with you, I can't afford to take the responsibility. Safety first. Just stay home. Sooner or later our people will catch Zhao Liang. After chatting for a few minutes, Li Hai put down his cell phone and speculated in his heart. Has this guy Zhao Liang really sneaked back into the city? Is his purpose? Does he really want to find me to take revenge? Or does he have some other purpose? After a little thought, looking at the time, it was already late. Considering that he had to go to work tomorrow, Li Hai took a shower, and then checked the house. The windows were all closed, and the latches were locked from the inside, and could not be opened from the outside. Unless you cracked the glass. Then he unlocked the door to his room again, feeling that he was still unsure, and had a cup hanging from the handle of the door, which would fall to the floor and alert him should anyone open the door. There were also several cups, or bowls, on the sill of each window, so that if someone came in from outside the window, They might knock over these cups or bowls on the sill, then 2 pillows and some clothes from another bedroom were stuffed under the covers to create the illusion that someone was sleeping in the bed. It was only when he felt it was almost time that he found a wooden stick and put it beside him, and began to go to bed, hoping that what had been done would work. And, of course, hoping more than anything that Zhao Liang's purpose in breaking out of the prison was not to take revenge, but to run away. As far as he could at the time gradually came to 2 or 3 o'clock late at night. At this point in time, it is the time when people are most sleepy and sleep most sweetly. The whole county is very quiet. Even the noisy streets are completely quiet. There is not a single silhouette. Occasionally there are wild cats or wild dogs appear a little, and a few barking sounds come from the dogs. The Magnolia neighborhood was no different, except for a few streetlights. The entire neighborhood was dimly lit and very quiet. Chapter 74 Late Night Movements. Late night. Qinglin City Political and Legal Committee Secretary Lu Zhenya has not yet slept, because there is such a big thing. Cannot sleep. A lot of pressure. Someone escaped from prison, and from the Qinglin City prison escaped. He is the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee is responsible for. Now the most important thing is as soon as possible to Zhao Liang apprehended and returned to the case. All the deployment has long been arranged. He himself thinks that there should be no mistakes. But until now there are no clues and news. The phone call is a few of the first phone call is the county party secretary of the Whitehorse County Tang Li Hui called. The main fight is a complaint. Said Li Huamao arbitrary? Simply do not listen to the views of the following people. The main police force deployed to a few entrances and exits of the county, as well as the following townships. The county urban police force sparse. MMPs. Is this Li Huamao an idiot? Hearing about such an arrangement and deployment, Lu Zhengye was very annoyed and couldn't wait to call over and ruthlessly criticize Li Huamao. Only, before he had time to make this call, the call from the main leader of the provincial office came. The main leader of the provincial department instructed that efforts must be concentrated on apprehending the escapees as soon as possible, and a 24-hour deadline was given. This made Lu Zhengye even more stressed. And then Secretary Bai of Qinglin City also called to express his concern about this matter. Lu Zhengye's fire towards Li Huamao is even greater. Such an important period. Such a mess. It is simply nonsense. He picked up the phone and called directly a phone call. Lu Zhengye split his head a scolding, and pointed out that the deployment of such a big problem, requiring him to send to the townships of the personnel to hurry back to strengthen the patrols in the urban area and the investigation. The Magnolia neighborhood was shrouded in the depths of night, very quiet. Just a few occasional barking dogs, dim lights, a small black car parked on the side of the road. The car an old and a young 2 police officers drowsy and maybe a few barking dogs will be a little older. That police woke up. See next to the young police sleep very sweet, slightly dissatisfied. 1. How you also fell asleep. Said you guard the first half of the night? I guard the second half of the night. The young policeman Xiao Wang said. Brother Wu, there is not a single ghost shadow. Don't worry, it will be fine. Don't you see that the above has already drawn all the other brothers away? We are not the focus here. We are just wasting our energy here. The older policeman said. The situation is such a situation, but what if it is? It's better to cheer up. I'll sleep a little more. Call me after another hour. When he finished, he lowered the seat a bit more and went back to sleep, keeping watch for the second half of the night, switching to King's Sleep. By this time, Li Hai had also fallen asleep. It was just that in order to watch out for Zhao Liang, not wanting himself to be set upon by Zhao Liang in his sleep. He didn't sleep very well and kept a point of alertness all the time. Suddenly, Li Hai, who was sleeping on the bed, opened his eyes and perked up his ears before grasping the prepared stick in his hand. Since the physical quality of the overall improvement, not only is it just great strength and fast reaction speed, even the hearing has improved quite a lot. Very sharp. What others can't hear, he can hear. Some unusual sounds were heard now. Very soft, but they did not escape Li Hai's ears. It seemed that there was movement outside the door of the room, and someone was fiddling gently in an attempt to open his security door, getting up gently, without turning on the light. Even the light of the cell phone was not taken. Li Hai took the wooden stick and gently went out of the bedroom, gently walked to the living room, pricked up his ears, and walked towards the security door. It seems that there is no more movement. Just now it is not possible to hear wrongly. Could it be that the people outside have already left? Just now there must be someone outside. Although the sound is very slight, Li Hai felt that he could not hear wrong. Standing behind the security door, holding his breath, listening for 2 or 3 minutes, did not hear any movement. One could almost infer that the person at the door should be gone, probably found out that he couldn't open the security door and then left. Most likely he would think of other ways. It shouldn't be a thief. The probability is that it's Zhao Liang. Guessing that this could be Zhao Liang, Li Hai didn't rush to call the police because it was only a possibility, not a certainty. Besides, even if it was Zhao Liang, Li Hai felt that he could handle it. It was indeed Zhao Liang who was outside the door just now. He was dressed as a beggar. Dirty, his hair was messy, and his face was dark and dirty. even if he was very familiar with the people who would not recognize him for a moment. Not to mention that it was now nighttime and the light was dim. Even if someone saw him, they would most likely think it was a vagrant and wouldn't give it a second thought. Zhao Liang had just carefully gotten outside the door for a few minutes, and had taken out the wire, phone cards, and other things to try, but hadn't gotten the door open. He left for the moment and went up to the rooftop, preparing to come down from the roof through the rope, as he was still familiar with 506 and knew that by going down from the roof through the rope, he could get in through the window. In the past, how beautiful he was. In the White Horse County, he covered the sky with one hand and did whatever he wanted. Now he has become a prisoner, and he will almost spend his next life in prison. He is unwilling and full of hatred. He clearly knows that all this is all Li Hai behind the push. He wants to take revenge. For this reason, he quietly sneaked back to the White Horse County, and got a copy of the 5.4 pistol, as well as 6 bullets, with a pistol in his hand. He felt that the possibility of revenge increased greatly, and at night, while everyone was asleep, did not go through the main gate, over the fence into the Magnolia neighborhood. It was well prepared, too, with wire for opening the door, calling cards, a special bundle of rope, and a killing knife. His plan was to quietly enter inside Li Hai's house, take advantage of Li Hai's sleep, use the pig killing knife to result in Li Hai's life, and try not to shoot if he could, and after killing Li Hai, he would leave the city in the night, and run as far away as he could. As for how to get out of the city, he had also planned it long ago, because he was very familiar with the whole county, and could not go through those main entrances and exits at all, but from other remote places, and went out in the darkness of the night, ready to go to the north of Myanmar, where he had heard that it was free in 3 places. This building is not an elevator house, it's a staircase house with only 6 floors. Zhao Liang quietly went to the rooftop, found a place to tie the rope, and then the other end was quietly put down. After the rope was lowered, he didn't immediately go down the rope, but listened to the movement for another 1 or 2 minutes and felt that there was nothing unusual before grabbing the rope with both hands and slowly descending towards the bottom. Sometimes, the latent dragon is infinite, the heart is full of hatred, and after thinking about revenge, the body is full of strength. Descending from the rooftop to the 5th floor, all the way to the windowsill of the 506, the breath does not gasp, and the hands do not get tired. Through the window glass, looking toward the inside, darkness, Zhao Liang was relieved, ready to push open the window to enter. Just a few pushes didn't push. His face changed slightly. MMPs. The window was actually locked from the inside. Chapter 75. Li Hai has captured him. In his plan, the window was not supposed to be locked. A gentle push would open it, and then he would sneak in through it. After freezing, there was a little fire in his heart. The window was actually locked from the inside. This damn Li Hai. Zhao Liang hold back the fire in his heart, will take out the pig knife, began to pry this window, carefully got 2-3 minutes finally got open. The heart cannot help but enjoy. Gently, he pushed the window open, then crept inside and landed inside the living room with a soft jump from the windowsill inwards. Pop! There was a crunch, extra loud in the quiet of the late night. He came in through the window in the dark and didn't realize that a glass had been placed on the windowsill, which fell to the floor and shattered. Zhao Liang was startled. His face changed, and he hurriedly looked around, holding the killing knife in one hand and feeling for the imitation 5.4 pistol on his waist with the other, not moving a muscle. Time seemed to be frozen at the moment. After 2 or 3 minutes, seeing that there was nothing unusual, Zhao Liang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now the glass fell to the ground. His biggest worry was to wake Li Hai up. He still knows how many kilograms he has. If the front is hard, it is not Li Hai's opponent. Even if there is a pig knife in his hand, and even a pistol, then there is no full grasp. A sneak attack would be different, gently going over and stabbing Li Hai to death with a few knives while he was asleep, then quickly leaving from here. Okay, God bless. That guy Li Hai doesn't seem to have woken up yet. There's no movement at all. It's really God's help. Zhao Liang's mood lightened, and with his killing knife in hand, he gently walked over towards one of the bedrooms. What about Li Hai? I had woken up long ago, heard the commotion coming from the roof, and had long ago gotten up gently and tucked pillows and clothes under the covers to disguise myself as being asleep in bed. In fact, he himself had long been hiding behind the curtains, hidden in the darkness, clutching the wooden stick, quietly waiting for Zhao Liang to come in. Then he heard a movement outside the window, and even heard a rustling sound coming from the window for more than 2 or 3 minutes. Li Hai guessed that it should be Zhao Liang who was trying to get that window open. Then I heard the window seemingly open, and I heard a pop and the glass on the windowsill fell to the floor. After another 2 or 3 minutes, soft footsteps were heard coming from the living room, and Zhao Liang was heard coming towards his own bedroom. This house had a total of 2 bedrooms, and this Zhao Liang's luck was good. Picking a random one was chosen by him, which happened to be the one that Li Hai slept in instead of the other one. Light-handedly, quietly walked over from the living room, saw the bedroom door was hidden. Zhao Liang's heart was happy, gently pushed it open, and then walked in towards the outside of the bedroom. Tonight there was a night light. The dim light shone in through the window, and Zhao Liang could see that there was someone sleeping on the bed, motionless, sleeping sweetly. At that moment, Zhao Liang's heart was overjoyed. What an opportunity! He thought in his heart. Li Hai, this guy actually sleeps so much that he is actually sleeping blindfolded. Then I will not be polite. Hold back the excitement in his heart. Holding in his hand more than a foot-long sharp knife to kill pigs, step by step towards the bedside, and then force towards the bed sleeping Li Hai stabbed down. A knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, something seems a little off after stabbing several times in a row. Zhao Liang realized that something was wrong and knew that he had been fooled. His heart said that it was not good, but Li Hai did not give him enough time to react. A stick was lashed to the back of Zhao Liang's head. The stick is accurate and ruthless. Bang sound. Zhao Liang only feel the sky spinning, and then fell to the ground. Askew. Even the hand of the pig knife are not stable. Directly dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Li Hai kicked the killing knife away, then took out a rope and gave Zhao Liang a 5-fold tie, tying him up solidly. After determining that there was nothing wrong, Li Hai took out his cell phone and dialed the Public Security Bureau's Zhang Zhenmao. Late at night, the command center of the Whitehorse County Public Safety Department is brightly lit. Li Huamao, Zhang Zhenmao, as well as several deputy directors. Some backbones are almost all here. Everyone looks tense, very stressed, because until now there has not been any news or clues of Zhao Liang, and everyone looks a little different. Li Huamao's face has a little gloomy. About more than an hour ago, he was Lu Zhengye in the phone inside the split head a scolding, and asked him to redeploy those scattered to the townships of the police force to all draw back, to strengthen the patrols and investigations of the urban area of the Whitehorse County. He really didn't want to do this. He guessed that Zhao Liang might have sneaked back into the city, and the odds were that he would seek revenge on Li Hai without having to do anything himself, without any risk, and being able to kill Li Hai by Zhao Liang's hand. Li Huamao really wasn't willing to let go of such an opportunity, but the official level of pressure. Li Huamao can top the pressure of Tang Lihui, but absolutely do not dare. And Lu Zhengye top cattle. Lu Zhengye is the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Qinglin City, the standing committee of the Municipal Party Committee. The level is very high, and is the direct top boss. And then borrow Li Huamao a gall. He would not dare to do so, have no choice but to harden the police force dispersed to the townships and draw back again, which makes Li Huamao feel very faceless, but also suffered these police officers who have been dispersed to the townships, which is the middle of the night, and back to the county town. Is not a general hard work. Li Huamao grimaced and didn't say a word. Zhang Zhenmao and the others saw Li Huamao's expression like this and rarely spoke. The entire command center atmosphere was dull and depressing. The time passed 3 a.m. without realizing it, and it dawned early in the summer. So it would be dawn in a little over 2 hours. This point in time was also the time when people were most sleepy and wanted to sleep the most. But Zhang Zhenmao and the others didn't have any sleepiness because there hadn't been any news up until now, and they were waiting, hoping that there would be good news coming soon. Even if some useful clues could be found, that would be good news. But unfortunately, so far, nothing of value has been found for the time being. The entire command center had a depressing atmosphere, and it wasn't until a commotion came from outside that the depression was broken, and everyone stood up after seeing the person coming from outside. Zhang Zhenmao was even the first to welcome him. Secretary Lu, you came in person. More than 3 o'clock in the morning, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, Lu Zhengye, came to Whitehorse County, which is really a little unexpected. Lu Zhang also nodded once. We deduced that Zhao Liang should have sneaked back to Bama County. Li Huamao, I asked you to quickly draw back the police force scattered to the townships. What is the situation now? Have they all returned? Li Huamao's face was a little hot'd in front of so many people. Secretary Lu called him by his name and asked about the matter of the police force being drawn back, making Li Huamao very faceless. According to reason, as a city leader is very leadership level, will not say such words in front of so many people. But Lu Zhengye is very light to Li Huamao, and did not give him face. Chapter 76, Li Huamao can't do it. Li Huamao's face was on fire, a little bit of discomfort in his heart, smothering his head. Secretary Lu, I've asked them to hurry back, and now they're all on their way back. After saying this, he had a little impulse to get up and said stiffly, Secretary Lu, I always feel that my arrangement and deployment is not a problem. There has been no news until now. Zhao Liang is mostly hiding in the countryside in a certain place. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Lu Zhengye's face was a little unsightly, waving his hand. Li Huamao, don't say these words, just do what I ask you to do. Seeing Lu Zhengye get angry, Li Huamao's heart trembled slightly, hating to smack himself twice. How could he say something like that just now? A little too impulsive, so irrational. Offended Secretary Lu, what can be done? Li Huamao was very regretful. When he was about to explain a few sentences, Zhang Genmao's phone rang, and when he took a look at the caller ID, He had a little bit of cheering up to say. Secretary Willow, I'll take a call. Lu Zhengye nodded slightly, but also unhappy to look at Li Huamao a glance. The heart has already had the idea. This Li Huamao back on the disciplinary action. Not only do not know the low profile, actually want to go against me. Such a person cannot stay. Before it is too late to ask him to get out of the way before it is too late, but also did not say the words on the spot. Removal of words. The appointment and removal of the secretary of the political and legal committee of a county. Need the standing committee of the municipal party committee can only decide. Lu Zhengye only have the right to recommend, although he could not immediately exempt Li Huamao. Lu Zhengye already had certain ideas in his mind. What was missing was a suitable opportunity. Once there was a suitable opportunity, such as when Li Huamao made another relatively big mistake, he would recommend to the standing committee that Li Huamao be removed from his position as secretary of the political and legal committee of Beima County. Besides, Zhang Zhenmao, seeing that it was Li Hai calling, there was inexplicably a bit of excitement in his heart, and he even had a premonition that there should be news about Zhao Liang. Otherwise, Li Hai wouldn't have called his own phone in the middle of the night. Director Li, I'm Zhang Zhenmao. Li Hai's voice came from inside the cell phone. Bureau Zhang. Zhao Liang was caught by me and is in my house in Yulan district. Send someone over. What? Zhao Liang is caught by you. After freezing for a second or two, Zhang Zhenmao reacted, then said in surprise, okay, I'll send someone over right away. There were still 2 police officers left in the Magnolia neighborhood. Originally Li Huamao was going to transfer all 8 police officers in total deployed in the Magnolia neighborhood, but Zhang Zhenmao insisted on keeping 2. Zhang Zhenmao immediately called one of the police officers personally and instructed, Zhang Jianjun, immediately go to building 6, 506. Hurry over. Zhao Liang has been captured. After making this call, Zhang Zhenmao realized that everyone was looking at him in unison. He hurriedly said, Secretary Lu, good news. Zhao Liang has been caught. He briefly told the matter once, then said, I then guessed that Zhao Liang should have sneaked back into the city, and that he would look for trouble with Comrade Li Hai, and deployed 8 police officers in the Yulan district. Only, later, 6 of them were drawn away by Secretary Huamao. This is a typical eye candy for Li Huamao. This is interesting. The Director of Public Security is giving the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission an eyeful. Lu Zhengye looked at Li Huamao meaningfully, and thought in his heart, this Li Huamao cannot even the Public Security Director below cannot control. Doing things is also messy. Actually most of the police force will be drawn and deployed to the various townships. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Zhao Liang was caught by Li Hai. Otherwise, he may have to bear the responsibility. Take a look at the time. The second half of the night, less than 3 o'clock. From the leadership of the provincial hall required 24 hours of the deadline is still very early. Finally caught. Lu Zhengye's heart lightened as he waved his hand and said, let's not be here either. Let's go to the Yulan neighborhood. Finished. He was the first out of the command center of the County Public Security Bureau. Others have to follow. Just a few minutes only. A few cars to the Yulan district. Lu Zhengye, Li Huamao, Zhang Zhenmao and others have come down from the car. Zhang Jianjun with Xiao Wang has escorted Zhao Liang down. Li Hai followed, only to walk to the front of that small car. Has not yet had time to get on the car. See, came so many people. Zhang Jianjun quickly stopped. The young Wang is secretly staggered. My good boy, came so many big leaders. That seems to be our city's political and legal committee secretary Lu Zhengye. It's unbelievable that even Secretary Lu came in person. Li Hai took a few steps forward, directly ignoring Li Huamao, and said happily, Bureau Chief Chang, you're all here. Zhang Zhenmao easily shook hands with Li Hai, and a line of blue font appeared above Zhang Zhenmao's head. Favorability, 65. This favorability is already very high. Li Hai's heart was happy. Such a high favorability of Director Zhang is really an unexpected pleasure. After shaking hands with Li Hai, Zhang Zhenmao introduced, Director Li, this is Secretary Lu of our Municipal Political and Legal Committee. Li Hai hurriedly took a step forward. Hello Secretary Lu, I'm Li Hai. Zhao Liang has already been caught by me. People have been captured. Pressed in the heart of a stone completely landed. Lu Zhengye happy to shake hands with Li Hai. Comrade Li Hai, thank you. We've still been fretting about it. So quickly you helped us catch Zhao Liang. He had heard of Li Hai's name, and today was the first time he dealt with Li Hai, and in his heart he said approvingly, this young man is not bad. Li Hai also saw the line of green font above Lu Zhengye's head. Favorability, 30. Beginning to deal with Lu secretary actually on their own. Very good feeling, which is not bad. Li Hai thought in his heart, next to Zhang Jianjun is a veteran police officer. Knowing that such an opportunity is rare, he also wanted to show his face in front of Secretary Lu. So he said, Secretary Lu, this Zhao Liang is poor and vicious. He brought a pig-killing knife over a foot long and an imitation 5.4 pistol with loaded bullets. Fortunately Director Li is smart and had precautions in place. or else something big would have really happened. Lu Zhengye looked at Li Huamao again. The eyes seemed to say, "Look at what you have done. Fortunately there is no problem. Once something happens, I will see what you do." Li Huamao lowered his head, looking a little frustrated, not knowing whether it was because he was criticized by the leader, or whether the plan fell through and there was a little disappointment. Mostly the latter. Such a good opportunity actually fell through. Their own benefits did not get, but by the leadership of the hate, Li Haiyan made a big achievement. Out of the limelight, Li Huamao is very reluctant, very stifled. Li Hai's favorability fell a few points. He was obviously the secretary of the political and legal committee of Bama County, but it seemed that everyone treated him as if he didn't exist. Centering on Li Hai, Lu Zhengye, and Zhang Zhenmao. Li Zhengye looked at the pig-killing knife and pistol packed in a transparent plastic bag, gave Zhao Liang a fierce look, and waved his hand. "Take them away and escort them back to the city bureau." Zhao Liang was escorted to the police car. Ula ula. A few police cars faded away. Lu Zhengye also shook hands with Li Hai again, ready to get on the car to return to Qinglin City. This time, the Whitehorse County Committee No. 1 car came over, and after Li Hai called Zhang Zhenmao to call the police, the second call was made to Tang Lihui. Chapter 77. When Tang Lihui received Li Hai's call, he was shocked, and then asked several times with concern if Li Hai was injured and so on. After hanging up the phone is still uneasy, rushed over. As soon as he got off the car he walked over quickly, first and Lu Zhengye greeted, and then said with concern, "Xiao Li, you're okay? Really not hurt?" Li Hai said easily, "Secretary, I'm fine, nothing at all." "Really, this way?" Tang Lihui was completely relieved. His concern for Li Hai was written on his face, including Zhang Zhenmao and the others with envious faces. "Bullshit. Director Li, how did you manage to get your boss to care so much about you? That's awesome. If only I could carry half the weight in my boss's heart." Lu Zhengye gave Li Hai another approving glance and praised, "Secretary Tang, Comrade Li Hai is good, very brave, courageous and resourceful. Zhao Liang has finally been caught." Everyone is envious again. In addition to Secretary Tang's concern for Li Hai, even Secretary Lu praised Li Hai. If it were anyone else, this bull could be blown for months. The most depressed person was Li Huamao again. The chicken is not stolen. Originally thought that the plan is very perfect. The result is to let Li Hai show a face, get the praise of the leadership, and their own position in the heart of the leadership, and fell a lot. Maybe Lu secretary of the secretary for him have a little disgust up. Li Huamao even thought unwillingly, if I hadn't transferred so many police forces outside and centrally arranged a sweep in the city, I might have already caught Zhao Liang. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. After Lu Zhengye praised Li Hai, he then said aloud, "Comrade Li Hai, tell Secretary Tang how you caught Zhao Liang." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, very eager to know the detailed process, Li Hai felt a burst of pride in his heart and did not hide it, telling the process in more detail. After hearing this, many people said in their minds that this one is a real bullseye. If it was anyone else, they would probably have been stabbed to death in their sleep. Li Hai was the complete opposite, actually setting up a trap and capturing Zhao Liang instead. Hearing that Zhao Liang was armed with a sharp, pig-killing sharp knife and an imitation 5.4 pistol with a loaded bullet, Tang Lihui felt a pang of fear in his heart. He said in his heart, "God bless. Fortunately nothing happened. Otherwise, his career would mostly be over once Li Hai is injured, or if his life is in danger. Minister Tang will certainly not be lenient, not to mention the future to move forward. It is hard to say whether he can keep his current position." Tang Lihui was scared for a while, then gave Li Huamao a very dissatisfied look. If it wasn't for this guy's blind arrangement, how could such a thing happen? If a large number of police forces were placed in the county to conduct visits and investigations, Zhao Liang might have been caught very quickly. Where would something like letting him feel his way into Li Hai's room and almost putting Li Hai in danger have happened? Tang Lihui said in a very serious tone, "Secretary Huamao, I have long said that there are problems with your arrangement and deployment like this. Fortunately nothing major has happened. Otherwise, how are you going to take up this responsibility?" After rebuking a few sentences, Tang Lihui said, "Secretary Zhengye, I really can't command the people in your political and legal system, and people simply won't listen to what I say." This is eye candy in front of Li Huamao's face. Li Huamao could not yet refute, very stifled, and apologized. "Secretary Tang, this time it was me who was ill-considered. I originally thought that Zhao Liang was hiding somewhere in the countryside. Who would have thought that he had already quietly sneaked back into the city?" Lu Zhengye waved his hand and also said with a serious face, "Secretary Li, Comrade Li Hui is the hand of Bama County. If you don't even listen to the words of Secretary Li Hui, I'll consider suggesting to the main leader of the municipal party committee to adjust your position. Since you don't listen, what's the point of keeping you?" Li Huamao could only apologize again, completely dropping his stance. "Secretary Zhengye, don't worry, I will definitely listen to Secretary Tang's instructions from now on. It's hard to say whether you'll listen in the middle of the actual action, seeing that Li Huamao's attitude was still okay. Lu Zhenye didn't say anything else, but looked at the time, then said, Comrade Li Hui, I have to go back to the city now and make a report to the main leading comrade. Tang Li Hui retained, Secretary Zhenye, it will be dawn in 2 or 3 hours. Is it better to take a break and wait for dawn before leaving? I can't. Comrade Principal Leader is still waiting for my report. After saying that, Lu Zhenye shook hands with Tang Li Hui, so that there is a little surprise that before leaving, he specially shook hands with Li Hai. Comrade Li Hai, you've done a good job. I'll report it to the main leading comrade. Li Hai hurriedly said, Thank you, leader, I just did a little something. Little Li, you are too modest. Young people are modest and prudent. Very good. After shaking hands with Li Hai, he turned around and got into the car. Li Huamao thought that Secretary Lu would shake hands with him, and he had already taken 2 steps forward, with his right hand outstretched. But Secretary Lu turned around and had already gotten into the car. This embarrassment, Li Huamao face hot, in front of so many people, too embarrassing. Right hand stretched in mid-air, froze for 2, 3 seconds before retracted. Seeing this scene, Li Hai smiled slightly. Zhao Liang was arrested, escorted back to the city. Lu Zhenye also left. Things seemed to be successfully ended. Once again draw a conclusion, but that's not really the case. Lu Zhenye made a report to Secretary Bai at the first time, recounting the whole story and questioning Li Huamao's ability, as well as praising Li Hai. This was the time when Bai Jiaxing heard Li Hai's name once again and memorized it in his mind. In the morning, Tang Li Hui also made a report to Secretary Bai in the middle of the phone, saying in particular that Li Hai was responsible for Zhao Liang's arrest and questioned Li Huamao, the Secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee and the Secretary of the County Party Committee of Beima County, successively dissatisfied with Li Huamao. Bai Jiaxing is also considering whether to adjust the position of Li Huamao. For example, from the current position of the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Beima County to the Deputy Secretary. Not long ago he set up to frame Li Hai, just memorized the disciplinary action. This is how long and then made such a mess. For the first time, Bai Jiaxing moved to adjust Li Huamao. Li Huamao guessed that he knew he was in trouble again, and actually didn't show up on this day, and I heard that he had taken a vacation. Li Hai also had not seen Li Huamao's figure all day, but did not put it on his mind and put himself into his work, trying to do all the work well. By the afternoon, Whitehorse County sent out a red-headed document, honoring Li Hai for catching Zhao Liang. For this matter, many people then realized that Zhao Liang was caught so quickly, and it turned out that Li Hai was the biggest contributor. Chapter 78, Deputy Secretary Li, how are you? 2 days later, a personnel adjustment document from the city was also sent to Whitehorse County. There is only one thing in this document, and that is about Li Huamao's job adjustment. Demoted from Secretary of the Whitehorse County Commission to Deputy Secretary of the Commission, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee is a member of the Standing Committee of the County Party Committee and is at the level of Deputy Division, while the Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee is only a division and is not a member of the Standing Committee of the County Party Committee, which is a little bit of a big drop. I heard that in yesterday's Standing Committee. Lu Zhenye suggested that Li Huamao in this incident of Zhao Liang he made a big mistake, and suggested that his position be adjusted. This proposal out, rare to obtain the White Secretary's approval. Mayor Lu did not oppose, so the Qinglin City Standing Committee quickly passed a resolution to remove Li Huamao Beima County Political and Legal Committee Secretary. The County Party Committee Standing Committee position, demoted to the County Political and Legal Committee Deputy Secretary. As soon as the official document was sent to Beima County, the whole county officialdom shook, just like throwing a big stone in the calm water. Oh my God! Secretary Li has been demoted and has become the Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. What's interesting is that it's just a bare-bones Deputy Secretary, and Zhang Zhenmao is also the Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, but he's still the Director of Public Security. Who did Li Huamao offend? It's not that he offended anyone, it's that he was originally carrying a penalty, and this time he made a big mistake in the matter of arresting Zhao Liang, which is why he was demoted. Many leading cadres in Whitehorse County are talking about it, and one of them has a frown on his face, a look of a melon-eating crowd. Of course, in the public arena or dare not, the basic discipline is still to be said, but privately there are many such heated discussions. In the middle of the office. Li Hai is taking a call from Zhang Luan. Brother, this is a great joy. Let's get together tonight and have a good drink. It's fine. No problem at all. Li Hai quickly agreed to see this document. The heart is also a burst of relief to the extreme. Never thought that Li Huamao was actually demoted from the County Party Committee, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, to jerk to become a Deputy Secretary. Just a Deputy Secretary with no power whatsoever. There are several Deputy Secretaries of the Political and Legal Committee of Whitehorse County. This Li Huamao is also considered to have created a record. less than a month in office. First of all, the back of the demerits of the punishment, and now even more cattle batch. Directly dry himself into the deputy secretary of the political and legal committee. That's a talent. A good thing like this should be celebrated. Of course, many people are quietly discussing this matter. Li Huamao originally disappeared for 2 days. It is said to have taken a leave of absence. Today it is not easy to go to work, out of this kind of thing. Can only hide in the middle of the office. I don't have the face to go out and meet people. Just now he and his father Li Wenjun called. Almost cried. Asking his father to transfer him back to the provincial capital. Really do not have the face to continue to stay in the Whitehorse County. Li Wenjun was angry. Severely reprimanded. And told Li Huamao, honestly stay in Bama County. Low profile. Stay up for 2 or 3 years before I now transfer back to the provincial capital is impossible. Li Wenjun is no longer compared to the year. From the position to retire after the power and influence of the small do not know how much. Not he said Li Huamao will be transferred back to the provincial capital can be transferred back to the provincial city temporarily no hope. And was reprimanded by his father. Li Huamao mood low to the extreme. The heart also more hate Li Hai. He believes that a big reason for falling to this point is Li Hai. This is interesting. They do not look for the reasons on themselves, but put everything on Li Hai's body. This brain circuit, it's really different. No face to go out. Can only hide in their own office. Originally thought of today so temporarily hiding. Tomorrow is not a vacation. Rest a few days. After this gust of wind and then say. A knock sounded at the door. Zhang Luan pushed his way in. Deputy Secretary Li. I've come to inform you that this office of yours must be vacated today. Your new office is on the 2nd floor. This floor is full of county standing committee members, each of which is a large office with a high standard of decoration for the leaders. Li Huamao is no longer a member of the standing committee of the county party committee, and merely holds the title of deputy secretary of the county political and legal committee. Then it is impossible to continue to work here. The county political and legal committee is centralized on the 2nd floor of the office, and the offices of several deputy secretaries are also there. And the specifications and office area can certainly not be compared with this place. After freezing, Li Huamao almost wanted to get angry, kicking people out so quickly, completely not giving him half a bit of face. Zhonglin is not afraid. Everyone is now a section, and he is the deputy director of the county party committee office. The power is much greater than Li Huamao. The political status is also much higher. Deputy Secretary Li, I'm only going to inform you once. Within today, make sure this office is vacated. After saying that, Zhang Lu walked away. He was very comfortable in his heart. In fact, a few days later to let Li Huamao move out is also possible. But who let Li Huamao against Li Hai in every way? For the sake of his own brother, Zhang Lin surely need to drive Li Huamao away today. As for Li Huamao, his face gradually turned iron blue. This is simply bullying. But now he is no longer a member of the standing committee of the county party committee, just a deputy secretary, can only endure a long time before the mood is a little better. Pick up the phone on the table, dialed Lu Zaijiang's cell phone. Xiao Lu, come to me for a moment. Li Huamao parachuted into Bama County as a member of the standing committee of the county party committee. Secretary of the political and legal committee is also required to be equipped with a correspondent. At that time, it was rumored that Li Huamao had a very deep background. Lu Zaijiang's father was the head of the cadre section of the organization department of the county party committee, and with a little bit of operation, Lu Zaijiang became Li Huamao's correspondent. Lu Zaijiang complacent for a period of time, and now it, such as mourning the death of a mother, the heart only one idea, finished. The old man was Li Huamao harmed, leader accident. The secretary is sure to be associated. Li Huamao was demoted. Lu Zaijiang will certainly be a great negative impact. The future for a long time don't want to promote, and will also be sidelined immediately moving out of this office. There are some things to be organized and then packed and moved. Li Huamao is not in the mood to do it himself. Ready to make Lu Zaijiang, where do you know? Lu Zaijiang replied in the middle of the phone. Deputy Secretary Li, I have a lot of time on my hands now. I can't come for the time being. What? Li Huamao angry face changed. Almost the phone fell hard on the ground. MMPs. You a young man, before in front of like a hobgoblin. Now actually also against. Li Hai got off work late this afternoon. It was not until about 5:30 p.m. that he came out of the office. Mainly because Secretary Tang was busy today and did not get off work until now. Asa Secretary. The leader did not get off work. How can you not get off work earlier than the leader? So Li Hai is only now out of the office throughout this floor. It was quiet. The doors to every office were closed. And it seemed that the leaders had pretty much left. Li Hai took out his cell phone and edited a text message and sent it over as he walked. Bro, I'm already off work. Come over right away. The two of them had already made a date to have a good drink tonight to celebrate. And since he got off work late, Zhang Luan and the others should already be there waiting for him to go over. After exiting the office building, Li Hai froze as he saw Li Huamao, only to see Li Huamao quietly like a thief, is walking out. Look at him this way, is worried about being seen by others. Li smiled, took the initiative to walk over quickly, and said aloud, Deputy Secretary Lee. Hello. This deputy word bite particularly heavy. In the system, even if people are deputy, that is not with the word deputy. Should be called Lee Secretary, not Lee Deputy Secretary. Hearing the voice, Lee Hwamao was slightly startled, and when he saw that it was Lee Hai who was full of smiles, his face flamed, and then, a few points of light began to rise in his heart. Chapter 79, Believe it or not, I'll lie down on the ground. Who is the person Lee Hwamao hates the most? Undoubtedly Lee Hai. See Lee Hai. His heart is very angry. And listen to Lee Hai smiling, not the kind of subordinate to see the superior leader should have respect, and call himself Deputy Secretary Lee, not Secretary Lee. The heart of the anger is even more. Deputy Secretary Lee. So busy. Getting off work so late. Lee Hai was still smiling as if he was greeting an old friend, especially when he saw Lee Hwamao's gloomy face. This guy, too, has set a record in Whitehorse County officialdom, less than a month's time. From the county party committee, the secretary of the political and legal committee down to the deputy secretary of the political and legal committee, and carrying a major demerit penalty, really is a talent. Li Hai thought in his heart, if it were me, I would definitely keep a low profile and completely lower my posture, and would definitely not have an ironic face, as if someone else owed him a few $100s. Deputy Secretary Lee, what's wrong? Your face looks a little ugly. Are you not feeling well? Do you need to go to the hospital to take a look? Lee Hai looked concerned. Li Hwamao was even more furious in his heart and almost exploded, stopping and staring at Lee Hai threateningly. Lee Hai, don't bully people too much, Lee Hai deliberately said with a surprised face. Deputy Secretary Lee, what are you talking about? I'm a small shrimp. Where can I bully a big leader like you? You're overthinking it. Lee Hwamao cannot help it, to the edge of the outbreak, and even put his heart across, and thought in his heart, MMPs, I'm not good. I want to make you not good either anyway. I don't have much of a future anymore, and you Lee Hai has an unlimited future, so I'll pull you down too. After this thought popped up, it grew wildly in his mind, and gradually he lost his mind, and everything exploded at this moment. Li Hwamao angrily shouted, Lee Hai, believe it or not I'll fight you. Lee Hai was still smiling, and didn't seem to take this seriously. Deputy Secretary Lee, there's no need to fight with me. If you really dare to hit me, believe it or not, I'll just lie down on the ground, and won't get up without tens of thousands of dollars. MMPs, I'll get you on the ground. Lee Hwamao was completely enraged, completely lost his mind, grabbed Lee Hai's collar and punched Lee Hai heavily on top of his head. Boo! With a muffled sound, the punch hit heavily on top of Lee Hai's head. Lee Hai didn't even have the intention of dodging, and after being hit by the punch, he fell to the ground crookedly, motionless, seemingly fainted. Lu Zaijiang the whole afternoon is listless, feel their future is dark. It is not easy to become the secretary of the county political and legal committee secretary. As a result, less than a month, their own leadership was forced to merit punishment. Today it is jacked, from the deputy division level down to the section level, became a political and legal committee deputy secretary without any real power. Lol. What's going to happen after this? Lu Zaijiang is also considered a hand of good cards played badly. His start is considered good. Graduated from undergraduate school. And there is a father in the county party committee organization department cadre section as a section chief. Joined the work and into the county party committee office. Just now this hand of good cards has been diluted. Save cannot save the degree. Lu Zaijiang sent a long time to stay. Others are off work. The large county party office has not a few people. He only came back to God side. Began to leave work. After walking out of the office building, he saw Lee Hai and Lee Hwamao. Li Hai enthusiastically took the initiative to greet Lee Hwamao. And then, Lee Hwamao was actually enraged and lost his mind. Like crazy, yet he saw with his own eyes that Lee Hwamao grabbed Lee Hai's collar, and then punched Lee Hai heavily on top of his head. A muffled sound that he could hear clearly, which showed that this punch had a lot of power. Lu Zaijiang froze completely, as if he had been nailed. The scene in front of him completely overturned his 3 views. Born in the system family, from childhood, Lu Zaijiang never heard of a fight in the system, especially between leading cadres. Now that it was actually happening, he witnessed Lee Hwamao knock Lee Hai to the ground with one punch. Because of the long time off work, the entire county party committee and county government compound has no people, in addition to Lu Zaijiang, complete to see this scene. It is estimated that there is no second person to see the whole process. After Lee Hai fell to the ground, a security guard did see it in the distance. The security guards on duty standing guard first vaguely heard a voice, then heard Lee Hwamao's voice full of anger, and then when they looked over, Lee Hai had already been knocked out and was lying on the ground. The security guard was shocked, thinking that he had misread the situation, fixed his eyes on it, and indeed there was no misreading. Then he hurriedly said, Lao Zhao, Xiao Wu, Something big has happened. Director Lee seems to have been knocked unconscious on the ground. The young Xiao Wu laughed and said, "Brother Ding, don't joke with us. The county party committee and county government compound. How could anyone be knocked out?" After all, Lao Zhao was a bit older and more experienced. Seeing that Ding Hongda didn't seem like he was joking, he immediately looked over, then he saw Li Hai lying on the ground, and also saw Li Huamao. He was shocked and waved his hand. Something big has happened. Quick, quick, let's hurry over. 3 security guards on duty jogged all the way over. At this time, Li Huamao finally sobered up a little bit. There is a little bit of regret. How could he be so impulsive? Finished. At the moment, his mind was spinning fast. After all, it had happened. He had to think of the aftermath before he could do so, and after surveying his surroundings, he knew that this location was outside of the camera surveillance range. Office building entrances and exits have cameras. The county government compound at the gate also has a camera. After all, just 2002. The camera is far from being as popular as it is now. Even if it is the county government's office of the county government, there are only a few cameras. After determining that this was a camera blind spot, Li Huamao had an idea in his mind, and when he saw those few security guards running over, he hurriedly said loudly, "You guys have to testify for me. It was Li Hai who made the first move. He insulted me first and then hit me. I just fought back a little bit. I didn't expect to knock him out." Unintentionally, his eyes saw Lu Zaijiang in the distance. Slightly worried that Lu Zaijiang had seen the whole process, but thinking that he was once his own secretary and was already tied to himself, he should not tell the truth. Several security guards trotted over, and the leader, Ding Hongda, even more eagerly shouted, Director Lee, wake up." Li Hai, of course, will not wake up. No one will wake up. Eyes closed, calmly lying on the ground, said, "I just lay down on the floor the moment you did it, and would never go back on my word." Seeing that Li Hai seemed to have really been knocked out, Ding Hongda immediately called the 120 number and said urgently, "I'm here at the county party committee and county government compound. Someone has been knocked out. Send an ambulance over right away, and be quick." Perhaps the commotion was a little too big. Originally there were a few people who had not yet finished work and were still in the middle of the office. When they heard the commotion, they poked their heads out and watched curiously. Chapter 80. It's a wonderful story. By this time, most of the people had already left the county government compound after work, but there were still a few people who were not off duty and were busy with something. There was a little bit of commotion downstairs. After some people heard the commotion, they curiously poked their heads out of the window to look, and then they were surprised to see that Li Hai was lying on the ground, and Li Huamao was beside him with a furious look on his face, yelling and screaming, "Look guys, something seems to have happened. Oh my god, why is Director Li Hai lying on the ground?" By the looks of it, it couldn't have been knocked out on the ground by Li Huamao. Some of the windows poked out their heads. There are some people with fast reaction speed, running all the way over. The security guard Ding Hongda is even more anxious to call. First called the 120, and then directly to Zhang Lin. "Director Zhang, something big has happened. Director Li Hai was knocked out by Deputy Secretary Li Huamao and is now lying on the ground." Next to him, Li Huamao looked angrily at Ding Hongda and threatened, "You comrade, how do you talk? It was Li Hai who hit me first. I was just forced to fight back." Li Huamao just now had turned fast. Know that he just impulsive. The consequences will be very serious. He must bite the matter is mutual assault. Only if it is a mutual assault, he has a chance of survival. At least he can pull Li Hai down. In the county party committee and county government compound mutual assault, the nature is very serious. Things have come to this point. Li Huamao's most desired result is that both of them are disciplined. He has been disciplined and demoted anyway, and he is not afraid of another discipline, as long as he pulls Li Hai down, so that Li Hai also carries disciplinary action. Seeing many people coming over, Li Huamao shouted, "All of you have to testify for me. It was you Hai who made the first move, first insulting me and then hitting me with his hands. I was only forced to fight back a little." The people around them pointed and whispered something. As for testifying, no one wants to get involved, can be mixed in the county government compound, are not stupid, know that this is a trip in the muddy water, involved in no half a point of benefit, or even get into trouble. If Li Huamao was still a member of the standing committee of the county party committee and secretary of the political and legal committee, there were some people who might come out to help Li Huamao in order to flatter him. Now, no one wants to come forward. "Old Joe, did you see that it was Director Li Hai who made the first move?" "No, Director Li Hai was already knocked out and lying on the ground when I saw him. I didn't see the process either and don't know the specifics. The onlookers have been quietly discussing. Basically no one saw the cause and passage of events. Only to see Li Hai was knocked out lying on the ground is the fact. This time, Zhang Lin, Hua Kai, Zhang Zhenmao and the others were already at the Jianshui people's house, sitting in the box. chatting while waiting for Li Hai to come over. Receiving the phone call from the security guard, Zhang Lin froze, feeling that this is completely unbelievable. How could the county party committee and county government compound stage an all-out martial arts act? And how could Li Hai be knocked out and lie on the ground? He froze before reacting. Brush stood up. Everyone, something big has happened. Li Hai was knocked out by Li Huamao and is lying on the ground. Let's hurry over. When they rushed over there in a hurry, the ambulance had just come over, and the doctors and nurses were carefully lifting Li Hai onto a stretcher. Zhang Luan eagerly went over. Li Hai, brother, what's wrong with you? Li Hai, lying on the stretcher, closed his eyes. In fact, the heart has turned over with laughter, but the face cannot have half a bit of expression, pretending to pass out appearance. Even if it is Zhang Lin called himself, can only hold back not to agree. After shouting a few times with no response, Zhang Luan hurriedly said, Doctor, how is Director Li Hai? Is the situation serious? That leading doctor said, Director Li Hai has fainted. We made a slight examination and found no obvious trauma for the time being. We have to go back to the hospital for a detailed examination to know the specifics. Soon, Tang Lihui came over. Tang Lihui just returned home. Even a sip of water did not have time. The phone rang urgently. After receiving this call, alarmed, rushed over. Whether it was an exchange of blows, or a one-sided Li Huamao knocking out Li Hai. Either way, it was dishonorable. Tang Lihui had a little fire in his heart and inquired in a deep voice, What's going on? Does anyone know? Someone next to him immediately said, Secretary Tang. It should be Deputy Secretary Li Huamao who knocked Director Li Hai unconscious. We'll know exactly why he did it. The security guard, Ding Hongda, also reported, Secretary Tang, we heard the commotion. It seems like Deputy Secretary Li made a move to beat someone up, knocking Director Li Hai unconscious on the ground. At those words, Tang Lihui's face sank. MMP's Li Huamao, who gave you the guts, in the county party committee and county government compound, actually dare to hit people? Are you in the end the party cadres? Too lawless, must be seriously dealt with. In the past, he had no way to deal with Li Huamao, because at that time Li Huamao was a member of the standing committee of the county party committee and secretary of the political and legal committee, which belonged to the municipal cadres. Now it's different. Li Huamao became a county-controlled cadre after his demotion, and Bema County will be able to deal with Li Huamao without having to go through Qinglin City. Seeing Tang Lihui's serious eyes looking over, Li Huamao deadpanned and bit out, Secretary Tang, it was Li Hai who first insulted me and then hit me with his hands. I was just forced to fight back. I didn't expect to knock him out in one go. Tang Lihui didn't believe any of this rhetoric for such a period of time. He knows Li Hai very well, knowing that the young man is mature and sophisticated, doing things calmly and meticulously, not the kind of impulsive character. On the contrary, Li Huamao, high-minded, impulsive and lack of brains. There is another point. He knows that Li Hai fights very well. 7 or 8 strong men are not his opponent. If it is really Li Hai who wants to hit Li Huamao, it should be Li Huamao who is lying on the ground now, not Li Hai, although the heart knows that most likely Li Huamao lost his mind under the impulse and hit Li Hai. But as the secretary of the county party committee, everything is still about evidence. So, Tang Lihui ordered, Director Zhang, I demand that you find out the truth as soon as possible. I want to know the result first. Zhang Zhenmao said loudly, please rest assured, leader, we will soon find out the truth. After that, Zhang Zhenmao said, Deputy Secretary Li, come with us and cooperate with our investigation. In the past, Li Huamao was his leader. Zhang Zhenmao did not suffer a lot, did not expect the wind and water to turn. Li Huamao was demoted. Li Huamao was furious in his heart, and was tempted to put on a face and loudly reprimand. What are you? Why do you let me follow you on a trip? But suddenly thought, he is now no longer a member of the standing committee of the county party committee, just a ranking more back, no real power of the deputy secretary of the political and legal committee. Suddenly the momentum withered. Very stifled to follow Zhang Zhenmao. 120 ambulance also Ula went away. Li Hai was quickly sent to the Whitehorse County Central Hospital. The doctors gave Li Hai a comprehensive examination. All the indicators are normal. The doctors do not understand how Director Li Hai fainted and never woke up. Chapter 81. The truth of the matter. After all the tests, Li Hai was sent into the cadre ward, which is a single room. In addition to a bed, there are sofas, coffee tables, refrigerators and other things. The conditions are very good, but also very quiet. At first, Li Hai had been pretending to be unconscious, and after being sent to the hospital room, he lay in the hospital bed and gradually fell asleep, while the whole Whitehorse County had turned over, and many people were talking about this matter. Secretary of the county party secretary, deputy director of the county party office was knocked out lying on the ground, is simply strange news. Many people in the system mixed for a lifetime only the first time to hear such a thing. The main version circulating at the moment is that Li Huamo was so enraged that he impulsively struck Li Hai and knocked him to the ground. A lot of people have been talking about it so hotly as well. And the more the word gets out, the more it spreads. There is also a minority version that Li Hua first insulted Li Huamo and then hit him, and Li Huamo fought back before knocking Li Hai to the ground. No matter which version. Anyway, the entire officialdom of Whitehorse County knew about this matter. And many people were talking about it. More people wanted to know the truth of the matter, including several county leaders, as well as Tang Li Huai. Li Huamo was very stifled and cooperated with the investigation, but his words were consistent, biting out that it was Li Hai who first insulted him and then hit him. After being questioned and making a statement, Li Huamo finally walked out of the County Public Security Bureau and gradually heard the two versions mentioned above. Seeing that most people were saying that it was his hand that knocked Li Hai unconscious, his heart was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. And after he returned to his residence, this matter was always in his mind. He was basically sure that it was a blind spot for the cameras, and he could say whatever he wanted, and it was just a dead giveaway that each was just a word for the other anyway. Nope. He remembered one person. That was his original correspondent Lu Zaijiang. He wasn't sure that Lu Zaijiang saw the whole process, but he was basically sure that Lu Zaijiang saw the scene where he punched Li Hai and knocked him out on the ground. What to do? After a little thought, he felt that he had to get Lu Zaijiang done before he could do it, so that he was completely on his side. After all, Lu Zaijiang used to be his own secretary, used to be like a licking dog. As long as he gave a little benefit, he would definitely stand with himself. After thinking this in his heart, Li Huamo took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Zaijiang's number. Little Lu, come out and get together at night for a little late night snack and a couple drinks. He took the initiative to invite, throwing out an olive branch, county clerk's office. Even though it was now the middle of the night, many parts of this building were still lit, because something so big had happened. Tang Lihui was very concerned and pressurized. It is imperative to find out the truth as soon as possible, although he is basically sure that it is Li Huamo's hands to beat people. But everything needs evidence. After a brief investigation, after the inquiry, Zhang Zhenmao first went to the county party secretary's office. Is reporting to Tang Lihui. Secretary Tang, after our preliminary investigation and inquiry, there are no witnesses for the time being, and the location of the incident is in the blind spot of the camera. Listening to such a report, Tang Lihui's brow wrinkled slightly. If that was the case, things were rather tricky. After pondering for a moment, Tang Lihui inquired, "What about Li Huamao? What did he say?" "We've finished the statement." And Li Huamao is still biting on the fact that Director Li Hai first insulted him and then hit him with his hands. Tang Lihui's brows frowned again. Regarding Li Huamao's set of words, "What do you guys think of the credibility?" Zhang Zhenmao said, "From my professional judgment, Li Huamao must have lied. The truth of the matter should not be like this." Tang Lihui nodded once. He also felt that Li Huamao was lying. He just didn't have any evidence, and instructed, "After Comrade Li Hai wakes up, you personally go over there and inquire about Comrade Li Hai's situation at that time." "Okay, Secretary," Zhang Zhenmao replied. Even without Secretary Tang's orders, he would have gone over at the first opportunity. On the one hand to be concerned about Li Hai's physical condition, and on the other hand to find out the truth of the matter. When Tang Lihui was ready to give a few more orders, the phone on his desk rang. Picking up the phone, Tang Lihui said aloud, "Hello, this is Tang Lihui." The voice of Secretary by Jiaxing that came from inside the phone. He was very angry, criticized severely, and then asked to make sure that the truth of the matter is investigated clearly. Tang Lihui hastily admitted his mistake and apologized, and finally added, "Secretary Bai, our preliminary opinion, it should be Li Huamao's impulse to hit people. The specific situation, we will investigate as soon as possible." After receiving this call, Tang Lihui gently wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Visible, after receiving the call from Secretary Bai, the pressure is so huge. It's a scandal and a curiosity when something like this comes out. Good things don't come out of the door. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. Maybe it doesn't take 1 or 2 days. This thing will spread around a few counties and cities. The whole Qinglin is the officialdom will know. LOL, it really is a brainache. Tang Lihui rubbed his head, then gave another explanation and exhortation, asking Zhang Zhenmao to investigate the truth of the matter as soon as possible. County Central Hospital. Cadre Ward. Li Hai woke up, looked at the time. It was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Could not help but smile. He actually fell asleep and slept for more than an hour, recalling this matter of Li Huamao beating himself in his mind. Li Hai thought in his heart, "This time, I will make you unable to eat and walk around. Li Huamao. Li Huamao, I really overestimated you. I didn't think you would be so impulsive, so brainless. Let's see how I can blackmail you to death. Without 3 or 5 days, I won't get out of bed, and I'll keep lying here. A while later, Li Hai was thinking about these things when the door of the ward was pushed open and a young nurse with a surprised face said, Director Li Hai, you've woken up. Great. Then, she turned around and shouted, Dr. Shin. Dr. Shin. Director Li Hai has woken up. Dr. Shin is one of the best doctors in the Whitehorse County Central Hospital. The first secretary of the county party committee was knocked out and sent over. The hospital director was alarmed, and immediately arranged for the best doctors, the best medical equipment, with the best medicine, soon. Dr. Shin, followed by a group of doctors and nurses, came in behind him, conducted a series of examinations, and questioned Li Hai for a long time. Li Hai had a lot of experience and knew how to cope with it. Anyway, it just hurt here and there, and his brain hurt and he was dizzy. Not all the illnesses can be checked out. Li Hai is uncomfortable here and there. It also hurts. Director Shin is very important. Check a little, ask some questions, and initially think that the head is affected. A slight concussion, ordered to hang some nutritional injections for Li Hai, such as amino acids, albumin and so on, as well as some tranquilizers and other medicines, and urged Li Hai to rest more, which let everyone out of the ward. Zhang Zhenmao quickly obtained the news that Li Hai had woken up and flew over. Chapter 82. Zhang Zhenmao had already finished giving a statement to Li Huamao and had also reported the situation to Secretary Tang, and had been waiting for Li Hai to wake up. As soon as he got the call from the hospital, he was the first to arrive. Director Li, how's it going? Is anything uncomfortable? He had a concerned look on his face, and once he came in, instead of making a statement, he asked about Li Hai's health. Li Hai's heart warmed up and replied, the situation is not bad, just a little bit of difficulty in the head. The slightest movement will cause a headache and dizziness. The doctor said it was a concussion. After the two of them chatted about a few topics related to their bodies, Zhang Zhenmao finally got to the point and inquired, Director Li, can you tell us what was going on at the time? Li Huamao has already finished his statement, and he said that you insulted him first and hit him first. Upon hearing this, Li Hai had an exasperated look on his face, almost angry enough to get up from the hospital bed. Half of such a reaction was feigned, but at least half of it was a true reflection of what was going on inside. This Li Huamao, simply too hateful, actually bit back and said that I insulted him first, and also hit him first, since this kind of words, originally just wanted to lie in bed for 2 or 3 days, now changed his mind, not to lie for 5 or 6 days. I will never get up, Li Hai thought in his heart. Director Zhang, I now know for the first time that Li Huamao is actually so shameless. Actually backtracking, things are like this. Li Hai calmed himself down and spoke carefully about what happened. Zhang Zhenmao listened attentively, and he brought the other 2 police officers to listen and record carefully as well. After hearing this, Zhang Zhenmao said, Director Li, I believe what you said is true. This Li Huamao is really too abominable. Don't worry, we will definitely find witnesses to prove that what you said is the truth of the matter. Zhang Zhenmao was worried about affecting Li Hai's rest, and after chatting for a few moments, he got up to take his leave. Just don't know. Not a few minutes after he left, Zhang Lin, Guo Kai and the others came in with fruit baskets, nutritional products. Brother, how is it? It doesn't matter, Zhang Luan said. Guo Kai said, Brother Hai, you mustn't let anything happen to you. I'm still waiting to get rich off of you. Li Hai laughed and scolded, Get lost. I have a head injury. Concussion no. The World Cup lottery dare not buy again. Afraid to buy not allowed. Don't, Guo Kai said. Brother Hai, my god of wealth, you must tell me what to buy for the next game. Please, big deal. I'll come over and serve you every day. Li Hai laughed and said, You're a big man. Where can you serve? Guo Kai said, I will serve. Li Hai Dao, I've got pretty little nurses waiting on me here 24/7. I don't need you. Thank you kindly. Brother Hai, why don't I bring you food every day? Whatever you want to eat, I'll bring you whatever you want to eat. That's always fine, right? Guo Kai said with a hopeful face. Li Hai laughed again, only wanting to tease Guo Kai a little. He didn't expect such a big reaction from him. Zhang Lin did see that Li Hai was intentionally teasing Guo Kai, smiled and patted Guo Kai's shoulder. Guo Zi, Li Hai is joking with you, and will definitely continue to guide you in buying lottery tickets. Really? Just teasing me on purpose? Guo Kai looked at Li Hai with hope. Li Hai smiled easily and nodded his head. Zhang is right, teasing you a bit, but what should I buy for the next game? Wait for me to think about it before I tell you tomorrow. At that moment, Guo Kai almost jumped up in joy. So it was a false alarm. Hai was deliberately teasing me. After chatting for a while, when they heard another person coming from outside the door, Zhang Lin and Guo Kai got up to take their leave. Li Hai woke up after the news spread, came to visit a steady stream of people, wave after wave. Li Hai's hospital room also gradually put a lot of things, a variety of fruit baskets, a variety of nutrients and so on. Those who came to visit were people from the Whitehorse County system, bureau chiefs, directors of departments, and so on, until 11 o'clock at night. Dr. Shin stopped the people behind him, saying that Director Li Hai had just woken up and needed a good rest. and that if he wanted to visit, he would come back tomorrow, or else. It was estimated that there would be people in Lee Hai's hospital room at 12 o'clock. That's the beauty of power. Lee Hai is not only a secretary of the county party committee, and is the deputy director of the county party committee office, deeply valued by Secretary Tang. The future development prospects are unlimited. We are all smart people. Now while Lee Hai has not developed a good relationship, when it is an investment. Of course, there were also most of the people who pressed on. They were observing the final development of the matter. If Lee Hai ended up half-assed, they would come over to visit then. If Lee Hai and Lee Huamao belonged to the mutual assault, and were disciplined, they would not come over to visit. Lee Hai and Lee Huamao are now on their own. The two said the situation is completely opposite. The pressure is again on the side of the Public Security Bureau. They have to do is to find out the truth as soon as possible. To this end, the Public Security Bureau also set up a special investigation team. Zhang Zhenmao personally is the head of the team. Even if it is already late at night, the Public Security Bureau is also brightly lit. Zhang Zhenmao organization is still in the analysis, looking for a breakthrough. The next day, after checking in at 8:30, Lee Hai's ward was bustling again, with waves of people coming to visit, and even Tang Lihui came over to visit Lee Hai in person. Zhou Yuhua, Guo Shuai and other county leaders had also come. Large office in the county office. Lu Zijiang sat in his seat, heavy-hearted look. Last night he almost lost sleep, until late at night 1 or 2 o'clock before falling asleep in a daze. Yesterday Li Huamao approached him and invited him out for a late-night snack and a drink. Li Huamao first tentatively asked Lu Zijiang if he had seen the whole thing. Lu Zijiang did not answer positively. Li Huamao did not continue to ask. Perhaps he already has an answer in mind, but began to give Lu Zijiang pie. Said that the current predicament is only temporary. Li Huamao sooner or later will rise again. And then bragged about how powerful his background. He clearly said that if Beima County cannot stay, he can go back to the provincial city. In the provincial city can certainly develop a prosperous. And asked Lu Zijiang is willing to follow him all the time. Li Huamao patted his chest to ensure that as long as Lu Zijiang is willing to follow him, will not treat Lu Zijiang. Li Huamao a mouthful of meat to eat, can definitely have Lu Zijiang a mouthful of soup, and opened a blank check, within a year to help Lu Zijiang to solve the deputy section. Within 3 years to solve the main section. The temptation of this blank check is very big. Lu Zijiang faltered. Almost a night cannot sleep. Today at work, the mind is still thinking about this matter. Whitehorse County Public Safety. A backbone of the investigation team knocked on the door with gusto and reported, Bureau Chief Chang, we've made a major discovery. Really? Zhang Gunmao's reaction was huge. Waving his hand, quickly tell me about it. What major discovery? As the Secretary of Public Security, but also the head of the investigation team, Zhang Gunmao's pressure is very great. Just now, Tang's secretary called over to ask about the progress, which makes Zhang Gunmao's heart is like a huge stone. Chapter 83. Lu Zijiang's choice. As soon as he heard that there was a major discovery, Zhang Zhenmao appeared to be very energized and immediately said, quickly tell me what has been discovered. This backbone reported, Bureau Zhang, according to your instructions, we sent people to repeatedly check the several surveillance cameras in the county party committee and county government compound, and found that at least 2 people should have witnessed the whole thing at the time of the incident. Zhang Zhenmao waved his hand and said, let's go. Let's take a look at the surveillance. The video from those surveillance cameras had been copied back, and several officers had been going over it again and again, which had led to such a significant discovery. Zhang Bureau, you see, this is Li Huamao, Deputy Secretary, from the office building walked out. Li Hai Director followed closely behind. The distance between the two is at most 20, 30 meters. It was clear on the surveillance as the two walked out of the office building one after the other. One could even tell that Li Huamao had a gloomy face, while Li Hai was the complete opposite. Smiling brightly and seemingly in a good mood, the two quickly walked out of the surveillance area, completely entering the blind zone, and then vaguely could hear some conversations. Not very clear, just could hear that it was Li Hai and Li Huamao's voice. Zhang Zhenmao inquired, what about the technical department? Can they handle it and restore the sound of the two of them conversing? The head of the technical department said, Bureau Chief Chang, the quality of the words is too poor. There are too many noises. We try our best. We can't always restore them clearly. Zhang Zhenmao instructed, go all out and try to restore the contents of the conversation between the two of them. After giving some instructions, Zhang Zhenmao continued to look down at the contents of the surveillance. Bureau Zhang, you see this is Lu Zijiang from the county party committee office. If he came out from within the office building at this point, the timing is very much in line with each other, and we deduced that he should have seen the whole process of what happened. The monitor is relatively clear. Lu Zijiang came out, and then a stunned expression, stood there for a full 1 or 2 minutes. Should be just in time to see what happened. This is still a really significant discovery. If Lu Zijiang really saw the whole thing, and if he was willing to come out and testify, then the matter would be cleared up. It will also be clear who is lying. Bureau Zhang. This is the surveillance from another camera. The girl who appeared inside the surveillance is called Yang Lu, a clerk from the county party committee's old cadre bureau. From her location, and the point in time, it is inferred that she also most likely saw the whole thing. Good. Great. The pressure in Zhang Gunmao's heart was much lighter. If there were really two witnesses, then things would be much better. The big office at the county office, Lu Zaijiang's heart was heavy with worry, and after dwelling on it for a long time, he finally clenched his teeth and made a decision in his heart. A moment later, Zhang Luan came in and said aloud, "Lu Zaijiang, come out for a moment." After Lu Zaijiang went out of the big office, he realized that there were a total of 3 police officers waiting for him outside, and he understood in his heart what was going on anyway. He had already made up his mind in his mind, so he didn't panic at all, and appeared to be calm, and had even thought of something to say. The lead policeman inquired, "You're Lu Zaijiang, right?" "Yes, I'm Yu J. Kong." After the identity was confirmed correctly, the lead policeman waved his hand and said, "Lu Zaijiang, please follow us to the county bureau. There are some things that need your cooperation." "Yes, no problem," Yu J. Kong replied. So he went to the county office with the 3 policemen and cooperated with the investigation, telling the policeman what he had already thought of to say. After the questioning was completed and the transcript was made, the lead policeman frowned slightly. "Lu Zaijiang, this is the transcript. Take a look at it and sign it if there are no problems." Lu Zaijiang looked at the transcript, and what he said is not at all different. A little hesitation, and finally signed this transcript. There is no turning back from the bow, he thought in his mind. "Secretary Hua Mao, I hope you can honor your promise to me. Don't ever lie to me." In the middle of the ward. Lihai finally cleared out. The vast majority of visitors had been stopped outside by the doctors and nurses. There was no way around it. There were really quite a lot of people coming to visit. There were some people that Lihai hadn't even dealt with before, and they also came over with fruit baskets, or nutritional products, without some control. Lihai don't want to rest and spend the whole day receiving these visiting people. It's finally clearing up. Lihai lying on the bed and Yishur chatting up a text message, for the time being did not tell Yishur that he was hospitalized. Otherwise, that girl will certainly be very worried. "Maybe we'll rush over from the provincial city." Yishur told Lihai that they had just finished the graduation ceremony this morning, and she had already gotten her graduation certificate and degree, and that in 2 or 3 days at most, she would come to Beima County with Tang Mushua. After chatting about text messages for a while, there was another commotion from outside the ward, and Lihai said in his heart, could it be that someone came to visit again, rather unexpectedly? It was Zhang Lian and Zhang Zhenmao who pushed the door in. Lihai smiled and said, "You guys came over again. I'm fine. A few more days of rest should be about right." Zhang Luan said, "It's good that it's fine, but we came over this time because we have a situation to talk to you about." "Oh, did something happen?" Lihai was slightly startled as Zhang Zhenmao said, "Director Lihai, we found out from the surveillance that Lu Zaijiang should have witnessed the whole process of what happened, and we also questioned him and made a statement." Lu Zaijiang said that he did witness the whole thing. However, what he said was different from what we expected. He said that he saw you insult Li Huamao first and hit him with your hands, and his story was basically the same as what Li Huamao said. This doggy coin. Lihai became angry all of a sudden. This dog coin had helped Zhao Liang frame himself many times before, and now he jumped out again. Originally he had planned to let him off the hook, and was not going to bother with him about the previous things, so it seems that he was too merciful. You let him go, but he has always remembered you. Every opportunity to harm you. This time actually reversed black and white. On the side of Li Huamao. Lihai said angrily, "Bureau Chief Chang, this kid is definitely lying. You can't trust him." Zhang Zhenmao nodded once. If he gives false testimony, it will be enough for him to drink a pot of water in the future. He shouldn't know that there is another eyewitness in addition to him. In addition, the technical department is also performing technical processing on the conversation between you and Li Huamao. Hopefully there will be results. Upon hearing this, Lihai's heart lightened and relaxed quite a bit as he inquired, "What about the other eyewitness? What did he say?" "The other witness is Yang Lu, a girl. She took the day off, and our men have gone to look for her." Only after speaking to Lihai about this and asking about Lihai's health with concern did Zhang Lian and Zhang Zhenmao leave. Lu Zaijiang in the county bureau said something, was quickly known by Li Huamao. After all, he once did the county party committee standing committee, secretary of the political and legal committee, and now also hangs the deputy secretary of the political and legal committee of the position in the county bureau. Or there are so many people. Want to understand? Lu Zaijiang said some things, and it is not a difficult thing. Good, good. Lu Zaijiang really didn't let me down. Li Huamao cheered up. Chapter 84. With Lu Zaijiang's testimony, the nature of the matter is completely different. Not that he hit Lihai, but he belongs to self-defense. At most, it is considered to be mutual assault, if the above to deal with, but also each hit 20 big boards, and then be hit a few boards. Li Huamao is not afraid. Anyway, has already carried the disciplinary action and was demoted. As long as Li Hai was disciplined he earned. If it's ruled self-defense, then he won't be responsible at all, and the board will hit Li Hai's head hard. Thinking this way, Li Huamao was much more relaxed and even had an idea to see how Li Hai was dealt with. At this time, Lu Zaijiang's phone also called. Secretary Huamao, I'm Lu Zaijiang. Xiao Lu, I already know about the matter. You did a good job. Secretary, what about my $100,000? Yesterday, Li Huamao took the initiative to find Lu Zaijiang, promised a lot of benefits, such as Lu Zaijiang's working relationship can be transferred to the provincial capital, within 1 year to solve the deputy section, within 3 years to solve the main section, etc. On top of that, Lu Zaijiang asked to add a clause that if he came forward to help Li Huamao make false testimony, he would have to add another $100,000. $100,000 in 2002. That's a lot of money. This shows Lu Zaijiang's greed. At this time, Lu Zaijiang's monthly salary income was only about $1,000. Now Li Huamao was in a good mood, and after praising him, he promised in one mouthful, Xiao Lu, $100,000 is a small matter. It will be credited to your account right away. Seeing that Li Huamao kept his promise, Lu Zaijiang didn't continue to babble on, and hung up after casually saying a few words of flattering and expressing his loyalty. Jana took the day off because yesterday when she left work she saw an amazing scene. First she saw Director Li Hai and Deputy Secretary Li Huamao greeting each other, very warmly, and she heard every word clearly. Unexpectedly, Li Huamao did not have a good face, and also got angry, and grabbed Director Li Hai's collar, and punched Director Li Hai's head heavily, being hit hard on the head. Director Li Hai immediately fainted and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, she was stunned and gradually felt fear, and in her mind, she thought that Deputy Secretary Li Huamao would not threaten her or kill her. Frightened, Yang Lu did not go to work today, but took leave to stay at home, and then felt unsafe, simply went to a friend's house again, which felt a little safer. Her friend is also in the system. The same non-leading cadres, also heard of Li Hai and the county party compound was knocked out. This matter. Lu, so what are you going to do? Yang Lu was still a little scared. Lan, do you think I'll be silenced? That's not so bad, right? It's a society of law and order now. Li Huamao can't be so lawless yet, so what do I do? Lu, I suspect that people from the Public Security Bureau might be looking for you to find out what's going on, and I suggest that you tell the truth, and be brave enough to tell them everything you saw. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Lu said, okay, I'll listen to you this time. In fact, I think Li Huamao has gone too far. How can he hit someone when others greet him warmly? It was about 11 o'clock in the morning when the county board finally approached. County Bureau of the People originally went directly to the Yang Lu home inside, but no one. Investigation to understand some only to know Yang Lu hiding in her friend's home. The county office came to the door. You're Yang Lu, right? Seeing the people from the county office, Yang Lu was a little slightly nervous and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm Yang Lu. After confirming that she was Yang Lu, the man from the county office said, Ms. Yang, we'd like to ask you to come back to the county office with us to find out certain things from you about a case. The attitude of the people from the county office was quite acceptable, and their tone was very calm. Even using the word please, Yang Lu's heart is not so nervous. With the County Bureau of the People back to the Whitehorse County Public Security Bureau, will she see one by one? Director's office. Zhang Zhenmao sat in the office chair smothered in smoke, a look of great pressure. Just a moment ago, Secretary Tang called again, asking about the progress of the investigation of the matter. As far as the current situation is concerned, Secretary Tang was very dissatisfied and lost his temper. And Zhang Zhenmao has sat in his office and smoked several cigarettes in a stifled manner. After finishing this one cigarette in his hand and twisting the cigarette in his hand hard to extinguish it, Zhang Zhenmao thought in his heart, hoping that the situation Yang Lu said was not the same as Lu Zaijiang. This time, a knock sounded outside the office door, and a backbone of the investigation team came in with gusto. Bureau Chief Chang. Major breakthrough. Zhang Gunmao's eyes lit up as he eagerly inquired, is it possible that Yang Lu has already told all that she saw? No, this backbone said. Bureau Chief Chang. Our technical department has lived up to its name and finally restored the conversation between Li Hai and Li Huamao in the middle of the surveillance, and it's still relatively clear. So listen to it. Zhang Zhenmao took this USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer, then opened an audio file among the USB flash drive, and the conversation between Li Hai and Li Huamao would ring out. Previously in the surveillance could only vaguely hear what seemed to be a conversation between the two of them. After the technical processing, the conversation had become clearer and Zhang Zhenmao could hear it clearly. After listening to it, The mood was so good that even his face eased quite a bit, although there was no picture. But through this conversation, he could basically surmise the situation at that time. Li Huamao and Lu Zijiang both obviously lied. The situation was basically the same as what Li Hai had said. If what Yang Lu said also basically matches this conversation, then everything will fall into place and can be reported to Secretary Tang. It didn't take long for another backbone to happily come over and report. Bureau Zhang. Yang Lu has already told us all about what she saw at the time. And what she said is basically the same as what Director Li Hai said. After receiving this transcript and looking at it, and looking at Yang Lu's signature, Zhang Zhenmao got up and personally drove to the County Party Committee compound, directly toward Tang Lihui's office. He'll have to report to Secretary Tang first thing? Just now, Lu Zijiang went out and went to the bank to check his balance. And the $100,000 promised by Li Huamao had arrived. $100,000. Lu Zijiang in a good mood, humming a little tune, happy back to the office, sitting in his position in mind how to spend this $100,000 is to buy a car or first go to buy a sweet. Thought for a long time, did not make up his mind, and even in his mind thought, when I should open the mouth to ask for 200,000, so that there is no need to be entangled. The caravan can be a step into place. Taking a look at the time, in another 10 minutes it will be time to get off work. Lu Zijiang said in his heart, after work go and eat a little bit of good food to celebrate. Only, before he could get off work, Zhang Luan came in with a few more police officers, pointing at Lu Zijiang and saying to these police cars, he is Lu Zijiang. There were a total of a dozen people in the large office, and everyone looked at Director Zhang, as well as these few police officers in surprise. There are some people who can already see that this time, the police officers don't look like they are inviting Lu Zijiang to the county office again, because every police officer is very cold and serious, lacking the kind of enthusiasm they had last time. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, the lead policeman waved his hand and said, take Lu Zijiang away. Chapter 85. Li Huamao was double dismissed. Two young male police officers forward, took out handcuffs, click while Lu Zijiang handcuffed, and then escorted him ready to go. The whole office was almost stunned. This is what is going on. The county bureau actually went directly to the county office to arrest people, and also handcuffed. There are some people speculate that Lu Zijiang may have a big problem. What are you doing? This is the county commissioner's office and I'm a state official. Lu Zijiang yells and attempts a last-ditch struggle. The county party committee standing committee. The director of the county party committee office, Wei Yuanwan, came in, looked cold, reprimanded. Lu Zijiang, what you did yourself is clear to yourself. Don't shout. Cooperate well with the public security organs. Don't disgrace yourself. At once, Lu Zijiang was like a dead fish whose bones had been drained away. What he did himself, his heart can be said to be clearer than ever. Not only to help Li Huamao to do false testimony, but also received $100,000 in favor of the fee. Amidst everyone's gazes, Lu Zijiang was escorted away, and the entire large office was silent until Wei Yuanwang and Zhang Lin left. There was no leader present, and the office was all of a sudden noisy, and everyone was talking about you and me. What's going on here? It looks like something big is going on. I guess mostly related to Li Huamao. Deputy Secretary hit Li Hai director. Lu Zijiang seems to go to the Public Security Bureau to say what happened in the first place. May have made false testimony. Lu Zijiang actually helped Li Huamao to make false testimony to frame Director Li Hai. My goodness. I don't know what he was thinking, but he actually helped Li Huamao. The truth of the matter should have already been investigated, or else the people from the county office wouldn't have come straight up to arrest them. Lu Zijiang was directly arrested. The news spread at once. Many people were quietly discussing. More people's hearts became curious what the truth of the matter really looks like. Li Huamao had been staying in his office, which was a small office with an area of a dozen or so square meters, and was completely incomparable to the luxurious large office of 40 or 50 square meters before. He was still in a good mood because the situation Lu Zijiang explained was very favorable to him, and it even occurred to him more than once in his mind that his kind of situation should be considered self-defense. If it really counted as self-defense, the board would have hit Li Hai hard, and perhaps Li Hai's political future would have come to an abrupt end, falling from heaven to hell. Only a phone call shattered his good mood completely. What? Lu Zijiang has been arrested, and Yang Lu was a witness to the whole thing. After receiving this call, Li Huamao's face clouded over, fidgeting anxiously in his small office. After a long time, he had to pick up the phone. Dad, I'm in trouble again. This time you must help me. County Clerk's Office. Tang Lihui made a report to Secretary Bai, reporting the truth of the matter to Secretary Bai. Public officials fighting in the County Party Committee compound. When informed of this matter, Bai Jiaxing heartfire is very big. Disgrace. Not only the face of the loss of White Horse County, but also lose his face by Jiaxing. If this matter spreads to the cities next door, or to the ears of the provincial leaders, people will only think that he by Jiaxing leadership is incompetent. and lead to such a scandal after listening to Tang Li Hui's report and knowing the real situation of the matter. By joshing on the spot in the middle of the phone instructed to deal with it quickly and seriously, the pace has to be fast. It can't be delayed. The quicker it is dealt with the better. And it is best if the matter can be quelled quickly. So, Tang Li Hui immediately convened a meeting of the County Party Committee Standing Committee to discuss the handling of this matter. First, Zhang Zhenmao introduced the whole story in the Standing Committee, and even played the restored conversation between Li Hai and Li Huamao in the Standing Committee. After listening to Zhang Gunmao's briefing, every member of the Standing Committee had a wonderful expression, and it was estimated that what Li Huamao had done had completely overturned everyone's three views. As a leading cadre, actually so impulsive, in the County Party Committee compound directly hit people, will be a secretary of the County Party Committee? The deputy director of the County Party Committee office directly knocked out on the ground. Standing committee members, you look at me, I look at you, one by one, shocked beyond words. The original truth of the matter is this way. Really a little out of everyone's expectations, only Shi Xingwen and Lu Zhicheng had their heads slightly lowered, their expressions a little serious. Originally, the two of them and Li Huamao ready to form a three-person alliance, and attempted to pull in the other standing committee. As a result, this plan is directly dead in the womb, has not yet begun. Li Huamao was demoted, and now it is even more out of such a big thing. Soon after, the standing committee took a decision, dismissed Li Huamao from his public office and expelled from the party. This is a double dismissal, which is the equivalent of a serious treatment decision. After the end of the standing committee, this processing decision quickly spread throughout the entire Beima County officialdom. In everyone's eyes, this person with a deep provincial background, less than a month's time, actually ended up in such a situation after being informed of the county standing committee's decision to deal with himself. Li Huamao all of a sudden paled. Originally just 30-something years old, all of a sudden aged 10 or so years. Looks like more than 40 years old. His father Li Wenjun received Li Huamao's distress call. Originally also wanted to use the relationship to run around a bit, before departing for Qinglin City, but also halfway on the way to hear about the decision to deal with the Whitehorse County. Li Wenjun sighed, as if he had also aged several years at once. Originally, he had high hopes for this son, poured a lot of energy, used a lot of relations, has been fully trained, which also let the 30-something years old Li Huamao sat on the County Party Committee, secretary of the Political and Legal Committee position. Never expected, actually one after another accident, and now is even double fired, completely cut off the political life. It is impossible to develop in the system again. County Center Hospital. Li Hai's ward has been very lively, after Li Huamao was double opened. Many of the original is still waiting to see the director, deputy director. Some leaders of the township have come to visit. One more than one enthusiastic. Director Li Hai, get some rest. Secretary Li, these are some local specialties from our township. You don't mind. Leader, when you're better, take a walk around our township sometime and have a look around. Li Hai sent off wave after wave of visitors, and even though the doctors and nurses said that Li Hai needed to rest, they couldn't stop them, and there were always a lot of people coming to visit. Li Hai sent away another wave of people who came to visit. They were the two deputy mayors of Mashur Township, and as early as yesterday, the mayor and secretary of Mashur Township had come to visit and sent a lot of local specialties. Shortly after sending this wave of people away, Li Hai's cell phone rang, and upon looking at the caller ID, a slight happy look appeared on the corners of his mouth. Because this call was made by Yishir. Chapter 86, high-profile greetings. Yishir called from the provincial capital. Hi, I'm coming to see you in Whitehorse County tomorrow. Surprise, Li Hai happily said. Too surprised. I've long wanted you to come over. Tomorrow I'll pick you up at the highway exit. No, I'll just come over directly. It's not like I'm not familiar with it, Yishir said. The two of them chatted a few sentences in the middle of the phone. Li Hai's heart moved and inquired. Sure. Is Sister Tang free? Help me ask. Hi, what are you looking for Sister Tang for? Li Hai Dao. Invite her to come along if she's free. We're in the midst of a major road transportation overhaul and enhancement throughout the county, and would like her to help us publicize it well in the provincial newspaper. Write a news story or something. So that's it. Yishir said. Then I'll ask for you. The two chatted for 20 or 30 minutes in the middle of the phone, and a few minutes after hanging up, Yishir texted over. Done. Tang Mushua has promised in one breath that tomorrow she and Yishir will come to Beima County together and interview the road transportation renovation and enhancement of Beima County, and help to write a press release to publicize this great event in the provincial newspaper. After reading the text message sent by Yishir, Li Hai said in his heart, originally planned to lie in the hospital for a few more days. But now that Li Huamao has been double expelled and his purpose has been achieved, there is no need to continue to lie down. Tomorrow morning will be discharged from the hospital. Ran and accompanied Yishir to play well in the Whitehorse County for a few days. A few days have not seen. Really miss this girl. After having this plan in mind, Li Hai made a call to Tang Li Hui. Li How is it? Is there anywhere else that is uncomfortable? You can rest for a few more days. You don't have to worry about things at work. As soon as the call was made, Tang Li Hui's voice came over first. Very concerned. Li Hai Dao. Leader, I am almost well enough to be ready to be discharged tomorrow morning, Tang Li Hui said. Discharged so quickly? No more recuperation for a few days, Li Hai reported. Leader, our entire county is working feverishly to renovate and improve road transportation. I contacted Tang reporter from the provincial newspaper, and she promised to come over tomorrow for an interview and help us write a news report to publicize it in the provincial newspaper. Really? That's great. Tang Li Hui was overjoyed in his heart. Even from the tone of his voice he could feel his joyful mood. Little Li, I am worried about this matter. Tang reporter can come over to solve the big problem. As a leader, I'm sure I'd like to see the county's affairs in the provincial newspaper. This is a provincial newspaper, up to the provincial leadership, down to the ordinary people, as long as the provincial newspaper to publicize. The whole province knows the Whitehorse County Road Transportation major renovation and enhancement. This is a big project and a big achievement that must be publicized. Tang Li Hui knows the importance of publicity. Instructed the county inside a few pencils have written some news reports, but basically only published in the Whitehorse Daily above. A few can only be on the Qinglin Daily.as for the provincial newspaper. That is a news report or not. The only one news report or the Provincial Department of Transportation through the relationship. Invited a reporter from the provincial newspaper to come over after the interview written in the past few days. Tang Li Hui has been thinking that it would be good if he could be in the provincial newspaper once again to report on the county's road transportation overhaul and enhancement. It didn't occur to me that Li Hai was so forceful that Tang Mushui would come over tomorrow. This is a big event for the whole county, but also a happy event. Tang Li Hui praised Li Hai, and then immediately held a special meeting to make arrangements for some things, such as reception work, arrangements for accompanying interviews and so on. The next day. Li Hai checked out of the hospital and then went to Tang Li Hui's place at the first opportunity. Boss, I'm out of the hospital and at your service. Tang Li Hui was delighted. Little Li, your focus for the next few days is to accompany little Tang. You don't have to worry about anything else. Reception specifications higher. Eat better. When the time comes, the invoice to me. I'll sign it personally. Make sure to satisfy Xiao Tang. Make Xiao Tang happy. Xiao Li, you have a heavy task. Until now, Tang Li Hui thought that Tang Mushui was Li Hai's girlfriend. With this layer of relationship in place, he was relieved to give the task to Li Hai, urging Li Hai to make sure he accompanied Tang Mushui well, and walked around in Whitehorse County to see and play. After giving an explanation, Tang Li Hui inquired, Little Li, where have reporter Tang and the girls arrived now? Li Hai Dao, I was in text contact with them 10 minutes ago, and it's been 2 hours since we left, and we're almost there in about 30 or 40 minutes. Aha! Nodding once, Tang Li Hui waved his hand and said, Go, inform all the county leaders to gather 10 minutes later, and we'll go to the highway exit together to greet reporter Tang. Li Hai followed Tang Li Hui's request and called one by one to notify the county leaders to gather. 10 minutes later, several small cars and a coaster left the county commission compound, forming a convoy to the highway exit. People who don't know also thought which big leader to visit. This battle is not General Big. This completely will Tang Mushui's super VIP reception. There are some county leaders slightly puzzled. Although Tang Mushui is a big reporter of the provincial newspaper, but there is no need to be so grand. Send the county party committee office to a few people to receive a reception. At most, by Wei Yuanwang personally appear on it. Now it is almost all the county leaders collectively, together to the highway exit parade to meet. This specification, at least as the city's main leaders can enjoy. Only Tang Li Hui knows that Tang Mushui is not only a big reporter of the provincial newspaper, but also the 1,000-year-old daughter of Tang Hongyu, the standing committee member of the provincial party committee and the minister of propaganda. With such a layer of status, it was totally worth it to do so. And anyway, Tang Li Hui felt that it had to be such a high specification to make it work. The convoy arrived at the exit of the highway. Everyone got off and formed a long line. Tang Li Hui led. Then the county governor Zhou Yuhua, deputy secretary of the county party committee Shi Xingwen and so on. Li Hai stood next to Tang Li Hui, which Tang Li Hui had specifically requested. Everyone stood back up, and Tang Li Hui inquired, Little Li, where did reporter Tang and the girls get to? Okay, I'll ask. Li Hai sent a text message to Yishur, since it should be Tang Mushui who was driving. Li Hai replied, Boss, in about 10 minutes or so, they'll get off the highway. Tang Li Hui nodded and said aloud, Comrades, reporter Tang personally came over for an interview. This is a big deal for our county. Everyone stand up straight. There are still 10 minutes before reporter Tang comes over. After saying that, he straightened his own collar, and after he felt that there was no problem, he stood straight and looked towards the direction of the highway exit. About 10 minutes or so, a red Toyota Land Cruiser drove over from the toll station. Li Hai had sharp eyes and reminded, Leader, that's reporter Tang's car. They're coming over. Tang Lihui nodded once, his gaze falling on this car as he watched it drive over. Obviously, Tang Mushue had already seen these people who greeted her as the car drove over and stopped in front of everyone. The car door opened and Tang Mushue stepped down. Tang Lihui took 2 steps forward and enthusiastically said, "Reporter Tang, welcome to our Whitehorse County once again." Chapter 87. Many people can't understand. Tang Lihui was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to take a few steps forward. Big Reporter Tang, welcome to Whitehorse County once again. Received by such a high specification reception, almost all the county leaders in Whitehorse County lined up to greet. Tang Mushue politely said, "Secretary Tang, your specifications are too high, too grand." Mushue wouldn't dare to be Tang Lihui said, I should. The two of them politely exchanged pleasantries. The red SUV came down with 2 more young girls. One of them was very pretty. Her face value was no less than Tang Mushue's, and even a little bit prettier. She was Yishur. And the other young girl was a trainee reporter following Tang Mushue. Seeing Yishur, Li Hai's eyes lit up. Yishur also saw Li Hai for the first time, and the two of them exchanged eye contact, both smiling slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many leaders, Li Hai would have definitely already gone up to greet Yishur. On such an occasion, the two of them just made eye contact and smiled. Everything was in this smile. Heartfelt understanding. Very tacit understanding. Seeing Tang Mushue's gaze fall on the two Yishur, she hurriedly introduced, "This is my friend Yishur, and this is trainee reporter Xiaofeng." Tang Lihui said, Welcome the two of you to our Whitehorse County as guests." Then, Tang Lihui introduced all the leaders who came to greet him. "Comrades, this is big reporter Tang Mushue from the provincial newspaper." County Governor Zhou Yuhua took the initiative to move forward and enthusiastically stretched out her right hand. "Welcome reporter Tang. The publicity and coverage of our county's road traffic overhaul and upgrading will trouble you." Compared to the enthusiasm and politeness of Tang Lihui and Zhou Yuhua, the deputy secretary of the county party committee, Shi Xingwen, was much more aloof, and even held a leadership stance. Simply greeting Tang Mushue Lu Shiqing is almost the same. Thinking of himself as the county organization minister, the provincial newspaper reporter, so what? He also held the frame. The attitude is also relatively cold. Tang Lihui first glanced at the two of them with dissatisfaction, and thought in his heart, these two guys don't know the real identity of reporter Tang, and they are actually still putting up a front in front of others. It's really funny. I wonder how the two of you would react if you knew that reporter Tang is the daughter of the provincial publicity minister. After everyone greeted Tang Mushue, Tang Lihui waved his hand and said, Let's go to the county committee's guest house." It was the main venue for official receptions. Knowing that Tang Mushue is coming, Tang Lihui not only held a special meeting to make arrangements for some work, but the county party committee's guest house was also prepared. Everyone gets in the car and prepares to head to the guest house. Tang Mushue was also ready to get into the car and beckoned, "Li Hai, you get into our car." Tang Lihui smiled and said, Yes. Xiaoli should get into reporter Tang's car. Go ahead." This was just what Li Hai wanted, and without excuses, he pulled open the door and sat in this red SUV. Seeing this scene, many people envied, especially those who were younger, and said in their hearts, Li Hai is really blessed with good fortune. The convoy departed. Shi Xingwen and Lu Shiqing rode in the same minivan, and the two of them chatted discontentedly in the car. "Secretary Shi, our secretary Lifui, which is singing, a provincial newspaper reporter only, need to be like this. This is completely self-degrading." This maneuver Shi Xingwen couldn't understand either. He speculated, maybe our secretary Tang was so eager to make an announcement for this political work of his that he grabbed people as VIPs like they were lifesavers. And that's understandable. Lu Shiqing said, treating a reporter as a VIP is really a strange story, and it's probably going to become a joke as well. Placing Tang Mushue in such an important position, with such a high-profile reception, many people besides Shi Xingwen and Lu Shiqing couldn't see it. County Governor Zhou Yuhua and County Propaganda Minister Lu Yan are both lesbians and usually walk faster, and today they both rode in the same car. Lu Yan said in disbelief, "Prefect Zhou, Secretary Tang is also paying too much attention this time." Zhou Yuhua thought for a moment and said, "Secretary Tang should have his reasons for doing this. We'll just do what we're asked to do." Lu Yan couldn't figure it out, but nodded anyway. A moment later, we arrived at the county party's guest house. It is now noontime. It is already mealtime. The guest house has prepared a sumptuous lunch. A large box, 2 large round tables. Tang Lihui warmly invited Tang Mushue 3 people to sit. In addition to Li Hai, this table is full of county party standing committee. Tang Lihui inquired, "Reporter Tang, drink a little something." Tang Mumu said, "Whatever, juice or drinks are fine." "Then have some juice, freshly squeezed, for beauty and skin care." Everyone didn't drink alcohol, or juice, or beverages, because none of Tang Mushue had asked for alcohol, and besides, Everyone had to work in the afternoon. Tang Lihui held his cup and said aloud, "Come on. Let's all stand up and raise our glasses to welcome reporter Tang." Everyone stood up with their cups. Shi Xingwen and Lu Xicheng looked at each other. They could only reluctantly stand up as well. As the secretary of the White Horse County, Tang Lihui raised his cup and made a passionate speech. And Zhou Yuhua, the county governor, also spoke a few words. Then, only then did everyone sit down to eat their food. After 3 rounds of dishes, Tang Lihui said, "Reporter Tang, have time to greet your father on my behalf." Originally, he wanted to say that he would pay a visit when he had time, but thinking that his rank was too low, he could only ask Tang Mushue to say hello on his behalf. Tang Mushue said, "Secretary Lifui, after I return to the provincial capital, I will definitely bring your greetings." "Okay, thanks then. I'll toast you again." Tang Lihui raised his glass again. Many people pondered. This seemed a little unusual. Could it be that Tang Mushue's father had an unusual identity? Zhou Yuhua then couldn't help but ask, "Reporter Tang, your father also works within the system, right?" Tang Mushue said, "Well, my dad is also in the system." Zhou Yuhua pursued, "Reporter Tang, is it convenient to reveal which department your father works in the provincial capital?" Tang Mushue said, "My father works in the provincial propaganda department." It turned out to be working in the propaganda department. No wonder Tang Mushue could become a big reporter for the provincial newspaper. Zhou Yuhua guessed that Tang Mushue's father's position should not be low. County propaganda minister Lu Yan also had a little surprise. The heart thought, the provincial party committee. The propaganda minister also surnamed Tang. Could it be that Tang Mushue and Minister Tang have any relationship? Jesus, it should be like this. Otherwise, Secretary Tang wouldn't have received Tang Mushue in such a high profile. Now, Lu Yan sort of understood. So, Lu Yan enthusiastically raised her cup. "Reporter Tang, welcome to our White Horse County. I'm Lu Yan from the county propaganda department. I'll teach you more in the future." Zhou Yuhua froze, a little bit unable to understand this operation of Lu Yan's. That's what's going on. How come Lu Yenya was suddenly so enthusiastic, so polite, and even put his posture so low? Chapter 88 Tang Mushue's identity. Zhou Yuhua was puzzled. Doubtfully, he glanced at Lu Yan. Then his gaze fell back on Tang Mushue, thinking in his heart that Secretary Li Hui had paid so much attention to reporter Tang, arranging such a high specification reception. And now Lu Yan was suddenly so enthusiastic about reporter Tang. What's going on here? No, something is definitely wrong. Provincial Party Committee Propaganda Department. Zhou Yuhua, although not propaganda mouth, but the Provincial Party Committee Propaganda Minister is Tang Hongyu, which she still knows. The same are surnamed Tang. Tang Mushue said that her father works in the Provincial Party Committee Propaganda Department. The answer came calling all at once. Zhou Yuhua was shocked, like opening the clouds to see the moon. Finally know what is going on. The original Tang secretary has long known Tang Mushue's family history. Know that this is the Propaganda Department Tang minister's daughter. So it is. After understanding this, Zhou Yuhua picked up her cup and also said very enthusiastically, "Reporter Tang, our White Horse County has good mountains and good water. Stay with us for a few more days and look around." After saying that, she and Tang Mushue gently clinked glasses. Those who can mix to the county leaders are basically human beings. And seeing that Tang Lihui, Lu Yan, and Zhou Yuhua are all like this, gradually, the other leaders feel different. There were some people who guessed that reporter Tang's father could be a big leader inside the province. And some people even also guessed that Tang Mushue's father should be the minister of the propaganda department of the provincial party committee. In this way, the number of people who took the initiative to give the cups increased. Saying some nice words and gently clinking their cups with Tang Mushue, Shi Xingwen and Lu Xicheng were filled with confusion, quietly exchanging glances, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. It was just that. With everyone enthusiastically taking the initiative to clink glasses with Tang Mushue and saying something nice, even ingratiating, the two of them couldn't sit still for a bit. Will they both continue to be aloof and sit still? Or will they do what everyone else does and say something nice with their cups as well? That's rather tangled after a long time. Shi Xingwen first a little bit cannot sit down, finally face with a false smile. In fact, inside is 100 reluctant, but also from the inside despise, even if the other party is a reporter of the provincial newspaper. So what? It's just that the situation is forced on everyone. And there's a little bit too much for him as the deputy county secretary not to enthusiastically serve the cup and say a few words. "Reporter Tang, everyone is right. Since you've come all the way here, stay in our White Horse County for a few more days. Walk around, take a look around, and help us publicize more in the provincial newspaper." Tang Mushue's expression was rather cold. She didn't even move, and she didn't have the intention of serving the cup. Usually, he also occasionally called and chatted with Li Hai, or sent a text message. And he knew that there were 3 people in White Horse County who were targeting Li Hai together. And this Shi Xingwen was one of them. Since you don't even treat Li Hai and maintain great hostility, there is no need for me to give you face. Besides, when she got off the bus at the highway intersection, Tang Mushua sensed the indifference of this Shishingwen. Tang Mushua just smiled faintly. Without the intention of serving the cup, embarrassed as he was, Shishingwen pretended to be enthusiastic and said a few more words to find himself a step before sitting back in his seat. As for Lu Shicheng, his reaction had been rather cold, especially when he saw that Tang Mushua and Li Hai were closer. His heart was very upset. The meal took about 30 or 40 minutes or so, mainly because there was no alcohol. Otherwise an hour or two of eating and drinking would have been possible, seeing that the food was almost ready. Tang Li Hui exhorted, "Little Li, in the next few days, the great reporter Tang will be handed over to you. Your next job is to accompany also the reporter Tang, to walk around and take a look." Many were envious beyond measure, especially those who guessed Tang Mushua's identity, thought in their hearts, "If it were me, it would be good. Take Tang Big Reporter for a good walk, take a look, draw close to the relationship, and in the future, if they can enter the eyes of Minister Tang, it would not be a smooth ride." It was just that Secretary Tang had said so, and the others were not in a position to steal Li Hai's errand, and could only look at Li Hai with envy. As for Li Hai, he promised readily with a single bite, "Don't worry, leader, I will definitely accompany Mu Shui and make her satisfied." After finishing the meal, Tang Li Hui got up to take his leave. "Reporter Tang, then I'll leave first. If there's anything you want to talk to Li Hai directly." Then, the county leaders left one by one. There are some guessed the identity of Tang Mushue leaders. Get up and leave before the special warm and polite Tang Mushue greetings, sending off a few county leaders. Li Hai waved his hand and said, "Go, I'll take you to your lodgings. For the next few days you'll all be staying at the county committee's guest house." Although the name of the county party committee guest house has a little dirt, from the outside it seems to look also its appearance, but inside the decoration is good, such as this dinner box decoration is very luxurious. The ground is also laying a thick carpet. The county party committee guest house has two small buildings, one in front and one at the back, surrounded by a fence. The small 3-story building in front is mainly used for meals, chess and other entertainment. Behind this building is a large garden, an area of several acres. There are lotus ponds, pavilions, and rockery. Through this large garden is a 5-story small building. The grade is at least 4-star hotel standards. The building is mainly for accommodation, with standard rooms as well as suites. Li Hai brought Tang Mushue, Yi Shi, and Xiaofeng reporter to the front of this building, entered the lobby on the first floor, took the elevator, and went to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is basically luxury suites and conference rooms. "Li Hai Dao, you guys will live here. One person a large suite, adjacent to each other in the same. Sister Tang, are you satisfied with the environment? And feel free to mention any requests to me. You are now an honored guest of our White Horse County." Tang Mushue smiled and said, "Li Hai, don't you ask what Shishir is asking for." Li Hai smiled and said, "Shirji is my girlfriend. She can speak to me privately if she has any requests. You're different. If you don't say anything now, Shirji and I will be in the room later." Yishir's face was slightly flushed, shy and incomparable. Gently pinched Li Hai. "Oops, what are you talking nonsense?" Tang Mushue laughed jovially. "You guys go into the room. It's been a long time. I get it. I won't bother you." After saying that, Tang Mushue gave another flavorful smile, gave Li Hai a look, and opened the door to enter her own suite. Yixia was thin-skinned and pouted. "Brother Hai, don't talk nonsense about such words in the future. It's a shame." Li Hai held Yishir's hand. "So did I say something wrong? Don't want me to enter the room. Too lazy to care about you." Yishir smiled and blanked Li Hai. Reporter Xiaofeng is considered resourceful. Seeing the situation, she quickly took the room card and opened her own room, flew in, and then flew to close the door. Li Hai opened the door, pulled Yishir's hand into the room, closed the door, gently hugged Yishir's A4 waist, his eyes full of tenderness. Sure, I miss you to death." Chapter 89, Someone's regretting it. Yixia also had a gentle face. "Hi, I miss you too." Looking at his delicate and incomparable girlfriend, Li Hai gently kissed her, and Yixia clumsily responded with very rusty movements. Li Hai was very skillful, and his hands were even more like installed navigation, appearing exactly where they should be. The mountain is too big to hold in one hand. At this moment, Li Hai knows that Yishir is someone he can't control single-handedly in his own life, and he also knows that if he has a child in the future, the money for milk powder can be saved. Don't. Feeling Li Hai's right hand trending downwards, Yishir pressed down and gasped, "Hi, brother Hai, I'm not ready yet." Li Hai was very compassionate and didn't forcefully explore downwards, gently holding Yishir's A4 waist and another long kiss before letting go. In the middle of the office, Zhou Yuhua and Lu Yan are chatting. Zhou Yuhua said, "Minister Lu, is reporter Tang Minister Tang's daughter-in-law?" Yan said, "I don't know about that. Don't hide it. You're from the propaganda department. You should know about Minister Tang's family, Governor Zhou. You think highly of me? I really don't know about this, but I've heard that Minister Tang has a daughter, and it's 80% that it's reporter Tang, Zhou Yuhua deduced. In that case, that reporter Tang is 80% Minister Tang's daughter-in-law. Our secretary Lifui should have known about this situation a long time ago. No wonder he attaches so much importance to such high reception specifications. Lu Yen completely agreed with this inference. Well, it should be. If it's just a reporter from the provincial newspaper, without an identity to add to it, Secretary Lifui wouldn't be like this. Such talk occurred among several county leaders. They had more or less guessed something, speculating that there was an 80 or 90% chance that Tang Mushue was Tang Hongyu's daughter-in-law. Office of the deputy county clerk, Shi Xingwen and Lu Xicheng were sitting on the sofa, also chatting about Tang Mushue. Secretary Xingwen, is reporter Tang really the daughter of the provincial party propaganda minister? Shi Xingwen sighed softly. It's very likely. I've already commissioned a friend in the provincial city to inquire about understanding. There should be news soon, Lu Xicheng worriedly said. If she really is Minister Tang's daughter, then will she have any thoughts about us? When they were greeted at the exit of the highway, the two of them were more cold, and they still held the stance of the county leaders. And when they ate lunch together just now, the situation was similar, and the two of them have also been more cold. Shi Xingwen is also more worried. Someone else is the daughter of the provincial party committee leader. Such a family background. Do not even need to go back to Minister Tang to complain, casually, and the main leader of Qinglin City to play a little report. That is enough to drink a pot of both of them. Regret. Had they known about Tang Mushue's background, the two of them definitely wouldn't have been so cold, but would have offered Tang Mushue up like an ancestor gradually. Shi Xingwen had a little hate for Tang Lihui. He knew that Tang Lihui must have known for a long time that Tang Mushue was Minister Tang's daughter. He just didn't tell them. A moment later, the phone rang. This is Shi Xingwen. A friend in the provincial city called. The phone once said, old classmates, I have inquired clearly. Tang Minister has only one only daughter, called Tang Mushue, working in the provincial newspaper, is a big reporter. After receiving this call, Shi Xingwen's entire body was bad, too much regret. If he had known Tang Mushue's background earlier and flattered him a little, the situation wouldn't have been at all like this. Perhaps it was because she had driven all the way for a few hours in the morning. Tang Mushue felt a little tired and took a good nap, woke up and went next door and knocked on the door. It was Li Hai who opened the door. Tang Mushue was slightly surprised, and after reacting, she said, sorry to interrupt. You guys continue. Li Hai knew that she misunderstood and quickly said, where are you thinking? Come in. I'm just taking a break here at noon. I didn't do anything. I understand. Tang Mushue said obviously. She had misunderstood, thinking that Li Hai and Yishir hadn't seen each other for a few days and couldn't help but do something in the room at noon. Why Yishir still didn't know that she was misunderstood. When she heard the commotion, she immediately trotted all the way over happily. Sister Tang, you're here. Come on in. Then I'm coming in. Tang Mushue inquired tentatively. Come in. You and I are still polite. Yishir invited. Only then did Tang Mushue enter the suite. There was no toilet paper on the floor as she had imagined, and the bed was neat and tidy. This look is only slightly assured. The thought in his mind, if Li Hai really will Luo Secretary's family of water tender cabbage to arch, Luo Secretary may be directly from the provincial capital with a knife to kill over. Shy, I'm getting ready to go to an interview this afternoon. Are you with me? Or, Yishir said, we're definitely together. Li Hai, aren't we? Li Hai Dao. Right. Since Sister Tang wants to go for an interview to see how the road transportation is being improved and upgraded inside our county, let's get going. I'll be your guide and show you around, Tang Mushue said. Alright then, let's get going. A while later the four of them set off together, driving Tang Mushue's red Toyota Land Cruiser, out of the county town and traveling towards the outside. Li Hai introduced, Sister Tang, this is one of the main roads out of the city. This section of the road is still in relatively good condition. A 4-lane concrete highway. A few kilometers further on it's not the same. The road narrows, from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road. The concrete highway turns into a gravel dirt road. Sure enough, after a few kilometers of driving, the road became in bad shape. Potholes, but you could see some construction machinery. Quite a few people repairing the road. Li Hai continued. We are going to fully widen this section of the road to 4 lanes and the road surface will be a high-standard tarmac. Tang Mushue listened attentively to Li Hai's introduction, looking at the road through the car's window glass. Her eyes would even linger on those repairing the road. Li Hai, how come a lot of these road builders look like farmers? They were originally farmers, and when they heard that the road was going to be repaired, they took the initiative to come over to help. People from all villages and towns, basically on a village-by-village basis, led by a village headman or team leader. who participated in the road repairs on a daily basis. It's amazing how aware people are. Tang Mushue brought it up and said, I'm going to go down and interview them. Is that okay? The SUV stopped at the side of the road. Everyone got out, and Tang Mushue walked over towards those who were repairing the road and started the interview. After a few interviews, she had gained a lot of information and was more confident about writing the press release next. But it wasn't enough. She needed to keep interviewing along the way, walking and stopping, see someone repairing the road, usually stop to ask a question. The car unconsciously left the county town of more than 20 kilometers. To a town. Chapter 90. A beautiful daughter-in-law meets her mother-in-law. This is the town of Linchue. A few kilometers away is Li Hai's rural hometown, where his parents live. Very coincidentally, today coincides with the town fair. If it is the morning, the place is even more lively. Waterlogged, both sides of the road are full of crowded vendors. It's now afternoon, and the situation is slightly worse than in the morning, but there are still a lot of people setting up stalls and hawking, and it's still quite lively having stayed in the big city for a long time. At first glance, no matter whether it's Yishur or Tang Mushue, they all feel very novel. Yishur even said, "Hi, let's find a place to park and go down for a stroll. How about it?" Li Hai nodded and said, "No problem. My mission today is to bring you out for a walk and a look in the side. A little bit of position to find a place to park." Li Hai holding Yishur's hand under the car. Tang Mushue looked, smiled and gently shook his head. As a single young woman, really cannot look at Li Hai and Yishur's intimate appearance, not pay attention to be fed a mouthful of dog food. Little Feng, we'll go this way. Not with them. Tang Mushue said. Intern reporter Xiao Feng and Tang Mushue together, in the town to stroll up, here to see, there to see, feel everywhere is full of freshness. See some interested in things will stop to ask a question, or by it. Li Hai grew up in Linchue town and was familiar with the fair, and while leading Yishur to wander around, he also introduced him like a guide. All the 10 miles and 8 villages are here for the fair, and there are many local specialties here, full of local flavor. Hi, this is a yellow peach, isn't it? It's huge, Li Hai introduced. Our Linchue township's yellow peaches are considered to be relatively few. Next door to the Green Mountain Township household seed yellow peaches, bigger than here, but also sweet, quality is also good. After another 1 or 20 days into the yellow peach harvest, Yishur was interested in the large yellow peaches. Boss, how to sell this? $2 a pound. Buy 10 pounds or more and count it as $1.08. This price is not expensive. This yellow peach looks very fresh, should be picked this morning. A watery, and big, a catty at most 2, 3 looks. Why Yishur picked 5, 6, more than 2 pounds. The boss counted $5. Not far from the side there is a tap. Li Hai went to these several yellow peaches all washed, carried in a plastic bag. This yellow peach doesn't need to be peeled. You can eat it directly after washing it. Try it. Yishur had long wanted to take a few bites, took one and ate it. Then her eyes became crescent bends. Wow, so much water. Fragrant and sweet, delicious. Brother Hai, you also have a taste. Yishur handed over the rhubarb peach in her hand. Li Hai bites a big mouthful. Or that flavor. Really delicious. Not only sweet and crispy, but also has a distinctive fragrance of yellow peaches. The two of them took a bite out of you and a bite out of me, and a large yellow peach was finished. Luckily, Tang Mushue wasn't here. Otherwise, she would have been fed another mouthful of dog food after a large yellow peach was finished. The two of them held hands intimately, and Yishur said, "Brother Hai, it seems like your hometown is Linchue County, and your home shouldn't be far from the town." Li Hai Dao, "It's not far, only a few kilometers. If you drive, you'll be there in a while. Why? Are you interested in visiting my house?" Yixia blushed slightly and was also a little nervous. Was the ugly daughter-in-law really going to meet her in-laws? While slightly nervous, there was a little bit of sweetness in her heart. The fact that Li Hai was able to bring her to meet her future in-laws was a recognition of her status. "Hi, is it okay if I come to the door like this?" "Why not? It's so okay. My parents are great to work with. No need to be nervous." Li Hai rode. "That's fine. I'd like to meet my uncle and aunt too." In fact, with the deepening of the relationship with Li Hai, Yishur has long had some psychological preparation, knowing that sooner or later we'll meet the future in-laws. This time to come to the White Horse County, and even made some preparations, especially the preparation of some gifts. "I just didn't think it would be so soon, and I was a little nervous about meeting my future in-laws on my first day in Whitehorse County. If things had been finalized, and Li Hai wanted to take Yishur back to meet his parents, so the two of them made some purchases in town, knowing that the family might not have prepared many big dishes. Li Hai bought pork, beef, and a leg of lamb, and grass carp, etc. A lot of meat dishes. The town wasn't that big, and it didn't take long to almost stroll through it. When Li Hai, Yishur and Tang Mushue met up, Tang Mushue carried a plastic bag, also bought a few yellow peaches, was walking while eating, Xiao Feng followed behind, helping to carry a few bags. That is, Tang Mushue bought some local specialties. She thought she should have bought a little bit more, but she didn't expect Li Hai's side to be even more exaggerated. With big bags. Li Hai. Sure Ji, you guys bought so many things. Li Hai Dao. Just a little bit of random shopping. Mainly a variety of meat dishes. Dinner at my house tonight. It's very close. Only a few highways away. Tang Mushue raised her hands in favor. Yes, I've long wanted to visit your home. It's just that I haven't prepared a gift yet. There's no need to prepare a gift. It's fine if the person goes. Li Haidao. Tang Mushue suddenly remembered something and jokingly said, Sure. This is the ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Are you nervous? Yishir smiled and gave her a blank look. Sister Tang, you're the ugly daughter-in-law. Yes. Our sure is the beautiful daughter-in-law. Tang Mushue laughed because she decided to go to Li Hai's house. Tang Mushue insisted on going to town to buy some things as a gift for the door. You can't go empty-handed on your first visit. The trunk of the SUV was stuffed full, and there were even 2 bottles of Mao Tai wine, 2 Chinese cigarettes, and a set of cosmetics, which Yishir had prepared before coming to White Horse County. She thought that she might go to meet Li Hai's parents, so she prepared these things in advance. From Li Hai's mouth was informed that Li's father likes to drink a little wine and usually smoke, so he prepared these cigarettes and wine. And for Li's mother, he picked this set of cosmetics. While in the town, Yishir bought quite a few more things and felt that it was almost time. The buggy set off and headed to Li Hai's house. This is a countryside gravel dirt road. Can barely accommodate 1 car? If there are 2 cars to meet, it is expected to be very laborious. Li Haidao. Sister Tang, you drive a little slower. The road condition is a little bit poor. This county road traffic major renovation and enhancement temporarily did not consider the village highway. Our road is also not in the plan. In the first phase, the main roads within the county, including the county to the townships, as well as connecting the roads between the townships, such as the transformation of the countryside road, is not on the agenda for the time being. Just after traveling 2 or 3 kilometers, something was a little off. Chapter 91, This brat. He's really something. Tang Mushue also noticed this wrongness. Li Hai, you lied to me. Just now the introduction was still saying that the first phase was only to renovate and upgrade the main roads in the county, as well as the roads connecting between townships, and did not consider village-to-village access for the time being. And now, not far ahead, there were quite a few people working on both sides of this country road, and there were even 2 excavators working there. Of this, Li Hai also felt puzzled. As one of the members of the county's road transportation improvement and quality team, he is very clear that this road in his village is not in the first phase of the plan. As the distance got closer, Li Hai saw many familiar faces, many of which were villagers of the village, and even saw the village head, Li Jinshui. Li Hai said aloud, Uncle Jinshui, why are you all here building roads? Li Jinshui saw Li Hai in the car and immediately came over with a happy face. Director Li, you're back. Li Hai Dao. Uncle Jinshui, you still call me Xiao Hai like before. Is this a road construction in our village? Li Jinshui nodded and said, don't you know about this? The above allocated money. This road in our village is going to be renovated and widened. It is planned to be repaired into a 2-lane asphalt road, and the widening of the roadbed is now starting. For every rural area, road repair is a big deal. The big guys have long been looking forward to a good repair of this road, but there has been no money. Can only walk every day on this pothole rotten dirt road? Not good. Sunny days covered with dust, rainy days covered with mud. Now it's good. The above allocated money. The village held a general meeting, organized the villagers to start repairing the road, one by one, full of energy, fervent. We all know that other villages have not allocated funds to build roads. Only their own village has this treatment. It must be because of Li Hai. Seeing Li Hai, many villagers came over and took the initiative to greet him warmly. Director Li is back. Director Li, everyone, thanks to your blessing, this road in our village can finally be repaired. A 2-lane high-standard tarmac road. I'm really looking forward to what it's going to look like when it's finished. The big guys were all incredibly happy, and their words were filled with a strong sense of gratitude towards Li Hai. Li Hai greeted everyone one by one, and even got off the car one by one and scattered cigarettes, and chatted a few sentences, before getting on the car and leaving. Li Hai explained, Sister Tang, it should be that the county is looking at me for my face, and that's why they allocated funds to widen and remodel this road. This is the superiority of power. If Li Hai is not the first secretary of the county party committee, not the deputy director of the county party office, just an ordinary clerk, who will allocate funds to repair the road? What a fart to eat it. Tang Mushue was very clear about what was going on in the system, and just laughed and didn't say anything. A few minutes later, the car entered the village and stopped in front of Li Hai's house. Hearing the commotion, Li Mother was the first one to come out and saw that it was a red SUV, not Li Hai's car, and was a little puzzled. However, She soon saw Li Hai getting out of the car and was pleasantly surprised. Son, why it's you, Li Hai Dao. Mom, I'm free today, so I stopped by to bring my girlfriend back to show you guys. After saying that, pulling open the car door, Li Hai enthusiastically said, Shurji, Sister Tang, Little Feng, everyone get off the car. This is my mom. Li's mother saw 3 young girls coming down from the car. 2 of them were very pretty, simply a bit prettier than the stars inside the movie, and their dresses were also very fashionable. At a glance, they knew that they were girls from the city. Taking a look at Yishur and then Tang Muxue, she liked both of them. I just don't know which one is my future daughter Li Hai held Yishur's hand and hurriedly introduced. Mom, this is Yishur, my girlfriend and your future daughter-in-law. Good, good. The daughter-in-law is really good-looking. Li's mother was happy and couldn't stop talking. Why Yishur blushed a little, but she was still quite generous. Auntie, hello, coming over to disturb you. Not to disturb, not to disturb. I can't wait to be happy that you've come over, Li Hai said happily. Li Hai introduced again. Mom, this is Shurji's good friend, Tang Muxue. Tang Muxue was generous, with the demeanor of a great lady. Hello auntie, I'm Tang Muxue, and I'm also Li Hai's friend. Good, good. Come sit inside the house. Mother Li warmly invited everyone. Took quite a few things down from the car. And Li Hai Dao. Mom, this is what Shurji bought for you and Dad. And this is what Sister Tang bought for you. Little Feng, help me carry the things inside. And also go sit in the house, as if it were your own home. Li Hai Dao, Mother Lu said. It's fine for you people to come over. What's the point of buying so many things? It's too much of a waste of money. Old man, come out quickly. Your daughter-in-law is here. Mother Li shouted towards the inside of the house. Li's father practically jogged all the way out and said loudly, which one is the daughter-in-law? Yishur greatly said, hello uncle, I'm Yishur, Li Hai's girlfriend. Li's father looked Yishur up and down, his eyes lit up, and in his heart, he said, this brat really has a few skills, and has found such a beautiful daughter-in-law for his old son. Quickly enter the house. Wife, make tea, Father Li exclaimed. Everyone went into the house and sat down. Li's mother brewed tea and brought it over, and brought some fruit snacks over, warmly entertaining. Sure. I heard Li Hai say that your parents are both leading cadres, right? Li mother inquired. Why Yishur replied, yes, both my parents work in the system. How many people are in your family and how many siblings do you have? Yishur said, Auntie, there are 5 people in our family. I have 2 brothers above me, and I'm the youngest in the family. Mother Li was not exempt from asking about Yishur's family. Li Hai reminded, Mom, if you keep asking like this Shurshur will be embarrassed. Go to the kitchen and take care of the dishes I bought back. We'll eat at home tonight. Mother Li laughed and gave Li Hai a blank look. Brat. People Shurshur didn't even say anything. Although his mouth was saying so, he was still happily preparing to go to the kitchen and take care of the meat dishes that Li Hai had bought back from the town first. Why Yishur saw this and said, Auntie, let me help you. No, Mother Li hurriedly said. Where can you get your hands on this kind of thing? Sit here properly. Having me alone is enough. Mother Li was now more and more satisfied with Yishur, where she would not let her do a single thing, and went to the kitchen happily by herself. After sitting down and having 2 mouthfuls of tea, chatting for a while, and eating a little bit, Li Hai saw that it was still far too early for dinner, and got up and said, Shai, do you want to look around and take a walk around the neighborhood? Yishur said, yes. Wow, I want to see the place where you grew up. Then, she got up with an apology and said, Uncle, then I'll walk around the neighborhood with Li Hai. Li's father was also 12 points satisfied with Yishur, and quickly said, yes, just take a walk around the neighborhood and come back for dinner before dark. For Tang Muxue, who grew up in the city, the countryside is full of novelty, and she has long been eager to take a look around the neighborhood. Tang Muxue said, Li Hai, I'll join you. I'll take a look around the neighborhood. Sure, Little Feng should come along too. Li Hai invited. The 4 of them went out the door and wandered around the neighborhood, led by Li Hai. Chapter 92. Li, you're still too young. Whether it was Yishur or Tang Muxue, what they saw was a very rustic picture. Why Yishur said, unfortunately, I didn't bring my drawing board, otherwise I really want to do a sketch of this scene. Brother Hai, I didn't expect the countryside to be so beautiful. What about Tang Muxue, taking Vaughn with her? She followed the 2, camera in hand, snapping pictures from time to time of the scenery she found beautiful. Li Hai, it's really you. Across the street came a young man carrying a hoe and leading a yellow cow. Li Hai Dao, Kongping, this is back from working in the field. Li Kongping glanced enviously at Yishur, then said, Li Hai, this is your girlfriend, right? That face value. It's unbelievable. Li Kongping first time to see such a beautiful girl. Incomparable envy. Li Hai, we are all young people, or elementary school classmates. How the difference is so big. I work at home as a farmer, while Li Hai is already a leading cadre. The key is that his girlfriend is still so beautiful. It is simply a winner in life. Li Haidao. Yeah, this is my girlfriend. Yi Xia graciously greeted. Hello. Li Camping got a little excited and said, hello, hello. For the first time in 25 years of living, a pretty girl took the initiative to greet him. At this instant, it seemed that the whole person was filled with spirit. Even the walking pace was much more powerful. Then, the eye saw Tang Mushue behind him again, and there was another burst of amazement. This girl is also very beautiful. Li Hai took Yishur and Tang Mushue inside the village, and soon, many people in the village knew that Li Hai had found a very beautiful girlfriend. The elders were happy for Li Hai, while the young people were all envious and thought in their hearts, if only I could find such a beautiful girlfriend. That would be great. It's a little bit impossible. You can only think about it so much in your mind. Evening, Motherly prepared a sumptuous dinner, a full dozen dishes. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, the largest dish was only stir-fried beef, cassoulet lamb, casserole stewed earth chicken and so on. But each dish was very well done. After the meal, we all sat and chatted a little before driving back to the county. Li Hai went back to his place after sending them to the county guest house. Tang Mushue and Yishur were in the same set of rooms, still chatting about today's events. Your mother-in-law's cooking skills are so good. The food she cooks is so delicious. In the future you'll be blessed. You'll be able to eat your mother-in-law's delicious meals every day. Also, Li Hai is really good. Look how popular he is inside the village. Yishur rode on top of Tang Mushue. The two of them were thrashing around on the bed. Tang Mushue, why do I feel that you have a little bit of a crush on Li Hai? No. Tang Mushue was mounted by Yishur and begged for forgiveness. I'm just interested in your mother-in-law's cooking. I'm not interested in your man. What do you call my man? It's hard to hear. It has to be punished. Yishur Xuan tickled Tang Mushue. Tang Mushue is a sensitive body, the most afraid of being tickled. This is not the case. The flower branch trembled, and repeatedly called for mercy. It was also fortunate that no one else was present. Otherwise, two big beauties were fighting in bed. Who could stand this? Tang Mushue. Yishi stayed in Beima County for 3 days and 2 nights, during which time they were mainly accompanied by Li Hai, who took them to run through several townships and watched and interviewed on the spot about the improvement of the road transportation improvement. In 3 days, Tang Mushue wrote 2 news reports. The first news report has been in the newspaper, graphic and text, a large part of the provincial newspaper above. As soon as this report came out, Tang Lihue read it from beginning to end with great interest, and also held a special meeting to organize everyone to study and learn a bit. The second press release has also been written, and Tang Mushue has already sent it back to the newspaper, and it is estimated that it will be in the paper in another 1 or 2 days. After staying for a total of 3 days, it was almost time. What should be interviewed was also interviewed. What should be reported was also reported. Tang Mushue was ready to leave. Tang Lihui with a group of leaders sent to the highway toll station, enthusiastically said, Tang reporter, this time hard work, I on behalf of more than 700,000 people in Beima County thank you. Welcome to come back next time. Tang Mushue said. Secretary Lihui is polite. This is just a small matter to me. One by one, the other leaders greeted Tang Mushue warmly, including Shi Xingwen and Lu Zhicheng. At first, when Tang Mushue came over, everyone also greeted here at the toll station, but at that time Shi Xingwen and Lu Zhicheng had an indifferent attitude, and still held the frame of the county leader. And now, the attitude has completely changed by 180 degrees, transforming into 2 licking dogs. That attitude is as bashful as it can be. Tang Mushue's attitude towards the two of them was rather cool, and it was clear that there was a strong opinion of the two of them in her heart. Finally leaving, not knowing how many more days it would take before they could see each other again, Yishur had a little bit of reluctance. This reluctance was almost written on his face. To be honest, Li Hai also has a little reluctant to give up. Here the leaders and too many. It is not convenient to say some of the private topics between lovers. Can only say, sure. To the provincial city to call me. I have time to come to the provincial city to see you. Well, be sure to come over and take a look. Yi Xie said with hope. Sure, Li Hai assured. Yishur stepped 3 back, which is reluctant to get on the red SUV. Sitting in the car also with Li Hai waved goodbye. A lot of people have seen this happen, and a lot of people wondered. Wasn't it rumored that reporter Tang was Li Hai's girlfriend? This situation, there's something wrong with it. There was no one happier than the two of them, Shi Xingwen and Lu Zhicheng, who quietly glanced at each other and then laughed heartily. Lu Zhicheng is more in the heart. Li Hai, put the provincial party propaganda minister's daughter do not want to go to find the girl next to it as a girlfriend. Is simply too good. If Li Hai is the future son-in-law of the provincial party committee's propaganda minister, Lu Zhicheng felt that he would have scruples, and was even prepared to directly concede to forget. And now what? Li Hai's girlfriend is actually not Tang Mu Shui. For him is simply too happy. Have to drink a few cups to celebrate before he can do so. Presumably. Sure, Xingwen's thoughts are similar. Tang Lihui also saw the scene just now. Couldn't help but gently shake his head and said in his heart, "Little Li, still too young. Young people don't know how important it is to have a strong backer within the system. And if Little Li can become Minister Tang's son-in-law, he will definitely be on a level playing field in the future. He is good. Let Minister Tang's beautiful daughter do not want." Alas, how to say it, Tang Lihui again a burst of regret. Such a good opportunity. Li Hai actually did not grasp it. He had always thought that Tang Muxue and Li Hai were dating, and he was stunned for a moment yesterday when someone reported to him that Li Hai's real girlfriend was Yishur, not Tang Muxue. Now it is completely solid. Li Hai's girlfriend is indeed Yishur. Although Yishur is very beautiful, but the Tang reporter is not bad. The key is that the person's father is the provincial party committee propaganda minister. Watching this red SUV enter the toll booth and then fade away, Tang Lihui shook his head again with regret. That's too bad. Li, it's really too young. Chapter 93, Leader. You have to keep my secret. Tang Lihui even thought in his mind that if he were to have such a good opportunity, then he would definitely take advantage of it. Even if there was the slightest hesitation, it would be disrespectful to the Minister of Propaganda of the Provincial Party Committee. Seeing that the red SUV has disappeared from sight, Tang Lihui only waved his hand and got on the car, and the fleet went back to the County Party Committee and County Government compound. Returning to his office, Tang Lihui sat on top of the office sofa chair, his mind still thinking about what had just happened. With his status as a person who had been there before, he could tell that there was light in reporter Tang's gaze as he looked at Li Hai, and in his heart, 80% of him like Li Hai as well. This looks like it. He thought of a possibility in his mind. Persuade Li Hai. Cannot in Tang reporter development. Now this girlfriend then find an excuse to break up. Forget. After this idea popped up, Tang Lihui picked up the phone on his desk. Little Li, come to my office. Li Hai immediately came over. Leader, you're looking for me. Sit down. Let's have a chat. Tang Lihui said. Li Hai sat down. There is a little bit of a slight puzzlement in his heart. Tang's secretary specifically looking for me to come over to prepare to talk about some of what it is about this county-wide road traffic transformation thing. Or Tang reporter's second report a little earlier in the newspaper thing. Other than these two things, there shouldn't be anything else. Li Hai sat down on the sofa and waited for his boss to speak. Tang Lihui pondered a little and spoke. Little Li, you and Yishur are talking about someone, aren't you? Li Hai was slightly stunned, not expecting Secretary Tang to open his mouth to inquire about this matter, and replied, yes, we are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Tang Lihui shook his head with a bit of regret. Little Li, I always thought that you and reporter Tang were talking about someone. You know, it's very important to have a strong background within the system, and I've always been happy for you. Alas, it's a pity. If you were with reporter Tang, how good it would be. Tang Lihui was again in a fit of regret. Li Hai Dao. Leader, although reporter Tang is not bad, I like Yishur. You're still too young, Tang Lihui said. If you and Tang Muxue are together, you can struggle for at least 20 years less in the system, and you may not even dare to think about the heights you can go to in the future. It's a pity, little Li. If it's possible, it's just my personal suggestion. You're just referring to it. Tang Lihui spoke cautiously. After all, this was breaking up people, not something honorable. I suggest you consider reporter Tang. Li Hai smiled. And now I understand that Secretary Tang is anxious for himself. After laughing, Li Hai Dao. Leader, thank you for your advice. I am not going to break up with Shitzi. The words of reporter Tang. We are just friends. She is also Shitzi's good friend. Tang Lihui had a little bit of nagging. His own words had been spoken very clearly. Could it be that Li Hai hadn't understood? Or that Yishur's family background was also not ordinary? But ever since he learned yesterday that Li Hai's girlfriend was Yishur, not Tang Muxue, he had considered this problem, and even went through all those provincial leaders in his mind. And there was no provincial leader with the surname Yi. Tang Lihui was puzzled and inquired. Li Hai, be honest with me. What is the family situation of Yishur's family? If it was just an ordinary family, or an ordinary leader, Tang Lihui would still persuade some more. Li Hai thought a little, then said with a straight face, Leader, I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret for me. In the officialdom, the necessary low-key or must. If you go around yelling is the future son-in-law of the Secretary Luo. If this is passed into the ears of the Secretary Luo, people will think how. Tang Lihui nodded and said, okay, I'll keep your secret. Li Hai Dao. Actually, Yishur's dad is our Secretary Luo, and she follows her mother's surname, so her surname is Yi, not Luo. Clerk Row. Tang Lihui was slightly startled and inquired, you're saying that Yishur's father is Luo Weiman, the secretary of our provincial party committee? He was a little taken aback. with a look of disbelief on his face. It's the secretary of the provincial party committee. This is even more bullish than the provincial propaganda minister. The first brother of the system in Jiangbei province. Li Hai nodded his head affirmatively. Yes, it's our secretary Luo Weiman. Yi Shi is Secretary Luo's daughter. Leader, you are the first to know about our county. You can keep it a secret for me. At once, Tang Lihui's face had a wonderful expression. The action is also very exaggerated. Brush stood up. Where there is a little bit of the appearance of the county party secretary, he was very exhilarated, and walked back and forth in the big office several times, saying one after another, good boy, great, too great. After walking for several round trips, Tang Lihui waved his hand and said, it's fine, you can leave now. After Li Hai left, Tang Lihui had still been immersed in that extreme exhilaration, almost wanting to laugh happily. Jesus Christ, thank you so much. My secretary is actually the future son-in-law of Secretary Luo. This is placed in the past. He did not even dare to think so. And now, actually fact, for a long time, Tang Lihui gradually calmed down. And in his heart, he also knew that as long as he protects Li Hai and brings Li Hai, Secretary Luo will look in the eyes. And if he can enter the eyes of Secretary Luo, then he will be developed. Yes, this must be kept a secret to be sure. I in the whole of Whitehorse County, there won't be a second person besides me who knows about this. Office of the Deputy County Clerk, Lu Zhiqing took the name of reporting work and once again sat here. The two closed the door and sat on the sofa and first chatted about a few personnel issues. And then, Lu Zhiqing's words turned and said happily, Secretary sure, Li Hai's girlfriend is actually not Tang Muxue, simply laughs me to death. This should be one of the most cheerful things he's done lately. And the more he thinks about it, the happier he gets. Shi Xingwen looked a bit more cautious and reminded, Yi Shi can be good friends with Tang Muxue, people are like people. Things are like things. Have you ever thought about the fact that Yi Shi's background is also very impressive? Lu Zhiqing said, I also thought about this, but also specially checked the leaders inside the province. There is no surname Yi. She cannot be the daughter of any provincial leader. That's right, Shi Xingwen is much more assured. Old Lu, that this Li Hai or really young, did not go through the poisonous beating of the system? Put the provincial party propaganda minister's daughter do not want to find such a girlfriend. This operation is very Li Hai. The two laughed out loud and had a great time. For the next 2 days, Li Hai had found that there were some people whispering about himself and Yi Shi, and there were also some people saying that he was too young, to which, Li Hai was pretending as if he didn't hear it, knowing that as long as he paid no attention to it, in a few days this gust of wind would pass. Tang Mushua's second report also finally appeared on top of the provincial newspaper. Still large and graphic, Tang Lihui was very happy, and specially convened a meeting to organize everyone to study and learn. A certain number of careful people found that Secretary Tang, as always, Li Hai is very important. And even this kind of importance is heavier than before, such as the governor Zhou Yuhua found this point. According to reason, Li Hai is not the future son-in-law of the provincial party committee propaganda minister. Tang's secretary. There is no need to be so valued Li Hai, and now it is even more valued. There is a little bit of this situation is not right. Several times she thought in her mind. Could it be that Secretary Tang was hiding something from them again? Chapter 94, things can't be hidden anymore in the end? Zhou Yuhua still didn't bother to question Tang Lihui, not even on the sidelines, because she knew that since Secretary Tang didn't say anything, there wouldn't be any results if she went to inquire. Understanding in her heart was all that was needed, and she was as warm and polite as ever to Li Hai. After everyone talked about Li Hai and Yi Shi for a few days, the gust of wind gradually passed, and Li Hai plunged into his work as usual. This weekend, Li Hai is going to make a trip to the provincial capital. In addition to meeting Yi Shi, he also had to meet He Fei. The World Cup had ended, and He Fei stayed on Hong Kong Island for a few more days, preparing to return to the mainland, where both sides agreed to meet in the provincial capital. This World Cup, Li Hai made a lot of money. His own passbook has 700,000 to 800,000. He Fei's side is even more, reaching a staggering 60 million. In 2002, more than 60 million is a huge fortune. Li Hai prudent and discreet. In addition to him and He Fei, there is no. Even to Zhang Lin, Hua Kai and others have not mentioned a word. With such a large sum of money, what to do next? Li Hai has also thought about it. That is, investment. Although the last life in prison for 20 years, but the future of housing prices will soar or no. In addition to Maotai wine shares will soar, as well as the future of the Bitcoin and so on, and even considered a share of the Double Horses Company, or the financing of some future companies and so on. Time flies by. Tomorrow is Friday. Li Hai plans to leave for the provincial capital the morning after tomorrow, and He Fei also has a flight the day after tomorrow. Provincial Office Number 1. Luo Weiman has just returned from the standing committee, and several important personnel adjustments were made in the meeting just now. with almost no resistance. He has been the secretary of the provincial party committee of Jiangbei province for 3 years, basically completely controlling the standing committee of the provincial party committee, and his prestige among the officials of Jiangbei province is unprecedented. He is also very capable in his own right, and the chances of him going further after this term are very high, or at least that's what a lot of people think. He had just returned to his office and sat down not more than a few minutes before his cell phone rang, and there were very few people who could call him directly on his private cell phone, basically calling his secretary's phone. The call was from his lover, Yi Xiaoping, Yi Shi's mom. Old Luo, your daughter is in love. You know, this thing? Luo Weiman really do not know. He is very busy. Basically 3-5 days to see Yi Shi once. Where do I know Yi Shi in love thing? I don't know. When was it? What was the boy's name? So a baby daughter. Luo Weiman has been when the jewel in the palm of his hand. At first heard someone arching their own cabbage. All of a sudden asked more. Yi Xiaoping said, I have investigated clearly. The boy is called Li Hai, 25 years old, graduated from the National Jiangchun University, and is now the secretary of the county party secretary of Beima County. After listening to these situations, Luo Weiman suddenly realized, no wonder Shi always run to White Horse County. The original is in love with Li Hai. Honey, what's your opinion? Yi Xiaoping wasn't a mean person, and had always been more open-minded. Lao Luo, I think it's still mainly based on my daughter's opinion, but as elders, we definitely need to help our daughter keep a watchful eye on her as well. Well, I completely agree, Luo Weiman said. Our daughter is too innocent, like a blank sheet of paper. It's necessary for us to keep an eye out for her, and if the boy is indeed too bad, then we can't let him be with our daughter. The couple chatted for a few minutes in the middle of the phone, and after hanging up, Luo Weiman picked up the phone and said, Xiao Liao, come over here. Liao Chunliang is in his 30s, the first secretary of the provincial party committee. He immediately pushed the door in. Leader, you called me. Luo Weiman gently nodded once and instructed, help me collect a copy of the information of Li Hai, the correspondent of the county party secretary of Beima County. I want to take a look at it. Like this. The provincial party secretary directly named the following. A person's information is very rare. Liao Chunliang had a burst of surprise, just calm character so that he did not show it, just immediately went to collect Li Hai's information. Afternoon. Li Hai accompanied Tang Lihui to finish a meeting and had just returned to his small office shortly after. When Yi Shi's phone call came. Yi Xia anxiously said, Brother Hai, miserable, things can't be hidden anymore. My mom knows about the two of us falling in love. Li Hai's reaction to be a little more calm, because it has long been mentally prepared, and People's Provincial Party Secretary's daughter of love, sooner or later will be known. Originally, it is not to deliberately conceal, but think the time is a little more mature. Find a suitable opportunity. He took Yi Shi full of sincerity. Personally go to see the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Shy. Don't rush. Don't panic. Now what is the attitude of your parents? This one would be very important. What Li Hai is most worried about and least expects to see is Yi Xia's mom and dad's strong opposition. After all, he is just a countryside boy. Yi Shi said, my parents are both relatively enlightened, but they don't have any explicit objections. But my dad might see you for a while. On top of being relieved, Li Hai was slightly nervous. Can you not be nervous when the provincial party secretary wants to see you? Not to mention that Li Hai is just a small deputy section level. That is, the province of those hall-level officers to meet the secretary Luo. It is estimated that they are more nervous at calming his inner tension. Li Hai Dao, Shiji, don't worry. Wait until I see Secretary Luo. Maybe our Secretary Luo agrees that the two of us should be together. I hope so. Yi Shi said. I'll go find my dad later and have a good chat with him. I'll try to get him to recognize you. Li Hai's heart was touched for a moment. Having such a good girlfriend was simply a blessing from a previous life. Shiki, it's been hard work. The two of them chatted in the middle of the phone for quite a while, and after ending the call, Li Hai calmly thought about it. This matter is reassuring that the Secretary Luo is more enlightened, and did not explicitly oppose themselves and Yi Shi together, but as a parent, surely will be for the daughter of the gatekeeper. That face-to-face meeting with the Secretary Luo. Pay attention to some of the what to say it. Li Hai was alone and quiet and thought a lot, predicting multiple scenarios of what he should say, and so on. By 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Shi's phone call came over, telling Li Hai that tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon, Secretary Luo would like to see Li Hai at the provincial party secretary's office. After hearing this news, Li Hai took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and walked into Tang Lihui's office. The original plan was to leave for the provincial capital on Saturday morning, but the plan could not catch up with the change. Tomorrow afternoon Secretary Luo will meet Li Hai, then tomorrow morning we'll have to leave. and you must take a leave of absence from tomorrow to be able to do so. Chapter 95, Meeting the Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. Tang Lihui has been very much valuing Li Hai ever since he knew that Li Hai was Secretary Luo's future son-in-law. And these days Tang Lihui is in a good mood, with the financial support of $200 million from the Provincial Department of Transportation, plus the allocation from Qinglin City, as well as the self-funding of Beima County. The county's major road transportation renovation and improvement is in full swing, with Tang Mushue and the provincial newspaper on the two news reports. A lot of leaders are aware of the road traffic in Whitehorse County to transform and improve the quality. Every now and then, Tang Lihui always receive praise from the higher leadership of the phone. Just now, Zhao Guochang of the Provincial Department of Transportation called, fully affirmed the achievements of the Whitehorse County, and revealed that in the near future he would come to a trip to Whitehorse County to see for himself. After receiving this call, Tang Lihui had almost always been immersed in joy, and had grown to appreciate Li Hai more and more. He knew that Li Hai had been instrumental in getting to this point. Seeing Li Hai come in, Tang Lihui said in a good mood, "Little Li, accompany me to walk down there again tomorrow and take a look at the transformation of several major highways." Li Hai had a bit of difficulty in saying, "Leader, it may not be possible. I want to take a leave of absence from tomorrow." If it were anyone else, Tang Lihui would have already sunk his face and expressed great dissatisfaction. The meaning of the county party secretary, who dares to go against it, said that tomorrow you want to go down there to take a walk. You turned out to say that you want to take a leave of absence. Li Hai was treated differently, and Tang Lihui didn't half get angry, but patiently inquired, "Little Li, is there something?" Li Hai Dao, "Leader, starting tomorrow, including Saturday and Sunday, I would like to take a leave of absence to go to the provincial city. There are some personal matters to be dealt with. In addition, Secretary Luo wants to see me tomorrow afternoon." "What? Called by Secretary Law? Then this is a heavenly matter that can't be delayed at all." Tang Lihui immediately waved his hand and said, "Then you go to the provincial city. Don't worry about this side of things. This kind of thing, surely all the way to the green light." And even Tang Lihui also wanted to ask, Luo secretary summoned because of what things, but still sensible to hold back. At the moment, he was a little envious into the system for more than 10 years, to achieve the position of county party secretary, but also did not get the provincial party secretary personally summoned. Not to mention the secretary of the provincial party committee, even other provincial leaders personally summoned, at most, and a certain, 2 provincial leaders shook hands only obtaining approval. Li Hai thanked, "Leader, then I will go to the provincial city first thing in the morning." "If you sighed." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Tang Lihui said, "I don't need to worry here. You go to the provincial city properly. By the way, I'll ask Xiao Lu to drive you there." Li Hai Dao, "That's not necessary. Lu stays. If you want to use a car it's also convenient. I have my own car. I'll drive there myself. Anyway, it's about 3 hours away." The number 1 car of the county party committee to send himself to the provincial capital is a little too high profile. What will the other people in Whitehorse County think? Li Hai feels that it is better to keep a low profile. Early Friday morning. Li Hai drove away from the Whitehorse County. About 3 hours out of the head arrived in the provincial city. To the door of the provincial party committee guest house, Yishir waited there early. Seeing Li Hai, she happily jogged all the way over and said with concern, "Brother Hai, after driving for this long, are you tired?" 3 hours is nothing. You have to trust my skills and physical strength," Li Hai said with a relaxed face. "Let's go. I'll take you in." Yi Xie took the initiative to hold Li Hai's hand. Provincial party committee guest house. Li Hai is really the first time to come. Can stay here. The system has a certain status and position of people. Yishir was familiar with the place and familiarly led Li Hai through the check-in procedures. "Hi, you can stay here for the next few days. Come on, let's go eat first." By this time, the time had also passed 11 o'clock, and instead of going outside, the two of them ordered a few dishes in the restaurant of the provincial party committee's guest house. It's cheap, out of your imagination, and the portions of the food are generous. And the flavor is no worse than what you'd find in a big hotel out there. The two talked for a long time while they ate. "Hi, I've talked to my dad and he has no objections to us being together. And he's probably looking for you for the purpose of being a gatekeeper for me." Hearing this, Li Hai assured a lot. Luo secretary does not oppose. That is a good thing. As for the words of the gatekeeper, I believe that I can successfully pass. After the meal, Li Hai took a good rest, nourished his spirit, and appeared at the provincial party committee compound at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. About half an hour earlier than the agreed time, Liao Chunliang received Li Hai. He even looked Li Hai up and down several times, and in his heart, he said, "This is the person that Secretary Luo wants to see. Too young, only. The young man is quite spirited, also sunny and handsome." "Just wait a minute. The secretary is busy." Li Hai had a humble face. "Thank you, Director Liao. Don't mind me. You get busy first. Li Hai waited in the lounge next to him, and around 3:30, Liao Chunliang came over and reminded Li Hai, Secretary Luo is calling you over. Li Hai stood up, straightened his clothes, adjusted his mood, and even quietly took a few deep breaths before following Liao Chunliang towards the door of the provincial party secretary's office. This time, from within the provincial party secretary's office, a man around 50 years old came out, and at a glance, it was clear that he was an official. The man also glanced at Li Hai, and even had a brief moment of surprise on his face, presumably because Li Hai was too young and made him feel a little surprised, feeling the gaze of the other party. Li Hai smiled a little and gently nodded, and the other party nodded in response. Walking to the door of the provincial party committee's office, Liao Chunliang gently knocked on the door, then said, "Go in yourself. Secretary Luo is inside." Li Hai gently pushed the door in and saw Luo Weiman for the first time. He looked to be in his early 50s, with a national face, a majestic face, and a powerful pressure that could be felt from a distance. Luo Weiman was reading a document, holding a pen and seemingly still approving it, and did not even look up at Li Hai. Li Hai tried to calm himself down a bit and walked over a few steps and stood there, waiting patiently for several minutes. Luo Weiman finally finished reading this document, put down the pen in his hand, and his eyes fell on Li Hai. In fact, he knew as soon as Li Hai came in, the corner of his eye looked at Li Hai several times, to see that the young man is not humble, without a little nervousness. His heart has been a few points of satisfaction, not to mention such a young man, even if the following those cities and counties a hand, or a hand of the various bureaus and departments, see their own are more or less a little nervous. Very few can be as calm as Li Hai. Luo Weiman's eyes looked over, then gestured. "You're Li Hai, right? Sit down. Let's have a chat." Li Hai sat down carefully, only halfway up his ass. "Leader told you to sit, which is also very delicate. If you are big and bold but completely sat down, then the leader will certainly belittle you a glance, but also to the leadership of the disrespect. It must be the face with respect and humility, and then sit half of the buttocks." Slightly nervous, this is how Li Hai sat down, and even said thankfully after sitting down, "Thank you, Secretary Luo." Chapter 96, Luo Weiman's favorability. Luo Weiman nodded slightly again and inquired, "Young man, I heard that you also graduated from the National Jiangqing University." Li Hai replied, "I graduated from the National Jiangqing University in 2000, and then entered the county office of Beima County, and now I'm the county secretary's correspondent and deputy director of the county office." Although he knew that Secretary Luo should have already read his profile, Li Hai knew that since he asked where he graduated from, he must have wanted to understand himself more deeply, so he gave a detailed introduction. After listening to Li Hai's introduction, Luo Weiman said, "I'm also a graduate of Zhang University, class of 69, and I'm considered your old senior." I didn't think that Secretary Luo was also a graduate of Zhang University. A hint of surprise passed through Li Hai's expression. Gradually, Luo Weiman was also amiable, and the majesty in his body faded a lot, asking about Li Hai's situation in school and his work. So chat is 10 minutes, and then, he turned the tables, a face of color. "I'm just Yishur, so a daughter. Usually baby very. Say as the pearl in the palm of the hand is also not the slightest bit too much. Young man, want to marry our family? Sure. Is not so simple." Li Hai also said aloud with a straight face, "Secretary Luo, in this life, I'm not marrying Shurji. We both love each other sincerely. I implore you to fulfill it." Luo Weiman said, "I am not opposed to you and Shurshur together, but as a father, I have the responsibility to Yi Shurshur to keep a good pass. This is also counted as a test for you. This way, now there are two choices. The first one into the Provincial Policy Research Office, a good 2 years of precipitation. The second choice is to go down to the grassroots, a good exercise. Do something, also for 2 years. The meaning is obvious. Give Li Hai 2 years. After 2 years, the performance makes Secretary Luo satisfied, then hold a wedding for him and Yishi. Li Hai thought about it a little bit, and preferred to go down to the grassroots, believing that it was more capable of doing something, because not only did he have 20 years of foresight more than others, but he also had a good sense system. Into the Policy Research Office of the Provincial Party Committee, surely will live a very comfortable life, but whether it can do something out, that is not certain. Secretary Luo, I choose to exercise at the grassroots level. This answer made Luo Weiman satisfied, nodded and said, "Then you should be ready to go down to the grassroots. But remember one thing, you can't fly my flag. You can't reveal your relationship with me." Li Hai Dao, "Don't worry, Secretary Luo, I will definitely do that." Luo Weiman waved his hand and said, "Then you go back first. The notice will soon be sent to your White Horse County." Secretary Luo, "I'll be going then." Li Hai took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Luo Weiman, and a line of green fonts appeared above Secretary Luo's head. Favorability, 40 with such a high favorability. It looks like his future father-in-law still recognizes him, as long as he does a good job in the next 2 years and makes some achievements. There is no problem in marrying Shai walking out of the provincial party committee compound. Lee Hai's mind also cannot help but think, the next to go down to the grassroots exercise. Luo's secretary will arrange for their own where to go. He is now only a deputy section. If he goes down to the grassroots, will he be raised to the next level to become a full section? But also think that this possibility is very small. If he goes down to the grassroots to exercise, most likely just a deputy township chief, or just a deputy township chief. And no matter what, for the sake of Yishur, for the sake of future happiness, even if it is only a deputy township chief, then we should do a good job for 2 years, and try to make some achievements then. Lee Hai remembered his performance in front of Secretary Luo just now and smiled slightly. If the full score is 100 points, he should be able to score 85 points. Lee Hai stayed in the provincial capital for 3 days and drove back to Baima County until Sunday afternoon. I met Hefei, who had returned from Hong Kong Island. On Saturday. Hefei is very excited. Everything in detail and Lee Hai about his trip to Hong Kong Island, such as what he did, who he met. The key is to report in detail to Lee Hai a total of how much money earned. The exact number is 67.51 million. In 2002, that was a lot of money. When Lee Hai shook hands with Hefei, he was also surprised to find that Hefei's favorability towards himself was actually as high as 92 points. It should be Lee Hai's accurate bets time and time again, almost always guessing the score of the match, or at least the win or loss of the match, which gradually made Hefei completely convinced, and his goodwill kept rising with such a high favorability. He is basically a die-hard loyalist, basically impossible to betray, and anything can be safely handed over to him. Earned so much money. Lee Hai said to give Hefei 5 million in compensation, but Hefei insisted that too much. Before and after less than a month, he helped run an errand only. Even the principal has not been a point. Insisted that the most as long as 500,000 yuan less than a month. Earn 500,000. Hefei feels that has been very satisfied. But Lee Hai feels a little less. Lee Hai also asked Hefei about the house prices in Deep Sea City at this time. Deep Sea City is the bridgehead of reform and opening up. The future development potential is huge. Some of the good sections of the house prices will be as high as more than 100,000 a square foot. In the next phase, Lee Hai is going to invest mainly in real estate and then buy shares of Maotai as appropriate. Hefei told Lee Hai that the house price in Deep Sea City is about 2,000 now, and he also helped to solve the household registration in Deep Sea City. If he bought a house, each flat party is only about 2,000, compared to more than 100,000 after a decade or so. It is simply the price of cabbage, can rise dozens of times. What investment is more cost-effective than this? Lee Hai asked Hefei in the next period of time resident in Deep Sea City. His task is only two. One is to select a good location, a good property, buy a large number of properties one after another. This more than 60 million, at least 2/3 out of the investment property. The second task is to take more than 20 million out to start buying shares of Maotai Wine. Maotai Wine in 2002 each share is only $40 a share. In fact, the lowest time is 2003. But Lee Hai does not know exactly when the lowest. In order to be on the safe side, now start to buy, and then hold for a long time. Do not continue to wait for it. Maotai Wine shares in 2001 issue price is 31.39 yuan. August 28, 2001 listing closing price of 36.86 yuan. September 23, 2003 bottomed out 20.71 yuan after all the way up, and never looked back. The highest ever reached 2,500 yuan a share. As a long-term investment, this time to buy Maotai Wine shares is also a very good choice. The hand to stay a million or so can be, although he didn't understand these operations of Lee Hai, why he had to buy so many properties and also buy so many stocks. Hefei had become very worshipful of Lee Hai, and he would do whatever Hai said. Hefei only stayed in the provincial capital for 1 day, and then bought a plane ticket to the city of Deep Sea. Lee Hai told him that the 500,000 yuan of remuneration is also best to buy 1 or 2 suites in the city of Deep Sea, but also to buy a little Maotai Wine stock. After sending off Hefei, Lee Hai has basically been staying with Yishur, and the two of them are getting deeper and deeper, and they also know that these 2 days are very precious, and it won't be long before Lee Hai has to go down to work out, and the two of them have to start their long-distance relationship again. Chapter 97 reporting on Monday. Lee Haiban talked to Tang Lihui about his business. Leader, I may have to transfer. Tang Lihui stunned. His secretary to transfer. He, the county party secretary, actually did not know. Then suddenly, this is the future son-in-law of Secretary Luo. They do not know is very normal. Lee, when are you leaving? Lee Hai Dao. It should be soon. In the next few days. Transferred so suddenly. Tang Lihui really have a little reluctance. Pondered for a moment, concerned about, asked. Lee, Luo secretary will transfer you to where to work. Lee Hai replied. Go to one of the townships down there for some exercise. It's kind of a good thing to go down to the townships for exercise. If it is a certain township below Whitehorse County, then it is good. One can still take care of it appropriately and escort Lee Hi's development. Tang Lihui continued to inquire. Which township to go to? Is it set? Not yet. We won't know until the transfer order. After chatting for a few minutes and seeing Lee Hi leave, Tang Lihui also pondered. After Lee Hi transferred, he had to look for a new secretary. Who to choose? Li Hi's transfer order came quickly. On Tuesday morning, the transfer order from the organization department of the Provincial Party Committee was sent directly to Qinglin City, and then sent by the organization department of Qinglin Municipal Committee to Beima County. Lu Shiqing is the Minister of Organization Department of Beima County. He was the first to see this transfer order, and at that time, his heart was shocked for a while. Surprisingly, the transfer order was directly issued by the organization department of the Provincial Party Committee, and it was the first time that he had encountered such a situation after so many years of doing organizational work. The content of the transfer order is very simple. Transfer Lee Hi's organizational relations to the organization department of the Provincial Party Committee, exempt from the existing position. Another appointment. The content is simple, but contains an unusual message. Lu Shiqing was startled, and then the first time he went to the deputy secretary of the county party committee, Shi Xingwen, taking this transfer order. Shi Xingwen looked at a long time, before solemnly saying, "Old Lu, the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department directly under the transfer order. This thing penetrates not simple," indicating that Lee Hi background through the sky. Fortunately he is going. Lu Shiqing also understood this and nodded. Yes, fortunately Lee Hi is going to be transferred. If he continues to stay in our Whitehorse County, it won't be good for you or me. The two talked for a long time, and both felt that at this time, there was no need to offend Lee Hi, and from now on, the mountains were high, and the wells did not offend the river water, and word spread all at once. Throughout this day, Lee Hi's cell phone had been ringing non-stop. All of them were some congratulations, or calls to say goodbye to Lee Hi. Tang Lihui personally hosted a banquet to send off Lee Hi. The county party leaders almost all attended. Even Shi Xingwen and Lu Shiqing were no exception. The two rare enthusiasm to Lee Hi toasted. Time is very hasty. Lee Hi originally wanted to privately invite a few good relations to have a drink together, such as Zhang Lin, Hua Kai, Zhang Zhenmao and them, but there is no time. The next day, that is, Wednesday morning, left Beima County first. He reported to the Provincial Party Committee's organization department and got his organizational appointment. To Lee Hi's surprise, he was promoted from the deputy section to the main section, the position of party secretary of Huashi Town, Sanjiang County. All of a sudden he became town clerk. A handful. It seems that his future father-in-law is still good to himself, and took this opportunity to promote a hand, and not his expected vice mayor or something like that. Just, the burden on his shoulders was heavy all of a sudden. Lee Hi felt a heavy responsibility. To manage and develop Huashi Town well is not a simple thing. Sanjiang County is a national poverty-stricken county, located in the western mountainous area of Jianbei Province, with closed transportation and backward economic development. Although I've never been to Flowerstone, I can imagine that the development there should be very backward. There is a long way to go. Li Hi only stayed in the provincial city for one night, went to the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department, and also met Yi Shi, and the two of them said a lot of words. Yi Xia reluctant to give up. Lee Hi even red eyes when he left. She knows that Sanjiang County is a poor county. The conditions are difficult, and she is worried that Lee Hi will suffer there. Li Hi comforted. Sure. Trust me. I'm fine. It's nothing for a boy to suffer a little. Yi Shi hugged Lee Hi tightly. Brother Hi, I'll come over to see you when I have time, and I'll call you every day. Aha. Lee Hi hugged Yi Xia and gave her a kiss on her forehead, because it is only a section-level cadres. The Provincial Party Committee Organization Department is not possible to send people to send Lee Hi to his post. He needs to go to Sanjiang County to report. Three Rivers County Organization Department. Organization Minister Tang Zhengping sat in his office chair with his eyes closed, and on his desk was a copy of the personnel appointments forwarded from the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department through the Municipal Party Committee Organization Department. Empty. More than half a month of the Flowerstone Town Secretary candidate finally settled. From above directly parachuted a secretary. And still very young. Only Kansan 25 years old. Tang Zhengping knows that the background of this young man should not be simple. Curious to inquire about some. There is no gain. At least no one in the city knows Lee Hi's background relationship. He guessed that Lee Hi's relationship should be in the province. While thinking about these things, a knock sounded outside the office, and the head of Cadre Section 1 reported. Minister Tang, Comrade Lee Hi has arrived. Is the speed so fast? Tang Zhengping quickly said. You bring him here. I want to represent the organization and talk to him first. Lee Hi came over quickly. Tang Zhengping was once again stunned. This is too young. It looks like a freshly graduated college student. Stunned, Tang Zhengping with a straight face on behalf of the organization and Li Hai talked for about 10 minutes, and then said that 3 days later to send Li Hai to his office originally. The time of assuming office was scheduled to be 3 days later, but I didn't expect Li Hai to come over so quickly, and he came over to report for duty today. Comrade Li Hai, you can stay at our county committee's guest house and familiarize yourself with our Sanjiang County first, and the day after tomorrow, I'll personally send you on your way. Li Hai hastened to express his gratitude. The county party committee organization minister personally sent himself to the office. That is very facetious. The specifications are very high. Usually send a deputy minister can be, after expressing his gratitude. Li Hai brought up the fact that before he took office, he wanted to go to Flowerstone Town to take a walk and have a look around. Tang Zhengping knows that this is to understand the situation of Huasher Town in advance, nodded and agreed. Just urged not to delay the day after tomorrow to take office on it. After coming out of the Ministry of Organization, Li Hai went to meet the county party secretary of Sanjiang County. The county governor of the two are formal and formal, almost completely formulaic. After meeting the county party secretary and the governor, Li Hai carried a bag on his back and boarded the shuttle bus bound for Huasher Town, worthy of being a national poverty-stricken county. The roads in the entire county were rather shabby, and after leaving the county, the road condition was even more exaggerated. And this Chinese bus staggered on the road as if it was a drunken drunkard. The car was also crowded, filled with all kinds of smells, and had a variety of things on board, including baskets, woven bags, chicken coops, hose and flatbreads, and so on. Fortunately, Li Hai's luck was not bad. Looking for a seat by the window, next to Li Hai next to a young girl, wearing a white shirt, jeans, looks a little like the system staff. Chapter 98. Han Yun. Li Hai's gaze fell on the information in the girl's hand. I can see that the girl should be a clerk in Flowerstone Township, taking a bus to the county to do some work, and now taking a bus back to Flowerstone Township. The girl had also quietly sized up Li Hai several times. Li Hai was sunny and handsome. His whole body seemed to be permeated with a great attraction. The girl felt drunk and a heart thumping. This highway leading from the county to Flowerstone Township was really bad. Just a potholed dirt road, with at most some gravel paved in some places. The car rocked, and the two of them couldn't help but have some physical contact. Li Hai apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The car just passed a big pit. The people inside the carriages are shaking a lot, because of inertia. Li Hai's arm touched someone else's girl's chest. The girl blushed slightly and whispered, "It's okay." After saying that, her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. Li Hai felt that there was something wrong with the girl, because there was physical contact, and even more so, he could see the good sense floating out of the girl's head. When I first got in the car, the girl's favorability rating for herself was 5. Then it went to 10 and kept increasing, a few times faster, and now it was at a high of 4.5. This trend, before even sitting in Flowerstone, the girl's favorability towards herself would reach the height of 50 or even 60. For the opposite sex, a favorability rating of 50 indicates a little liking already, and by 60 it's a clear crush, the very likable kind. Could it be that this girl fell in love with herself at first sight? Li Hai thought so in his mind only. At this time the car stopped. Up 3 young people interrupted Li Hai's thoughts. These 3 people look like the kind of flowing kind. Some people have tattoos on their arms. After taking a look, Li Hai didn't put it in his mind and continued to look out the window, surveying this national poverty-stricken county. Compared with White Horse County, the conditions here are obviously worse, harder and more backward. Even next to the 2 sides of the highway, many houses are more dilapidated. Sometimes, Li Hai's afterglow would see the 3 young men, who were clearly separated after they got on the bus, one in the door position and the other 2 squeezing around inside the bus, and Li Hai realized that they were pickpockets. Picking up things. One person had reached the girl and had already pulled the girl's bag open, one hand reaching in. Li Hai just couldn't look at it anymore and coughed gently in an attempt to remind the girl. The girl didn't notice anything in the slightest, but it was the money-picking punk who glared at Li Hai, viciously, with a very obvious warning. Li Hai, this is not comfortable. You pickpocket money, there is a reason. Actually use the eyes to warn me. I am not intimidated. Li Hai simply nudged the girl with his arm and reminded. He stole from you and your bag was pulled apart. The girl then reacted, and hastily looked. The bag was really pulled open, and hastily held the bag, and had a little bit of fear to look at the pickpocket. The pickpocket warned, "Kid, you've got some balls to badger me." He cursed and pushed his way toward the front, but didn't yell at the driver to get out of the car. Bold enough to do so? No, a little emboldened, I should say. The car staggered and traveled for another 20 or 30 minutes before arriving at Huasher Town, and the 3 young men never got out of the car, presumably because they had already set their sights on Li Hai. Seeing Li Hai get up and prepare to get off, those 3 exchanged glances and even whispered a few words before getting off early. The girl warned, "You'll have to be careful. They'll probably be looking for you to make a move," Li Hai said confidently. "Fear not." In broad daylight, What can they do? Don't worry, Li Hai got out of the car, saw the girl get out as well, and inquired, "You're getting off here as well?" The girl took the initiative and stretched out her right hand. "Get to know me. My name is Han Yun. I work at the town hall. And you?" Li Hai shook her hand and introduced himself. "My name is Li Hai. I came over to have a casual look around. Sort of a tourist." "A single tourist? It's still a bit strange." Han Yun slightly stunned, but did not continue to ask, but said, "This is my phone number. If there is anything you can call me." She shoved the long written phone number to Li Hai, then blushed and shyly ran all the way towards the town hall. Li Hai smiled faintly and put the phone number into his pocket. Just now he saw the favorability of Han Yun's head again. It had increased again, to 50 points. Retracting his gaze, Li Hai surveyed his surroundings. It's a small plaza, and this highway runs through the middle of it, bisecting it. With the imposing town hall on one side, the building was indeed rather grandly repaired, and although it was not very large in scale and only had 3 floors, the grade did not seem to be low. It had not occurred to me that a township below a national poverty-stricken county could actually build such a beautiful office building. The other side is stores, restaurants and so on. The most is a variety of cattle seating city. Decorated are not bad. 2-story, 3-story have, and looks than the county's restaurants are not bad. A little farther away, a lot of beef sellers, a little bit like a wholesale beef market. Look at the size of this. At least 10 or 8 heads of beef are sold every day. Li Hai, alone, walked up here aimlessly, familiarizing himself with the situation, but soon also discovered that the 3 young men had quietly followed him. Do they have the guts to be so bold here, so lively? So many people. Murphy dared to do it here. Not far away from the opposite side is the town hall of Huasher Town. Although I did not see the police station, it is estimated that it is not far away. Sure enough, they have a lot of guts. Soon following over, they surrounded Li Hai. The leading pickpocket said, "Kid, let's see where you're going to run. Actually dare to spoil our business. We must give you a little color." The surrounding people saw that something was wrong and avoided it. With Li Hai as the center, there were almost no people within a 10-meter radius, creating a temporary vacuum. Obviously, most of the people here recognized these 3 pickpockets, and there was a bit of talk about how far away they were hiding. Seeing this, Li Hai said in his heart, "This Huasher Town, the law and order is a little bit poor. In broad daylight, actually can happen such a thing. They actually dare to do it in front of so many people." Li Hai looked at them lightly. "There are so many people here. Aren't you worried about the police coming over?" One of the pickpockets was emboldened to say, "Oh, kid, you don't know, do you? The director of the police station, Yang, is our buddy. Good guy. A gangster and the chief of the police station called brother and brother. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. In front of so many people also dared to make a move." The lead gangster was not so retarded and reprimanded. "Monkey, what nonsense are you talking about? You definitely can't spread this kind of thing around. This monkey punk is stupid." Luckily the lead punk is still a little bit smart. "Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. Teach him a lesson and let him grow a little. We have to go to Boss Shin's place later." Chapter 99, Private Visits. The lead punk waved his hand. "Brothers, just poke 2 holes in him. Go." All 3 of them pulled out daggers and stabbed towards Li Hai. The people next to them backed up a few more meters. Some of them scared to death for fear of being caught in the waves themselves. Instead of backing away, one young man took a few steps forward and said loudly, "Brother, do you need help?" Li Hai replied, "It's just a few little yakuza. I can handle it, not to mention 3, even if it was 10 or 8. Li Hai wasn't afraid at all of the leading punk's dagger stabbed over, as if in slow motion in Li Hai's eyes. Li Hai shot out like electricity, grabbed the wrist of the leading gangster and slightly exerted force. The leading gangsters screamed miserably. Then the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Li Hai kicked the other person with a side kick, sending him toppling to the ground and rolling several meters away. The remaining gangster saw this, froze, a little hesitant. Li Hai seized the opportunity. A fist swung out. Bang! A muffled sound hit the body of the gangster. He exaggeratedly flew out a few meters away, and fell heavily on the ground. There were some bold ones all around, and they screamed. Obviously, a lot of people cognizant of these 3 punks, presumably usually received some bullying, to see them being cleaned up, one by one, from the heart of the joy, loud shouts of cheering. This time, the young man just now came over, took out a pair of silver bracelets, and with a click, cuffed the wrist of a gangster, and then pulled the other gangster lying on the ground over and cuffed one of his wrists as well. A pair of handcuffs, handcuffing 2 punks. Li Hai was slightly surprised, did not look out. This young man is actually still a police officer. Is it the Huasher Town police station? Whoever has a rope, lend me one. The young man said aloud. Most people are still afraid of those 3 gangsters. They slightly backed up a few steps, but finally someone threw over a hemp rope, and then quickly disappeared into the crowd. presumably for fear of being seen by these gangsters. Fear of retaliation, the young man took the twine and skillfully tied up the lead punk. Then he took 2 steps over and said aloud, "Brother, good hands." Lee Hai smiled. "You're not bad either. Everyone else is afraid of the 3 of them. You actually dare to arrest them. As if they have someone in the police station, and they call themselves brothers and sisters with that Director Yang." The young man said, "If I'm afraid of the 3 of them, then I don't need to be a cop." After saying that, he took the initiative to extend his right hand. "Get acquainted. Huasher Town Police Station Zhengyu Jun." Lee Hai extended his right hand and shook hands warmly. Also introducing himself, "My name is Lee Hai." Zhengyu Jun warmly invited, "You can come to the police station to find me when you are free. I will escort the 3 of them back first, and treat you to a drink next time." "Okay, next drink. You go ahead." A line of script surfaced above Zheng Yajun's head. Favorability 25. Lee Hai watched Zheng Yajun escort the 3 punks away, then wandered around the place again, even asking about the price of beef, spreading a cigarette. Lee Hai talked with one of the bosses of the beef stall at the place and learned a lot of information, not only in Huasher Town, but also in the whole Sanjiang County. Almost every family feeds Zhengbei yellow cattle, which is an excellent local breed with good meat quality, resistance to roughage, and resistance to disease. The town of Huasher has been slaughtering yellow cows for hundreds of years, and vendors from nearby towns and restaurants and taverns all come here to wholesale yellow cows. The town also has a number of cattle seeding city. This Lee Hai has seen, lined up, large and small at least 7, 8, the largest size of the upper and lower 3-story building. Very grand. The size and grade of the decoration is not worse than the county's restaurants. Not only people from the county, but also rich people from nearby counties and cities often drove here to have a cattle dinner, and the place was bustling at every mealtime. After chatting with the boss for a while, Lee Hai saw that the time was still early and prepared to go to other places to have a look and walk around, and wait until the mealtime to come here to have a cow seat and taste the flavor. Not far from here, at most around 300 or 400 meters, Lee Hai saw the Huasher Town Center School. This is a junior high school and the only one in the town. There is no high school in the entire town of Flowerstone. So if you go to high school you have to go to the county seat. The town hall building is grand and classy. This school is much less so and appears to be in disrepair. Hearing the sound of reading aloud from inside, Lee Hai walked into the campus, and his first impression was that it was really too shabby. The playground is actually a yellow dirt padding, not even concrete. The only 2 basketball hoops on the playground are also rickety. The only school building is a 3-story red brick building. Looks like at least 30, 40 years of history. In addition to the school building, there is a dormitory that appears even more dilapidated, almost to the point of being a dangerous building. You can't be poor enough to be poor in education, and it's clear that Flowerstone's leaders have failed to do so by putting their limited funds into the construction of office buildings. Through the open classroom door, Lee Hai saw the inside of the classroom. The desks and chairs were even more dilapidated. It was obvious to see that there was a desk with only 3 legs, and there were also desks with a few red bricks padded underneath for support. Seeing this situation, Lee Hai's heart was a little heavy, secretly resolved that after taking office, he would improve the environment here, and even if he was poor, he would squeeze some money out of the treasury. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" It was a man in his early 50s, with gray hair and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, dressed very plainly, with a white shirt that seemed to be washed and yellowed a little. Li Haidao, I heard the sound of reading aloud coming from here. I came over to take a casual look. You are a teacher in this school, right? The man said. I am Lu Li, the principal of this school. Hello, Principal Lu. Lee Hai didn't expect to meet someone else's principal. I've read that the conditions of our school are very hard. The conditions are rather poor. Principal Lu sighed softly. The conditions are indeed tough, and I'm even a little sore about it. But there's no money in the town's coffers, and the teachers haven't been paid for months. At those words, Lee Hai was slightly shocked. It's no small thing to default on teachers' salaries. Lee Hai inquired. What's going on here? The teacher's salary should be allocated by the County Education Bureau every month in a timely manner to the town finance. I'm not sure exactly what kind of situation it is, but anyway, I've approached Mayor Jia several times, and every time he said the town didn't have the money and told us to hold out a little longer. Hearing such a situation, Lee Hai said in his heart, do not pay the teachers. This is too uncharacteristic. The town is poor, but not like this. Lee Hai chatted with Principal Lu and learned a lot about the situation, and after seeing that the time was almost mealtime, he excused himself and prepared to go to the cow seat city to have a look and try the specialty cow seats here. Chapter 100. Taking office. The cow mat in Huasher town is very famous in several nearby counties and cities, and many people come all the way here to eat the cow mat. Among so many cow seating city, and Lifu cow seating city is the largest, the best environment, the best reputation. In a box on the third floor, there was a large group of people drinking and the atmosphere was warm. Each one of them was red-faced, and sitting in the most center position was Jia Yungue, The mayor of Huasher town, today is a working day. And it is noon. According to the rules is not allowed to drink alcohol. But this is not good in Jiayungue here. There was already a bottle of wine on the table that was empty. And 2 unopened bottles of white wine. And on the table, in addition to the wine, was a large dish, for example. The dish in the center is called Hong Luk Dang Tu. The ingredient is a whole cow's head, which is the signature dish of this cow-seating city. And the price is not cheap. There are also many other hard and big dishes. A big table full of them, with high prices, especially one specialty dish, which Bull Shicheng specially reserved for Mayor Jia. And the price is not cheap. That is, the medicinal bullwhip using a variety of valuable Chinese herbs, made with ancestral secret craftsmanship. This dish is also very expensive, because the herbs are expensive and the ingredients are rare. A bull only one. Vice Mayor Qian Shixiang has always been close to Jiayungue, belonging to the dog leg level. He picked up a piece of bullwhip and said, "Mayor, you try it, the specialties of the Li Fu beef seat, which the boss has specially reserved for you." Jiayungue tasted a few pieces, then waved his hand and said, "You guys eat too. There's so much, I can't finish it alone. Everyone gets a share." Several pairs of chopsticks reached out and gorged themselves, taking 2 more sips of wine. Qian Shixiang tentatively inquired, "Mayor, I heard that our Lord Secretary will be taking office in 2 days. Is that true?" Jiayungue's face changed slightly, visibly displeased. A town leader beside him hastened to say, "Old Qian, you said the wrong thing, take a forfeit." Qian Shixiang hastily poured himself a full glass. Yes, I'm confused. I'll punish myself. It is because of drinking a few cat urine. Qian Shixiang dared to ask, in exchange for the usual. Certainly will not ask about this matter, because this is Jia Mayor reverse scale. Jiayungue is a local faction. From the brigade secretary, deputy mayor, mayor has been so dry up, this year 49 years old, in the position of the mayor of the town so many years, dreaming of sitting on the position of the town party secretary to it was hard to sideline the previous secretary. Originally thought that the position was not his, but also ran a number of times inside the county. The leadership has promised that position. Just send the official documents. Where do you know? From above suddenly parachuted a town secretary over. Jiayungue extremely uncomfortable. The heart is very upset. They ate and drank. A few people drank 2 or 3 bottles of white wine. Basically a few drunk. Continue to work in the afternoon. That is impossible to work. Qian Shixiang said, "Mayor, I've already arranged the afternoon's activities. We'll go over there later. The usual place. Those bosses should already be waiting for you there." Jiayungue, in addition to good sex, there is a big hobby. That is, like to gamble. And it is common to play a game of mahjong in the afternoon. He has a fixed location. This mahjong is not serious mahjong. Anyway, no all understand. Qian Shixiang is more clear, and arranged properly, accompanied by playing mahjong or a few small bosses in the town. An afternoon win or lose thousands of tens of thousands are very normal. Lihai also ate in Li Fu Kao Seat City, because only one person, only ordered 2 dishes, a small fried yellow beef, a slippery silky gourd, 2 big bowls of rice. Eat a lot of fun. His location was the first floor lobby, and when he finished his meal and was ready to check out, Li Hai realized that the owner didn't seem to be happy, which was a little off. The business is so good, the boss should be smiling from ear to ear, but he actually has a bitter face. At this time, a group of people came down from upstairs, and it was Jiayungue and the others. Qian Shixiang saw Li Hai blocking the road. There is a little dissatisfaction. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A little bit of eyesight. Do not see the leader down. Li Hai glanced fatally at Qian Shixiang and then at Jiayungue, none of whom he recognized, but guessed that this should be the leaders of the town. After looking at it, he retreated 2 steps to the side, letting the gang pass. Qian Shixiang even gave Li Hai another dissatisfied look, and said in his heart, "Young man, don't know the rules at all." Originally a bitter face of the boss, the face of enthusiasm brilliant. Get up to send these people out. And then the face changed back, still a look of sadness, but also took out the book to remember the account. Just now this table more than $2,000 in 2002. Again in a national poverty-stricken county township. A meal eaten more than 2,000 is very extravagant. Huasher Township Central School teachers. A month's salary is only 6,700. A meal ate a teacher's salary for 3 months. Lihai this meal is not expensive. Only $30 or so. After pulling out the money to settle the bill, Li Hai couldn't help but inquire, "Boss, just now those are the leaders of the town, right? They don't have to pay for their meals." The boss sighed. "Alas, they all eat on a pending account. Just now this meal was another 2,000 plus. They already owe me more than $100,000 for the meal. If it continues like this cow seat city of mine is going to close down." Awesome. I can't believe I hung up more than $100,000. These people can really eat. I don't know if a few others have hung up in addition to this bullseat city, casually so walk. Take a look. Lehi's harvest is very big. Saw the grand office building, as well as the contrast of the dilapidated central school. Saw the town cadres eating and drinking. Saw the gangsters dare to pull out a knife in broad daylight murder. Lehi stayed in Hwasher town for 2 full days. In addition to walking around the town and taking a look around, he also carried a bag on his back and went to a few nearby villages to walk around, which was very rewarding. 2 days later, Lehi returned to the county. Today is Lehi precisely the day of the appointment. Early in the morning, first went to the county party secretary, the governor, and then by the county party secretary of the organization. Minister Tang Zhengping personally sent Lehi to the appointment. A small black car went out of the county party compound, and in the back seat sat Tang Zhengping and Lehi, and the co-pilot was Tang Zhengping's secretary. The car driving speed is very slow. 20 kilometers or so of the journey was driven for nearly an hour. No way. The road condition is too bad. In front of the Hwasher Township Government Building, led by Jia Yungue, a large group of people stood neatly, waiting for the arrival of the new township party secretary. Although he failed to sit on the secretary's position in the heart of the resentment, but Jia Yungue certainly will not show it at this time. Face smiling, very happy and enthusiastic look. With the team members eagerly waiting, there were a few people even looking on, curious about the new town clerk, whom none of them had ever met. But there were whispers that the new clerk was very young. Muzheng Yujun, the head of the police station, was also among the crowd, looking at the front of the highway, and he was a little curious about the newly appointed secretary. Chapter 101. Jia Yungue, the two-faced man coming. I don't know who shouted out like this, and everyone looked ahead, only to see a small black car slowly traveling this way. Jia Yungue recognized that this was Minister Tang's car and hastily reminded, "Everyone cheer up, Minister Tang is here." This car traveled over and stopped in front of everyone, and Tang Zhengping, Lehi, and 4 others came down from the car successively, and many people's eyes fell on Lehi. So young. Is this our town party secretary who took office today? Why does he look like a fresh graduate? While there are whispers that the new secretary is young, many assume that this youth is relative and that he should be at least in his 30s. Zhang Yajuan's eyes opened wide. 10,000 nests in his heart. Never thought that the buddy who had a very good body 2 days ago was actually the new secretary of the town party committee. He was dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Jia Yungue glanced at Lehi and had a sense of déjà vu, but after thinking about it, he was sure that he shouldn't have seen it before. Chen Shichan was basically the same, and had a familiar feeling, but couldn't recall it. Tang Zhengping walked over with Lehi. Jia Yungue immediately gathered his thoughts, quickly stepped forward and enthusiastically said, "Welcome Minister Tang. Welcome Secretary Li." There wasn't the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on his face, but rather a happy and enthusiastic demeanor, giving the impression that he was very happy and welcoming to Lehi's arrival. Tang Zhengping introduced, "This is Secretary Lehi. On behalf of the County Party Committee, on behalf of the organization to send Secretary Lehi to his office. Secretary Li, this is Comrade Jia Yungue, the mayor of Hwasher Town. Secretary Lehi, welcome, welcome. We have been looking forward to the stars and the moon to finally bring you here. Please don't worry about the County Party Committee. Please don't worry about the organization. We will definitely firmly unite by Secretary Li's side, and work hard to build Hwasher Town better." Next to the Tang Zhengping nodded with satisfaction. There are rumors that Jia Yungue is very strong in Hwasher Town, engaged in one word. Now it seems that the rumors are not credible. The person's attitude is very good. Li face exudes enthusiasm, happy to shake hands with Jia Yungue. In fact, the heart has been in the nest grass. This Jia Yungue is obviously a two-faced person. Say one thing and do another. In the future, we must beware of some of the line, or else they will sell themselves to help him count the money. Good sense does not lie. The first time the two met, the first time they shook hands, Jia Yungue's head suddenly floated a line of deep black writing, favorability, -60 goodness 1 to -30 is a gray font, -31 to 50 is gray black, and -51 to -80 is a deep black, black as hell kind of thing, which is what Jia Yungue is. Li did not show half on the surface, enthusiastically shook hands with Jia Yungue, and also said a few words of politeness. "Jia Mayor, I'm new to the town. Many things on the job still need your support." Jia Yungue was even more polite. "What did Secretary Li say? Supporting your work is what we should do." Then, one by one, the leaders of Hwasher Town took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Lehi, saying a few words of welcome and so on. Although Hwasher Town is economically backward, it is also a large town with a total of 11 party committee members, namely Town Party Secretary, Lehi Deputy Secretary of the Town Party Committee and Mayor, Jia Yungue Town People's Congress Chairman, Xia Yang Deputy Secretary of the Town Party Committee, Zhou Qi Town Discipline Inspection Committee Member, Xin Shuwen Town Organization Committee, Jiang Shuiyan Town Publicity Committee, Kong Taifang Executive Vice Mayor, Wang Tao Vice Mayor, Xian Qiqiang Director of Party Administration Office, In Hongqingtown Armed Forces Minister, Wang Chao. After shaking hands with them, Li Hai basically memorized each person's name and appearance, as well as their favorability towards him. It's basically between 0 and 10, which is normal for a first-time meeting. But there are a few people who are not normal for this kind of favoritism. In addition to Jia Yungui's favorability, which was very ridiculously low at -60, there were several other people with lower favorability, mostly from Jia Yungui's faction. Vice Mayor Qian Qiqiang, favorability, -35 Executive Vice Mayor Wang Tao, favorability, -20 Shin Shuwen, member of the Town Discipline Inspection Committee, favorability, -20 Li Hai also rose to the heart of caution. This Jia Yungue has been the town government that piece of the operation like an iron bucket. Standing Committee Deputy Mayor Wang Tao, Deputy Mayor Qian Qiqiang are his people, as well as members of the Town Discipline Inspection Committee is also his people. It's too powerful. To Li Hai's relief, 2 of the 11 party committee members had a good feeling about themselves. Jiang Shuiyan, Town Organization Committee Member, favorability, 25 In Hongsheng, Director of the Township Party and Government Office, favorability, 20. These two should be able to fight their way through introductions, pleasantries and politeness. Everyone embraced Tang Zhengping went to the auditorium, actually a good environment of a large conference room, enough to accommodate 200-300 people of the kind. Almost all the big and small leaders of the entire Huasher town, the village chiefs of the following villages, the branch secretary and so on are sitting here. Tang Zhengping, on behalf of the county committee, announced the appointment of Li Hai. Li Hai also made an inaugural speech, and Jia Yungue also made a speech. And the time soon came to noon, and after the meeting was adjourned, everyone was dismissed. Town leaders went together to the Lifu cattle city. Jia Yungue has been arranged, the largest box here, a round table that can sit a dozen people. After everyone was seated, Jia Yungue said aloud, "We're holding a luncheon to welcome Minister Tang to our Huasher town, and to congratulate Secretary Li on his appointment. Minister Tang, today is a big happy day for our Huasher town. I'm here to ask you on behalf of everyone, how about serving white wine at noon today?" In fact, he doesn't care about this set of things at all. He is the local emperor of Huasher town. Even on weekdays, even at noon, he often gets drunk and basically soaks in mahjong parlors in the afternoon. Now it's just a matter of saying that on purpose, to keep up the persona in front of Tang Zhengping, and to give Li Hai a false impression as well. Tang Zhengping waved his hand and said, "Special circumstances, special treatment. You can drink white wine at noon today." Qian Qiqiang was the first to applaud, and then loud applause rang out in the box. In fact, this is Qian Qiqiang and Jia Yungue have long been conspiring. The pit has been dug, waiting for Li Hai to jump inside, to let Li Hai make a fool of himself. The first day to give him a downward spiral. Their scheme was simple, taking this opportunity to properly fill Li Hai with alcohol and make him drunk. There are some people who get ugly when they get drunk and their drinking is not good at all. They bet on Li Hai's drinking and hope that Li Hai will make a fool of himself when he gets drunk. If Li Hai had a better taste in alcohol and was more restrained, then they had a way out and were ready to do so. And they wouldn't let Li Hai off the hook today anyway. A town party secretary who was scandalous on the first day. What prestige will there be to speak of in the future? And how can he break hands with him? Jia Yungue said loudly. "Good. Then we won't get drunk today. We must accompany Secretary Li and let him drink to his heart's content." "Mayor Qian, where's the good wine you prepared? Bring it all up." Chapter 102. Jia Yungue was drunk. A case of white wine was quickly brought up. Qian Qiqiang personally opened the wine, first pouring it for Tang Zhengping and then pouring it for Li Hai. "Secretary Li, comrades are happy today. Don't get drunk. Yes, everyone drink openly today and let go a little." Jia Yungue said loudly. The first round of wine moderate. Everyone has. Welcome Minister Tang visited Huasher town. Congratulations on the arrival of Li Hai and so on. Clouds. Then everyone and one by one symbolic and Tang Zhengping clink glasses. Shallow drink 1, 2 mouths. Tang Zhengping said, "Secretary Li is the protagonist today. You can not just toast to me." Upon hearing this, Jia Yungue was overjoyed. Minister Tang was a godsend. He picked up his glass and said, "Secretary Li, I toast to you. In the future work, you have to guide us more and lead us to make some achievements." This is a beautiful speech. Do not know also thought that he is really sincere support for Li Hai. At least Tang Zhengping slightly nodded. Like Qian Qiqiang, such a hardcore of course know Jia Yungue's virtues. Know that Jia secretary is just a mouth, so say it. Other people toast. Li Hai cannot be on the shelf. Tang minister sitting here it. Need to leave a good impression to do. Li Hai put on a modest look and said, "Mayor Jia's awareness is just high. And in the future work, we still need more support." The two men's glasses gently clinked, and Jia Yungue drank a glass of white wine cleanly, as did Li Hai. A shout of approval rang out from the box. After drinking this cup of wine, Jia Yungue said, "Comrades, see, anyone who gives a toast to Secretary Li, drink it all in one gulp. Otherwise don't come to disgrace yourself. Secretary Lee. Am I right? Li Hai had a smile on his lips and had already sensed that Jia Yungue was trying to get himself drunk. Slightly nodding his head once, he said approvingly, Mayor Jia is right. Qian Qicheng coaxed. Secretary Lee. You should do the same and drink all the wine in one gulp. Jia Yungue deliberately revealed a slightly dissatisfied look. You're not talking shit. You all toast is a mouthful. Could it be that Secretary Lee will drink a small mouthful of meaning? This is considered a general, blocking Li Hai's way back. If others toast, Li Hai can only drink it all in one gulp. Not a shallow sip to mean something. Qian Qicheng held a full cup of wine, stood up and said, Secretary Lee, this cup is my toast to you. I'll drink it in one gulp. After that, he finished his glass of white wine in one gulp. Li Hai smiled faintly, but really did not take a shallow sip, but also drank a full cup of white wine. At once, Qian Qicheng's heart was secretly happy following Qian Qicheng. Everyone cup by cup to toast to Li Hai. The small wine glass is not small. A cup of about 1 or 2 white wine. Soon, Li Hai 7, 8 cups of white wine down. Seeing this scene, Jia Yungue and Qian Qicheng quietly looked at each other and exchanged glances. Both seeing the joy in each other's eyes, they felt that Li Hai was in the pit and it wouldn't take long for him to get drunk. What about Li Hai more and more? He was sure that Jia Yungue and Qian Qicheng were trying to mess with him, trying to use a wheel war to get himself drunk. So he definitely had to fight back violently to make it work. So, the next Li Hai always took the initiative to clink glasses with Jia Yungue and Qian Qicheng, one glass after another, focusing on superior firepower to get these two drunk first. Gradually, Li Hai alone should have drunk 2 or 3 pounds of white wine. But there is no point in drunkenness. The mind is clear as a bell. Jia Yungue and Qian Qicheng were much worse, because under Li Hai's intentionality, they had also both drank more than a kilogram of white wine each. Of this is a high degree of white wine. Qian Qicheng specially prepared to be used to intoxicate Li Hai. The average person really cannot drink a caddy, even if Jia Yungue long time in the field, claiming that the amount of alcohol is good. A caddy of white wine to drink down there has been a little drink high. Jia Yungue has a special feature. That is, when you drink too much wine, you talk a lot, and you especially love to brag and talk big. If it was usually nothing, it didn't matter if he bragged and talked big in front of everyone. Anyway, in Flower Stone Town he was the Earth Emperor, and everyone else was a subordinate. Today's street is not the same. The County Party Committee Organization Department of the Tang Minister is sitting here. Today is also the first day of Secretary Lee's office. After another glass of wine, Jia Yungu, a big tongue, gently patted Li Hai's shoulder. Secretary Lee, in the future, you can rest assured that in this acre of Huasher Town, everything I say, I will cover you. Come on, let's have another drink. Tang Zhangping frowned slightly, and in his heart, he said, this Jia Yungue, how to talk so nonsense, making it look like he is the secretary. And others. Li Hai is the mayor of the town. The others also had their faces changed. Mayor Jia was drunk and started babbling again. Qian Qicheng, also drunk, staggered to his feet and said loudly, Mayor Jia is right. In the future, if you have something to do, look for our Mayor Jia, and look for me, old Qian, as well. Someone beside him hurriedly pulled Jia Yungue and persuaded, Mayor Jia, sit down first, don't drink, or I'll send you to rest. Jia Yungue waved his hand. I'm not drunk, I can still drink. Secretary Lee, I'm not bragging, feel free to find me in the future. Here, have another drink. Tang Zhangping couldn't look on, impatiently waving his hand. Shame on you, help him down. At this time, he had a little bit of regret, knowing that if Jia Yungue's drinking was so bad, he shouldn't have agreed to them drinking at noon immediately. Someone came over and assisted Jia Yungue and Qian Qicheng out of the box. Li Hai was a handful and said with an apology, Minister Tang, I've made you laugh. Tang Zhangping said, this has nothing to do with you. This Jia Yungue, drinking 2 or 2 cat pisses and then not knowing the height of the sky. It's so uncharacteristic, in front of the leaders of the county party committee to make a fool of himself and lose his temper. This is not a small matter. Li Hai heart secretly rejoice. This Jia Yungue wanted to get himself drunk and make a fool of himself. But in the end, he lifted a stone and smashed his own foot after such a thing just now. Everyone did not have the intention to continue drinking, and one by one, they left this big box with a gray face. Tang Zhangping huffed and got into his minivan and left in a bad mood. Li Hai's heart turned over with laughter. It looked like Minister Tang's impression of Jia Yungue had hit rock bottom, which was a great thing for himself after sending Tang Zhangping away. In Hongshang, the director of the party and government office, said, Secretary Lee, I'll take you to the office, or would you like to take a break first? Li Haidao, do it in my office. Although he had already taken office, he hadn't been to his own office yet, and under In Hongsheng's leadership, Li Hai walked into his office for the first time. The first impression, the office is huge. The brand new office is also nicely decorated. with solid wood floors on the floor, a large desk, boss chair, and very classy. The parlor area also had several large leather couches, a coffee table, and a large bookshelf in the office filled with books. The large office also had a door to a room, and pushed in was a 20-something square meter bedroom with a large closet, a toilet and bathroom, and exaggeratedly, a 1-meter-8 double bed. Set up a double bed. That's what it means. After looking around this office of his, Lee Hi's heart straightened. It's over the limit. It's over the limit. On a small town party secretary actually use such a large, so luxurious office. Do not know also thought it was the county party secretary's office. Even so, In Hongsheng was still worried that Lee Hi was not satisfied. Secretary Lee, is there anything that you are not satisfied with? If you want to redecorate it is also possible. There is anything despite that you can talk to me. We will definitely do it with all our might. Chapter 103.So Trenchant. Such a big office. Even with a bedroom for resting and a bathroom for bathing. Where is there anything not to like? Li Hi shook In Hongsheng's hand. Director Ian has gone through a lot of trouble. This office is fine. No need to set it up again. Upon hearing this, In Hongsheng's heart lightened and his favorability towards Lee Hi rose a little bit more. In fact, he has always been rather apprehensive, worrying that his position is unstable. Having worked almost all his life, it is not easy to climb to this position. He really does not want to go down. He is not Jia Yungui's man, but the previous township secretary's man. Only the previous secretary left in disgrace, and he has been worried about his position. Seeing that Lee Hi is better to deal with, the heart is much more assured, and even a few hopes rise in the heart. Whether it is possible to defect to the side of Secretary Lee, In Hongsheng said. Secretary, then call me if you need anything. Okay, go ahead and get busy. After sending In Hongsheng away, Lee Hi checked out this new office. The state-level poverty-stricken county, an ordinary township, actually engaged in such a luxurious office. It is estimated to spend a lot of money. I don't know if this is the handiwork of the previous town clerk or Jia Yungui, sitting on top of the wide and comfortable office sofa chair. Lee Hi saw a lot of information placed on the large desk and couldn't help but take it and flip through it. These are information about Huasher town. For example, there are economic development data in recent years and so on. It looks like this information was organized and placed on the table by In Hongsheng, this Yun Hong Sung. He's not bad. While flipping through the information, Lee Hi waited for the people below to come and report their work. On the first day, or even the second or third day, a new secretary's main job is to familiarize himself with the environment and listen to the people below him. Lee Hi had been sitting in the middle of the office for more than an hour reading the information, and the office door was open. But no one came over to report their work. That's interesting. The fact that the office was deserted on the first day speaks volumes. Until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it is still the same. Lee Hi cannot help but emerge from the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. There is no reason behind this Jia Yungui. To death do not believe. It wasn't until a little after 4 p.m. that someone finally came over. Organization committee member Jiang Shuiyan knocked on the door and came in. Secretary Lee. Hello, I have some work matters I need to report to you. This is the first door to report work. Lee Hi warmly welcome. Comrade Shuiyan, quickly please sit down. Jiang Shuiyan sat down and began to report the recent organizational work to Lee Hi. While Lee Hi listened attentively after a report, Jiang Shuiyan got up to say goodbye. Lee Hi politely shook hands with her. Comrade Shuiyan, in the future, if there is anything, just come over to me, okay? Then I'll probably come over and bother you a lot from now on. After seeing Jiang Shuiyan leave, Lee Hi said in his heart, this is also someone to fight over. Only by firmly grasping the majority of the party committee members, his position can sit firmly. His secretary can say one is one. Until the close of business at nearly 5 in the afternoon. No one else came over except for In Hongsheng, who came again. Lee Hi took a look at the time, knowing that no one should come over again today, tidied up the table, and prepared to get off work later. Only, after a few minutes, footsteps sounded outside the door, and Zhang Yujun probed at the door before knocking. Lee Hi saw his voice and waved his hand. Director Zhang, come in. Zhang Yujun is the director of the Huasher Town Police Station. Less than a month in office. Secretary Lee, not interrupting your work. Zhang Yujun had been relatively excited since this morning when he recognized that the newly appointed town party secretary was the young man with great hands. Heroes sympathize. The new secretary is so young, and his hands are so good. He has long wanted to lean on Lee Hi. Only, knowing that this is the first day of the new secretary's office, it is expected to be very busy, such as a lot of town leaders will report to the new secretary and so on. He was so self-conscious that he didn't come over until almost the end of the afternoon, when there should be very few people at this time of day. Primarily, sure enough, there was no one there, and the secretary's office was quiet. Lee Hi was very enthusiastic and had a good impression of Zhang Yujun, knowing that this was a young man with a strong sense of justice and cynicism. Director Zhang, please take a seat. Zhang Yujun sat down on the sofa and humbly said, Secretary, you can just call me Yujun. I mainly want to report to you this time about the handling of those 3 mongrels. The 3 punks from last time were first locked up for a day at the Huasher Town police station, and then sent to the detention center the next day. And now they've been locked up. Not giving Deputy Director Yang any face at all, after listening to the report. Li Haidao, Yu Jun, you handled it well. In addition, the peace of law and order in our town. You have to take a good grip. There was a police station chief who took the initiative to lean in, which was an unexpected delight. And Li Hai, who had been depressed for almost an afternoon, was instantly in a much lighter mood after the two of them chatted for a while. Li Hai waved his hand and said, accompany me to have a meal with me and we'll continue to talk. The two didn't go to the cafeteria to eat either, but went outside, found a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, asked for a bottle of wine, and chatted as they ate their food and drank out a few glasses of wine. Probably because of the role of alcohol, Zhang Yujun words a lot more. Said a lot of Huasher Town police station throughout the entire police station. Yang Guan has a lot of influence and has several hardcore heartthrobs, and he's also one of Jia Yungui's people, but Zhang Yujun is not a vegetarian. Less than a month after taking office, has pulled together several people. The prestige in the police station is getting higher and higher, because it has been almost a month since he arrived in Huasher Town, and he is in a position like the police station chief. Zhang Yujun has learned a lot about the situation. Secretary, you have to be careful of Jia Yungui, this person. He is a local faction, deep-rooted. There are a lot of supporters. The town government piece is basically his people. Qian Qiqiang is even his lapdog. Saddle up. In addition, Jia Yungui, this person, in addition to gambling, is also very horny. And I heard gossip that Guan Chenghui of the Finance Institute has an inappropriate relationship. Li Hai pretended to be surprised. No way. Guan Chenghui is only in her early 30s, and her husband is in the army. Jia Yungui is already almost 50. Zhang Yujun said, I also just heard about it. There is no evidence for the time being, but Jia Yungui gambling, that's 1,000 times true. Even on workdays, often play business mahjong with some small bosses. The two talked for a long time, and the meal lasted nearly an hour. Before waving goodbye, he walked out of this restaurant. Li Hai shook hands with Zhang Yujun, and a line of green fonts surfaced above his head. Favorability, 40. The two just met. Zhang Yujun came over to report on the work. Li Hai shook hands with him, saw the goodwill is 30, chatted a bit, ate a meal. Goodwill actually increased to 40 points. Chapter 104, Dangerous Housing. A time bomb. It was a rewarding meal. In addition to having Zhang Yajuan's favorability rise to 40 points, he gained quite a bit of information, especially something about Jia Yungui. Li Hai profoundly knows that in order to do something great in Huasher Town, some roadblocks must be cleared away, such as this. Jia Yungui must get rid of him as soon as possible. When Zhang Yajuan's favorability increased to 50, you could ask him to secretly investigate Jia Yungui and collect some evidence. Now with 40 points of goodwill, there was still a bit of risk in explaining him to do these things quietly. Goodwill would be much more secure if it went to 50. After dinner, there is no entertainment. Li Hai walked back to his residence. In Hongsheng arranged a set of houses for him. In the township government compound, some non-local cadres go home farther. They live in this building. Many are single rooms. Li Hai's is a set of 2-bedroom, not much decoration. The house is not bad. Very clean. Very neat, but also newly decorated. Even the bedding on the bed are brand new. It seems, In Hongsheng really spent a lot of effort. Satisfied with the house, Li Hai took out his cell phone and talked to Yishir for a long time. The next day, Li Hai sat in the middle of his office and continued to read the information about Huasher Town, gradually gaining a comprehensive understanding of this township. A total of 17 natural villages, with a total population of more than 37,000 people, covering an area of more than 200 square kilometers. The main industry is agriculture. Basically nothing industrial. The largest factory is a cooler factory. Dozens of people in the scale of the town of Huasher is very rich in mozo bamboo resources. In addition, there is a coal mine belonging to the town, as well as a number of other small coal mines, coal being the principal mineral resource of Flowerstone Point. One morning, still the door was open and the office was cold. Li Hai felt that he couldn't continue like this and called In Hongsheng over, proposing that he wanted to go down for a walk and have a look around, asking him to arrange for someone who was familiar with the local situation. Not a moment later, a young girl with a bit of nervousness knocked on the door. Hello, Secretary Li. I'm Han Yun. Director In arranged for me to accompany you down for research. Seeing this young girl, Li Hai recognized her at once. Wasn't this the same girl who was on the Chinese bus a few days ago? It's you. So your name is Han Yun. Han Yun blushed slightly. Well, I'm from the party and government office. Secretary Li, thank you for the last time in the Chinese bus. It's fine. A small matter. Li Hai waved his hand. Come on. Let's go out for a walk. Han Yun accompanied Li Hai, one after the other, out of the town hall. A tea house. Inside a box, smoke filled the air. The sound of mahjong clattering and clattering kept ringing, and Jia Yungue was sitting here, holding a cigarette, playing mahjong. It looks like it has already won a lot of money. The money on the table is not 10,000. At least there are several thousand. In 2002 in Huasher town, many people's monthly salary is less than 1,000. A few thousand of the loss has been very big, accompanied by Jia Yungue. Mahjong is still a few coal bosses. The three of them seem to be very bad luck. Less has lost 2,000. More than the one has lost more than 4,000. Qian Shichong pushed the door in and reported in Jia Yungue's ear. Mayor, from yesterday until now, Secretary Li's office has been cold and quiet, except for Jiang Shuiyan, that bitch, and only Zhang Yujun from the police station went to report on his work. At those words, Jia Yungue smiled. The secretary of the town party committee was hollowed out, which was the situation he most wanted to see, and the entire Huasher town was still his. Jia Yungue, now what? What is our Secretary Li doing? Just a moment ago, Secretary Li took Han Yun out, probably down for research. Well, I know. Keep paying attention and report back to me in time if anything happens. Jia Yungue said. If Flowerstone Township Center School. Li Hai was here once again, last time as a tourist, this time as the town party secretary. Yesterday, Li Hai took office. The whole town held a general meeting. The principal of the central school Lu Li also attended the meeting and saw Li Hai sitting on the podium. At that time, he was secretly surprised, not realizing that it was actually Secretary Li. Li Hai's arrival made Lu Li seem to see hope, and felt that Secretary Li seemed different from others, so he was very enthusiastic. Just the conditions of the central school is too simple. Even the principal's office, that is also dilapidated. A desk has been many parts of the paint, only a sofa has been broken several holes. Secretary Li, I didn't expect you to come. I'm so excited. If Li Hai did not come over, Lu Li has also thought about it. Another 2 or 3 days, he is ready to take the initiative to go to the Secretary Li. The main teachers of the salary problem. Many teachers are almost unable to uncover the pot. Principal Lu, we meet again. Li Hai shook hands with Lu Li and a line of script appeared above Lu Li's head. Favorability. 30. Li Hai slightly nodded once. Principal Lu, I'm new here and don't know anything about the situation. I came over today, mainly because I want to understand the situation of our school. Lu Li reported. Secretary Li, our school is mainly responsible for the town's junior high school education. Junior high school to junior high school. 3 grades. There is no elementary school. 7 classes in each grade. A total of 21 classes. 78 students. 47 teachers. Li Hai listened attentively after the report. Lu Li said, Secretary Li, our conditions are very hard. The teaching building and the student dormitory have reached the point where they have to be rebuilt. Especially the student dormitory has almost become a dangerous building. I worry that it will collapse one day. There are more than 1,000 students in the school, most of whom are day students, but some who are farther away board at the school, totaling more than 200. If the dormitory building collapses, it's a big deal. Li Hai didn't dare to slack off and got up. Go, take me to take a look at this dormitory building. Led by Lu Li, Li Hai arrived in front of the 3-story dilapidated brick building. The first floor was mainly a cafeteria for students and teachers to eat. The second and third floors are one big dormitory. Each dormitory houses 20 to 30 people. It is very crowded. There is no way. The conditions are limited. On the third floor, there are also a few rooms or teachers' dormitories. Basically 3 or 4 teachers live in a room. The conditions are not much better. In addition to being shabby and simple, the entire dormitory building had several cracks wider than a finger, the largest of which started on the first floor and extended almost to the third floor. Li Hai looked secretly alarmed. This is almost a dangerous building. In case in a stormy night, this dormitory building cannot bear the collapse. That inside the 300 teachers and students will be buried in it. It's scary to even think about it. Jia Yungue, they have the money to build such a good office building. Actually cannot spend a little money to rebuild this dormitory building, even if it is reinforced. Li Hai's mood is a little heavy. The next time, led and accompanied by Lu Li, visited the entire central school. See more, say less. Basically is Lu Li in the introduction and report on the school situation. Chapter 105, don't know. Not sure. Li Hai's heart grew heavy. The thought came to mind that the problem of the center school must be solved as soon as possible. The children's conditions are too hard. After some introductions and reports, Lu Li finally got to the issue of the teachers' salaries. Secretary Li, we have not been paid for several months, and in the first few months, 50% of the salary was paid every month, while in the last 3 months there were no pennies. After listening to the sync report, Li Hai had a serious face and inquired, how many wages are owed to you in total? Lu Li said, we have a total of 47 teachers, and we are owed a total of $213,778. Secretary Li, can you help me solve the problem of teachers' wages? Li Hai waved his hand and said, give me half a month's time, and I'll be sure to pay the outstanding wages to every teacher. Originally wanted to promise a week, in order to ensure a little, or give a half-month commitment. If even half a month cannot solve this problem, their own party secretary of the town also do not have to do it just half a month. The timing was a surprise. Lu Li was obviously a little bit excited, tightly holding Li Hai's hand. Secretary Li, thank you so much. I thank you on behalf of a total of 47 teaching staff in the central school. A line appeared above Lu Li's head again, favorability, 40 next to Han Yun. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide. At this moment, she felt that Secretary Li was the most handsome, and her favorability towards Li Hai rose again. As her favorability rose, she blushed slightly, like she had been drinking. Li Hai came back, sat in the middle of his big office, waved his hand and said, Han Yun, notify Guan Chenghui of the Finance Institute to come over. I want to hear her work report. If you don't come and report on your work, then I will call you by name, one by one. After returning from the central school, Li Hai more and more feel the importance of controlling the town's finances, their own hand. If even the financial are unable to control, that anything cannot do, because no matter what to do all need money. The office building was constructed so elegantly, the town's financial situation should not be bad. Right, how even more than 200,000 yuan cannot come out? So little teachers' salaries cannot be paid. Han Yun immediately called to inform Guan Chenghui. Li Hai sat above the executive chair and continued to read the information on the desk. There's just something not right about this. Has been half an hour. This off Chenghui has not come over. The financial institute is in the same office building, just different floors. As long as 2 or 3 minutes to come over. After waiting for a few more minutes, Guan Chenghui finally arrived late, and without knocking on the door, she directly just came in and sat her butt on the sofa. Secretary Li, you asked for me. Li Hai first saw Guan Chenghui, 30-something years old, dressed very fashionable, full-body brand name, permed with big waves, looks like a big city woman, slightly a few gestures. No wonder Zhang Yujun said the gossip. Guan Chenghui and Jia Yungue have an improper relationship. Li Hai has a little fire in his heart. So long to come over. Do not explain and do not apologize even if. Come in and even do not knock the door. So arrogant? People like that have to be replaced before they can be replaced, just not half coming out on the surface. A smile actually surfaced on Li Hai's face, actively getting up and actively extending his right hand. Director Guan, first time I've seen you. I didn't expect to be so young and pretty. Being praised for being young and pretty. Guan Chenghui actually had a little bit of a smug smile, seemingly confident in her own face value. Thank you, Secretary Li. It's already more than 30. Where can I talk about being young and pretty and old? The two of them shook hands, and a line of gray letters floated above Guan Chenghui's head. Favorability, -20. Sure enough, this should be Jia Yungui's people, so hostile to himself that it is almost impossible to fight for it. And besides, Li Hai doesn't want to fight for such a person, and only wants to replace him. Opening the door, Li Hai Dao. Director Guan, our current financial situation. I want to understand. I want to hear specific data. You and I talk about it. Guan Chenghui was slightly stunned, not expecting Li Hai to want to hear specific data, and replied, I'm not very clear about this. What? As the first hand of the financial institute, you can't tell me. So what do you usually do? A few moments of seriousness passed over Li Hai's face as he waved his hand and said, then you can go. Call someone who is clear. Don't know anything. What's the point of keeping you? Get the hell out of here. Guan Chenghui, also no nonsense, got up and left, out of the town party secretary's office, the heart of the disdain of the road. The hair has not grown up the boy, but also with the old lady face. Humph, she is really not afraid of Li Hai, because there are people above her. With the support of Jia Yungue, the mayor of the town, no one is in her eyes, and she does not believe that Li Hai can move her. About a few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. A middle-aged man in his 40s knocked on the door and cautiously said, Secretary Li, I'm Zhao Changliang from the Finance Institute. Having read some information, Li Hai knew about this Zhao Changliang. It was only today that he met him in person for the first time. A few years ago, Zhao Changliang was the director of the Huasher Town Finance Office, which was later removed by Jia Yungue and replaced by the current Guan Chenghui after being withdrawn. Zhao Changliang's life has not been easy, always sidelined, not to mention that the work is basically on him. Do the most tired work, get the most ruthless scolding. Sometimes, by Guan Chenghui in front of everyone pointing to their noses and scolding. Li Haidao, come in. Zhao Changliang came in, secretly measuring the young new secretary. The heart is very worried. So young, can stay in Huasher Town, can fight Jia Yungue. The Zhao Changliang is not the only one who has such concerns. Many people who had been ostracized and suppressed by Jia Yungue shared this concern, and they also wanted to move closer to Li Hai. but they were more worried that Li Hai simply couldn't fight Jia Young Ui. Li Hai was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Comrade Changliang, I heard that you are the business backbone of the finance office. I would like to listen to a specific financial report." There should be no problem, because he noticed that Zhao Changliang came empty-handed and was worried that he wouldn't be able to remember certain financial data. Li Hai just directly stated that he wanted to hear a specific financial report. Zhao Changliang had a little bit of excitement, did not expect Secretary Li to be so enthusiastic, and took the initiative to shake hands with him, hastily taking 2 steps forward. His hands tightly gripped Li Hai's outstretched right hand. "Secretary, hello, you want to hear the specific financial report? I, Lao Zhao, will definitely not let you down." A line of white fonts appeared above Zhao Changliang's head. Favorability, 20 not bad. First time meeting, 20 favorability isn't low. A few more encounters and a brush up should bring the favorability up. Li Hai gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa, then began to patiently listen to the town's financial reports. Gradually, Li Hai was surprised, did not think that this Zhao Changliang is still a talent. All kinds of data remember clearly. Report up like a family. It was much better than the Guan Chenghui who didn't know anything and didn't know anything just now. The two were simply worlds apart. Chapter 106, a powerful aid. After listening to the report, Li Hai's mood was a little heavy. The town's financial situation is completely out of his expectations. The construction of such a luxurious and beautiful office building. Thought the town's finances should be very abundant. Where do I know? Owed a debt, for a town this size. There are only a few $100,000 on the financial books, but more money is owed. Teachers' salaries are in arrears. A few restaurants out there owe big hundreds of thousands of dollars. A lot of places owe money. And even some retired employees owe money for their medical bills. Where's the money? Going somewhere. Zhao Changliang also helped to analyze. The town income was not high. Jia Yungue spend money and generous. All kinds of expenses he signed reimbursement. The construction of this office building is also his force. Owed a debt. Organize a financial information and show it to me. Li Hai waved his hand. Zhao Changliang said, "Okay, I'll organize and send it over as soon as possible." Through this contact, Zhao Changliang realized that although Li Hai was young, he was calm and collected, clear-headed, and might be someone he could cast his lot with. Has reached a low point in his life. Was Jia Yungue, Guan Chenghui and others to suppress very much. He needs a big tree that can be relied on. Do not want to just sink down. Want to progress, just for the time being. He has not indicated that he wants to hug Li Hai's thigh. Zhao Changliang is a prudent person, just hiding this idea in his heart for the time being, taking a look at it again and waiting a little longer. After sending Zhao Changliang away, Li Hai wrote 2 words under the sticky note with great force. Get money. Had to get a fortune to do it. The next day, today was also Li Hai's 3rd official day in office, and soon after he went to work. He left Huasher town and headed for the county. The ride is a 7 or 80% new military green Beijing Jeep. The co-pilot sat Han Yun. Driving is a retired young man. Town party secretaries do not usually have their own full-time secretaries, nor do they usually have full-time cars and full-time drivers, although it is so stipulated. But most of the township first and second in command have their own special car, such as Jia Yungue has been hogging a Santana in the town, which is also the best small car in the town. No one else dares to use this car. It seems to have really become Jia Yungue's special car. If Jia Yungue hadn't gone out in that car, Li Hai would have wanted to take a ride. Besides that Santana, there were 2 army green jeeps, a sidetrike or something like that, and this one was the better of the 2 jeeps. Arriving at the county, Li Hai first visited He Chengji, the secretary of the county party committee. After 2 days in office, he came over and took the initiative to report on his work, and He Chengji was very satisfied. After Li Hai reports some work, he mentions that the center school is dilapidated and the teachers have not been paid for months. Gradually, He Chengji exuded a bit of seriousness. Little Li, I didn't think that you all owed several months' worth of teachers' salaries, but unfortunately, we're a poor county in the country with limited financial resources, and there's not much money on the finance bureau's books, so there's a shortage of rice everywhere. Because of the lack of money, the county treasury has not yet issued last month's teachers' salaries, for which He Chengji is also a headache. The following townships are more or less in arrears with teachers' salaries, which he is aware of, but he just didn't expect the situation in Huasher Township to be even worse. Having been in arrears for several months, without money, that won't work. Li Hai came over this time to report on the work is only incidental. The main purpose is to get money. First, get a sum of money. We'll owe teachers the wages first, can also be paid. Softly, Li Hai finally got 100,000 yuan. Approved 50,000 here in the county party secretary, and went to the governor to approve 50,000. A total of 100,000 yuan. 100,000 is 100,000. It's better than nothing. At this time, the time had also reached noon. Li Hai took Han Yun, the driver Xiao Xiao, and casually found a restaurant to have a simple lunch. After eating, Li Hai thought in his mind, Where to get money again? Should I go to run a county education bureau? But finally gave up with the current situation. Even if we make a trip to the education bureau, it is estimated that we will not be able to get any money, and it will only be a waste of time. Go back to Flowerstone. In the afternoon, Lee Hai returned to Flowerstone town and sat in his office. There is a little bit of surprise. Yi Shi took the initiative to call over work time period. She usually does not take the initiative to call, worried about the impact of Lee Hai's work. There is something is also to send a text message. Hi, I have good news for you. Lee Hai Dao. So happy. What's the good news? Tell me. Let me be happy too. Yi Shi said. I'll come over to see you tomorrow. Okay. One day without seeing you is like 3 years far away in the provincial city of Yixia. Thought of Lee Hai every day. Has long wanted to fly to Lee Hai's side. A solution to the pain of longing. Lee Hai also thought about this girl every day. Couples in hot love, by and large, should be so. Yeah. Welcome. Happy and a little worried. Lee Hai Dao. How are you going to come over? By car, or by train? From the provincial capital to Sanjiang County is relatively far. Driving, it will take 7 or 8 hours, and only half of the highway. The other half is the provincial highway. The road condition is general. Yi Shi said. Brother Hai. Besides me, there's also Sister Tang accompanying me. In addition, I've dragged our secretary of the provincial committee of the troop over as well. In the past 2 days, chatting with Lee Hai, Yi Shi knew about the Huasher Town Center School. She wanted to help Lee Hai, so she pulled Yuan Tingxiu, the secretary of the provincial committee of the youth league, along with her. Yuan Tingxiu, in addition to being the secretary of the provincial committee of the youth league, is also in charge of the provincial Hope Project, and has money that can be allocated to build a new Huasher Town Center School in the name of the Hope Project. Yi Shi was prepared to greatly help Lee Hai. His secretary Luo had said that he couldn't fly his flag and reveal his relationship with him, and Yi Shi's operation like this wasn't a violation. Upon hearing this, Lee Hai was overjoyed. There was even a bit of cheering up. If Secretary Yuan was really willing to grant money to rebuild the central school, that would solve a big problem. In addition to rebuilding the schools, we have to take this opportunity to settle the outstanding teachers' salaries once and for all. After receiving this call, Lee Hai sat in the middle of his office and thought a lot. Finally, after some thought, Lee Hai made a call and reported to the county clerk. The secretary of the provincial party committee is the main hall level, such a big leader to the town of Huasher. The county inside the slightest not know. They do not report. There is a little to say. After receiving Lee Hai's phone call, He Chengji was surprised, and even a little bit of disbelief. How could the secretary of the provincial committee of the youth league run to the poor county of Sanjiang County? Lee Hai affirmed back. Secretary it's been confirmed. Early tomorrow morning Secretary Yuan and the others will depart from the provincial city and will arrive at our Huasher town around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yes, great. He Chengji was spirited. I'll be in Huasher town by 3 o'clock tomorrow to greet Secretary Yuan together. After receiving this phone call from Lee Hai, He Chengji thought in his mind that Lee Hai was directly parachuted in from the provincial city, and once suspected that he had a background in the provincial city, and it seems that he really has a background. There was a bit of coldness in the past. No, we have to make a change in order to make it work. We can no longer coldly fall on Comrade Lee Hai. We have to pay attention to him. Often Chapter 107, A Good Dog. After calling the county party secretary and thinking a little, Lee Hai made another call to Lu Li. Principal Lu, I ran a trip to the county today and asked for 100,000 yuan. At the latest tomorrow morning it will be in your school's account. All this money will be used to pay the outstanding teachers' salaries. What? Lu Li felt like he was dreaming. Just a short while ago, an old teacher came over and complained, saying that their family could no longer make ends meet, and that when the school would pay their salaries, even if they paid 300 or 500, it would be fine, so that they could get through the immediate difficulties beforehand. Now what? Secretary Lee actually asked for $100,000. That's $100,000. The school has a total of 47 faculty and staff members, each of whom could be paid more than 2,000. Principal Lu, what's wrong with you? Are you listening? Seeing that there was no movement inside the phone, Lee Hai had to shout like this. Only then did Lu Li react, trying to control his excitement. Secretary Lee, thank you so much. On behalf of all the teachers and students of our school, I thank you. This $100,000 can solve our big problem. Lee Hai urged. You keep an eye on the school's account tomorrow, and as soon as the money arrives, take it all out and send it all out. He was acutely aware of how eager the teachers were to receive their paychecks when they hadn't been paid for months. As for the delegation of the provincial party committee will come over tomorrow, Lee Hai did not say for the time being. Wait for tomorrow. This thing is not urgent. If you say it today, Lu Li may arrange for the whole school to have a big hygiene, which is raising an army. Li Hai does not like. After calling Li Hai made another call to the financial institute, directly looking for the director of the financial institute Guan Chenghui. Actually not in. It's a bit of a departure to not be on duty when it's business hours. Originally wanted to call Guan Chenghui's cell phone. Thought better of it. Instead of looking for Zhao Changliang, said the county has 100,000 yuan will come down for the issuance of central school teachers' salaries. The money once the account immediately transferred to the account of Huasher Town Central School. Zhao Changliang promised to tell Li Hai as soon as the money arrived and would also tell Guan Chenghui about it. The transfer of this money cannot be operated by Zhao Changliang, and it is necessary to shut down Chenghui. But the arrival information Zhao Changliang still knows. After making these calls and sitting in the office for a while, the time unknowingly reached the afternoon location and was ready to sit for a while longer before leaving work. Today is still the same as yesterday. Basically no one came over to report on their work. This town party secretary of his own seems to have become a pose. After sitting for another 1 or 20 minutes, Li Hai got up and left work, and when he passed by the door of the party and government office, he saw that Yin Hongsheng was still there, not off duty. Li Hai stopped in his tracks. Director Yin, you're not off duty yet. Hello, Secretary Li. Yin Hongsheng was enthusiastic, even with a bit of respect. He was basically leaning completely towards Li Hai now, but Li Hai's impression of him was also good, especially knowing that his favorability towards him had risen to 40, and it was considered very good to reach this height in 2 or 3 days. Secretary Yin, how about a drink together? Li Hai took the initiative to invite. Yin Hongsheng had a flattered reaction. Secretary Li, is this okay? Why not? Come on, let's go have a drink. Yin Hongsheng is very happy, put down the hands of things along with Li Hai walked out. It seems that the two people walk side by side. If you look closely, Yin Hongsheng lagged behind by half a body position. Secretary Li, how about going to my house? There's a bottle of wine at home that's not bad. Besides, my lover's handiwork is okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yin Hongsheng got a little excited and first took out his phone to call home, then happily took Li Hai to his house. It's not far, a few minutes walk, right in town. A pretty nice private house with a large yard in front with a relatively large area. The house is still relatively new. The yard inside cleaned up neatly. Just into the yard, Yin Hongsheng's wife warmly welcomed out. Secretary Li, hello, quickly inside please. Yin Hongsheng introduced. Secretary Li, this is my lover, surnamed Lei, big sister Lei. Excuse me, where? We're overjoyed that Secretary Li is here. After exchanging pleasantries and politeness, Li Hai sat down on the sofa in the living room at Yin Hongsheng's invitation, and the two of them drank tea while chatting. Yin Hongsheng's wife was busy in the kitchen. Through this meal, not only further distance, such as Yin Hongsheng's favorability rose again to 45 points, but also harvested a lot of things, such as knowing a lot of things in Huasher Town, especially some of the things of the town leaders. Day 2. After going to work, Li Hai received a call from Zhao Changliang. 100,000 yuan has arrived in the account. He also said with Guan Chenghui, this money is Secretary Li to come from the county, specifically for the central school teachers to pay wages. Since the money had arrived, Li Hai gave Luli a call. After making this call, he sent another text message to Yishir, asking where he was already, and she told Li Hai that he had already left for more than an hour. Chatting with Yishir on his cell phone via text message for a while, the two of them sent several text messages back and forth each. There was no WeChat at this time, and no smartphones, so it could only be done in this way. Not long after, Luli came over, looking at the look, huffing and puffing, seems to have suffered a great deal of aggression. Li Hai guessed something at once and inquired with concern. Principal Lu, what's wrong? Luli said angrily, Guan Chenghui, that bitch is too hateful. 100,000 yuan has obviously arrived, but she is stuck and won't give it to us, saying that we need to have Mayor Jia's signature before we can do it. Upon hearing this, Li Hai's face also got a little ugly and picked up the phone to call Guan Chenghui to call over. This time once, she came quickly, not a few minutes over, just still did not knock on the door, directly pushed in the door. Secretary Li, you asked for me. Li Hai batch head and face asked, what is the matter with you? This money is my special from the county to come to distribute the teachers' arrears of wages. How do you stuck not down to the central school account? Guan Chenghui said unhurriedly. Secretary Li, you may not know that if it's more than $5,000 it has to be signed by Mayor Jia. At those words, Li Hai was so angry that he almost laughed. This is a good dog. The town party secretary. A handful of words do not work, but also must be signed by Jia Yongdui. This is really a little bit not put himself as a hand in the eyes. Li Hai controlled his anger and calmly said, Guan Chenghui, you must pay this money into the central school's account today, and if you sign it, I'll sign it. Guan Chenghui still said, Secretary Li, there's always been a rule that more than $5,000 must be signed by Mayor Jia. so don't make it difficult for me. If you really want this money to be paid into the central school's account today, you'd better communicate with Mayor Jia, and if there's nothing else, I'm leaving." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. She really wasn't afraid of Li Hai. That's why she did such a brainless thing. If it was anyone else, she definitely wouldn't dare to be like this. Li Hai watched her leave, his gaze gradually gloomy. This person must be replaced. Cannot let her continue to stay above that position. Chapter 108. Layout. Guan Chenghui went out of the town clerk's office, turned around and went to the mayor's office and told him what happened. Jia Yungue pondered for a moment and reminded, "Shang Hui, you've gone a little too far in this matter, and I'm worried that Li Hai will strongly counterattack." Guan Chenghui said disdainfully, "A guy whose hair hasn't grown all the way up. What's the point of being afraid of him? The whole of Flowerstone Town is your world. Can he still remove me? That's not going to happen." Jia Yungue confident. The entire party committee is his one word. Most of the party committee members are on his side, although Li Hai is a hand. And what can be done? Cannot control the party committee of a hand is a joke. Old Jia. Then this $100,000. Should we allocate it to the center school? Let's not rush it and put it off for a while. The thought of Li Hai, as a hand, personally coming over to find himself to negotiate and communicate about this money made Jia Yungue feel overwhelmed. All morning, Li Hai was in a worse mood. It was good that Yixia always texted and even called. Gradually she was in a much better mood and knew their schedule and location. The time unknowingly reached past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Hai received a call from Yi Qingji, telling Li Hai that he had already set off and would arrive at Huasher Town around 3 o'clock. After answering Secretary He's call, Li Hai called Yin Hongsheng over and gave an explanation. At once, Yin Hongsheng perked up. The secretary of the Provincial Committee of the Youth League personally came over to inspect the central school, and the probability is that the school will be included in the Hope Project and will be allocated funds for reconstruction. That's a great thing. He also secretly admired Li Hai at the same time. How big of a relationship does one have to make someone else's secretary of the Youth League Provincial Committee personally come over? Before he guessed that Li Hai should have a certain background and relationship. Otherwise he wouldn't have parachuted directly into Huasher Town from the provincial capital. And now it seems that the background and relationship is even greater than what he guessed. Secretary Li, should we notify Mayor Jia and the others? I heard that Mayor Jia went to play mahjong again. Still in that box in the Dragon Phoenix tea house. Li Hai waved his hand and said, since he likes playing mahjong so much, let him go ahead and play. Regardless of him, and without notice. At this time, Li Hai stayed a little mindful. Later the county party secretary will come over. Jia Yun will skip work in playing mahjong. He knows. How will be the reaction? Must take advantage of this one thing to give Jia Yungue a bit of eye candy. No. Such a good opportunity. Just on a bit of eyeballing words. Too cheap him. Must be a bureau to do. After this idea came up in his mind, after seeing Yin Hongsheng leave, Li Hai made a phone call to the police station director. Zhang Yujun called over. Secretary, you asked for me. Li Hai nodded and shook his hand warmly as a line of blue fonts floated above Zhang Yujun's head. Favorability, 62. This favorability is already considered very high, and when it reaches this height, he basically looks up to Li Hai, and if he is asked to do something, he, Zhang Yujun, will do it. Seeing this favorability, to be honest, Li Hai had a little bit of a small surprise. Didn't expect it to go up so fast. Could it be that his charisma was so high since he had such a high favorability rating? It was even more reassuring that he could open up and talk to him about a lot of things without worrying about leaks. Not to mention betrayal. Yu Jun, Secretary, he will arrive at our Huasher Town around 3 o'clock to greet the Secretary of the Youth League Provincial Committee and his entourage. Li Hai didn't hide anything and briefly told the matter, then said, I've arranged for you to do something. Zhang Yujun has been in shock. Half a day before reacting. Never thought that the secretary of the provincial committee of the mission would personally come to the poor township of Huasher Township, which has to have how big the relationship and background odd. Gradually, he looked at Li Hai a little differently, because he knew that it must be because of Secretary Li that the secretary of the mission provincial committee could come over. His favorability towards Li Hai rose a bit more to 65 points. Secretary, don't worry, whatever it is, I'll make sure it's done beautifully. Good, then I now explain you a thing. Jia Yungue in the town of those coal bosses in the Longfeng tea house box to play business mahjong. You bring a few reliable people. When the secretary he came over, you will be arrested on the spot. And make some noise. The bigger the noise the better. Zhang Yujun's eyes lit up. This was a brilliant move, and he grew to admire Li Hai. Secretary, don't worry, I know what to do. Leave this matter to me. Wait for my good news. Citing Zhang Yujun leaving, Li Hai thought in his heart. When Secretary he and his party arrived, Zhang Yujun brought people into Jia Yungue and others to capture them on the spot. It would be wonderful, because there was no big notice. Except for a few people. Basically very few town leaders knew that Secretary he and his entourage had almost arrived in Huasher Town. Feeling that it was about time, Li Hai brought on Yin Hongsheng, as well as Jiang Shuiyan and a few others to stand at the entrance of the town government compound, waiting for Yi Qingji and the others to come over. Why did you call on Jiang Shuiyan? Since she had obviously leaned towards Li Hai, and her favorability wasn't bad, and was considered to be in Li Hai's camp, then she would be taken to show her a face across the road. Across the street is the Dragon Phoenix Tea House. Basically every morning, Jia Yungue will be there to play mahjong, or drink tea, or wash feet, while Qian Qiqian will generally be saddled with the weight. Like a bootlicker. Li Hai looked across the tea house and also saw Zhang Yujun, who was already in place, and several people were in plain clothes, just waiting for Secretary He to arrive to make a move. A while later, a front and a back 2 cars came over, parked in front of the township government compound. Li Hai rushed to welcome them. Hello, Secretary He, welcome to our Flowerstone town. Jiang Shuiyan, Yin Hongsheng and others also welcomed them one by one, shaking hands with He Qingji and others. After shaking hands, He Qingji inquired, Secretary Li Hai, where are Secretary Yuan and the girls, and how long will it take for them to arrive at our Huasher town? Li Hai replied, I just contacted them, and they will arrive at our Flowerstone town in about 20 minutes or so. He Qingji waved his hand and said, it's only 20 minutes until we arrive. Everyone get ready to greet Secretary Yuan personally coming to our Huasher town. That's a huge honor. We mustn't make any mistakes. After saying that, he glanced at Li Hai and the others and realized that there was something wrong. The people who had come to greet them were a little too few, and what about Jia Yungue and the others? It is simply nonsense. The secretary of the provincial party committee personally over their own county party secretary from the county to meet you, a small mayor frame so big. This time I've not seen the silhouette. Then He Qingji became very dissatisfied and asked in a deep voice, where is Jia Yungue? Where is he? And why hasn't he come over to greet him? Li Hai thought about how to answer, and before he could speak, Yin Hongsheng next to him said, Secretary He, Mayor Jia is very busy, and is playing mahjong with a few small coal mine bosses in town in the tea house box across the street. Ness. It was perfect. Li Hai almost nodded for Yin Hongsheng. Not if it is their own. This hand said, Jia Yungue on the opposite side of the mahjong. That is completely different. By the mouth of Yin Hongsheng said, that effect is much better. Li Hai pretended to be slightly stunned, and suddenly realized, no wonder I didn't see Mayor Jia and the others originally playing mahjong in the opposite tea house. Then, Li Hai again looked like he was blaming himself and hurriedly apologized. Secretary He, I didn't manage the people below me well as the squad leader. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by He Qingji waving his hand. Chapter 109. Jia Yungue suspended from work. Everyone noticed that Secretary He had a very serious look on his face. Jiang Shuiyan even guessed in his heart, this time, our Jia mayor is in trouble. This is a typical bump on the gun. Waving his hand to interrupt Li Hai's words, He Qingji said, you're not to blame for this matter. You've only just taken up your position not more than a few days ago, and this Jia Yungue, he's so unlikable. Previously occasionally heard one or two. Someone to him played a small report, said Jia Yungue like to play mahjong? He has not been much on the heart. Playing a little mahjong just, not a big deal. Where do you know that playing mahjong during working hours, and also with the bosses of several small coal mines in town? This is certainly not serious mahjong. At this time, there was a great commotion coming from the opposite tea house, and it was getting louder and louder. Then a group of people were seen coming out from inside the tea house, and among them was Jia Yungue. He had a very angry look on his face, pointing at Zhang Yajuan's nose and cursing, because it was only across the road and not far away. His curses were clearly visible. Zhang Yujun, you've gone against the grain. You're committing a crime from below, a serious violation of the principles of the organization, and you, the director, are now being removed from your position on the spot. Zhang Yujun is not afraid at all, and said loudly, Huasher town is not your Jia Yungue's world alone. You said to be removed from office. A few other coal bosses were controlled, but none of them took it seriously. The town police station is just not in the eyes at all. Qian Qiqiang is also very arrogant, typical of Jia Yungue's lapdogs. This time must have jumped very high. Loudly, Zhang Yujun, hurry up and take your people back, or else, this black hat on your head will definitely fall off. Whether it was Jia Yungue or Qian Qiqiang, neither of them realized that He Qingji was walking towards this side with a gloomy face. When He Qingji and a group of other people have crossed the road and arrived at the gate of the tea house, they realized that something was wrong, and when they saw that it was Secretary He, Jia Yungue's heart sank and he secretly said that it was not good. Secretary He, you, why are you here? Jia Yungue spoke with a bit of shivering up, really a bit startled. He Qingji asked in a deep voice, what's going on here? Zhang Yujun immediately replied, Secretary He, we received a report from the public that someone was gambling in this tea house. We went out to the police and found that Mayor Jia and the others were playing mahjong in the box and playing a bigger game. The gambling money alone was up to more than $50,000. Such business mahjong, though several coal bosses each with $1 or $2 million is very normal. The total amount of gambling reached more than 50,000. In 2002, more than 50,000 is a large sum of money, the equivalent of the average person's 2 or 3 years of salary income. Because of the commotion, the crowd of onlookers around them grew, thinking that the secretary of the Youth League Provincial Committee and his party will soon arrive. He Qingji had a burst of fire, and knew that he had to be fast and furious. Jia Yungue, on behalf of the County Party Committee, you are suspended from now on. Reflect deeply during the suspension, and then make a review to the County Party Committee. The Town Party Committee. Jia Yungue's heart is cold. Actually suspended. Then when can I resume work? Everything is difficult to say. He saw Li Hai next to him, and had some speculations in his heart that this matter, was it related to Li Hai? Was he behind it? Only, there was no time for him to think about it. The next unlucky person was Qian Shiqiang. After suspending Jia Yungue, He Chengji's gaze fell on Qian Shiqiang and he said seriously, "Are you also involved in playing mahjong?" Although he couldn't name Qian Shiqiang, he had the impression that he seemed to be a deputy mayor of Huasher Town. In the face of the majestic county party secretary, Qian Shiqiang's face was pale, and he couldn't say a word for half a day. Next to him, Zheng Yujun said, "Secretary he." Although Vice Mayor Qian didn't participate in the mahjong game, he was also one of the people present. He Chengji said, "It's so uncharacteristic. The same, suspended from now on. When to resume work?" Waiting for the county committee's notice. At that moment, Qian Shiqiang's face paled even more, and there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. It's over. The happiest should be Li Hai, worthy of being secretary. He is domineering. Directly suspended Jia Yungue and Qian Shiqiang. In that case, if he himself were to organize a meeting of the town party committee, there would be much less resistance, and basically no one would object to his own series of arrangements and operations. Guan Chenghui, you wait for me. Although his heart was happy, his face didn't show it half-heartedly. Li Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone disperse, disperse, don't crowd around," because Secretary Yuan of the Youth League Provincial Committee was soon to come over. Li Hai dispersed the onlookers, and Yin Hansheng and Jiang Shuiyan joined in, and together, they finally dispersed the crowd as if nothing had happened just now. But He Chengji made an effort to adjust his mindset, and together with everyone else, he resumed standing at the entrance of the Huasher Township government compound, waiting for Yuan Tingxiu's arrival. A while later, a convoy of 3 cars drove over. The lead car Li Hai was familiar with, the red Toyota Land Cruiser. That was Tang Mushua's car. In the center was a Toyota Coaster followed by a black SUV. Li Hai reminded, "Secretary he, they're here." He Chengji nodded once and changed into his brightest, most enthusiastic smile, leading a group of people to actively welcome him. Although the secretary of the county party committee is very cattle, but the secretary of the provincial party committee of others is even more cattle. The main hall level, if put down to the local, at least, is also the mayor of the prefecture level city. The probability of the general can serve as secretary of the municipal party committee. Exercise a few years will be able to step into the ranks of the provincial leadership. The car stopped and everyone got out of the car. He Chengji was the first to walk over and enthusiastically said, "Hello, Secretary Yuan. I'm He Chengji from Sanjiang County. Welcome to our Sanjiang." Yuan Tingxiu nodded slightly and shook hands with He Chengji in a formulaic manner. He Chengji did not have half a bit of dissatisfaction. People are much higher level, can shake a hand with him, has been very satisfied. As for the other side of the shelf, that is also very normal. Li Hai saw Yishir and also saw Tang Muxui. Yixia smiled brightly, very happy, almost jogging to Li Hai's front. If not so many people, probably would have jumped directly into Li Hai's arms. "Hi, it's nice to finally see you." Li Hai took her little hand. "Well, I missed you so much. A few more days this time." "Well, listen to you. Hang out here for a few more days before you leave." The two of them were holding hands and appeared very close. He Chengji was shocked and inquired, "Secretary Li Hai, this is your girlfriend?" Li Hai introduced, "Secretary he, leaders, this is my girlfriend Yishir." Yishir was generous and gave Li Hai Chang face, taking the initiative to greet everyone. "Hello everyone, I'm Secretary Li's girlfriend." Chapter 110, $20 million. A lot of people just envy it. This is too pretty. He Chengji looked at Yishir and then Yuan Tingxiu. As a leader, he thought more and wider. He already saw that Yishir and Secretary Yuan seemed to have an unusual relationship. As for Yuan Tingxiu, of course she knew about Yishir's family history, and she also knew that Yishir was Li Hai's girlfriend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come all the way here specially. "Comrade Li Hai, nice to see you." When she finished, she offered her hand. Li Hai took 2 steps forward and shook hands with Yuan Tingxiu tightly. "Hello, Secretary Yuan. welcome to our Huasher town. A line of script floated above Yuan Tingxiu's head. Favorability, 30. Such a high favorability at the first meeting. Must be because of Yisher. He is Yisher's boyfriend, Luo secretary's future son-in-law. Yuan Tingxiu is extremely favorable to himself. Yuan Tingxiu happily shook hands with Li Hai, without a bit of shelf, and even smiled and said, Li Hai, calling Secretary Yuan is too rusty. Call Sister Yuan. You know. Hello Sister Yuan. Should we go inside the town hall building first to rest and have a cup of tea? Or should we go to the center school now? This Sister Yuan made the people next to her even more envious, even including He Qingji. This is the secretary of the provincial committee of the regiment. Cadres at the level of the main office. When He Qingji shook hands with Yuan Tingxiu just now, the other party was rather cold and held a stance. But now, he is talking and laughing with Li Hai and is approachable, envious. Even eye candy. Yuan Tingxiu felt the gazes around her and smiled slightly, knowing that her purpose had been achieved. This time she came over for two main purposes. The first one was to take a look at this school in Huasher town, and the second one was to stand up for Li Hai, stand and support Li Hai, which is also requested by Yi Shi, who grew up in the system. Yi Shi is worried that his man will be bullied when he first arrives, and specially pulls Secretary Yuan over to stand. Let's go. First go to the center school to take a look. Yuan Tingxiu waved her hand. The group of everyone headed towards the center school. On foot, not much farther. It didn't take 10 minutes to get there. Yuan Tingxiu walked in the center, with Li Hai and He Qingji on his left and right. When she walked into the school, Yuan Tingxiu's brows frowned slightly, her expression gradually becoming serious. This school was also too dilapidated. Upon seeing the broken desks inside the classroom, some with only 3 legs and some padded with red bricks, she broke her defenses. Tang Muxue, on the other hand, took her camera and clicked pictures of these in droves. When standing in front of the student dormitory, looking at the dangerous building, Yuan Tingxiu was silent for a long time and kept standing for a long time. After a long time, Yuan Tingxiu slowly said, the children's conditions are too hard. This school must be rebuilt immediately. Li Hai inquired, Principal Lu, if the entire school is pushed down and rebuilt, how much money is needed? Lu Li, incomparable surprise. The voice has seemed to have a little trembling. Will be the whole school, all the buildings all demolished and rebuilt? This is he dreamed not dare to think of. Secretary Li, it's about $4 to $5 million. Yuan Tingxiu waved her hand and said, I'll grant 20 million for the reconstruction of this school, but it must be earmarked for the purpose of trying to build this place into a modern school. My goodness. Many eyes widened. It's 20 million. It's 20 million. That's an astronomical amount of money for everyone. Lu Li was even breathing heavily. He Qingji, as a hand of Sanjiang County, excitedly took a few steps forward, tightly shook Yuan Tingxiu's hand, and assured, please don't worry, Secretary Yuan, we will definitely earmark the money, and we will definitely build this place into a modernized school, and accept everyone's supervision. It's a handful of statements. The people next to them had a shock in their hearts, knowing that when this money came down, it had to be used only for the construction of this school and not to divert some of it for other purposes. In this school, everyone stayed for more than 2 hours and saw a lot of places, and Tang Muxue even finished 2 film rolls. Raising her hand to look at the time, Yuan Tingxiu waved her hand and said, let's go. Let's go to the school cafeteria to eat. There are about 200 school boarders, and some of the teachers also live in the school, and they generally eat in the school cafeteria. Lu Li had a difficult look on his face. This is better to forget it. Our cafeteria is very simple. There's nothing to see. But Yuan Tingxiu insisted and waved her hand. Go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was indeed simple, and at this time of the day it was time for the students to eat, lined up, and were getting their meals in food. 2 large stainless steel pots, one with boiled cabbage and the other with boiled tofu, with little greasy stars. The students took their rice bowls and ate with gusto. Yuan Tingxiu stood in front of the pot of boiled cabbage for a long time with a very grave expression. Lu Li's face was on fire, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Li Hai gently patted Lu Li's shoulder and gave a comforting look. It is not Lu Li's responsibility that the students eat so poorly. The conditions are like that. There is no money. It is already very good to make the students eat. Leaving the central school, it was already dark. Simply ate a meal in town. Yuan Tingxiu will return to the provincial capital overnight, and did not stay to stay. Li Hai escorted them to the car, and secretary he saw them off. Yisher and Tang Muxue on the other hand stayed behind and were prepared to stay here for a few days before going back. Li Hai of course raised his hands to welcome them. There is no shortage of places to live. Li Hai's this 2-bedroom is good, newly renovated, dry and clean. 2 women live in a bedroom. Li Hai live in the other bedroom. The next day Li Hai arranged 2 things after his shift. The first thing was to arrange for Han Yun to accompany Yisher and Tang Muxue to walk around and have a look. The second thing, asked Hongsheng to notify every town leader of the meeting, except, of course, Jia Yungue and Xian Shisheng receiving the meeting notice. Every town leader did not dare to be slow. The first time to the meeting room. If it was before, someone might have come late. Even late, but things are different now. Jia Yungue and Xian Shisheng have been suspended. And the secretary of the Provincial Committee of the Youth League has personally come over to stand up for Li Hai and promised to grant 20 million for the construction of the central school. Li Hai's prestige was unprecedentedly high, and no leader dared to bump into the GUN.ASA hand. Li Hai was the last one to enter the conference room. Just now when he walked to the door of the conference room, he heard a cacophony of noise inside. And as soon as the figure appeared in the door of the conference room, the sound came to an abrupt end. Sitting down in his seat, Li Hai's gaze swept over the faces of the group of town leaders before he said aloud, "Now, let's start the meeting." This is also the first time Li Hai has called a meeting since he became the party secretary of Huasher Town. Chapter 111. First meeting. Li Hai chaired the meeting and went straight to the point. Yesterday, Yuan, the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, inspected our Huasher Town Center School, and was touched to see the school's dilapidated and difficult conditions. And she made a statement on the spot that she would allocate 20 million yuan for the school's construction. Although everyone here had heard about it, the fact that $20 million was brought up again lifted the hearts of many. That's $20 million. The largest amount of money Flowerstone has seen in years. Some people even got the idea that they could get a share of the money and use part of it for other purposes, such as clearing up the hospitality arrears, such as giving people a little bit of welfare, and so on. Li Hai seemed to know what a certain number of people had in mind, and directly said, "This money, earmarked for this purpose, no one can hit him." Standing Committee Deputy Mayor Wang Tao seems to have a little reluctance. Reminded Secretary Li, the central school, even if it is pushed down and rebuilt, it is estimated that a few million will be enough. Completely not use so much. Now we have financial difficulties. I suggest that a part of this money from this money out. Li Hai's eyes glazed over. He had already said that he had earmarked the money and that no one could get any ideas about the money. But someone still jumped out. Deputy Mayor Wang, you can go talk to Secretary He directly about this, or go to Secretary Yuan as well. At once, Wang Tao was embarrassed, his face reddened and he lowered his head, feeling very disgraced, while his heart's dissatisfaction with Li Hai intensified. Li Hai did not bother with Wang Tao. Continued, the construction of the central school will start immediately. We must set up a working group. I'll be the head of the group. The deputy head is Comrade Xueyan and Comrade Hongsheng. The group is composed of Zhao Changliang of the Financial Institute, Lu Li of the Central School. Without asking for a vote, Li Hai directly identified the group with the forcefulness of a hand. There's no problem with that because the group doesn't have to be voted on by the township committee members. A handful of people can totally shoot the breeze and then just file it with the county commission, apart from Yin Hongsheng and Jiang Xueyan. The other town leaders were disappointed for a while. It's amazing that they don't have a share of such a large amount of political achievements. It's like there's not even a mouthful of soup left for them. There are some people who regret that. If they had known, they should have leaned on Secretary Li earlier. Yin Hongsheng and Jiang Xueyan were smart enough to embrace Secretary Li's thighs early. There were also people who were dissatisfied. But Jia Yungue and Xian Shisheng had already been suspended and did not participate in this meeting. So they had no head of the group and could only hide this dissatisfaction in their hearts. After setting up a working group and then saying something about the arrangements and plans for the construction of the central school, Li Hai Dao, there's another personnel adjustment today. Comrade Xueyan, you're the organizing committee member. It's up to you to speak to everyone. Any more personnel changes? A few town leaders quietly exchanged glances. All of them were surprised for a while, and then realized that today's personnel adjustment should not be simple. Sure enough, the adjustment was made to the position of Director of Finance. Flowerstone Town below so many institutions. The Financial Institute is undoubtedly one of the most important institutions. The Director of the Financial Institute of the position of Gold is also very high. Every town leader hopes that this director is his people, but as a rule, this director is usually the secretary of the town party committee, or the mayor of the town. Jiang Xueyan said, the original financial director Guan Chenghui work attitude into a big problem. Many times openly contradict the leadership. Flying bossy, has been unsuitable to continue to work in that position. I recommend that she be removed from office. Continue to do her previous work as a cashier. The director of the financial director by Comrade Zhao Changliang as. Comrade Zhao Changliang has strong business skills, a humble work attitude, and is familiar with the workflow of the finance office. Here are some formulaic words, all praising Zhao Changliang. Waiting for Jiang Xueyan to finish, Li Hai then said, I also think that Comrade Zhao Changliang is very suitable for the position of Director of Finance. Now we have a show of hands. Those who agree that Zhao Changliang should be the Director of Finance, please raise their hands. After saying that, Li Hai was the first to raise his right hand. This attitude is very obvious. Anyway, as a hand, I am in favor of Zhao Changliang as the Director of the Financial Institute. You look at your own. Yin Hongsheng raised his hand second. Jiang Shuiyan third. Surprisingly, Zhou Qi, the deputy party secretary, was the fourth to raise his hand, followed by Wang Chao, the armed forces minister. In the end, only Wang Tao, the executive vice mayor, and Shen Literature, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, did not raise their hands. They were Jia Yungui's people. Without Jia Yungui and Shen Qicheng, their faction was destined to make no big waves. Li Hai was satisfied and said aloud, "Then this adjustment is considered passed. Director Yin, after the meeting is over, send out the official document right away." Yin Hongshang was a little excited and replied loudly, "Yes, Secretary." He was really excited, and the look on his face was barely concealed. "Raise your eyebrows. It has always been suppressed to death by Jia Yungui, and they can appoint whoever they want, but now it's good that they have finally fought a turnaround." Li Hai waved his hand and said, "Dismissed." That's the end of the meeting. After saying that, the first one got up and left the conference room. There are several town leaders sitting there, not getting up for the time being. They feel that today's meeting is like a dream. There is a feeling of unreality, and after reacting, they know that Huasher town is going to start to change the sky. Fiscal office. Jia Yungui was suspended. Guan Chenghui had a little panic. The mood is not good. Worried about his position is not stable, but on second thought, Mayor Jia was only suspended, not removed, and should be able to resume his work soon. Li Hai should not be so bold as to dare to move his position. After thinking this in his heart, his mood was a little better. But when he saw that Zhao Chengsho looked like he was playing with his cell phone, his heart was a little bad again. She felt that Zhao Chengliang was the biggest threat, especially when she heard that he always ran to Li Hai's office in the past 2 days, playing with cell phones during work hours. Oh, Guan Chenghui felt that she caught the opportunity. In front of everyone's face loudly reprimanded, "Zhao Chengliang, there is still no me in your eyes. When I do not exist is not it. Work time is actually playing with the phone." If it was usual, Zhao Chengliang would have tucked his tail between his legs, but today seemed different. Looking happy and even a little excited, the face of Guan Chenghui's reprimand also did not have the kind of coyness, but all exudes a strong confidence. Unhurriedly replied, "Guan Chenghui, I'm just looking at the text messages on the phone. There is no regulation that work time cannot look at the cell phone text messages." "Right. What? How dare you talk back?" Guan Chenghui exploded on the spot, ready to cross her waist, pointing at Zhao Chengliang's nose and cursing, playing a handful of her finance institute's prestige.at. This time, a young man barged in from outside the office, yelling as if he had won the lottery jackpot. "Brother Zhao, congratulations, congratulations." Zhao Chengliang smiled faintly. "Little Lu, you know it too." "Got it. Just got it," Xiao Lu said loudly. "The party and government office is already printing the official document. It will be issued soon. From now on, Brother Zhao will be the hand of the Finance Institute, the director." "Brother Zhao, congratulations on your official reinstatement." "No, from now on it should be called Zhou Shou." Next to her, Guan Chenghui was dumbfounded, then shouted loudly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You guys are lying to me, aren't you?" Chapter 112. After the meeting was adjourned, Li Hai went back to his office, just sat down. Water have not had time to drink a mouthful. The town party committee deputy secretary Zhou Qi followed in the back foot. "Secretary Li, I have some work-related things I need to report to you." He never used to come to report, but now that he senses a change in the weather, he comes over to report on his work on his own initiative. Since this was the case, there was no need to be so enthusiastic. Li Hai, slightly endowed with a hand in the sofa, also did not get up, just lightly nodded. "Secretary Zhou, let's get straight to the point with what's going on." Zhou Qi opened the notebook. To the book recorded one by one. Report up. Reported about 10 minutes after the words, "Secretary Li, I, old Zhou, am still old and strong, and I am very familiar with our Flowerstone town. Can you let me join the working group as well?" That was the main purpose of his coming over this time and volunteering to report on his work. "Don't worry, Secretary Li, as long as I'm allowed to join the working group, I'll be closely united around you, and I'll do whatever you say." Is this about taking sides? Li Hai had a bit of hesitation. Right now his only hardcore supporters were Yin Hongshang, Jiang Shuiyan, and himself. For a total of 3 votes, Jia Yungui and Shen Qicheng have been suspended, so that's not a problem. But if they resume work, they won't necessarily be able to take control of the party committee with those 3 votes. Li Hai got up and finally warmed up, taking the initiative to extend his right hand. "Secretary Zhou, I didn't think that you still have full of enthusiasm. This is a good thing." Wow. Seeing Li Hai take the initiative to extend his hand, Zhou Qi hurriedly took 2 steps forward and held Li Hai's hand tightly. "Secretary Li, I've been full of enthusiasm." The two of them shook hands, and a line of white script appeared above Zhou Qi's head. "Favorability, 2 with such a low favorability." Li Hai was a little surprised. Seeing him like this, he thought he had at least 20 favorability. The result? Only 2 points, this is more outrageous. Li Hai coldly said in his heart. Old fox. Almost fooled by you. Such a low favorability. If he really let him join his camp, maybe one day he will turn against the water and give me a hard knife in the back with his heart like a clear mirror. Li Hai didn't show it on his face. Still looking enthusiastic, since Secretary Zhou wants to be an officer. There will be opportunities in the future. The meaning is obvious. Join the construction of the Central School Leadership Working Group that or forget it. You do not have the opportunity. If there is something in the future, then say. If you really want to lean over, your favorability will definitely rise gradually, and when it reaches more than 20, or more than 30, it's not impossible to accept him again now. That's not going to work. Even though Zhou Qi talks a good game after playing some Tai Chi, he finally sent Zhou Qi away. When he left, Zhou Qi shook hands with Li Hai again, and a line of script appeared above his head again. Favorability, -1 possibly failing to achieve his goal. Zhou Qi's favorability towards Li Hai actually dropped, making it even more unlikely that Li Hai would let him join his camp after Zhou Qi left. The head of the People's Armed Forces, Wang Chao, came over and also said that he was reporting on his work. He debriefed some of his work and then left as well, not mentioning anything about joining the working group. And the favorability rating wasn't too low at 15 points. That's normal. If the favorability goes up a bit, it's not a bad idea to pull him over. Then you'll have 4 votes for the rest of the day. Li Hai's office had been bustling. It's a world away from what it was before is cold and quiet. Now is the door of the city. Come to report on the work of the people is one after another, and even lined up outside the door. In addition to those town leaders, the following offices. The head of each office is also one by one to report on the work of the person in charge. Everyone who came to report their work, Li Hai would shake hands with them, keeping their favorability in mind one by one. Jia Yungue was suspended and was so irritable that he stayed in his house and did not go anywhere, stifling a cigarette. His brow furrowed as he thought of a response. Guan Chenghui's phone also called, crying, "Old Jia. I was bullied by Li Hai, that brat whose hair didn't even grow back. Woo woo woo. He actually took advantage of your suspension to remove me from my position as director of the Finance Institute and arranged for Zhao Changliang, that loser, to be the director." Hearing this crying and wailing, Jia Yungue became even more annoyed. Alright, crying and wailing, what's the use of crying? Since you've been exempted, just be quiet for now. But I'm too uncomfortable inside to accept it. Jia Yungue interrupted. I'm only suspended, not removed from office, so just be quiet for now. You'll still be sitting in that position when you have the chance in the future. Really? Guan Chenghui was pleasantly surprised, and instead of crying, she invited, "Old Jia, how about coming to my house tonight? I'll cook for you." Jia Yungue thought of Guan Chenghui's wonderful body in his mind, and his heart gradually got a little fiery. Okay, you wait for me at night. After receiving this call, Jia Yungue's eyes gradually showed a cold aura in his heart. He thought fiercely, Li Hai, our struggle is only now officially started. When I resume work, Huasher Town is still my world. Believe it or not. Li Hai, you won't be able to stay in Flower Stone Town for long. Just wait. Zhao Changliang took office, and the first thing he did was to put the $100,000 into the account of the central school, and then went to Li Hai to report. His favorability also rubbed up, directly raised to 65 points. With a great momentum, when the $100,000 arrived, no one was happier than Lu Li. He specially ran to Li Hai to thank him, and then distributed all the money without a single cent in the first place. Yan Wanyu is a veteran teacher. My partner is in poor health and has been bedridden, taking medication every day. A few months without paychecks. His pockets inside the clean. See, the old man's medicine will be broken. Anxious. How to do? Have no choice but to prepare to go to the relatives to borrow money. Pick up the phone, hesitate for a long time. The phone has not been able to dial out. A few times later, finally gathered enough courage, ready to dial the phone when the phone fell. First rang. The head of the grade level team called, jubilant, "Old Yen, hurry up and come to school." Yan Wanyu tentatively inquired, "Old Zhang, what is it? So happy." "Of course I'm happy. Secretary Li came to us with a sum of money from the county, and Principal Lu is ready to pay everyone's salary." "What?" And things like that. Yan Wanyu surprise, in a hurry out the door. More than 50 people, actually running all the way. Originally 20 minutes away. Hard to use, only 10 minutes throughout the school. Festivities pervaded, as if it were the new year. Great. Finally another paycheck. This time, thanks to Secretary Li. Secretary Li Nyo. Just a few days after taking office, he gave us money from the county to pay our salaries. In addition to paying our salaries, I hear they're going to help us rebuild our school. Chapter 113. Doggy, you've changed. Secretary Li asked for $100,000 from the county to pay everyone's back wages, and almost the entire school knew about it. Mission Provincial Committee will be allocated $20 million for the reconstruction of the school. For temporarily only part of the people know. At first hearing the news, many people shocked. The person who knows about it then exuberantly said, "You actually don't know, ah. Secretary Lee is marvelous. His hands and eyes are all over the world. He asked for $20 million from the Provincial Committee of the Youth League, and our school will be completely rebuilt. I can't believe this is such a great thing." Every one of them was instantly glowing, and many of the teachers were buzzing about it. $20 million. There is a lot of anticipation about what the school will look like when it is rebuilt. The $100,000 were quickly sent down. Each person received $2,000 or $3,000, like Lu Wanyu, an old teacher, and the family is more difficult, received a salary of 3,500 yuan. This made him almost burst into tears, although he had not met Secretary Li Hai, but the gratitude in his heart was incomparably strong, and he was close to running to the town hall to thank Li Hai in person. With this money distributed, and the knowledge that the school would be completely rebuilt, Li Hai was filled with prestige in the hearts of the teachers. In the middle of the conference room, Li Hai, in his capacity as head of the work leadership group, organized a meeting to discuss the comprehensive reconstruction of the school. The first funds, a total of 10 million, had already arrived on top of Huasher Town's account, and when Zhao Changliang reported to Li Hai, his entire body was like chicken blood. Secretary Li is a cow. $10 million so quickly. When the first funds arrived, of course, the rebuilding of the school had to begin immediately. It was agreed that the present old school building would be retained for the time being and a brand new modern school building would be constructed on the vacant land next to it. The building was constructed to the standards of high standard buildings in big cities, with 5 floors, 12 modern classrooms on each floor, as well as offices, meeting rooms, and laboratories for the teachers. After the school building is completed, the old school building will then be demolished. The central school is rather run down, but it is large and has plenty of space. In addition to the teaching building, a brand new dormitory building was started at the same time. This dormitory building was almost a dangerous building, a time bomb. In case it collapsed, it would be a heavenly affair, and Li Hai couldn't even bear such a huge responsibility. This dormitory building was immediately demolished and a high-standard dormitory building was constructed on the original site, the kind with balconies and bathrooms in each dormitory. After the demolition of the old dormitory building, the students temporarily live elsewhere. Just next to the school, temporarily rent a few private houses. The students will be relocated to stay in these private houses. Anyway, the distance is very close, but also more convenient. In addition to the imminent start of major construction, Li Hai ordered that brand new desks be purchased immediately. The previous desks were just too worn out. Principal Lu, I'll leave the procurement of the desks to you. Procure them as soon as possible. Lu Li had a look of excitement on his face and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Secretary Li, at most 1 week, all the new desks will be procured in place. There's money now. It's good to have money. A couple hundred sets of new desks is just a couple hundred sets of new desks. It won't take too long. After this meeting, all the work is in full swing. The first is the demolition of the old dormitory building. Just a day's time, under the operation of several excavators, the old dormitory has become a piece of flatland. For the next few days, Li Hai was busy. On the one hand, we have to focus on the construction work of the central school, and on the other hand, we have to go down to research and visit every village. When he had spare time, he would also accompany Yishir, Shi and Tang Mushui, led by Han Yun, had gone to many places in the countryside over the course of a few days, and to the two of them, who had grown up in the city, everything was new. In particular, they went to a place called Panglong Valley. After coming back from there, one boasted about the beautiful scenery. It was simply beautiful. She had hardly ever seen such a pristine, beautiful place. Tang Mushui also raved about that place and took lots of pictures. Li Hai has not been in office for a long time. The understanding of the town of Huasher is still relatively limited. A lot of understanding is seen from the information, and have not been to that place. After looking at the photos taken by Tang Mushui, I felt that the place was really beautiful, and that when I had time, I must go and have a look. If the place is really beautiful, isn't it possible to pull an investment from outside and make it a tourist attraction? Yishir and Tang Mushui had spent a few days in Huasher town and were finally going back. It was impossible for them to stay here all the time, especially Tang Mushui, who still had a lot of things to do at the provincial newspaper. When leaving, Yi Xia, obviously reluctant to leave, get on the car is almost a step 3 turn back. When getting on the car, even a hand flung into Li Hai's arms, eyes slightly red, cannot afford to give up. Li Hai gently hugged her. Little fool, I'll come to the provincial city to see you sometime, and usually call you every day. After some comforting, Yi Xia reluctantly got into the car. Tang Mushui waved her hand and said, see you later Li Hai. Keep in touch often. I'm leaving with Shirji. The red Toyota Land Cruiser faded away into the distance, disappearing at the end of the highway until it was out of sight before Li Hai withdrew his gaze. Yishir went back to the provincial city. I do not know when we can see each other again. Lee Hai's heart is empty. Jia Yungue was suspended for 5 days and finally went back to work. The suspension was a bit shorter than Lee Hai had expected. But fortunately, at least Qian Qicheng had still been under suspension and showed no signs of wanting to go to work after Jia Yungue went to work. Surprisingly, he appeared to be very low-key, and the whole person seemed to be much more modest, even more unexpectedly. On the first day of resuming work, he took the initiative to come to Lee Hai first. He knocked gently on the door of the office, and only pushed the door, and when he heard the sound of "please come in," the stance was also lowered, without the high profile that he used to have, and he even bowed slightly, full of apologies. "Secretary Lee, I've come to apologize and review you." Seeing him like this, Lee Hai slightly stunned. This is the sun out of the west. Just a few days of suspension. Jia Yungue's changed so big, dog? Have you changed? Li Hai hid his shock in his heart and nodded once gently. Jia Yungue continued to maintain a low profile. "Secretary Lee, I have already made a review to the county party committee, and now I am making a review to the town party committee. In the past, I was too low on my own requirements, so much so that I often played mahjong during working hours. I guarantee that from today onwards, such things will never happen again. Starting today, I will definitely put all my energy into my work, and under the leadership of Secretary Lee, I will do my best to build our Flowerstone town better." Lee Hai quietly listened to his review, while in his heart, he thought, this should not be. What is this singing? Could it be that he has really changed his nature? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Li Hai really didn't believe that Jia Yungue had spoken these words from his heart. Not a single word. Chapter 114, Paralysis. Whether these words come from the heart or not, a handshake with him will tell. If there is an increase in favorability, then this is a statement from the heart, and if there is no increase in favorability, then this is a false statement. Li Hai took the initiative to extend his hand. "Mayor Jia, I feel relieved that you have such an awareness and can recognize your mistakes. Secretary Lee, I have fully realized my mistake, and from today onwards, I will be strict with myself." The two men's right hands clasped together, and a line of deep black, eye-popping script surfaced above Jia Yungue's head. "Favorability, 65 MMPs. Almost believed it, but it turned out to be a bit of a lie. Li Hai laughed coldly in his heart, but his face did not show it. Instead, he took the posture of a hand, and his face gradually became serious. "Mayor Jia, it's a good thing to realize your mistake, but as the class president, I'm still going to say a few words about you." Jia Yungue put on a vain look. "Secretary Lee, you say? I'll listen carefully and accept it with an open mind." Lee Hai had a straight face. "Mayor Jia, as a town leader, a party cadre, you are indeed too indulgent, playing business mahjong with a few small bosses during working hours. This is something I am ashamed of for you. This guy is false, most likely deliberately pretending to be this way, so as to paralyze their own. I do not know what else will go wrong behind the scenes. Such a good opportunity." Of course, Lee Hai would not let go, and criticized Jia Yungue severely as a hand. "Jia Mayor, I now speak to you on behalf of the town party committee. In addition to the matter of gambling during working hours, you yourself have to reflect on self-examination, reform. I will look at your performance in the future. If you continue to indulge yourself, I will respond to the county party committee." Lee Hai's tone was harsh. It was exactly like a boss reprimanding his subordinates, criticizing for a full 10 minutes before stopping. Jia Yungue was so angry inside that he almost turned his face, but he kept holding back and put on a low, humble demeanor. During his suspension, he thought a lot and made up his mind to take revenge and send Lee Hai away. In order to paralyze Lee Hai and fool him. This is why he puts on this appearance, hoping that Lee Hai will think that he has completely reformed and is completely on Lee Hai's side. If Lee Hai really thinks so, then he will drop his defenses, and Jia Yungue can secretly do a lot of things, and he has already thought of a wonderful opportunity. If successful, in one fell swoop, he will be able to send Lee Hai in to step on the sewing machine. In order to realize this plan, even though he was scolded by Lee Hai like a grandson, Jia Yungue has been enduring it, and he also looks like he is accepting it with an open mind only. The moment he exited Lee Hai's office and turned around, his face changed and became gloomy all of a sudden. The heart is even more ruthless. "Lee Hai, you wait, I will definitely send you in. Your position will be mine sooner or later." "What about Lee Hai?" After seeing Jia Yungue leave, the heart is soothing, almost laughing. "Did not think that you can also ruthlessly criticize Jia Yungue, Emil?" And Jia Yungue in front of himself like a grandson. It's cozy. Flowerstone Township Center School. 2 large vans drove slowly into the school and parked on the playground apron. At this time of the day, it was noon time. The students had just finished eating. Some were playing on the playground pad. Some were playing inside the classroom. It's not often that cars come to school, and it's the first time that there are 2 big, long vans like this one. Many people got curious and gathered around. Both vehicles were loaded. Only the tarps covered them so tightly that it was impossible to know what was in them. The car stopped. The driver jumped out, skillfully untied the ropes and lifted the tarp. And all of a sudden, everyone saw it. On the cart was a neatly stacked, brand new, beautiful set of desks and chairs. Wow! So many desks. The desks are so beautiful, just like the ones you see on TV. Is this our new desk? The students perked up, each with glowing eyes at these new desks. And some of the teachers, who had also heard the news, saw the desks and basically understood what was going on. Principal Luli jogged all the way over, shook hands with the delivery man, counted the quantity, and then signed according to Lehai's request. First buy a batch of brand new tables and chairs. Money is good. Just a few days, the first batch of tables and chairs were sent over. After signing, Luli waved his hand and said, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhao, bring your class over to receive their new desks. Instantly, the students cheered. It's really their new desks. That's great. It was like a dream, with a sense of unreality. New sets of desks were unloaded from the trucks and moved into the classrooms, while the old worn-out desks were moved out of the classrooms and stacked in the footwells of the playground not far away. Several excavators are at work, and the old dormitory building, which used to be almost rickety, has been pushed. Today, Lehai held another meeting of the town party committee. In addition to studying the latest documents, one personnel appointment was made. The former director of the city construction office is old and will soon retire to the second line. The construction of the central school is about to start in full swing. The need for a strong and energetic director of the city construction office. The organization member proposed a new candidate for the city construction office. And we all understand that although this candidate was proposed by Jiang Shuiyan, this person is definitely Secretary Li's person. After Jiang Shuiyan introduces this new candidate, we move on to the voting session. Everyone didn't rush to raise their hands, like Executive Vice Mayor Wang Tao, Discipline Inspection Committee member Shin Literature, and others even looked at Jia Yungue. They were all from Jia Yungue's camp, and everything was based on Jia Yungue's opinion. There were a few other members who were in a melon-eating frame of mind, waiting for a good show, knowing that what was to follow would be a heated exchange between Mayor Jia and Secretary Li. The new candidate for the town office is Secretary Li's man, and some people think that Mayor Jia will definitely not agree to it. Finance personnel are very critical and important. Jia Mayor has lost the financial power. The current director of the Financial Institute is Secretary Li's people. In personnel appointments and adjustments above, Jia Mayor is certainly not willing to give in. Some people even waited in their minds. Secretary Li's side was 3 votes. Mayor Jia's side originally had an ironclad 4 votes, but Qian Qiqiang was still in the stopping period. So that would be 3 votes. 3 votes against 3. Some centrists even wondered in their minds who they would vote for with this vote, whether it would be for Secretary Li or Mayor Jia. Where is the knowledge that the situation has developed completely out of everyone's expectation? Heated exchanges did not occur. Jia Yungue spoke. Lin Shaowen, this comrade I know, young and talented, down to earth and willing to work in the urban construction office, has also been working for several years. Experienced by him as the director of the urban construction office. I have no opinion. After saying that, Jia Yungue raised his right hand. This is what's going on. What about the promised heated exchanges? Everyone looks at me, I look at you. Face to face. Chapter 115. Not everyone looked at each other. A head full of fog. What kind of operation is this? This is not the case. There should be some kind of life and death fight between the two of them to be normal. As Jia Yungue's hardcore supporter, Executive Vice Mayor Wang Tao was also dumbfounded until Jia Yungue's gaze came over. Then he reacted and then raised his right hand. The whole voting process did not have any waves. Unanimously passed. Lin Shaowen was appointed director of the city construction office. The next phase of the focus is responsible for the construction of the central school. Over the next few days, Jia Yungue was as supportive of Lehai's work as ever, and took the initiative to go to Lehai once a day to report on his work. Many people, while surprised, thought in their hearts, could it be that after being suspended once, Mayor Jia has completely changed, completely correcting his position and centering everything on Secretary Li? Well, it's supposed to look like this, first and second hand harmony. No, you fight for me. Many people feel that this is quite good, especially those below, a lot less pressure, and do not have to search for how to stand in line. A few days later, Chen Qiqiang finally went to work as well. He couldn't figure it out. Though can't figure this out at all and can't accept this from the inside. I'm already charging ahead with the promised struggle, and Mayor Jia has fully surrendered. Qian Qiqiang finally took the initiative to talk to Jia Yungue about the indignation in his heart. Leader, I can't figure it out. Seeing Qian Qiqiang huffing and puffing, Jia Yungue guessed what was going on, and also felt that the time was almost right. Lehai has been completely lost in his own voice. Secretary Li compliments. So Jia Yungue closed the door to his office and also unlocked it. Kai Chang, I know you can't figure it out. In fact, there's a reason why I'm doing this, and I won't hide it from you. I have a plan. There was no third person present in the office, and Jia Yungui said the strategy and plan he had in mind without reservation. At once, Shen Qiqiang had a feeling of opening the clouds to see the bright moon. The indignation in his heart was gone. On the contrary, he was incomparably impressed by Jia Yungui. Turns out it was all a ploy. Mayor Jia is awesome. So that's how it is. Scared me. Shen Qiqiang took a long breath of relief. In that case, Li Hai's political future is completely gone, and he will still go to jail. This is indeed the case if the program is implemented successfully, Jia Yungui said. Now that Li Hai thinks that I've sided with him and completely dropped my guard, it's the best time for us to implement our plan. Kaiqiang, how about you implement this plan specifically? Such an important task was actually given to himself to do. Shen Qiqiang was a little flattered, and had a feeling that he was Mayor Jia's absolute beloved. Don't worry, leader. Leave the charging to me. You can just strategize behind the scenes. Jia Yungui nodded gratefully. Qiqiang, if we succeed in getting Li Hai down, and I sit as the town party secretary, I'll recommend you to the county committee to become the town mayor. As soon as this big cake was drawn, Shen Qiqiang got a little excited, and again thanked, and patted his chest to ensure that he would do things beautifully. The two conspired and discussed the specific details, and Shen Qiqiang left happily. Jia Yungui sat in a wide and comfortable big chair. The heart thought, there is money Qiqiang in the front of the charge that is the best. In case of failure of the plan, can also be by him in the front of the top, as long as they are not affected. In the future, Orkan Kiang will be arranged to take a good position, touching out a China to light up. Jia Yungui buried his head and smoked, thinking for a long time. Huasher Town Center School's new teaching building, dormitory building all started construction. The site is very lively. Li Hai almost every day to visit. In addition to keeping abreast of the progress of the project, it also monitors the quality of the construction. Today, when I came back from the central school, the time was already quite late, and I returned to this house that I had moved into, sat on the sofa, and took out my cell phone to prepare to chat with Yishir for a few moments. Suddenly, Li Hai froze slightly. His own room had obviously been carefully tidied up, neatly and cleanly, and it looked like a lot of work had gone into it. A few loads of clothes inside the washing machine were also washed and dried previously. People had occasionally come over to clean up, but it was limited to sweeping the floor and taking out the trash, and nowhere near as detailed as this time. Li Hai didn't rush to make a call and looked in every room. Noticing that the quilts on the beds had been replaced with new ones and neatly folded. Murphy has set himself up with a special nanny. After such a thought in his mind, Li Hai dialed In Hongxing's phone, and after understanding the situation, he knew that he had really arranged a special nanny for himself. In Hongxing said, in order to allow the leaders to have a better energy to work above, several town leaders living in the town government compound have arranged a nanny, and this is Jia Yungui suggested. The difference is that, as a hand, Li Hai arranged a full-time nanny, an older woman in her 50s, who helps clean every day and can also cook for Secretary Li. Several other town leaders are not full-time nannies, but a nanny is responsible for the housework and hygiene of several town leaders. It's fine. Older women in their 50s are fine. If it's a little girl, it's definitely not fine with a full-time nanny. The house is clean and tidy every day, and Li Hai is very satisfied. A few more days passed. The foundation for the center school is basically poured. Many of the building materials are in place, and it won't take long to start the above-ground portion of the building, because Jia Yungui has completely stood in line. No matter what it is, his position is set right. Basically Li Hai clap, together with the big construction of the center school, Li Hai's prestige in Huasher Town is getting higher and higher. In Hongshang, Jiang Shuiyan, Zheng Yujun and others are happy that they followed the right leader and made the wisest choice. It's Monday, according to the usual practice. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Hai presided over the team to hold a regular weekly meeting to summarize the work of the previous week and make arrangements for a series of work this week. For about only 2 or 30 minutes, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Came in several people, led by Yan Jiefang, Deputy Secretary of the Sanjiang County Commission for Discipline Inspection. Li Hai slightly stunned. How Yan Jiefang brought people to Huasher Town. His own this first hand actually did not receive any notice. Only, before Li Hai could return to his senses, Yan Jiefang walked over directly. With a serious face, Li Hai, you are suspected of serious disciplinary violations. Please give a clear account of the problem at the specified time and place, and take it away. With a wave of his hand, 2 young disciplinary committee clerks, one on the left and one on the right, forked Li Hai and prepared to leave. Chapter 116. What? Secretary Li was double-crossed. Almost everyone in the conference room was horrified. The only exceptions were Jia Yungui and Shen Qiqiang. Even Wang Tao, the deputy mayor of the standing committee, was as shocked as everyone else, and then looked at Yan Jiefang and then Li Hai with an unbelieving look on his face. It can be seen that Jia Yungui and Shen Qiqiang both do things in a very high degree of secrecy, and people within the same camp are aware of those hidden operations of theirs. And other cadres, When they were double-crossed, they either turned pale or shouted, and all kinds of scandalous behavior. Li Hai did not. He was very sober and calm with a powerful aura emanating from his body, and a body that is not afraid of a slanting shadow. Li Hai calmly inquired, "Secretary Yen, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Yen Jiefeng waved his hand and said, "There's no misunderstanding. We have solid evidence. Your nanny reported that someone paid you a bribe of 500,000 yuan. She was the handler. We've already seized that 500,000 yuan account, and the relevant transfer records are also available. Ironclad evidence. Take it away." Yen Jiefeng had a majestic face and waved his big hand. Li Haidao, I don't need you to bother. I can walk by myself. Perhaps Li Hai in the end is the secretary of the town party committee. Yen Jiefeng did not insist on forking him away, but arranged for a left and a right two people to follow Li Hai's side. A group of people went downstairs and got into the car downstairs, inside the conference room. Boom completely exploded. Secretary Li was suddenly double-checked. Basically no one would have expected. It's too sudden. Too sudden. There was no sign beforehand. The people from the Discipline Inspection Commission said that Secretary Li took a bribe of $500,000, which is really unbelievable. Wasn't it wrongly accused? Within this period of time, Li Hai's prestige is getting higher and higher, and he already has a lot of influence in Huasher town, almost as if he was in the sky, and suddenly he was double regulated. And many people didn't believe that Li Hai was really violating the discipline, and they held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Standing Committee Vice Mayor Wang Tao is different. The heart is happy. A little gloating. Just now Yen's secretary have said, the evidence is conclusive. Know the face of the people, do not know the heart. Did not see out. Usually seem to be noble. Li secretary back to do such a nasty thing. Shen Literature, a member of the town's Discipline Inspection Committee, nodded and said, yes, taking a bribe of $500,000 is enough to be sentenced for several years. Although Jia Yungue was very happy in his heart, he didn't show it because he knew that if he jumped out at this time, it would definitely be inappropriate. Previously has maintained a reformed, resolutely support Li Hai's persona. So quickly out of the well is not good. Wait a little longer, and then pretend. Li Hai was taken away. No fussing while in the car. Very cooperative. A few cars out of the Huasher town government compound, along the potholes in the road, drove 50 minutes to the county, did not go to the county party committee, did not go to the county discipline inspection committee, but went to the county party specific hotel. In the car, Li Hai had been thinking about who had set up this trap to set himself up. Jia Yungue quickly came to mind. Arriving at his destination, Li Hai was restricted in his freedom and locked up in one of the rooms on the 4th floor of this hotel, where Yen Jiefeng personally interrogated him. Li Hai, on behalf of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I demand that you give a clear account of your problems within the stipulated time. And now I'm asking you if this $500,000 was a bribe offered to you by a builder named Yu Hui. Li Hai replied, I didn't receive any $500,000, and so far, I don't even know exactly what's going on. Yen Jiefeng said sternly, Li Hai, don't hold any hope or think of confronting the organization. Give a clear and honest account of the problem. This is your only way out. Li Hai sneered, I don't even know exactly what's going on. How can I account for it? I was framed, and demanded that the organization investigate the matter thoroughly. Yen Jiefeng was personally interrogated for about an hour or so. Realizing that Li Hai was not greasy, he walked away in anger, ordering his subordinates to continue the trial next. Li Hai was his usual self after being interrogated for 1 or 2 hours. Li Hai asked for a drink of water, but they did not give any sip of water at all, reminding Li Hai that he would only get a drink of water if he gave a clear and truthful account of the problem. No water, no rest. Will tactics. They were very confident that as long as they got in here, even an Iron Man couldn't carry it, and in the end, they would still give a full account of the problem according to their requirements. County clerk's office. He Chengji smoked his cigarette in a stifled manner, and he was under more pressure, not knowing whether it was right or wrong to do so. Ugh, I hope I didn't do it wrong. He let out a long sigh. Last night, people from the Discipline Inspection Commission reported to him that Li Hai, the party secretary of Huasher town, had committed a serious breach of discipline by accepting a whole 500,000 yuan from a builder named Yu Hui. $500,000. That's a lot of money. After understanding some specifics, He Chengji is more hesitant, because Li Hai is not a county management cadres, but under the jurisdiction of the organization department of the provincial party committee. After so many years in the system, he knows that Li Hai should have a certain relationship and background, but the evidence provided by the Discipline Inspection Commission is very sufficient. As a hand, cannot ignore it. He was hesitant. It did not occur to me that the county governor Chen Wenlin personally came over to find him, just for this matter, and his attitude was very resolute. and it had to be dealt with as soon as possible. He Qingji finally gave instructions that the disciplinary commission should follow the process and be fair and impartial. Having not seen him for many days, Yi sure miss Li Hai very much. It became a daily routine to talk on the phone a few times a day and send a text message. And today was no different. Yi sure took the initiative to send several text messages to Li Hai. Strangely, there has been no reply from Li Hai usually, although it is not a second reply. Usually a few minutes, or 10 minutes, Li Hai will always reply. Like today, this situation is the first time. Could it be that he's hosting an important meeting or has other important things on his mind and doesn't have time to look at his cell phone? Yi sure thought so in his heart. Until the afternoon, there is still no reply, which feels a little wrong. No longer send a text message, but directly hit the past. The number you have dialed is turned off. Hearing such a voice coming from inside the cell phone, Yi sure's heart sank slightly. Having a bad premonition, something can't be wrong. There is a little panic in her heart. Yi sure called her best girlfriend, Sister Tang. Li Hai's phone has not been able to get through, and the text message has not been replied. Will something happen? Tang Mushue said. There's no rush. Try calling his office. I called several times, but there was never an answer. That's right, Tang Mushue suggested. Do you have any other phone numbers? Such as those of other offices in Flowerstone Town? No more. I only have his office phone number. There is also his own cell phone number. Sister Tang, I feel panicked in my heart. He will not really have something happen. Tang Mushue thought for a moment and said, Sure. There's no rush. Wait a little longer and call to try again. Until the evening, the phone cannot be reached. Li Hai has been in a state of disconnection. Yi sure's heart was completely anxious, and she even began to pray. God forbid. Don't let anything go wrong. Chapter 117. Mu Shui. Still can't get through. What should I do? At this time, Tang Mushue also realized that something was a little off. As the secretary of the town party committee, Li Hai's cell phone is generally impossible to shut down, let alone all day shut down this situation. After some contemplation, Tang Mushue suggested, Sure. Tomorrow we'll leave early in the morning and drive to Flowerstone Town to see what's going on. Good. Then we'll leave at first light tomorrow. I'm worried sick right now. Even if there was no such thing, Yi sure was also prepared to take time to go to Huasher Town again in the near future. Really missing Li Hai too much in his heart. The heart also has a little bit slightly blame their own father. Actually put Li Hai in such a remote place. If a little closer, that would be so good. Flowerstone, Yin Hongshang, Jiang Shuiyan, and Zhang Yujun sat down together once more. All three of them looked grave and serious. Secretary out of such a thing. The whole Flowerstone town heart is the most bad. The most pressure is the three of them. In the morning, the three met to discuss their strategy. The three agreed that it should be impossible for such an upright person as Secretary Li to accept $500,000 from others, and that 80% of them might have been framed. After a bit of learning, they had quite a bit of information, so at least things were basically clear. The problem lies with Li Hai's full-time nanny, Zhang Hohat. She personally reported to the County Discipline Inspection Commission that Li Hai had taken a bribe of 500,000 yuan, and the Discipline Inspection Commission's people found the 500,000 yuan in cash in Secretary Li's room. The 500,000 was paid into Secretary Li's bank card by a construction businessman named Yu Hui. Zhang Hohat took Secretary Li's card and withdrew the money from the bank, saying that Secretary Li had instructed her how to do it, and had given her 500 yuan in favor. All three agreed that the problem must lie with this Zhang Hohat. Yin Hongshang looked chagrined and very self-condemning. I shouldn't have arranged for her to work as a nanny for Secretary Li. I saw that her family was in financial difficulty. His man was paralyzed in bed, and he had experience as a nanny. Where did I think that she would set up Secretary Li? Zhang Yujun said. It's basically certain that Secretary Li was framed. Jiang Shuiyan said. Zhang, you're a professional. I'm asking you to do your best to investigate this matter. Don't worry. That's what I'll do even if you don't tell me. The three of them discussed the matter for a long time and then split up. Zhang Yujun, with a few reliable brothers, did not sleep all night and also grasped more and more information. The next day, early in the morning, the three gathered again. Zhang Yujun said, 100% sure, Secretary Li was framed. I've already found a lot of suspicions. For one thing, this Yu Hui has run away without a trace, disappeared, which makes people suspicious. In addition, I accessed the bank's surveillance. There is no figure of Secretary Li. The whole time only Zhang Hohat is withdrawing money. I've also retrieved all of the several surveillance cameras in the township government compound, and combining the circumstances of these surveillance cameras, it's certain that after Zhang Hohat took the money out, she put it into Secretary Li's room by her. Secondly, that bank card of Secretary Li was newly processed only 2 days ago, and from the surveillance it looks like Zhang Hohat took Secretary Li's ID card to process it. This card has only been handled not 2 days, and then Yuan Wei remitted 500,000 000 yuan into this card, and then the money arrived not 1 hour. Zhang Hohat will take out the money. Also on the same day, she reported to the County Discipline Inspection Committee. The whole timeline is very compact. After listening to these situations that Zhang Yujun had grasped, both Yin Hongsheng and Jiang Shuiyan saw hope. The breakthrough was Zhang Hohat. The old woman must be found. Zhang Yujun said, "My brothers have been looking for this woman, but there has been no news. I began to think that it was protected by the disciplinary committee, but according to the information we have but rather, it should be hiding somewhere." The three were discussing what to do next. Not far from Flowerstone Town, a red Toyota Land Cruiser drove fast and was traveling this way. Ye sure. Tang Mu Shui originally planned to leave early this morning, but the heart is really too worried about Li Hai. The two people could not sleep last night, simply overnight out of the provincial capital, and now has been almost to Huasher Town. Ye Xie said with a worried face. Mu Shui, brother Hai shouldn't have really had something happen, right? His phone still can't be reached right now. Tang Mu Shui nodded. Something should have happened. We'll soon arrive at Flowerstone Town. We'll know what happened when we get there. About half an hour later, this red Toyota Land Cruiser was parked at the entrance of the Huasher Township government compound. The two casually inquired and realized that Li Hai had actually been double-crossed. How is this possible? When they got this news, the two of them cried out in disbelief. But after contacting and asking a few people if this was the case, they both had to believe it. Ye sure said, Director Zhang of the Huasher Town Police Station is one of Hai's people. I've met him. Let's go to him to find out what's going on. Okay, Tang Mushue nodded once. So the car appeared at the Huasher Town Police Station. As luck would have it, Zhang Yujun happened to be at the police station. From Zhang Yaojuan's mouth, the two learned the specifics of the situation, and Li Hai is likely to be framed. At once the two were furious. Tang Mushue was even more generous. Sure. Your father won't allow Li Hai to expose his relationship. Then I'll step in. I'll call Sun Jiantao from Five Rivers City. He's my dad's man. Good. Then hurry up and call Secretary Sunday. The city of Wuha has 3 districts and 5 counties, of which Sanjiang County is one. Sun Jiantao has been following Tang Hongyu in his early years, and has always been an old subordinate of Minister Tang. Now he is a member of the Standing Committee of the Five Rivers Municipal Committee and Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Yujun has been next to the two. Heard Tang Mushue tone so big, scared a big jump. What is this background? Can directly call the Secretary Sun after reacting? Zhang Yujun immediately saw hope, and in his heart, he said, if there is really a Sun Jiantao secretary to step in, then things should have a turnaround. Inside the hotel room. Li Hai's lips were dry and cracked, and his eyes were covered with blood. Not given water to drink, not given rest. Wheel war interrogation. Iron Man cannot carry. Yan Jiefang came over again, pushed the door in, saw Li Hai's appearance, nodded with satisfaction. He has full certainty that this will be done into an iron case. Another half a day. At most half a day Li Hai will not be able to hold out. At that time, see how you still have a hard mouth. Everything can only be in accordance with our requirements. Yan Jiefang thought in his heart. Chapter 118. Li Hai, there is no way out for you to be stubborn like this. I advise you to give an honest account of your problems, so that you can also save yourself from unnecessary pain. TSK, a day and a night without water or rest. It doesn't taste good, does it? Yan Jiefang had a few moments of amusement. He must make this an iron case. And seeing Li Hai's lips dry and cracked, and his eyes full of red blood, his heart became more and more certain. Taking people's money and doing things for them. He, Yan Jiefang, is still very trustworthy. After Li Hai was reported by the nanny, Jia Yungue of Huasher Town quietly approached him and asked Yan Jiefang to make this an ironclad case no matter what, and gave 100,000 yuan in favor. Look at this $100,000 above. Yen liberation is very hard, not only to do this into an iron case, but also to take this as a political achievement. For the future to climb up the road, the Deputy Secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Committee personally sent a town party secretary in. This is definitely a proper achievement. Can be for Yen liberation of the future career to add a colorful one. Li Hai, if I were you, I would have already given a truthful account of all the problems. So why bother? It will only add pain to yourself. Want to drink water? Yan Jiefang placed an unopened bottle of mineral water on the table and then said, see, as long as you explain the problem clearly, you can drink water right away. Li Hai looked at Yan Jiefang and said disdainfully, that's all you are. A piece of garbage. Have the means to bring it out though. Being despised. Yan Jiefang is angry. All the people who have arrived here, which one is not honest? Only this Li Hai is a special case. Hard as a stone. Li Hai, since this is the case, don't blame me for giving you the means. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open. Came in a large group of people. The leader is the Wuhan Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee. Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission Sun Jiantao, and then the Secretary of the Three Rivers County Party Committee He Qingji, Yi Qi, Tang Mushue. Two people also followed after seeing the visitor clearly. Yan Jiefang was startled. Sun, Secretary Sun, you, why did you come in person? He spoke with a tremble, scared. Secretary Sun's appearance here represents a strong signal that this case has entered the eyes of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Being concerned by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection is definitely not a good thing for Yan Jiefang, because he is clear that this matter cannot withstand careful and serious verification. At first glance, there is indeed nothing wrong with this matter. There are witnesses, material evidence, and so on, and the chain of evidence is perfect, but if you look into it, you can still find some suspicions. The biggest one being Zhang Hohat, the nanny who reportedly Hai Sun Jiantao grimaced and gave Yan Jiefang a very dissatisfied look, which meant, I will clean you up ruthlessly later. Yi Shi came in. Seeing Li Hai in this state, her heart ached, her eyes reddened, her tears came down on the spot. All of a sudden she hugged Li Hai's neck. Seeing Li Hai's dry and cracked lips, the reddish blood in her eyes, she finally cried, Hai, what's gotten into you? Li Hai gently hugged Yi Shi. Seeing Yi Shi and Tang Mushui appearing here, he knew that he was fine. Softly saying, Sure, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Sun Jiantao seriously said to Yi Qingji, Secretary He, what's going on here? As a veteran disciplinary committee member, he knew what was going on as soon as he took a look at Li Hai, but he still questioned loudly. Municipal Committee Standing Committee leaders questioning. Yi Qingji expressed a bit of panic, and hastily explained, Comrade Li Hai should be like this because he didn't have any rest overnight and didn't drink any water. Tang Mushue took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Li Hai. Drink some water first. More than 24 hours of dripping water. Li Hai is indeed very thirsty. Received the bottle of water without saying anything. Grunt and drink up. A bottle of water almost finished. The sweet, clear mineral water went down. And the whole person finally felt better since Secretary Sun Jiantao personally came over. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Li Hai pointed at Yan Jiefang and said, Secretary Sun. Yan Jiefang arranged for several groups of people to use will tactics to interrogate me in turn. Not giving me water to drink. Not giving me rest. So this should be a serious violation of the principle. Comrade Li Hai, you have suffered. Sun Jiantao looked apologetic. I apologize to you on behalf of the disciplinary committee system of Wuha City. He had already guessed Li Hai's identity. Secretary Luo's future son-in-law. It was impossible not to apologize. This matter will surely soon be known by Secretary Luo. In order to calm Secretary Luo's anger, he must show an attitude to do so. When he came over, he had already understood clearly. As an old disciplinary committee, he keenly perceived that this matter is full of suspicion. And the probability is that someone is deliberately messing with Li Hai. These guys are pretty ballsy. If they knew that Li Hai was the future son-in-law of the provincial party secretary, would they piss themselves? However, he will not disclose Li Hai's identity, because Secretary Luo put Li Hai into Huashi town to exercise. Surely he does not want others to know the relationship between him and Li Hai. So Sun Jiantao did not disclose Li Hai's identity even though he guessed the identity of Li Hai. Not even to Yi Qingji, since Li Hai is the future son-in-law of Secretary Luo. And this matter is full of doubts. The probability is that someone is secretly messing with Li Hai. Sun Jiantao knows what to do. After apologizing to Li Hai, Sun Jiantao said with a majestic face, Secretary He, this matter of Comrade Li Hai is fully taken over by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to launch an investigation. You have no opinion, right? No, Yi Qingji hurriedly said, or he dares to have any opinion. The official level is crushing people. The leader said how to engage in. Then how to engage in? What about Yen liberation? Hearing by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to take over. The face has a little white. There is a bad feeling in the heart. Can only pray in the heart. Zhang Hohat must be dead biting not to let go. Otherwise, there will be a wave of people to suffer. Yen liberation cannot be spared. What makes Yan Jiefang even worse is that Sun Jiantao announced, Yan Jiefang, on behalf of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, I announce that from now on you are suspended from your duties. Reflect well and make a written review to the Three Rivers County Committee, to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Upon hearing this decision, Yan Jiefang's face turned even whiter. It's over. It's over. It's been harmed by Jia Yungue. This $100,000 should not be received. Should not be involved in this mess. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Li Hai teasingly glanced at Yan Jiefang. This person has already remembered and will definitely take revenge. A few minutes later, Li Hai walked out of the hotel where he had been held for 26 hours. The first thing after coming out, immediately go back to Huashi town. Must catch Zhang Hohat as soon as possible. Can't let her run away. Li Hai wanted to ask to his face, for no reason at all. Why he was framing himself. Not only did Li Hai want to catch Zhang Hoat, many people were looking for her. The people from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission also wanted to find her. And Jia Yungue, Yan Jiefang and the others also wanted to find Zhang Hoat. Chapter 119. Li Hai being double-crossed was an explosion for the entire Flowerstone town. A lot of people are talking about it. It's not just the township staff, but even some of the plain folks are talking about it. It was now noontime. The business of Li Fu Cao Seat City was good to bursting. The hall on the first floor was almost full, and many diners were talking in high spirits. And the topics were basically related to Li Hai's being double-regulated. It never occurred to me that Secretary Li was actually double-crossed. Yeah, it was so sudden. I didn't even react half the time when I first heard about it. Secretary Li is still a good person. He hasn't been in office for long before he got so much money to rebuild the central school. Just this one thing alone. I think he's good. Oh, knowing people, often the more moralistic people are, the worse and greedier they are in their bones. Originally, the entire first floor was very lively, but it soon quieted down, and many people twisted their heads towards the door, almost unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? I must have misread it. Even the owner of this restaurant was dumbfounded and didn't come back to his senses for half a day, and didn't react until Li Hai greeted him. Boss Li, is there any room left? The owner of the restaurant then, a great reaction, and hastily and enthusiastically said, yes, there is another box upstairs. Coming back from the county seat, the road was potholed. And after driving for 40 or 50 minutes for more than 20 kilometers, it was noon. Li Hai was hungry. He hadn't eaten since he was taken away yesterday morning until now. Yi Shi and Tang Mu Shui were also hungry. The two of them drove over from the provincial city last night, and they just ate a little snack in the car. What's the biggest dining specialty in Flowerstone? That's the cow seat. Yi Xia brought up the fact that she was hungry and wanted to go eat a cow seat. Li Hai raised his hands in favor of it. So the three of them walked into Li Fu's Cow Seat City, under the enthusiastic leadership of the boss. Li Hai's trio went upstairs to the box, while the entire first floor hall was completely blown up. Jesus, did I read that right? That looked like Secretary Li just now. Be confident. Take out the word as if. That is indeed Secretary Li. Hasn't Secretary Li been double-crossed? Why does he appear here? You're stupid. You can't even see this. It must be fine. Secretary Li came out. Li Hai brought Yi Shi and Tang Mu Shui here to eat. While in the middle of the office, Jia Yungue was distracted. Things were going badly differently from what he had expected. Not only has Li Hai been released, but the case has been handed over to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection for direct responsibility. And Yan Jiefang has been suspended. How come? How could the city's disciplinary committee get directly involved? Generally speaking, section-level cadres only, by the County Discipline Inspection Committee can be responsible for. Rarely by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee directly responsible for. Unless Li Hai has a heavenly background. Thinking of this possibility, Jia Yungue was shocked, and then prayed in his heart. No, if he really has a heavenly background, how can he come to our poor place, and stay in the authorities is not fragrant, after a cigarette. Jia Yungue thought a lot, especially about what to do next. The biggest problem is Zhang Hoat. In case she changes her mind and gives the story away. Thinking of this, Jia Yungue's face changed. This is a time bomb. It must be dealt with. So. He picked up the phone and directly called Qian Qichong over. Qian Qichong still had a disgruntled look on his face when he pushed the door in. Mayor, it's not easy to make an appointment with a few coal mine bosses to play cards together. And you've called me over. It's this time of the day, and you're still thinking about playing cards. Jia Yungue said, don't you know that Li Hai has already come out? What? Is it out already? This he really didn't know. After Li Hai was double-regulated, Qian Qichong mood unprecedentedly good, almost completely let fly. Last night went to the county foot washing city. This morning came back very late, and now is ready to go to play cards again, after freezing. Qian Qichong said incredulously, how did the surname Li come out? It's impossible. Jia Yungue grimaced and briefly described the situation before saying, things have come to this, there is no way back. The biggest bomb now is Zhang Hoat. In case she can't carry the pressure to change her mind, then it's over. Framing the secretary of the town party committee, the seriousness of the matter does not need to be said. Qian Qichong is aware of it. Moreover, all the things are he to do. Jia Yungue did not appear. Things exposed. The first bad luck is Qian Qichong. Mayor, I know what to do. Don't worry, Jia Yungue emphasized. You really know how to go about it? A hint of ruthlessness flashed within Qian Qichong's eyes. I know what to do. Only the dead are the safest at this time. Jia Yungue nodded once and instructed. Then go quickly. You must get there before anyone else. If you let the Discipline Inspection Commission people find Zhang Hoat first, it will be all for naught. Qian Chang left in a hurry. Jia Yungue thought in his heart. hoping that old Qian could handle things beautifully, as long as Zhang Hohat was dead. Then both himself and Qian Shiqiang were safe. At this time, he no longer had the luxury of sending Li Hai in, and only wanted to save himself from being affected. Once Zhang Hohat is dead, everything will be safe. Li Hai had returned, and the news spread throughout almost the entire Flowerstone town at once. It was only after lunch that he sat down in his office, where there was a steady stream of people coming to visit, or to report on their work. First was Yin Hongshang, then Jiang Shuiyan. The two of them came over happily, the big stone in their hearts finally falling to the ground. One thing that was surprising was that the third one to come over was actually the Minister of Armed Forces, Wang Chao, with happiness written all over his face, who had been sitting here in Li Hai for several minutes. When he left, Li Hai shook hands with Wang Chao and was stunned for a while. Favorability 25. Wang Chao actually had a favorability of 25 towards himself, which was really a little bit of a surprise, and it showed that Wang Chao was taking the initiative to lean in. This is good. Wow. Not a few minutes after Wang Chao left, Zhang Yujun Dusty rushed over. Originally he was not in the town, but in a distant relative of Zhang Hohat, heard that Secretary Li came back, immediately drove back. Secretary Li, you're really back. Great, Li Hai said easily. I'm already fine. You are, Zhang Yujun said. From yesterday to today, my brothers and I have been tracking down Zhang Hohat's whereabouts. We have divided into several groups, visited many places, asked many people, even her family's relatives have been asked one by one. And for the time being, we have not found Zhang Hohat. It's a key player. Li Hai also knew the importance of Zhang Hohat, but he just didn't expect that she had actually gone into hiding and hadn't been found for so long. Chapter 120, Becoming an Obsession. Originally thought, a nanny out of the countryside just should be quickly found. Actually until now there is no trace. This is rather strange. Li Haidao. It seems this Zhang Hohat has gone into hiding. We think so too, Zhang Yujun said. For this reason, several waves of our brothers have traveled to many places. But unfortunately, we haven't found anything until now. Maybe the power of the Huasher Town police station alone is still a little too small. Li Haidao. In order to find Zhang Hohat as soon as possible, it seems that we need to ask for support before we can do so. I'll call Secretary He right now. In front of Zhang Yujun, Li Hai made this call. He Qingji's attitude is very good. Not even a little bit of the county party secretary's frame. He now regrets. Had he known that Li Hai has son Jiantao this layer of relations, he would not have agreed to double regulation of Li Hai, the County Public Security Bureau, the County Discipline Inspection Commission, the Huasher Town Police Station, and even the Wuha City Discipline Inspection Commission are all looking for a woman named Zhang Hohat. It's almost like a dragnet. Li Hai came back. In the middle of his office, many people took the initiative to come to visit or report their work. For every person who came, Li Hai would take the initiative to shake hands with them. Keeping their favorability in mind, these people have high and low favorability ratings. Some of them were higher before and are now down, and others, who were lower before, are now higher again where the favorability is relatively high, such as to 20 or 30 or more. Li Hai is ready to gradually pull them together, so that they become their own camp, so that in the future to strengthen the control of the entire Huasher town. For their future in Huasher town to do a career to lay the foundation. So many people came of their own accord, but there was no sign of Jia Yungue. Didn't this guy pretend that he was completely on Li Hai's side in the past? Now he's showing his true colors. Did it stop pretending in showdown? He did not take the initiative to come over. Li Hai is not polite. With the posture of a hand to take the initiative to a phone call to call him over, Jia Yungue came over instead. And as soon as he came in, he said with an unimpressed face, Secretary Li, you're looking for me. Li Haidao. Mayor Jia. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspections people have basically checked it out. Why are you framing me? Things certainly haven't checked out. Li Hai is just swindling Jia Yungue. Jia Yungue was shocked in his heart. Even his face showed it. Secretary Li, how could I go and do such a thing? There must be a misunderstanding. Noticing Jia Yungue's expression and reaction, Li Hai became even more certain that it was really Jia Yungue who was behind this. Jia Yungue, if you don't want people to know, you have to do it yourself. No longer called what Jia Mayor. Li Hai directly called Jia Yungue. Tone unprecedentedly harsh. Li Hai took 2 steps forward and walked to Jia Yungue's face, staring dead in his eyes. You thought you did it seamlessly right, but in fact it's full of loopholes. You're waiting to be dealt with by the organization. Jia Yungue really panicked, even a little bit of fear. I don't know if it was because of the powerful aura emanating from Li Hai, or because of the fear of the terrible consequences if things were revealed. But anyway, it was just panic and fear. He pretended to be calm. Li, Secretary Li, it really wasn't me. It wasn't me. If there's not much else, I'm off. Jia Yungue panicked, hurried out of Li Hai's office, and after going out, he also quietly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. MMPs just scared the shit out of me. This kid whose hair is not even long, How do you have such a big aura? Even when facing the county party secretary there is no such pressure. Jia Yungue thought in his heart. What made Jia Yungue a little crazy was that in less than an hour, he heard many people talking quietly in private about how he had set up Li Hai, and the more the word spreads, the more intense it becomes. Jia Yungue was furious, but he could not step in to explain, because the more this kind of thing is explained, the darker it becomes, and it is not explained at all. Luckily, he quietly understands some of the time, was informed that the investigation of the Municipal Commission for Discipline inspection of the progress is relatively slow, is not at all what Li Hai said. And they are also the same. Has not yet found Zhang Hohat. Where the hell is this Zhang Hohat hiding? Where's Qin Shichang? How does this guy do his job? No news has come in by this time. Could it be that he hasn't found Zhang Hohat either? The whole world is Zhang Hohat? Where the hell is she? She hadn't gotten out of Three Rivers County, but had left Flowerstone and was hiding inside her friend's house. Didn't hide at one of her relatives' house or leave Three Rivers County because she knew that things were getting big and serious and a lot of people were looking for her. And if she hid at a relative's house, she would soon be found. And if she left Three Rivers County, she would soon be found as well. The only place to hide was at this friend of hers, and that was the safest. And very few people knew she had such a friend years ago. The two met when they worked together as nannies and had a good relationship, and there was really no place to go. So Zhang Hohat hid here. Qin Shichang is awesome. He actually found Zhang Hohat. A man, driving alone, found the place, and at the door of the house he shouted, "Zhang Hohat, come out. I know you're in there." Hearing the voice, Zhang Hohat's heart trembled, originally thinking of hiding and not going out, until Qian Shixiang shouted several times in a row outside, and only then did she go out stiffly. "Qian, Mayor Qian, why you?" Qian Shixiang said. "Zhang Hohat, come over here. Let's go over there and talk about a little something." This is a small mountain village, very remote, and this house is a single-family home. The nearest neighbors are tens of meters away, and there are a lot of trees, so it's very well hidden. To be on the safe side, Qian Shixiang took Zhang Hohat to a quieter, more remote place next to him, and after confirming that it was safe and there was no one around, Qian Shixiang said, "Zhang Hohat, Li Hai is out. Nothing happened. The top already knows he was framed. Everyone is looking for you." At those words, Zhang Hohat was scared to death. She is a rural woman, with little education and little knowledge, and at this time she is at a loss, not knowing what to do. "Mayor Qian, you have to save me." Qian Shixiang continued to scare her. "Did you know that you're going to eat a gun if you're caught framing a town party secretary?" Zhang Hohat's face was white and slightly trembling. She did not know the law, thought that she was really going to be shot when she was caught, and instantly panicked. "What then? What will happen to my husband if I die? What will happen to my son?" Her family's economic conditions are poor, with a paralyzed and bedridden husband and a son in high school. The family's main income depends on her working as a nanny in the town hall. If he wasn't short of money, he wouldn't have taken Qian Shixiang's $5,000 and then went to frame Li Hai. Qian Shixiang gave a coercive speech, then sighed and said, "Zhang Hohat, you are now dead either way. I do have a path. I don't know if you're willing to take it or not." Chapter 121, Dead without even thinking. Zhang Hohat said, I'm willing. Qian Shixiang said, "I can give you $100,000, but you have to do what I say." 100,000. Zhang Hohat's eyes lit up, and she wasn't scared or panicked anymore. Her mind was all about the $100,000. If she had this $100,000, then her family would have completely turned over a new leaf. Before, for a $5,000 favor fee, she dared to frame Li Hai. This time it was $100,000, an astronomical sum. She had never seen so much money in her life. She will take out $100,000 from the trunk of the car. A large bundle, just taken out of the bank. So much money in front of Zhang Hohat, very impactful. "It's so much money. Really give it to me." Zhang Hohat's voice was trembling. Qian Shixiang said, "This $100,000 I can give you now, but you must die. Drink pesticide suicide. Jumping river and pond suicide can be. Write a suicide note before suicide, stating that you are suicidal." This, Zhang Hohat's face paled a little again. Qian Shixiang continued to bully and lure. "Things have come to this. If you do not commit suicide, cannot hide for long. The whole world is looking for you. After being caught to eat the gun, it is better to take with $100,000 to commit suicide. At least you die after your husband and son and guarantee. If you are captured and shot, nothing can be gained." The reasoning is this, but thinking about killing herself, Zhang Hohat was still hesitant. Who is Qian Shixiang? Finally completely broke Zhang Hohat's defense, so that her eyes are empty and godless, and the idea of death is in her heart. Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Investigation Team's progress is still very fast. Preliminary investigation. Li Hai is framed. now only missing to find the whistleblower Zhang Hohat. He Qingji went to Flowerstone again in person. The whole town held a cadres conference. He Qingji on behalf of the county party committee personally clarified in the General Assembly. This same way, Li Hai was double regulation of the negative impact of the completely removed. No one is happier than In Hongshang, Jiang Shuiyan and other supporters. After the meeting was adjourned, all of them were joyful and relaxed. After the meeting, He Qingji and others in the company of Li Hai went to see the construction of Huasher Town Center Primary School. See the construction progress? He praised Li Hai in front of everyone. After inspecting the Central Elementary School, when everyone was ready to leave, Zhang Yujun came over in a hurry and shouted across the distance, Secretary He, Secretary Li, Zhang Hohat is dead. What? Everyone stopped in unison and looked at Zhang Yujun in shock. Li Hai even inquired, Arigato, what exactly is going on? Zhang Yujun reported, Zhang Hohat drink pesticide death her own home, but also left a suicide note. The general content that is framed no one instructed, just her hatred of the officials only, afraid of being arrested. So suicide. I can't believe I'm dead. Li Hai's face sank slightly. With this key person dead, the difficulty of trying to find out what's going on skyrocketed. The news also reached Sun Jiantao's ears at once. Hearing this news, he said in his heart, the water is quite deep in the small Flowerstone town of Zhang Hohat's death. He thinks it's not as simple as suicide, and he's determined to get to the bottom of it. In the middle of the mayor's office, Qian Shiqiang closed the door behind him, then said with a smug look on his face, Mayor, I've done a good job in this matter, haven't I? Jia Yungue said, you didn't leave any tails, did you? No, how could it be? Qian Shiqiang said with great certainty, I did a clean job. Even Zhang Hohat's will was written according to my request. Everything has nothing to do with you and me. Upon hearing this, Jia Yungue was finally relieved. He let out a long breath of relief before exhorting, this matter, you know it and I know it, we can't let any third person know about it, and the two of us have to rot the matter completely inside our stomachs. Don't worry, Mayor, I still know this. Gradually, Jia Yungue also relaxed, and even began to chat with Qian Shiqiang about something with a smile. He knew Zhang Hohat was dead, all the clues were broken, and he was safe. Office of the clerk. Li Hai called Zhang Yujun over it just now. Secretary He and other people were present. It was not convenient to ask carefully, and now there is only himself and Zhang Yujun in the middle of the office. So Li Hai asked carefully. After inquiring about the specifics, Li Hai reminded, I should have been set up and framed by Jia Yungue and Qian Shiqiang, and although Zhang Hohat is dead, if I secretly keep an eye on Jia Yungue and Qian Shiqiang, and start with the two of them, I feel that I should still be able to find some clues. Secretary, you must have been set up by Jia Yungue and Qian Shiqiang. Zhang Yujun had a bit of disbelief. The whole town knows that after Jia Yungue resumed his work, he completely stood on the side of Secretary Li, and no matter what the occasion is, he supports Li Hai 100%. There are some people in the town who are rumoring that Jia Yungue set up a trap to frame Li Hai, and Zhang Yujun still has a little bit of disbelief. Li Haidao, although not 100% sure, but at least 8 or 9% certainty. The next thing you have to do is to continue to secretly investigate. As soon as there is progress, report to me, since it can be basically determined that it is Jia Yungue and Qian Shiqiang who are secretly messing around. There is a target and direction. Secretary, I know what to do. Just wait for my news. Well, I'll hear your glad tidings. After seeing Zhang Yujun leave, Li Hai thought in his heart, you must not let me down. There must be something to discover. 2 days later. Li Hai went back to the central school to see the progress of the construction, especially focusing on the quality of the construction. Just returned to the office to sit down not long. Zhang Yujun then knocked on the door and came in with gusto. Secretary, major discovery. We have a major discovery. Oh, really? Li Hai immediately became interested, and even brush a moment from the office chair stood up. Come on, tell me all about it. What's the big reveal? Zhang Yujun had a bit of excitement as he said, a few reliable brethren and I have been secretly launching an investigation into Jia Yungue and Qian Shiqiang. So far, we haven't found anything on Jia Yungue for the time being, but there's a big catch on Qian Shiqiang. We found that Zhang Hohat had been hiding at one of her friend's house before she committed suicide, and Qian Shiqiang had contact with Zhang Hohat. And in addition, we found out from among the surveillance of a bank in the county that Qian Shiqiang withdrew $100,000 in cash, and at Zhang Hohat's house, we found exactly the same amount of cash, which also happened to be $100,000. This is indeed a major discovery. Li Hai perked up a little and said loudly, good, great, I'll call Secretary Sun and tell him about this major discovery. After the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection took over the investigation of this matter, the investigation team has been stationed in Sanjiang County, and did not withdraw. Sun Jiantao basically every day there is a phone call to the investigation team to ask about the progress of the investigation team. and occasionally come over a trip in person's chapter 122 to IT has been several days, and has not yet checked the matter out. Sun Jiantao is very annoyed today. He made a special trip to Sanjiang County again and severely criticized the investigation team with great dissatisfaction. Also at this time, Li Hai's phone call came. Secretary Sun, the police station in our town has made a major discovery. After listening to Li Hai's report, Sun Jiantao was instantly happy. Great. I think this is a major breakthrough. Don't worry. We'll make every effort to break through from this opening. And make sure to pull out the person behind it. It's Monday.as as customary. Li Hai presided over today's regular weekly meeting. In the conference room. Everyone sat upright. Last week, it is in this conference room County Discipline Inspection Committee Deputy Secretary Yan Jiefeng took Li Hai. The meeting had been going on for about 1 or 20 minutes when there was a sound of movement outside the door and a group of several people entered the conference room. The leading man is Xiao Xinfeng, the head of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspections Investigation Team in Sanjiang County. Hello Secretary Li. We're from the Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team. The people inside the conference room were all stunned. Some even thought, why did the people from the Discipline Inspection Commission come again? This time they won't take Secretary Li away again. Yin Hongsheng and Zhang Shuiyan quietly glanced at each other and exchanged glances, both seeing the look of worry in the other's eyes. What about Li Hai? A calm nod. Rippling with composure, Xiao Xinfeng and the others came and of course called Li Hai, the handler. Beforehand, after receiving Li Hai's report last time, Sun Jiantao personally urged the investigation team to focus on the investigation with Qian Qichang as the breakthrough. The harvest is huge, and so far enough evidence has been grasped, including the discovery of Qian Qichang's fingerprints on top of the $100,000, as well as evidence that Qian Qichang has secretly made contact with Zhang Hohat on several occasions. There's enough evidence, of course, to make an arrest. Xiao Xinfeng waved his hand. Take it away. 2 young staff members of the Discipline Inspection Commission came straight over, one on the left and one on the right, and controlled Qian Qichang and prepared to take away. Qian Qichang reacted greatly, yelling, "What are you doing? How can you arrest me? You should arrest Li Hai." Many town leaders were stunned. This Qian Qichang, crazy, what kind of nonsense is this? From this, we can see the panic in Qian Qichang's heart, which is why the words were not chosen and blurted out. Xiao Xinfeng warned, "Qian Qichang, what are you babbling about? Secretary Li Hai's behavior is proper and upright. There is not the slightest violation of party discipline. What are we arresting him for? It's too late to protect him. Take it away." Qian Qichang bluffed and said loudly, "What right do you have to forcefully take me away? Mayor Jia, come out and help me say something." Jia Yungue pretended not to hear and lowered his head, looking at his notebook, not knowing what he was thinking. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Qixian was taken away. Li Hai continued to preside over the meeting. Comrades, the Discipline Inspection Commission has already grasped enough evidence that Qian Qichang instructed Zhang Hohat to report and frame me. In addition, Zhang Hohat's death has a lot to do with him. What? It turned out to be Qian Qichang who was behind the scenes. Li Hai was satisfied with the effect, with everyone's reaction, and couldn't help but smile when his gaze fell on Jia Yungue's body. Mayor Jia, Qian Qichang was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Do you think he'll give a full account of his problems? I don't know. Jia Yungue was obviously a little flustered. Li Hai didn't let him off the hook and continued. Mayor Jia, if Qian Qichang tells everything like a bamboo tube, will there be others involved besides him? Jia Yungue had a bit of fear and blanched. This shouldn't involve anyone else. Li Hai Dao. Although I hope so, but how do I feel that besides him, there should be someone else involved in it, secretly planning and directing behind the scenes? You say, who would this person be? Jia Yungue's cold sweat came down after pulling out a handkerchief and wiping it off. Even though he tried to control it, his voice still had a slight tremor. Li, Secretary Li, I don't think there should be anyone else. Li Hai smiled coldly and gave Jia Yungue a meaningful look before continuing to preside over the meeting. Qian Qichang was taken away, and the news spread all over Huasher town at once. Then, it did not take long for the news to come from the county again. Qian Qichang's evidence is sufficient. A criminal case has been filed, and the Public Security Department has intervened. Next day, morning. Li Hai came out of his own office and happened to see Jia Yungue, who was physically and mentally unsettled. Mayor Jia, I'm going to take a look at Qian Qichang now and ask him why he's trying to frame me. Do you want to come alone? Jia Yungue hurriedly said. I won't go. There are other things. After saying that, he hurriedly left, as if he was worried that Li Hai would really pull him over to see Qian Qichang. Li Hai soon arrived in the county and met Qian Qichang in a hotel. Only a day and a night without seeing, Qian Qichang has already changed greatly. Where there is still the appearance of yesterday, the whole thing was in poor spirits. Head hung low, hair disheveled. Xiao Xinfeng said, Secretary Li, this guy is a soft egg, has all explained clearly, admitted that things are his doing. but also he coerced Zhang Hohat to commit suicide. Li Haidao. Who else but him, didn't he say? Intuition told Li Hai that the big boss behind it should be Jia Yungue, and Chen Qiqian was just the pawn. Li Hai took a few steps forward and walked up to Chen Qiqian. Chen Qiqian, you alone will carry all the things. Can't see it? Full of responsibility. So responsible. Why didn't I see it before? Chen Qiqian, the boss behind you has completely abandoned it. When I came over I saw Jia Yungue coming out of your house, talking and laughing with your wife. What? That's impossible. Chen Qiqian looked up at Li Hai. As a hardcore supporter of Jia Yungue, Chen Qiqian is aware of the fact that Jia Yungue is horny, and even got involved with Guan Chenghui. The former director of the Financial Institute. Chen Qiqian's wife is still relatively young, in her 30s, with a few good looks, and he had been worried, and even had a certain sense of defense. Don't believe me, do you? I have pictures. Want to take a look? Li Hai continued to add fuel to the fire. Also, I heard from the police station that Jia Yungue spent the night at your house last night. TSK, you took all the blame by yourself, and as a result your wife slept with someone else. I really admire you. This became the last straw that crushed Chen Qiqian's psychological defense. Eyes red. He said angrily, Jia Yungue, you actually messed with my wife, so we'll go in together. Team leader Xiao, I want to explain the problem. Chen Qiqian said. Chapter 123. Xiao Xinfeng gave Li Hai an admiring look. Awesome. Secretary Li, as soon as you arrived, you broke Chen Qiqian's defense in a few words. Oh no. They were a full day and a night. What means and methods have been used? Chen Qiqian also only explained that things are his alone. No other people's instruction and authorization. The next is simple. Chen Qiqian like a bamboo tube will be all things accounted for, including in Jia Yungue's conspiracy. Including everything is Jia Yungue behind the scenes and so on. Li Hai left satisfied. And next, someone's going to be out of luck. Also did not stay in the county for a long time. Li Hai happily back to Huasher town, sitting in his office, thinking, Chen Qiqian is finished. Jia Yungue is also finished. What about the empty mayor and deputy mayor positions? Can we get our own people up there? After thinking about it, Jedli shook his head. The mayor of the position will not have to think about. The county will certainly transfer other people over. Vice mayor of the position is a high probability of local promotion from the Flowerstone town. Can we recommend to the county that Han Yun be the deputy mayor? This girl has a college degree and several years of work experience. It is not impossible to serve as deputy mayor. Li Hai thought a lot. If he can recommend Han Yun up, then his supporters in the party committee will be one more person. Jia Yungue was distracted. The whole day was spent sitting in the middle of the office fuming. The weird thing is that there's not even a lot of people coming to report on their work, and hardly anyone even coming over to him to sign off on it, which is outrageous. When had his Mayor Jia's office ever been so cold? Never. He did not know was that at this time, a front and a back two cars traveling to the township government office building door. From the car down a line of people. The leader is clearly Xiao Xinfeng. Many sideways glances were given at the sight of the line. They seem to be from the disciplinary committee. Why are they here again? They just took Vice Mayor Qian away. Could it be that they're coming over to arrest people again? It's over. Someone should be out of luck again. In the midst of some people's quiet murmurs, Xiao Xinfeng and others went directly to the third floor, which is full of town leaders' offices. The town party secretary's office is at the far east end and the mayor's office is at the far west end. Xiao Xinfeng first went to the far east and came out in about 3 or 5 minutes, then went straight to Jia Yungue's office, coming over to arrest someone. Of course the first thing to do was to say hello to Li Hai, the hand, as a sign of respect. Knock, knock, knock. Jia Yungue thought that someone had come over to report to him, and hurriedly sat upright, straightened his clothes and hair, and the majesty of the town mayor flowed from his face. And he said aloud, "The door is unlocked. Come in." Seeing Xiao Xinfeng come in with several people, Jia Yungue's heart sank slightly downward with an extremely bad feeling. Did that guy Chen Qiqian give me up? Xiao Xinfeng walked over and announced with a serious face, "Jia Yungue, on behalf of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspections Investigation Team, I announce that you've been double regulated, so please come with us." Instantly, Jia Yungue's face turned a little white. Then, in a feigned manner, he shouted, "What are you going to do?" "I want to call Prefect Chen. I want to find Secretary He." Having seen a lot of scandalous behavior from various officials while being double-crossed, Xiao Xinfeng just gave Jia Yungue a disdainful look before waving his hand and saying, "Take away." Many people saw when Jia Yungue was escorted away. Mayor Jia was actually taken, so they came over to arrest Mayor Jia. It's only been 1 day since Vice Mayor Qian was arrested, and the next day Mayor Jia was taken away. "We're going to have an earthquake in Huasher town." When he was escorted to the car, Jia Yungue was still shouting in a scandalous manner. Li Hai stood in front of the large window of his office, pulling back the curtains and looking down, just in time to see this scene. Jia Yungue was escorted to the car. These two cars one after the other gradually far away. A long breath of relief. The heart is solid, but also gradually relaxed. These two people were arrested. Huasher town officialdom to be much cleaner. Less you fight. Li Hai can put most of the energy on the construction. The town of Huasher is too poor, and it must vigorously develop its economy before it can do so. Jia Yungue was taken away. The news spread all over Huasher town at once. Many people are talking about this matter, such as the town's several cattlemat city. Everyone eating, either talking loudly or quietly. Jia Yungue, Xian Qixiang have been arrested. I wonder who will be next. This is great. A lot of people might not be able to sleep. Old Jia's gone in, and whoever he names in there will probably have to go in. Li Hai took Yishir, Tang Mu Shui, two people in the Li Fu cattle seating city dinner. On the second floor when the box heard a lot of people talking about it. Finished eating out of the box. Passing through the hall on the first floor still hear a lot of people talking about Jia Yungue was arrested after eating. Tang Mushui opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat as she prepared to return to the provincial capital. It had been several days since he came to Huasher town. Li Hai was already fine. Jia Yungue had been taken away, and the two of them had to go back. Especially Tang Mushui, who still had a lot of work to do. Why Yishir doesn't give up. She didn't want to leave at all. She just wanted to be with Li Hai every day. Hi, why don't I stay? How about it? Li Hai, of course, also hoped that she could stay. The taste of long-distance relationship is really not good. Surprised? Really? That's great. Tang Mushui undoubtedly blanked these two people, feeling like Yishir was going to abandon her. Shige, we both made a deal to go back to the province together. Yishir said, Sister Mu Shui, you go back alone. I'm going to play here for a few more days. Really convinced. Tang Mu Shui said, then I'm leaving. You two don't have to miss me. Bye. Mu Shui. Bye. The two of them held hands and watched this red Toyota Land Cruiser fade away, disappearing from sight. Li Hai softly said, Sure. The conditions in Huasher town are very poor and backward. It can't be compared to the provincial city at all. Are you really willing to stay? Aha. Yishir nodded with a happy face. As long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter if the conditions are hard. Hi. I don't have anything to do now anyway. I have plenty of time. I want to teach art at the center school. Is that okay? It was something she'd thought about for a long time. She just hadn't gotten around to talking to Li Hai about it. Yet.to stay in Flowerstone for a long time. You always need to find a little something to do. And going to school to become an art teacher is definitely a good choice. Professional counterparts. She is the National Jiangcheng University of Fine Arts major. Senior students, teaching junior high school art. That is a great talent. Li Haidao. You're willing to go to the school and teach art to the kids. I don't think Principal Lu could welcome it enough. Yishir said. Then it's a deal.